This is a tale of an ordinary otaku who traverses into the world of Dragon Ball as Sun Wukong. The world is vast, and there are many maidens. Chapter 1. Rebirth as Sun Wukong. Li Ming, a 21-year-old, is just an ordinary otaku. He searched Baidu for the episode in which Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, clicked on episode 95, and began watching. Back in the day, when I first witnessed Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, my heart raced with excitement. Even now, it remains exhilarating. At that moment, the sky outside suddenly darkened, and soon, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as a torrential downpour began. This abrupt change in weather prompted countless complaints, as many leisurely strolling in the streets quickly turned into drenched figures. To not curse would be unjust. What the hell is this weather? Why has it suddenly started pouring rain? Is it the apocalypse? Didn't 2012 already pass? Why has the weather suddenly changed? What good is the weather forecast? It said cloudy turning clear. I'll turn you into a sister. All right, it was indeed a time filled with grievances. Li Ming, feeling dejected, stood up to turn off the main computer. What on earth? How can the weather suddenly change to thunder and rain? This is unscientific. With a crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning struck, severing the power line by the roadside. Yet the current surged, a flow 100 times stronger, electrifying the wires. Instantly, sparks flew, and the leather insulation ignited. At home, Li Ming's right hand was poised on the computer's power switch when he suddenly felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him, rendering him unconscious and incapable of thought. The computer emitted bursts of electricity and blue smoke, and bizarrely, the screen displaying Dragon Ball did not go black. Moments later, a black dot appeared at the center of the screen, slowly expanding into a black hole about half a meter wide, which instantly consumed Li Ming. The black hole vanished, and the computer exploded with a loud bang. When Li Ming regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a spacious hall, filled with confusion. Where am I? Didn't I just get electrocuted? How did I end up here? However, upon seeing his slightly smaller body, he instinctively pinched his thigh, feeling pain that made him gasp. It hurts? Am I not dreaming? Could it be that I've encountered the legendary transmigration? With this thought, he quickly reached down to check, sighing in relief. Fortunately, little brother is still here and even larger than before. Just as Li Ming was chuckling to himself, a sudden throbbing pain surged in his head, flooding him with countless memories, causing him to groan in agony. It took 7 or 8 minutes for the pain to gradually subside, allowing him to recover. Sunday, Sun Wukong. After absorbing the memories in his mind, Li Ming was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. No way. I actually transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball, and I become Sun Wukong? This is a truly extraordinary turn of events. The thought of the Saiyant's formidable physique filled him with exhilaration. Yet, when he considered the increasingly monstrous foes, fear crept in. However, the prospect of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 or 3 reassured him. It seems that thriving in this world necessitates diligent training. Based on Sun Wukong's memories, I am currently in the temple, having studied under the deity for about 2 years. 2 years? It appears I have approximately 1 year left until the World Martial Arts Tournament. A year should be sufficient. Following the recollections from the anime, Sun Wukong wandered a few circles in the temple, finally locating the time chamber. Just as he was about to enter, the black man Bobo appeared behind him. Wukong, didn't I tell you? Entry is restricted here. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head and replied, I was just curious about what this place is. It seems so mysterious. As he spoke, he swiftly opened the door to the time chamber while Bobo was distracted. Wow, there's such a vast area behind this door. With such an excellent training ground, why didn't you tell me? Instead, you sent me to that cramped space. How stingy. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he prepared to step inside. Wait, Wukong, you can't just enter this place. Bobo hurriedly stopped him. At that moment, the deity also appeared. This place is called the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside, time flows differently. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. Moreover, the environment is extremely harsh. Sun Wukong immediately shouted in delight. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside? You didn't tell me about such a great place sooner. Quickly, Bobo, prepare enough food and water, and some senza beans. I want to train in there for several years. How many years of cultivation? Shin couldn't help but shake his head. If you can stay in there for a year, that would be quite remarkable. Sun Wukong waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a year, it's nothing to fuss about. The title of Jason is not given lightly. Over the past 2 years of companionship, Sun Wukong had developed a strong bond with Shin, who recognized Sun Wukong's pure heart and thus agreed to his request to train in the Time House. Thus, after gathering sufficient food and water and acquiring a bag of Jindo from Jialin Mao, Suin Wukong, filled with excitement, entered the time house. 3 days later, a disheveled Suin Wukong emerged from the time house. Standing approximately 1.78 meters tall, his robust yet understated physique was nothing short of perfection, and his hairstyle, reminiscent of the original work, appeared both bright and handsome, exhibiting a blend of determination and dominance, a marked contrast to the innocence of the original Suin Wukong. Although 3 days had passed, Suin Wukong had made several trips back and forth. Enduring solitude within the time house was indeed a challenge. Upon reflection, he realized he had actually trained for over 2 years in the time house, which equated to just over 2 days in reality. Well, after such an extensive period of training, even with the heart of a homebody, I can't bear it any longer. It seems time to get some fresh air. I think I will first seek out Buerma and go on a quest for the Dragon Balls together. After bidding farewell to Shun and the others, Suin Wukong, with a bag of Shando in hand, departed from the Divine Temple and soared down to the mortal realm. After a year of training in the time house, Suin Wukong had already earned Shin's recognition and could leave the temple at any moment. Yet he chose to linger for an additional 2 days, during which his strength had surpassed that of Shin. Arriving in a bustling city, Suin Wukong first treated himself to a stylish and comfortable outfit, took a refreshing bath, and then indulged in a delightful meal before flying towards Buerma's residence. Sensing the familiar chi from the grand mansion below, Suin Wukong, though forewarned, was still taken aback. Is this Buerma's home? It truly is extravagantly luxurious. With that, he descended, following the trail of Buerma's energy into a lavish room. Just as Suin Wukong entered and began to survey the surroundings, the bathroom door swung open. A beautiful girl clad in a revealing bathrobe emerged, towel in hand. But upon seeing Suin Wukong in the hall, she was instantly shocked, retreating several steps in disbelief. Who are you? How did you get into my room? At the sight of Buerma, Suin Wukong's eyes lit up. So this is Buerma? Truly stunning and alluring. Such a beautiful girl cannot be left to others. Buerma, you belong to me. Hearing Buerma's voice, Suin Wukong pointed to the window, saying, I flew in from there. You flew in? Buerma looked at him skeptically. Suin Wukong appraised her from head to toe and complimented. Buerma, I never expected that after a few years, you've become even more beautiful. Oh, you know me? Buerma exclaimed, scrutinizing Suin Wukong, and in astonishment, remarked, You must be Suin Wukong, right? You recognized me? I thought you wouldn't because I've grown taller, Suin Wukong chuckled. Buerma circled around Suin Wukong, her expression one of incredulity. You really are Suin Wukong? I can't believe you've grown so much in just over 2 years. Didn't you go to train with Shin? How did you end up here? I've completed my training, Suin Wukong said as he approached Buerma, feigning innocence. By the way, Buerma, it seems your bosom has grown larger. I've heard that a girl's bosom feels quite nice to touch. Why not let me have a feel, all right? Buerma's face flushed crimson, and she shouted in embarrassment and anger. Idiot! A girl's chest isn't for others to grope, and it's not called a bosom. Suin Wukong pretended to be puzzled. But I've seen boys touching girls' bosoms before. Buerma was at a loss for words. Well, that's because those two were very close. Perhaps they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Suin Wukong nodded in sudden realization. I see. Only boyfriends and girlfriends can touch. I'm a boy, you're a girl, and we're friends, so we must be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, right? So let me touch. As he spoke, he reached out his mischievous hands toward Buerma. Chapter 2. Sun Wukong's first journey through time. Bulma. Today is an important day for you to register at school, so don't be late. At that moment, a stylishly dressed young woman entered the room. Upon seeing the scene before her, she was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a look of astonishment, she turned to Sun Wukong and exclaimed, Oh, who is this handsome young man? Could he be Bulma's new boyfriend? Have you two progressed to this extent already? Hello, Auntie. My name is Sun Wukong. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said, feeling quite awkward. He hastily withdrew his claws, scratched his head, and greeted the alluring woman, who was indeed Bulma's mother. However, upon recalling Bulma's father, Sun Wukong discreetly shook his head, thinking to himself how it was truly a case of an old bull with a tender grass. Oh, so you were Sun Wukong? I often hear Bulma mention you. But didn't she say you were still a child? I never expected such a handsome young man, Bulma's mother remarked, surprised, casting a disapproving glance at Bulma. Bulma, I can't believe you even deceived your mother. I did not deceive you. I'm just as surprised myself. I never imagined that the little kid from 2 years ago would grow up so much, Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes at her mother. Meanwhile, She silently sighed in relief that her mother had arrived just in time. Otherwise, she might have found herself in an uncomfortable situation with Wukong. She lacked the confidence to resist such a formidable creature. Seeing that playfulness was futile, son Wukong stated his purpose. Bulma, could you lend me your Dragon Ball radar? Huh? What do you need the Dragon Ball radar for? Are you planning to search for the Dragon Balls again? What wish do you intend to make this time? Bulma asked. Her curiosity piqued. She was well aware of son Wukong's character. He would not rely on the Dragon Balls unless there was something truly significant at stake. Well, after training in the temple for a while, I discovered there is a time chamber where one day outside equals a year inside. It's an excellent training ground. So, I was hoping the dragon would help me acquire one. I can't keep running to the temple every time I want to train, can I? Son Wukong replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal such matters. Wait, one day outside equals a year inside? Does such a thing truly exist? Have you already trained there? Bulma said, astonished. She realized that the little boy she once knew could not have transformed into such a manly figure in just 2 years without experiencing something extraordinary. If son Wukong hadn't mentioned it, she would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a miraculous time chamber. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which had not seen use for nearly 2 years, from her bag and handed it to son Wukong, expressing a small regret. Unfortunately, I have to register for school today. Otherwise, I would have loved to join you in searching for the Dragon Balls. It seems I'll have to wait for the next opportunity. School? With your intelligence. Do you really need to go to school? Why not accompany me in the quest for the Dragon Balls? Son Wukong persisted, still unwilling to give up on persuading Bulma. This time, it seems rather hopeless, for I have missed too many classes previously. This semester, I must earnestly dedicate myself to my studies, especially since it is my final term. Bulma, clearly feeling somewhat resigned, recalled the times she often skipped classes while adventuring alongside son Wukong. Although her family is affluent and she is undoubtedly a prodigy, her habitual absences from class have not yielded favorable consequences. Thus, I shall have to embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls alone. After realizing that persuading Bulma was futile, son Wukong, though slightly disappointed, found solace in the situation. He picked up the Dragon Radar, waved goodbye to Bulma and her mother, and soared out the window using the flying Nimbus technique. "Ah, I didn't expect your boyfriend could fly," Bulma's mother exclaimed, her tone tinged with surprise, yet her demeanor remained remarkably composed. "Mother, please don't say that. Wukong is not my boyfriend." Bulma shot her mother a glare. She was not at all astonished by Wukong's exit through the window, though it was a bit unexpected. For someone as worldly as she, such occurrences were hardly shocking. Who would have thought Wukong would grow so handsome? A boyfriend, perhaps I could consider that, Bulma mused. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she watched son Wukong vanish into the horizon, before turning to head downstairs. Ugh, back to school again, how tedious. As son Wukong soared through the sky, he activated the Dragon Radar, and discovered that the nearest Dragon Ball was merely 4 or 5 miles away. With determination, he sped toward the southeast. That must be the one, son Wukong thought, observing the blinking light on the radar. He began to search the area, which was a barren wasteland, devoid of anything but gravel. After a brief search, he finally found the first Dragon Ball nestled within a crevice of rocks. Wonderful. It's the 3-star ball. I never anticipated it would go so smoothly, son Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he carefully examined the Dragon Ball in his hand. Is this truly the legendary Dragon Ball? It resembles the one from the anime quite closely. Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I could hold this legendary artifact? However, he also contemplated the potential dangers associated with it. The thought of the malevolent dragons from the stories sent a shiver down his spine. Although this version was not the original, who could say whether evil truly existed? It seems prudent to minimize my use of these Dragon Balls after I fulfill my wishes. Furthermore, if given the chance, I should seek out the fabled Dragon Balls in the temple. If they indeed exist, it would be wise to eliminate them early on. Just as son Wukong was lost in thought, a gigantic creature resembling a pangolin erupted from the ground, opening its gaping mouth to reveal a set of sharp teeth. Lunging at him with a menacing bite, son Wukong was immediately engulfed by a foul stench that nearly made him retch. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the creature's assault. With a single strike failing, the pangolin swiftly swung its tail, aiming directly at son Wukong's face. Son Wukong extended his right hand and decisively seized the pangolin's long, scaly tail, wielding it like a massive hammer to smash it into the ground. "You're courting death," he scoffed, as the pangolin lay on the ground, blood streaming from its 7 orifices. With a dismissive grunt, he hurled it away, sending it crashing into a small mountain, which became its final resting place. Congratulations. You have slain a pangolin and earned 52 energy points. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated in Sun Wukong's mind, accompanied by a virtual screen appearing in the upper right corner of his vision. Energy points, 52, dimension crossing targets, none. Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming excitement. Could this be the legendary dimension crossing system? As long as I possess sufficient energy points, I can traverse to any otherworldly realm? If this were true, he would be immensely prosperous. Ha ha ha. After regaining his composure, Sun Wukong attempted to converse with the voice that had just spoken, but his words fell into silence, receiving no response. He wished to investigate this so-called dimension crossing system further. But aside from being able to freely hide and display the virtual screen, he discovered nothing more. It appeared he needed to gather enough energy points before any changes could occur. After fruitless research, Sun Wukong shifted his focus to amassing energy points. Rising, he soared away from the site and ventured into a deep forest, where he commenced a one-sided massacre. In the present-day Earth, apart from a few creatures, he effortlessly dispatched everything in his path. Within merely 30 minutes, he accumulated 10,013 energy points. The enchanting female voice echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations. Your collected energy points have surpassed 1,000. The dimension gate is activated. You may commence your journey of dimension crossing. Without any summons from Sun Wukong, the virtual screen materialized automatically, displaying energy points, 10,013, while the dimension crossing targets finally revealed a familiar title, High School of the Dead. He reached out and pressed the down arrow beside the title High School of the Dead, and a cascade of familiar yet strange anime titles appeared in a long list. Detective Conan, Crayon Shin-chan, School Days, and many more, over 100 in total. Yet, without exception, they all seemed to belong to lower-tier worlds, with required energy points ranging from 500 to 1,000. Sun Wukong's excitement surged. Could I really traverse to other worlds? He lightly tapped the title High School of the Dead, and a virtual selection box immediately emerged. Do you wish to spend 1,000 energy points to cross in a High School of the Dead? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Sun Wukong selected yes, and a vibrant, rainbow-colored portal materialized before him. Gazing into the swirling, multicolored light within, he felt an aura of mystery and intrigue enveloping him. Please enter the dimensional gate within 10 seconds. Otherwise, it will vanish, and the system will assume you have relinquished your right to traverse, though the energy points deducted will not be refunded. Is this truly the so-called dimensional gate? Should I enter or refrain? Gazing at the enigmatic, colorful portal before him, Sun Wukong hesitated. The countdown continued. 543. Resolute, he steeled himself, and as the countdown reached 1, he plunged headfirst into the dimensional gate, which promptly shut, vanishing in a flash. Chapter 3, Academy Apocalypse. In a street haunted by the undead, a vibrant portal materialized, and a figure slowly emerged before it vanished. Sun Wukong observed the zombies ambling about, excitement swelling within him. Zombies? Have I genuinely traversed into the world of Academy Apocalypse? With a decisive gesture, he pointed a finger, and a golden beam erupted, piercing the skull of a nearby zombie, accompanied by a notification of 1 energy point gained. Merely 1 point? How pitiful! Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. With a thought, a virtual screen manifested in the upper right corner, displaying his energy points as 9014. Additionally, a main world teleportation portal appeared, though it was gray and unusable, requiring 10,000 energy points to operate for his return to his own world. Thus, to return to the Dragon Ball universe, I merely need to slay 986 zombies? As Sun Wukong strolled down the street, whenever zombies approached, he would effortlessly sweep them aside with an invisible force, converting them into energy points. Having dispatched several hundred zombies, he had amassed sufficient energy points for his return to the Dragon Ball world. However, given this rare opportunity to traverse realms, he was inclined to explore this world further. Moreover, if this truly was the realm of Academy Apocalypse, he would not mind alluring a few of the lovely maidens here back with him. Countless zombies were drawn to the sounds of his combat, but to Sun Wukong, they posed no threat. Their paltry combat power rendered them incapable of breaching his defenses. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the gates of a school. Upon seeing its name, he chuckled, Fujimi Academy. I recall that the protagonists in Academy Apocalypse attended a school by that name. It seems I have indeed entered the world of Academy Apocalypse. The thought of those captivating, voluptuous beauties stirred excitement within him. Reflecting on his initial viewing of Academy Apocalypse, he realized he had not missed out on encountering the beautiful maidens therein. Hearing the occasional sounds of study emanating from within, Sun Wukong smiled. There's still sounds of learning, indicating that the zombies have yet to spread here, so the narrative has not yet commenced. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong leaped into the school, gradually making his way towards the teaching building. Outside the school, countless zombies following him were drawing ever closer. The first zombie approached the school gate, extending its hands and banging against the iron gate as if oblivious to the barrier before it. 4 teachers hurried towards the entrance, and a strikingly attractive teacher with glasses, adjusting her spectacles, expressed her irritation. "Excuse me, sir, is there something you need?" A bald male teacher, brandishing a fork, was equally incensed. "Please cease this commotion." However, his demeanor suggested a lack of assertiveness, portraying him as rather timid. The individual at the gate, however, remained oblivious, continuing to assault the iron door. After all, he was a zombie and could not comprehend their words, as evidenced by the gaping wound in his lower back. "Please stop, or I shall call the police." The beautiful teacher exclaimed, visibly annoyed. A male teacher, assuming an air of bravado, intervened. All right, Ms. Lin, there's no need to involve the police. Allow me to handle this." As he rolled up his sleeves and approached the zombie, he boldly seized its collar and yanked it forcefully, causing the creature to collide against the iron gate. Yet, the zombie seemed undeterred, persistently dragging the teacher's hand against the door, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. The teacher's expression shifted as he realized his efforts were futile. No amount of force could halt the zombie's actions. "Wait, Mr. Shou, don't resort to violence," Ms. Lin cautioned. "No, it's just this creature's strength," the male teacher replied, his face paling. Suddenly, the zombie sank its teeth into his wrist, blood gushing forth as he screamed in agony. "Ah, my hand. Quick, call the police." "Mr. Shou, stop. Flesh has been bitten off." Ms. Lin, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. The bald teacher rushed over, grasping above the wound and shouting, "Quick, apply pressure. Someone fetch the school nurse, Ms. Ju Chuan. Call the police and an ambulance." "Mr. Shou, please hold on." Despite his cries, Mr. Shou soon fell silent. The others looked on in horror, the bald teacher's face etched with fear. "Is he dead?" Ms. Lin covered her mouth in disbelief. How could this be? The series of exclamations naturally drew Sun Wukong's attention. Having reached the third-floor corridor, he turned towards the commotion and caught sight of the zombie biting the male teacher, furrowing his brow in recognition. This scene seems familiar. Ah, yes. This is reminiscent of the outbreak in the first episode of School Days Apocalypse. Does this mean the story has begun? Sun Wukong shifted his gaze to the beautiful teacher Lin, his eyes suddenly sparkling. She is truly stunning. I recall that in the anime, she met a tragic end, didn't she? Such a beautiful woman perishing is indeed a pity. Perhaps I shall save her life. Suddenly, the hand of the fallen teacher, Shoudao, twitched, his eyes bulging, bloodshot, and his complexion darkened to a frightening degree, presenting a terrifying sight. Teacher Lin exclaimed in delight. "Teacher Shoudao, are you all right?" "That's wonderful." With an abrupt motion, Shoudao rose, lunging for Teacher Lin's collar, attempting to bite in her neck. A gasp escaped from the beautiful teacher, her scream piercing the heavens. Yet moments later, she felt no pain. Instead, a gust of wind brushed past her ear as if she had been swept into someone's embrace. Opening her eyes in confusion, her cheeks flushed crimson upon realizing she was being cradled by a handsome young man in a princess carry. Feeling the strength of his arms and the warmth of his chest, the beautiful teacher's face reddened further, her heart racing in response. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream jolted her from her stupor. Turning her head, her expression shrank in horror. What on earth was happening? She beheld Teacher Shoudao, now a zombie, viciously attacking a bald man, mercilessly tearing into him. The male teacher beside them had already succumbed to fear, his legs trembling in terror. By the time he gathered his senses, it was too late. He was swiftly overpowered by the two transformed creatures. What had transpired? Why had they become this way? Witnessing the male teachers who had been bitten now rising as zombies, Teacher Lin was enveloped in disbelief and dread, while Sun Wukong could distinctly sense her trembling form. They had already transformed into zombies. There was no hope left. Sun Wukong gently set Teacher Lin down, picked up a fork from the ground, and with a flick of his wrist, sent 4 approaching zombies sprawling, their heads colliding with the iron gate, instantly reduced to a gruesome mess. Seeing this, Teacher Lin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Sun Wukong caught her, shaking his head. Her nerves are truly fragile. No wonder she is merely a supporting character. Yet, He pondered. Why hadn't Koizumi Takashi appeared on the balcony? Didn't he witness the entire ordeal from that spot at the beginning of the anime? Could my presence have triggered a butterfly effect? Indeed, Sun Wukong was correct. His arrival had hastened the plot by over half an hour. While the current Koizumi Takashi was still in class, applying pressure to teacher Lin as pressure point, he infused a bit of energy back into her. She slowly regained consciousness, but upon seeing the chaos at the school gate, she immediately turned her head and retched violently. Observing the horde of zombies drawing ever closer, Sun Wukong shrugged helplessly. It seems I have indeed altered the course of the story. How curious. I don't recall such a swarm of zombies attacking the school in the anime. He patted teacher Lin's back, inquiring, "Have you finished throwing up?" Having expressed all that, we should hasten our departure. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in quite a predicament. Teacher Lin raised her gaze toward the outside of the school, and her expression abruptly changed. Could that group possibly be? Indeed, they were all zombies. The world has now descended into chaos, transformed into a realm overrun by the undead, heralding humanity's impending doom. How could this be? Teacher Lin's face reflected disbelief. Zombies only exist in films, do they not? Could it be that the Black Death of the 14th century has reemerged? I interjected. Now is not the time for speculation. We must leave immediately. Sun Wukong observed the horde of zombies crashing against the iron gates of the school and spoke calmly. Startled, Teacher Lin quickly stood up, clutching Sun Wukong's right arm and taking refuge behind him. "Where shall we go?" "Take me to the infirmary. We must have a doctor accompany us," he declared, as this was merely an excuse to lure the lovely Jingxiang. "Very well, follow me," the beautiful teacher said, unsuspecting, as she led Sun Wukong towards the school infirmary. In a mere 5 or 6 minutes, the area surrounding the school was besieged by countless zombies, some even having breached the walls and entered the campus. Occasionally, terrified screams echoed from within the school. Chapter 4. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and Gao Changshe. In the infirmary, Sun Wukong gazed at the voluptuous nurse before him, utterly captivated. Such an extraordinary beauty, reminiscent of those found only in the realms of animation. "Huh? Teacher Lin, is there something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yushuan Yingxiang inquired, her natural air of confusion making Sun Wukong yearn to rush to her side. Regaining his composure, he addressed her again. "Gather the essential medical supplies and come with me at once." Jingxiang looked at him in bewilderment. "Come with you? Where are we going? Is someone ill? Just come along." "There's no time for questions," he replied impatiently, having snapped out of his reverie. There was no need to explain anything to this charmingly naive girl. Teacher Lin added, "Jingxiang, you should prepare yourself. We will explain everything shortly." Though puzzled, Zhuchuan Jingxiang began to gather her things. Observing the subtle movements of her ample bosom and shapely figure, Sun Wukong swallowed hard, finding her irresistibly alluring. "Isn't she stunning?" he thought, noticing the discontent brewing within Teacher Lin at his obvious admiration. Perhaps it was because Sun Wukong had saved her life, leading to an inexplicable affection for him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Sun Wukong reluctantly shifted his gaze and noticed a mop in a corner, his eyes lighting up with a sudden thought. Hastily approaching, he yanked the hair from the mop, observing the stick in his hand, which measured over 1 meter in length. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. With this implement, he could accurately dispatch the zombies while concealing his inhuman prowess. Before long, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang had gathered her belongings. Sun Wukong departed the scene with the 2 women, excitement swelling within him at the thought of the remaining girls. "Beautiful maidens, I shall rescue you." Though merely 20 minutes had elapsed, chaos had already engulfed the school. Countless zombies began to proliferate. The broadcast was abruptly interrupted by horrifying screams, and silence ensued. Instantly, pandemonium erupted. Both teachers and students fled their classrooms, and the scene spiraled out of control, resulting in countless students being transformed into zombies amidst the turmoil, the undead multiplying at a terrifying rate. In truth, these zombies appeared rather unimpressive. While they possessed great strength, their speed was lacking. As long as one could conquer their inner fear and avoid being surrounded, combating them posed little challenge. However, for those accustomed to a peaceful existence, the sight of the dead instilled fear, let alone zombies, which only existed in films. Thus, their hearts were shrouded in terror, and they completely lost the courage to fight, a factor contributing to the rapid spread of the undead. Sun Wukong, with a casual swing, shattered the skull of a zombie that obstructed his path, gazing ahead at the approaching horde. He marveled. The rate of zombie proliferation is astonishing. In such a brief time, they have nearly infected the entire school. This is utterly unscientific. Jing Xiang hid behind Sun Wukong, peering at the zombies with a puzzled expression. What has happened to them? Why do they want to bite us? Are they ill? Her naivety rendered her oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Sun Wukong retorted with irritation. Ill? Have you not seen that they have already turned into zombies? Zombies? Just like in the movies? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang looked at Sun Wukong in bewilderment. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed. So do not let them bite you. Otherwise, you will become like them. Being bitten will turn one into them. I think I've seen something like that before, Jingxiang mused, nibbling her finger in contemplation. Ah, reminiscent of the Black Death in the 14th century, Lin, a nearby instructor, interjected. Yes, that's it. Yu Xuan Ying Xiang exclaimed, clapping her hands in realization. During that time, a third of Europe perished. I don't have time for your lectures. It's best you just follow closely behind me. Sun Wukong remarked, bemused by Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's carefree demeanor amidst such dire circumstances. Perhaps her innocence was a form of bliss. After dispatching the nearby zombie, Sun Wukong seemed to recall something and turned to Lin. By the way, I still do not know your name. Teacher Lin paused for a moment and said, My name is Gue Mei Lin, but you may address me as Teacher Lin. I am Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, the school nurse. You can simply call me Teacher Jingxiang. She replied eagerly. Sun Wukong nodded, introducing himself. I am Sun Wukong, a Chinese. I suppose I am here for a bit of sightseeing. Wow, you're Chinese? I didn't expect your Japanese to be so proficient. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang exclaimed, gazing at him in astonishment. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. The language in the Dragon Ball world was not Japanese, but Chinese. How had he learned Japanese? It was decidedly unscientific. Was it due to his transmigration? Or perhaps a built-in language translation from the system? Regardless, it was a boon that would facilitate his travels to other worlds. Accompanied by two lovely ladies, Sun Wukong faced the zombies with a fierce determination, wielding his staff to dispatch them for energy points and to impress the beautiful women. Did you not notice the adoring gazes of the two ladies behind him? In truth, with Sun Wukong's prowess, rescuing the people in this school posed little challenge. However, he did not consider himself a savior or a do-gooder. Thus, he was reluctant to intervene. The primary reason for his indifference was that, theoretically, the people here were all Japanese, understandable given the circumstances. At this moment, his primary interest lay in locating the four female protagonists from the original tale, nurturing a bond with them, and eventually enticing them back to his world. Chaos reigned within the school, with screams of terror echoing intermittently. With the two attractive girls by his side, Sun Wukong charged forward. As he approached the storage room, he heard a boy's anguished scream followed by the terrified shrieks of a girl. Although he was reluctant to meddle, the cries were too close to ignore. He could not resist rushing towards the storage room, thinking that if it were a beautiful girl, saving her would be worth it. At the entrance, three zombies were shuffling toward the storage room. Sun Wukong forged ahead, effortlessly dispatching the zombies that obstructed his path. For him, these creatures were pathetically weak. Peering into the storage room, he saw a chubby boy being overwhelmed by two zombies who were relentlessly gnawing on him, blood flowing freely amidst his screams. A beautiful girl, terrified by the horrific scene, sat pale and trembling in a corner, screaming and clutching her head as the three zombies lunged toward her. Just as it seemed the girl would meet a grim fate, Sun Wukong swiftly appeared at her side, resembling a teleportation as he brandished his staff, smashing the heads of the three zombies with a force akin to striking moles, thereby rescuing the lovely young woman. He then turned and dispatched the remaining two zombies feasting on the chubby boy. At that moment, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and Gue Meilin entered. Witnessing the terrified girl who was still screaming, Gue Meilin rushed to comfort her, and upon regaining her composure, the girl clung to her and wept heartily. As the girl concealed her lovely face within the embrace of Teacher Lin, Sun Wukong could only gaze upon her with envy. However, upon catching a glimpse of the somewhat familiar figure, he furrowed his brow. When she lifted her face, enlightenment dawned upon him. No wonder she appeared so familiar. She was none other than Sayaka Takashiro, one of the four main heroines. Turning his head, he beheld the small, plump boy lying on the ground, his body a gruesome mess. Sun Wukong observed a moment of silence for him. This character, the secondary male lead in the original narrative, had attracted a horde of zombies due to Sun Wukong's arrival, triggering a butterfly effect that ultimately led to his demise. How pitiful indeed. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the absence of the chainsaw from the original tale, as well as the homemade crossbow crafted by the plump boy. The alterations brought about by the butterfly effect were staggering. Without his essential weapons, it would be nearly impossible for the boy, who was rendered utterly inept without firearms, to survive. The boy's death and the accompanying terror on the brink of life and death had dealt a crushing blow to Sayaka Takashiro. Thus, unlike her character in the original story, she refrained from venting her frustrations in a brash manner and instead wept inconsolably in the embrace of Gue Meilin. It's all right. It's all right. It's all over now. The teacher is here, Jukawa Shizuka comforted as she approached, enveloping Sayaka in a warm embrace. Gradually, under the warmth of the two girls' affection, Sayaka calmed down. Thank you. I'm all right now. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, growing ever closer. Chapter 5. Zombies are nothing but dregs. Curious, Sun Wukong glanced toward the door, where the sound of rapid footsteps intensified, revealing two familiar figures. His eyes brightened. Seiko Bisujima and Kurumi Kamamoto. He had not anticipated the simultaneous arrival of these two girls. Wow! The quartet he had long envisioned was finally complete. It seemed the time to depart had come. Yet, he wondered, where was Takashi Komuro? Upon spotting Sayaka, Kurumi dashed over and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Sayaka, Kei is gone. What should I do? What should I do? Just as her emotions had begun to stabilize, Kurumi burst into tears again, her eyes filled with anguish and helplessness. What? Kei is gone? What on earth happened? Sayaka was rendered speechless by the sudden revelation. Just that morning, everything had seemed fine. How could he have vanished so abruptly? It turned out that without the forewarning from Takashi Komuro in the original narrative, chaos erupted during the zombie outbreak at the school. The tragedy did not stem from being bitten by a zombie, but rather from being pushed down the stairs amidst the pandemonium. Takashi Komuro, in a bid to protect Kurumi, had been jostled down the staircase by the frantic crowd and subsequently dismembered by the zombies below. Despondent, Kurumi had contemplated suicide, but was fortuitously rescued by Seiko, who had arrived just in time. After some consolation, Kurumi's spirits lifted somewhat, and upon hearing Sayaka's scream, she hastened to this location. Indeed, the butterfly effect was quite unexpected. Sun Wukong had initially perceived Takashi Komuro as his greatest obstacle in courting Kurumi, even contemplating a way to eliminate him. Little did he know that he had conveniently passed away. This truly saved him both time and effort. Observing the two weeping individuals, Sun Wukong gently placed his hand upon their shoulders and spoke softly. Grieve not, for the apocalypse has already arrived. Death is an inevitable fate. Not only the school, but the entire world has succumbed to a realm overrun by the undead. Thus, you must learn to be resilient, as those around you may perish at any moment. The girls in the room were taken aback, astonished by the gravity of his words. How could the world be in such a state? Saiko inquired, eyeing Sun Wukong with a calm demeanor. It appears you possess knowledge of the outside, she continued. I have come from beyond these walls, he replied. Prior to my arrival, the streets were already teeming with zombies. The concepts of rescue or awaiting salvation have become futile. The only ones who can aid us are ourselves. Therefore, we must unite closely to enhance our chances of survival. Has the situation deteriorated to such an extent? Saiko furrowed her brow. Now, two paths lie before you. We fight our way out in search of safe haven. Or two, we first ascertain the safety of our families, and if necessary, bring them along before seeking refuge. After introducing themselves, the group deliberated and, as in the original narrative, unanimously decided to prioritize the safety of their families before embarking on their quest for sanctuary. Very well. Then, Saiko and Riri will provide cover while I lead the way. Let's set forth, Sun Wukong declared with great enthusiasm, charging forward with the 5 young women in tow. By the way, where are the keys to the bus on the playground? Sun Wukong inquired, dispatching a nearby zombie. They're in the clubroom, Saiko replied. Lead the way. Upon arriving at the clubroom, Saiko retrieved a set of keys from the wall and said, Here they are. You take them. With the bus on the playground as their destination, Sun Wukong shouted, rallying the 5 young women as they rushed down to the playground. With the formidable Sun Wukong clearing the path ahead, their advance was remarkably untroubled. Help! Help! At that moment, a group of students came sprinting down the distant corridor, pursued by a horde of zombies. Hurry, run! The zombies are closing in, a male teacher urged from behind. That's Mr. Wisteria from the 3rd-year class, Saiko noted. Riri glared at the male teacher with a face full of resentment. Suddenly, a young boy stumbled and fell, terror etched on his face as he reached out towards Wisteria. Pleading, Teacher, save me. Wisteria slowly approached the boy, and just as the boy's face lit up with hope, Wisteria delivered a swift kick to his chest. Why, Mr. Wisteria? The boy clutched his chest in agony, disbelief written all over his face. Did you not promise to lead us to safety? Zeding adjusted his glasses. A grotesque expression etched upon his face. Originally, I intended to find someone to buy me some time. Since you have fallen behind, the decision is now yours." With that, he viciously kicked the boy several times, his gaze shifting to the approaching horde of zombies. He immediately turned and fled, while the unfortunate youth was engulfed by the swarm, his heart-wrenching screams echoing in the air. Yet, the others ahead paid no heed to this horrifying scene, focused solely on their escape. Save for the group, led by son Wukong, who stood across from them. This scoundrel, not only does he refuse to help, but he also adds insult to injury. The 5 girls observed, their anger palpable. Son Wukong, having dispatched a nearby zombie with a swift blow, fixed his murderous gaze upon Ziding and his companions as they fled towards him. His disdain for Ziding had been brewing since he first encountered him in the anime. "Since fate has brought us together, prepare to meet your demise. Move aside, don't block the way," a brash blonde shouted at son Wukong and his group as they approached. The girls frowned but stepped aside, while son Wukong remained in the center of the corridor, calmly observing the oncoming students. The group maneuvered around him, but the blonde came to a halt beside son Wukong, his arrogance unabated. "Hey, didn't you hear me? Get out of the way, or you're asking for trouble," he yelled, throwing a punch at son Wukong. In response, son Wukong lifted a foot and kicked him squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. "Trash," son Wukong spat dismissively. Though the girls felt a pang of sympathy, none spoke up. Upon witnessing son Wukong's prowess, Ziding's eyes sparkled with interest. Spotting the girls behind son Wukong, his gaze grew even more fervent. "Hey there, I'm Ziding from Class 3. I see you all possess remarkable skills. Why not join us? I assure you, as a teacher, I will ensure the safety of my students." "Protect? You repulsive creature," son Wukong retorted, seizing Ziding by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. "I've encountered many scoundrels, but you're a first." With that, he tossed Ziding over the railing, the scream of terror slicing through the air. Moments later, arrasunding tutakua, and silence enveloped the scene. They were on the 3rd floor. The outcome was inevitable. The students who had paused to witness the spectacle wore expressions of dread. Yet none dared to utter a word. The girls were astonished by son Wukong's actions, but rather than reproach him, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Especially Miyamoto Rei, who beamed with delight. "Well done, Wukong. Scoundrels like him deserve no mercy." Son Wukong chuckled, turning to the remaining students. "Now that the trash has been cleared away, would you care to join us?" The crowd scattered like frightened prey, unwilling to associate with a being capable of such merciless violence. However, a group of timid individuals cast a glance at son Wukong, who then addressed the 3 women beside him. "Well then, let us set forth." With that, he led the ladies towards another staircase. On the 1st floor, observing the countless zombies meandering about in the hall, son Wukong rested his golden staff upon his shoulder, exuding an air of authority as he declared, "I will draw the zombies' attention. You all take the opportunity to escape." "This is far too perilous," one of the women interjected. "From my observations, these zombies seem particularly sensitive to sound. If we proceed cautiously and remain silent, we should be able to slip away. However, this is merely my hypothesis. Someone needs to test it." Saya adjusted her glasses, meticulously analyzing the situation, as her contact lenses were no longer usable, prompting her to don a pair of spectacles. Siko, eyeing the zombies in the hall, remarked, "Let me handle this. Why complicate matters? Zombies are nothing but a bunch of weaklings," son Wukong boasted, eager to showcase his prowess in front of the ladies. Ignoring their protests, he strode boldly into the hall. "This fool is utterly reckless," Saya fumed, her cheeks flushed with frustration. "Let us observe for now. If he dares to boast, he must possess considerable confidence." Siko had a fair understanding of son Wukong's capabilities. However, upon witnessing him enter the hall and unleash a barrage of strikes at the surrounding zombies, drawing countless of them towards him, the 5 women were finally taken aback. Is this guy out of his mind? Why is he acting so recklessly? Even if he wants to attract the zombies' attention, he should at least keep his distance. Gueme Lin exclaimed, exasperated and filled with worry. "Oh no, Wukong has been surrounded by zombies. We must save him." At that moment, son Wukong found himself encircled by layers of zombies, his golden staff rendered ineffective for agile movement. Seeing this, Shizuka's face turned anxious. Just as Siko and Rika were about to intervene and rescue Wukong, a furious roar erupted. "You think just because I'm quiet like a cat, I won't strike back?" With that, son Wukong discarded his staff and began to kick the zombies away with swift movements, sending them flying like soccer balls. The sight of zombies soaring through the air left the 5 women astounded. "Incredible. I had anticipated his strength, but never expected it to be this formidable," Siko said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing that all the zombies had been drawn towards Sun Wukong, Siko quickly called out to the others, "Now's our chance. Let us go." With that, she was the first to dash outside, followed closely by the others. Chapter 6, Confession. Siko opened the bus door, and the women rushed inside. Wukong stood at the entrance, shouting. Once he saw that all 5 women had boarded the bus, Sun Wukong unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, radiating outward from his center. The windows shattered, and the surrounding zombies were flung in all directions, crashing through walls, transforming what had once been a beautiful hall into a scene of utter devastation, filled with dust and chaos. As they gazed at the distant figure of Sun Wukong, effortlessly dispatching a zombie with a casual swipe, the girls stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is this truly a human? Lee's expression hinted at a moment of distraction. This strength seems rather excessive, thought Siko, feeling a twinge of unease. Once Sun Wukong boarded the bus, Siko promptly closed the door, while Juchuan Shizuka pushed him into a seat, her face alight with excitement. Wukong, could you possibly be the legendary superhuman? Were you bitten by a spider, or did you consume some sort of enhancement potion? At that moment, Sun Wukong was far too preoccupied to respond. He was enveloped in a sudden wave of bliss, relishing the soft warmth against his face. He thought to himself, this must be paradise, yet why does my breathing grow increasingly labored? Am I destined to die blissfully? Hey, Shizuka-sensei, do you intend to suffocate Wukong? Gue Meilin could no longer bear to watch and pulled Shizuka away. Finally, Wukong gasped for air, taking several deep breaths, and turned to Shizuka with solemnity. Shizuka, in the future, when you wish to embrace me, please refrain from obstructing my nose. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't really pay attention. Juchuan Shizuka weakly apologized, though her expression suggested a lack of sincerity. The other girls exchanged eye rolls at Sun Wukong's audacity. How thick-skinned could he be? What does he mean by in the future? How shamelessly he capitalizes on his good fortune. Noticing the approaching horde of zombies, Sun Wukong urgently urged Shizuka, "Hurry, start the bus. The zombies are closing in, right?" Shizuka quickly returned to the driver's seat. This is the handbrake, and this is the accelerator. In an instant, the bus roared to life and sped towards the school gates. They had transcended humanity. The zombies clad in school uniforms were no longer recognizable as human. Shizuka pressed the accelerator, demolishing countless zombies, crashing through the iron gates, and bursting forth from the campus. The bus glided smoothly along the road, finally escaping. Gue Meilin let out a sigh of relief as she observed the scenery outside, while the tension that had gripped the girls temporarily subsided. "So, where shall we go first?" Saiyan inquired, adjusting her glasses and voicing her opinion. "Let us visit the closest home first," Sun Wukong suggested, glancing at the girls. "I have only my father left, and he resides in a martial arts school overseas, so there is not much point in going there," Siko replied nonchalantly. Juchuan Shizuka added, "My parents are no longer with me, so I have nowhere to go. However, I do have a friend living in a nearby city, though I doubt she'll be home. My home is just down Zhongshan Road, but I live alone, so it's hardly worth visiting," Gue Meilin remarked. "Glanjing et takashiro Saya. I wish to see my mother." Saya's expression was peculiar, a mix of longing and hesitation, as if torn between wanting to return and not wanting to go back. "Since that's the case, Takashiro's home is closer than mine, so let us go there first," Lee ultimately declared. "Then, Shizuka-sensei, please drive us to Saya's home," Sun Wukong instructed Juchuan Shizuka. "And what about you?" Saya inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I have already mentioned that I hail from China, where I have no relatives," Sun Wukong said dismissively, waving his hand. As the bus traversed the route, they encountered numerous zombies. However, those that obstructed their path were effortlessly crushed by Shizuka. The vehicle continued until it reached a tranquil path, devoid of any undead presence. At that moment, Gue Meilin, her cheeks flushed, shyly inquired, "Teacher Juchuan, could you please stop the bus?" "What is it?" Shizuka asked, casting a puzzled glance in her direction before it dawned on her. "Oh, I see. Just a moment," she replied, steering the bus to the side and bringing it to a gentle halt. Gue Meilin's face reddened further at Shizuka's remark. The door swung open, and Gue Meilin hurriedly exited. "I'll step out too," Lee followed closely behind. "I'll join you," Saya chimed in, rushing out as well. "Since everyone is going out, I might as well too," Siko remarked, rising to grab her wooden sword and following suit. "Wukong, you mustn't peek," Shizuka teased, glancing back at Sun Wukong before stepping out of the vehicle. As the 5 women vanished around a nearby bend, Sun Wukong smirked lecherously, wondering, Could urination trigger a chain reaction? Should I sneak a glance or not? After all, I'm merely here to protect them. With that thought, he stealthily moved to the other side. Although still a roadway, it was a secluded spot, surrounded by silence. The 5 women found a relatively concealed area, lowered their pants, and squatted down. Sun Wukong perched atop a high platform, observing the 5 delicate figures below. Listening to the faint sounds, his heart stirred with excitement. Despite his current vantage point only allowing a glimpse, it heightened the allure. Just as Sun Wukong was overwhelmed by his own thoughts, the women began to pull up their pants and return. He swiftly leaped down from the platform, darted back into the bus, and casually leaned back, whistling nonchalantly. Upon their return, the women resumed their seats, but only Shizuka gazed at Sun Wukong with a teasing expression. "Wukong, you naughty boy. You actually climbed that height to spy on us. Among us 5, which one do you fancy? Or do you fancy all 5? Sun Wukong's heart raced at her words. Could it be that I have been discovered? No way. With my skills, it's impossible for them to have noticed me. He nearly fell for this seemingly naive girl. She was not as simple as she appeared. What? He was spying? Saya glutted at Wukong furiously, and the other 3 women turned to look at him as well. How could that be? My integrity is intact. Sun Wukong feigned righteousness, internally wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling guilty. Just as the women were preparing to interrogate him, they noticed a bus rapidly approaching from ahead. A bus is coming. Oh no, it's heading straight for us. The vehicle was overrun with zombies. Teacher Shizuka, quickly take cover, amid the terrified cries of the girls. The bus drew ever closer. In a state of panic, Jingchuan Shizuka sprinted towards the driver's seat, but it was too late. The bus had already collided with them. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong swiftly broke through the windshield, launching himself outward. With his hands, he braced against the oncoming bus, and upon impact, the front of the vehicle crumpled deeply under the force of his grip, shattering the glass doors into a million pieces. However, since he had acted hastily without gathering strength, he was sent stumbling back approximately 2 meters, his back colliding with the rear of the bus, which also suffered significant damage. The bus was forced to retreat several meters before it toppled over with a thunderous crash. The interior of the bus erupted with the girls' screams. Enraged, Sun Wukong's power surged, and an invisible force swept up the surrounding dust and foliage into the air. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the bus soaring like a football, landing dozens of meters away on the mountain path, where it exploded in a fiery blaze. Are you all right? Sun Wukong anxiously rescued each of the 5 girls from the bus. Fortunately, they were mostly unscathed. The girls stared in disbelief at the raging flames in the distance, incredulous that such a massive vehicle had been kicked so far away by Sun Wukong. Wow, I didn't expect you to be this incredible. Did you really just kick that huge bus away? Are you the superhuman spoken of in movies? The only one who remained relatively unfazed was the naturally oblivious Jingchuan Shizuka. Regaining her composure, Siko approached Sun Wukong, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Wukong, is this what you call ancient martial arts in China? Are you even human, or perhaps an extraterrestrial? Saya adjusted her glasses, appraising Sun Wukong with astonishment, her normally rational demeanor shaken. Meanwhile, Guei Lin gazed at him with adoration, envisioning her ideal prince as a powerful and formidable figure akin to Sun Wukong. Li also looked at him in awe. His earlier display had been astonishing, and now he seemed beyond human comprehension. At this juncture, there was little left to conceal. In truth, I am not from this world. What? The 5 girls gasped in surprise, their eyes fixed on him, eager for further explanation. Sun Wukong revealed his origins. I hail from a realm known as Dragon Ball. A parallel Earth, if you will. Trusting in the girls, he spoke candidly, believing they had become his own. Even if this revelation were to spread, he felt no apprehension given his strength. Could it be classified as a parallel universe in scientific terms? Saya adjusted her glasses again, analyzing the situation with seriousness. Truly, as one of the protagonists from the original tale, her capacity for acceptance was remarkable. One might say that I have traversed the dimensional gate to arrive in your world. After ensuring your safety, I shall depart. However, if you so desire, you may accompany me to my realm, which is undoubtedly preferable to remaining in this world plagued by zombies. Chapter 7. A Rare Moment of Tranquility. Oh, the dimensional gate? You cannot possibly be the so-called infinite player from novels, can you? You possess some sort of system that allows you to traverse various anime and literary worlds, correct? By the way, I have a fondness for such tales, remarked the enthusiastic Chica, gazing at Sun Wukong as though he were her idol. Well, one could say that I can traverse the myriad worlds of the second dimension, though I am not an infinite player. Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback, surprised to discover that this world also harbored infinite types of stories. Siko furrowed her brow. So, we are merely characters that exist in the second dimension? Oh, is that truly the case? The remaining 4 women were equally astonished. Sun Wukong smiled gently. Do not dwell on such trivialities. If I were to provide you with a means to traverse dimensions, then characters from other worlds would also be considered inhabitants of the second dimension from your perspective. It is entirely plausible that in the Earth where I once resided, I too might be regarded as a mere second-dimensional entity by others. That does make sense. The women finally relinquished their fixation on the matter. So, after we accompany you, can we return? Saiyan inquired once more. Indeed, as long as one expends sufficient energy points. It is possible. Upon receiving Sun Wukong's affirmative response, though they found it somewhat incredulous, the girls were not ordinary individuals. Their capacity for acceptance was robust, and thus they placed their faith in his words. They all agreed that once their affairs here were settled, they would certainly accompany him to his world for a visit. The prospect of traversing to another realm was exhilarating. With the bus no longer operational, they were left with no choice but to walk to Saya's home. Perhaps due to its distance from the town, they encountered few zombies along the way. Sun Wukong regaled them with tales of his growth, recounting his victory over the demon King Piccolo, leaving the girls in awe and granting them insight into the nature of Sun Wukong's world. This only heightened their anticipation for their journey to the Dragon Ball universe. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the group finally spotted a few scattered zombies on the roadside, indicating that they were nearing the city. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a desolate city materialized before them. As they traversed the streets, Sun Wukong and Siko forged ahead, while Ri took up the rear, safeguarding the 3 defenseless girls, including Chica, who were nestled safely in the center. I'm so hungry. Let us find somewhere to eat. Chica lamented, patting her stomach. I recall there being a supermarket over there. Saya gestured towards a street on the right. Let us first procure some sustenance. Although Sun Wukong had consumed a magical bean prior to his journey through time, which enabled him to abstain from food and drink for several days. The same cannot be said for the women accompanying him. Look, that is the supermarket. Saya pointed joyfully toward the nearby establishment. I shall venture inside first, Sun Wukong declared, striding into the supermarket and swiftly dispatching the zombies within. He then called out towards the entrance. You may enter now. The 5 women stepped inside, each in search of their preferred delicacies. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached as 6 men, each sporting diverse hair colors and tattoos, arrived at the supermarket's entrance. Boss, there is an abundance of food here. We need not endure hunger any longer, one exclaimed. Boss, look, not only food, but also beautiful women. Another added. Women are indeed the finest treasures in this world. The 6 ruffians approached Sun Wukong and his companions, blatantly disregarding him as they leered at the women. They are truly stunning, especially that one of them said, lewdly admiring. You seem to have quite the fortune with the ladies. 5 for you. Can you handle them all? Perhaps you could share a few with us? The leader of the ruffians toyed with a firearm, exuding arrogance. The women frowned, with Saya expressing her displeasure. Wukong, these individuals are insufferable. Just throw them away. Throw them away? Did I hear you correctly? Why don't you give it a try? He retorted. Just then, with a loud bang, the leader fired a shot at Sun Wukong. Wukong, are you all right? The women gasped, caught off guard by the sudden gunfire. Firing at me will lead to dire consequences, Sun Wukong remarked, slowly releasing his grip, causing a bullet to drop to the ground. This is impossible. The 6 ruffians were left dumbstruck by the spectacle before them. Catching a bullet with bare hands, how astonishing! Gue Malin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This man is no longer human, Lily murmured in awe. Curse it! I refuse to believe this. Let us take him down together, the leader shouted, and he, along with the other 5 ruffians, unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon Sun Wukong until their weapons jammed. Sun Wukong's hands moved like shadows, effortlessly intercepting every bullet they fired. This man is a monster. Run, one finally screamed, unable to withstand the pressure. Sun Wukong flicked his finger, sending a bullet soaring that pierced through the back of the fleeing man, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Hero, we have wronged you. Spare us. The remaining 5 ruffians pleaded, kneeling in cowardice. Sun Wukong, disinterested in further discourse, unleashed a powerful punch that sent the 5 ruffians hurtling through the air, crashing onto the road several dozen meters away, rendered silent. These individuals are truly pitiable, Shizuka remarked, taking a bite of her sausage as she spoke. Somehow, I share that sentiment. Leisure nodded in agreement. It is truly vexing that the area, which we had painstakingly tidied up, has been sullied once more. How can one possibly eat in such a state? Saya shot son Wukong a glare filled with indignation. Let us forego the meal. The day is nearly done. We should first find a place to rest, and then you may feast to your hard-ass content, son Wukong replied, glancing at the nearby corpses, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and thus attempted to redirect the conversation. If it is a place to rest you seek, there happens to be an apartment nearby that we can use, he mentioned. Upon hearing this, Shizuka immediately chimed in, her tone bright with excitement. Your boyfriend's place? Saya placed her hands on her hips, looking at Shizuka with a curious expression. Shizuka's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's my female friend's room. She is often busy with work at the airport, so she gave me the key to air it out. Son Wukong nodded, his expression one of understanding. Ah, I see. So Shizuka has an affinity for girls. Huh, really? Saya and the others looked at Shizuka with astonished faces. And no, that's not it. Shizuka's face turned even redder, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she stumbled over her words. You fool, don't say such impolite things to a girl. Li Shi smacked son Wukong on the head. Is the apartment nice? What is the surrounding environment like? Siko pondered for a moment before asking. Yes, it's a standalone rental by the riverside, and there's a convenience store nearby. Oh, and her car is there too. It's as big as a tank. Shizuka spread her arms wide. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's head out. Son Wukong was already impatient, recalling the fervent scene from the original story where the girls bathed. Could this be an omen that I am about to bid farewell to my virginity? Upon arriving at the apartment mentioned by Shizuka, the girls warned son Wukong before they all entered the bathroom. Listening to the laughter and merriment emanating from within, son Wukong felt an itch of curiosity, eager to sneak a peek. However, he ultimately shook his head, abandoning the tempting notion. After all, he was a man of principle. How could he act in such a manner? As he spoke, he pulled open the vault door, revealing rare firearms before his eyes. 30 minutes later, son Wukong sat alone on the floor, tinkering with the weapons when suddenly, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. The soft, alluring voice of Jukawa, Shizuka whispered in his ear, Wukong-kun, and her delicate lips pressed against his mouth. At that moment, son Wukong was overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 8, The Cruelty. Surveying the surroundings and finding no one in sight, son Wukong swiftly embraced Shizuka and led her into a room, locking the door behind them. Approximately an hour later, son Wukong emerged from the room, looking invigorated and humming a cheerful tune as he walked. Just as he entered the hall, a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing his eyes to brighten as he made his way toward the kitchen. At the entrance, son Wukong gazed at Saiko, who was donning an alluring and captivating kitchen attire whilst preparing dinner. Saiko, you look truly beautiful in that outfit, he remarked sincerely as he approached her from behind and instinctively embraced her. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm in the middle of cooking. It will be ready soon. You should wait in the hall, Saiko replied, her face flushed and her tone somewhat hurried. Saiko, once you have confirmed your family's safety, will you come back to my world with me? Saiko paused, her eyes flickering. Did we not agree to return with you? Shaking his head, son Wukong replied. The circumstances are different. I mean to say, come with me. To be honest, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Saiko fell silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. I'm glad to hear you say that, but I do not believe I am worthy of your love. With that, she broke free from his embrace. Son Wukong looked at her earnestly. It seems you are quite troubled by the dark, murderous side that resides within you. Saiko trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at him. How do you know this? Without answering, he continued. Are you afraid? Because the thrill of killing brings you immense pleasure, you feel unworthy of loving others or being loved. Why? How can you know so much? Since you are aware of it, do you still believe someone like me is deserving of love? Saiko quivered, sitting on the ground with her head in her hands. Fear and helplessness etched on her face. Son Wukong gently cradled her in his arms and spoke softly. You must now be aware of my identity. I possess a dimensional travel system, and to utilize this system, I require sufficient energy points which can only be acquired by eliminating targets. Thus, someone like you is exactly what I need. We truly are a match made in heaven. Saiko gazed up at him, bewildered. You need me? Can you truly accept someone like me? Of course. Therefore, you need not restrain your desires any longer. Indulge in your urges to kill. Let us bear the weight of all the sins together. With the burdens of years lifted from Wukong's heart, Saiko passionately embraced him and kissed him fervently. Meanwhile outside, the world resembled a hellish nightmare. Countless zombies wandered the streets, devouring the living. A middle-aged man, wielding a wrench and holding the hand of an adorable little girl, approached a private residence. "Daddy, where's Mommy?" the little girl asked, her eyes filled with confusion. Bending down, the man placed his hand on her shoulder. Smiling gently, "You will see Mommy soon. Come this way. Please let us in. I have a child. We can't escape," he pleaded, knocking on the door, yet receiving no response. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, pleading once more, "Please allow us to enter." "Do not approach. Go to another room," came a voice, cold and fearful from within. The man cried out desperately, "I do not care what happens to me, but please take in the child. My daughter has been waiting for a long time." Silence ensued. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, he raised a wrench in his hand and shouted, "Open the door. If you do not, I shall break it down." "Daddy," called the little girl. The man roared again, "I will truly smash it. Wait, I will turn on the light." Came a panicked voice from inside. The door slowly creaked open, and the man's face was filled with gratitude. "Thank you for your help," he began. But before he could finish, a sharp gun plunged into his chest. "Forgive me." The assailant was another middle-aged man, his wife grasping his hand in terror. Their family huddled behind him. Trembling, he withdrew the gun, and the door gradually closed. The little girl's father's torso was already stained crimson, and he staggered backward, collapsing at the entrance of the yard. As he fell, he inadvertently struck the iron gate, causing it to swing open slowly. "Daddy, Daddy." The little girl rushed towards her father, kneeling before him. "Daddy." The man struggled to lift his right hand, brushing his daughter's head gently before it fell limp, grasped tightly by the little girl. "Quick, hide. Do not let anyone find you. Find a place to conceal yourself," he uttered, his head tilting aside. The girl knelt beside her father, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, pitiful and helpless. "Daddy, please don't leave me." She collapsed into her father's embrace, sobbing, "I want to be with you, always with you." Her cries drew the attention of nearby zombies, who began to converge upon them. In mere moments, several zombies reached the entrance of the yard, one lunging directly at the little girl. "Ah!" she shrieked, fear propelling her a few steps back, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. As more zombies advanced, she scrambled to her feet and fled. A small white dog darted towards them just as the girl found herself cornered against the wall. With no escape, the dog barked vigorously in front of her, attempting to assist, yet unaware that it only heightened the danger for the girl. "No, no, don't come any closer. I will be good, I promise," the girl cried, her expression one of utter despair. A zombie lunged at the little girl, but the brave little dog leapt, biting the creature's wrist. The zombie bent down and sank its teeth into the dog, tearing it apart in an instant. Then, the zombie turned its attention back to the girl. A faint sound of a little girl crying pierced the air. Son Wukong lifted his head from Siko's chest and gazed out the window, furrowing his brow. As if recalling something urgent, he hastily rose and peered outside. "What is wrong, Wukong?" Siko asked, straightening her disheveled clothing, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks as she looked at him with curiosity. Approaching the window, Sun Wukong caught sight of the grim scene outside. Little white dog being dismembered, and behind it, a charming young girl sobbing. Shocked, he exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten the adorable Alice?" In a moment of crisis, Sun Wukong swiftly pointed a finger, unleashing a beam of light that pierced the head of the approaching zombie, some 50 to 60 meters away. Chapter 9, Alice. Sun Wukong flickered several times, appearing before Alice, kicking away the surrounding zombies with ease. He scooped her up and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Suddenly embraced by a brother clad in oversized shorts, Alice's face flushed crimson, and she shook her head. Spotting her father at the entrance, she murmured, "Daddy." Sun Wukong frowned as he observed the tightly shut door. "They must have killed your father, right?" he inquired. Alice nodded solemnly. Holding her close, he approached her father's lifeless body, using a key blast to create a large pit in the yard and bury him there. He allowed Alice to place a few wildflowers at the grave, then lifted her into the sky. With a single finger, he obliterated the front door of the house below with a beam of energy. The deafening sound instantly attracted numerous zombies, who hurried toward the entrance of the house, where anguished screams soon echoed within. "Rest assured, your father's vengeance has been fulfilled. From now on, stay with your brother. He will protect you," Sun Wukong said gently, ruffling Alice's hair. "Brother, are you a superhero? You can fly and shoot that strange beam," Alice exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. On television, weren't superheroes always the embodiment of justice? At that moment, she momentarily forgot her sorrow over the loss of her father. "Sort of. So, I will protect you," he assured her. Carrying Alice, Sun Wukong returned to the apartment, where he found Siko waiting. She had witnessed the earlier events unfold. "Alice, this is Sister Seiko, your brother's girlfriend," he introduced. "Hello, Sister Seiko," Alice quietly called, hiding shyly behind Sun Wukong. Clearly, her earlier experiences had left a shadow in her young heart. Sun Wukong gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. This sister is your brother's girlfriend, so she's also a good person." After comforting Alice for a while, Sun Wukong asked Seiko to take her to the resting area. It was not long before Alice fell asleep. Upon stepping onto the balcony and observing the hordes of wandering zombies below, Sun Wukong shook his head in resignation. It seemed imperative to complete his task swiftly. In this world, even a peaceful slumber was a distant dream, a true tragedy. For the safety of several women, he must stand watch throughout the night. Bored and restless, Sun Wukong activated the dimensional travel system, noting that his energy points had reached an impressive 10,678. To his surprise, a new message appeared. Successfully gained the recognition of a character from another dimension and engaged in a relationship. The companion travel system has been activated. You may expend 1 energy point to bring another character from a different dimension back to your primary world, the world of Dragon Ball. Seriously? Bringing a girl back requires energy points? This is utterly frustrating, Sun Wukong lamented, feeling momentarily disheartened. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, reasoning, well, 1 point is manageable. If worst comes to worst, I could always conquer a city. There must be hundreds of thousands of zombies, after all. The following morning, the women finally arose from their slumber. Observing the peculiar gait of Shizuka and Seiko, the other 3 women exchanged glances, each with a different expression, yet all remained silent. After a simple breakfast, they armed themselves with a few guns and made their way to the parking area. As they opened the door, Shizuka stood before a striking Hummer, exclaiming, "What do you think? Isn't it like something out of a movie?" Gazing at the impressive vehicle, Gueme Lin expressed her curiosity. "What kind of person is your friend? Not only does he have guns, but he also possesses a limited edition Hummer that money can't buy, and it's amphibious as well." It appeared that Gueme Lin was quite knowledgeable about cars. As Shizuka opened the car door, Alice was the first to dash inside, exclaiming joyfully, "Wow, this seat is so comfortable." The interior quickly became cramped as the women settled in, while Sun Wukong and Seiko had yet to join them. "There's not enough space, Alice. Come here, I'll hold you," Gueme Lin said, lifting Alice into her arms, creating just enough room. "Perfectly snug," Sun Wukong declared as he plopped down and pulled Seiko into his embrace. "Shizuka, let's hit the road." Seiko's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she offered no objection. Saya chimed in teasingly, "You two really are quite affectionate." Seiko smiled gently, suggesting, "How about we switch places?" "Who would want to switch with you, silly?" Saya retorted, her face turning crimson as she averted her gaze. The Hummer sped along the road, and before long, Alice shouted, "Brother Wukong, over there are people." The group turned to follow Alice's pointing finger, discovering 5 individuals clad in masks and heavy clothing cornered by a throng of zombies, desperately fending off the relentless assault. Chapter 10, Takaguchi Eureka. "Everyone, do not give up. Hold on." The leader, a woman, encouraged after dispatching a zombie with the butt of her gun. Her voice was melodious. "We're out of ammo. I can't hold on much longer. Help me." It's too late. In a fleeting moment, only the woman remained, desperately holding on as the zombies drew ever closer. Was this truly the end? "Saya," she called out, "Goku, hurry and save her." The voice of the last survivor resonated with a familiarity reminiscent of her mother. "Stay here," Goku replied with a nod, seizing a long spear. He flung open the car door and charged forward, wielding the spear like a mere stick. He swung it with such formidable strength that the zombies blocking his path were sent flying. "Remarkable," the woman exclaimed, genuinely impressed by Goku's prowess. "Wow, Goku is truly amazing." Alice in the vehicle gazed at him with admiration. Seiko felt a surge of excitement, having restrained herself for so long due to Goku's presence. She now felt liberated from the burdens she had carried for years. "I'll help Goku, Lily. Protect them," Seiko declared, flinging open the door. With a swift thrust of her wooden sword, she pierced through a zombie's skull, and with another decisive strike, she shattered another's head. As she carved her way through the horde, Seiko struck left and right, each blow resulting in a splatter of gore. If Goku's combat was characterized by raw power and ferocity, then Seiko's was a dance of elegance intertwined with bloodshed, grace interlaced with seduction. The thrill of the fight invigorated her. Her complexion flushed, and involuntarily, she let out soft moans of exhilaration. How impressive! The women in the vehicle marveled at Seiko's relentless assault. However, Lily furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar in Seiko's expression. Observing her fervent display, Goku chuckled. Watching Siko fight is quite a pleasure. I must not fall behind. With renewed vigor, he surged forward, forcefully clearing a path. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he sent the zombies near the woman crashing against the wall, their bodies bursting apart. Are you all right? Goku positioned himself protectively in front of her, ensuring no zombies could approach. Mifine. Thank you so much. There are too many zombies here. We must break through immediately. After her initial shock, the woman regained her composure. This is too easy, Goku laughed, just follow my lead. He charged back into the fray, leaving a trail of flying zombies and splattered blood in his wake. The woman behind him was left in awe of Goku's extraordinary strength. This guy is truly a monster, she thought, watching as the zombies fell like mere toys before him. In no time, the hundreds of zombies in the vicinity had been vanquished. Goku approached Siko with a smile. So, feeling exhilarated? Siko, calming her racing heart, still bore the flush of excitement. You will take responsibility for me, won't you? Indeed. Son Wukong chuckled heartily, grasping Siko's hand as they made their way towards the Hummer. The women disembarked, and one trailing behind Wukong was overcome with excitement upon seeing Saya. Saya? The woman removed her hood, revealing a mature and stunning visage. Mother! Saya's eyes immediately glistened with tears as she rushed into the woman's embrace. Thank you for saving me. I am Saya's mother, Eureka Takashiro. If it weren't for you, I would never have seen Saya again. I also appreciate your constant care for my daughter. After comforting Saya, Eureka expressed her gratitude to Wukong and the others. Gue Malin returned the gesture, stating, It is only natural for friends to assist one another. Mother, how did you end up here? Where is father? Once her emotions steadied, Saya gazed at her mother in confusion. Your father has passed away, Eureka revealed, her face etched with sorrow. What? Father? How could this be? Saya was taken aback. Although she had some grievances with her father, the news of his demise overwhelmed her, and she could not help but weep. How'd he die? He was killed by my own hands, Eureka expressed in anguish. What? Saya's eyes widened in disbelief. A horde of zombies breached our defenses. Your father, in a bid to protect me, was inadvertently bitten during the onslaught. Before long, he transformed into one of them. He suffered greatly, pleading with me to end his life. As Eureka spoke, her voice began to waver, rendering her unable to continue. Mother! The two embraced, both weeping together. Son Wukong listened in astonishment, pondering. I do not recall this occurrence in the original tale. Is it due to the butterfly effect or a temporal discrepancy? At that moment, Wukong too found himself engulfed in confusion. He then clapped his hands to garner the attention of the women. Well then, it seems there is no longer a need to visit Saya's home. Our next objective is Shizuka's friend, Nanrika. Shizuka, do you still remember your friend's number? Perhaps you could give her a call. Ah, how could I forget such a thing? However, I left my phone at school. Use mine, Gue Malin offered, handing her device to Shizuka. Oh, thank you. Shizuka gratefully accepted it and began dialing. 1 here, 2 here, 3 here. Saya placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, Let me assist you with that. I can't remember the numbers. Do not distract me. Shizuka replied earnestly as she continued to input the digits. A minute later, hello, the phone finally connected. Ah, Rika, you're alive. We borrowed some firearms and encountered numerous harrowing events. Shizuka exclaimed with surprise. Let us discuss that later. Where are you now? Came Nanrika's voice from the other end. We have left that place and are currently searching for you. Where are you? Fool, who told you to find me? This place is perilous. Quickly, seek a safe location to hide, and I shall come for you later. Shizuka replied nonchalantly. Ah, do not worry. I have a very formidable boyfriend who can kick a bus in the sky and even fly. What? You have a boyfriend? What's he like? He isn't deceiving you, is he? Nanri's attention seemed entirely captivated by Shizuka's earlier words, completely disregarding the latter part of the conversation. Shizuka's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Of course not. Wukong is a wonderful person. I am currently at the seaside airport. Come here and bring your boyfriend along. I'll make time to pick you both up. Chapter 11. Nanri. En route to the seaside airport, the Hummer was crammed to the brim, with the 8 occupants pressed tightly together. Among them, only son Wukong felt a sense of bliss, surrounded by stunning women who squeezed him in the center, amplifying his happiness. Even if suffocation were to ensue in this confined space, it would be worth it. At that moment, Saya had already informed Yuriko of son Wukong's identity. After her initial shock, she agreed to accompany them to his world. This realm had crumbled. With no family left, there was little to miss. The prospect of living a stable life in another world was too enticing to resist. Son Wukong felt an exhilarating rush, Another beautiful wife had joined his harem. Just the thought of future escapades with mother and daughter made him ecstatic. Isn't it too early to be optimistic? Who cares? She chose to follow him. So could she really escape? As the vehicle jolted along, Sun Wukong became lost in the intoxicating allure of the women surrounding him. When the Hummer sped past a police station, Lee caught sight of a zombie clad in a police uniform. Her pupils dilating in disbelief as she covered her mouth with her hands, exclaiming, "Dad, how could this be? Stop the car." Immediately, Shizuka halted the vehicle, and Lee rushed out, with Sun Wukong following closely behind to clear the area of zombies, while Seiko stood guard in front of the Hummer, wielding a wooden sword. "Dad!" Lee gazed at the zombie before her, anguish etched on her face as tears streamed down. Sun Wukong gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Overwhelmed, Lee collapsed into Wukong's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The zombie that was once her father lunged at them, but Sun Wukong swiftly kicked it 5 meters away. Holding a long gun with a bayonet, Lee approached the zombie, locking eyes with it one last time. "Rest in peace, Dad." The bayonet pierced through the zombie's skull, blood splattering onto Lee's face as she retreated to the vehicle, tears mingling with the crimson. Seeking solace, she fell into the arms of Guimei Lin, weeping once more. After the events with Xiao and Yong, she had indeed become much stronger. The Hummer roared to life, continuing its journey toward the destination. Nan Lixiang worked at the offshore airport over there. "Buckle up, I am diving into the sea," she exclaimed, pointing toward the ocean, as she drove the Hummer into the water. "Wait for me, Nan Lixiang. We shall meet soon." At the offshore airport, Nan Lixiang and her partner were engaged in a fierce battle against zombies. "This is truly absurd. Here we are, supposed to be police officers, yet we are treating humans like refuse," lamented her partner, Taijima, as he recklessly charged the vehicle through a horde of zombies. "This is no longer humanity." Nan Lixiang reflected silently for a moment. Arriving at a garage, the car came to a halt. A zombie was sprawled on the windshield, incessantly pounding against it. The two exchanged a knowing glance. "Rock, paper, scissors." Nan Lixiang chose paper, while Taijima selected scissors. They exited the vehicle and approached a nearby fuel truck. "I'll cover you. Can you start the engine without a key?" Taijima asked, brandishing his firearm and dispatching several nearby zombies with precise shots. "I've been in traffic control. The kids I mentor have taught me a thing or two," Nan Lixiang said as she climbed into the truck's cabin, her lower half still outside, fiddling with the engine's wiring. Taijima circled the fuel truck, eliminating surrounding zombies. Suddenly, the engine roared to life, and Taijima felt a rush of joy as he hurried to the back of the truck, shooting down 2 more zombies. "Yes, it's working," came Nan Lixiang's voice from the front. The fuel truck began to move slowly. Just then, a zombie emerged from the roof behind Taijima, reaching out with its left hand to grab him. "Watch out," Taijima exclaimed, quickly stepping back and tumbling down the iron ladder, causing the zombie to miss its grasp and fall right next to him, sinking its teeth into his right ankle, tearing away a chunk of flesh and drawing blood. In pain, Taijima shot the zombie dead. "Are you ready?" Nan Lixiang's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Yes, just disconnect the fuel line. That should suffice." Following her instructions, Nan Lixiang opened the fuel line and dashed away to the rear, her eyes widening at the sight before her. "Am I still human?" Taijima leaned against the fuel truck, his tone surprisingly light. "Any last words?" Nan Lixiang lowered her head, her hair obscuring her eyes. Taijima cleared his throat and picked up a grenade. "Well, I still have a way to use this thing." He glanced at his firearm. "It would be a waste to burn it. Just take my gear with you." "Huh. So in other words, I'm going to bite my way back to the ship?" Nan Lixiang forced a smile, feeling a twinge of guilt for being the only hero. "But you must leave now, partner." Taijima unscrewed the back of the grenade, a fuse still attached. Suddenly, Nan Lixiang's sunglasses fell to the ground. She saluted Taijima with a formal military gesture, her expression solemn. "You are my best partner," she declared, before turning and running into the distance. Taijima gazed at the receding figure of Nan Lixiang, a flicker of regret crossing his face. With a smile, he activated the grenade in his hand, contemplating the thrill of chaos it might unleash. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted behind Nan Lixiang as the fuel truck ignited, flames soaring into the sky, engulfing the surrounding zombies in a fiery inferno. Yet, astonishingly, the undead continued to stagger amidst the blaze, their bodies charred and grotesque. Nan Lixiang seized her earpiece. Reporting urgently to her superior, Dolly informed Sakura that even engulfed in flames, they can still move. "This state is perilous. We must prepare to counterattack and extinguish the fire immediately." A voice crackled through the earpiece, filled with alarm and gunfire, before static drowned out communication, severing contact. "Hello? What on earth is happening? Please respond," Nan Lixiang shouted anxiously, as the encroaching horde of zombies drew ever closer. Frowning, she sensed a foreboding in her heart. Suddenly, two zombies approached her side. Drawing her handgun from her waist, she fired twice, dispatching them with precise shots to their heads. Each gunshot echoed like a battle cry as she surged forward, her movements graceful and fierce, as if dancing alone amidst the flames of war. "Quickly shoot. Don't let them breach our defenses." Gunfire erupted from her comrades' hiding spots as countless zombies swarmed in, igniting a fierce clash of life and death. Bullets flew, heads exploded, and blood splattered, transforming the area into a brutal battleground. Chapter 12. The Rescue of Nan Lixiang. "Ah, the fighting over there is quite intense," Sun Wukong remarked as he dispatched a nearby zombie with a swift strike. At that moment, the innate combat instincts of Saiyan began to awaken within him, and the exhilarating sensation of a successful headshot ignited a thrill he could hardly resist. Unbeknownst to him, the chaos he had unleashed was the catalyst for the escalating battle nearby. Initially, the group had cleared the surrounding zombies, securing the area. However, due to Sun Wukong's reckless actions, the barricades were breached, drawing in more undead with his violent onslaught. Upon discovering the horde, the group instinctively opened fire, escalating the conflict as the zombies multiplied, quickly culminating in the dire situation they now faced. Meanwhile, Siko and the other women were safely ensconced in a Humvee offshore, instructed by Sun Wukong to remain there to avoid danger, a guaranteed refuge from the undead. "Time has been wasted. I must seek out Nan Lixiang," he resolved, setting off in search of her. On the other side, Nan Lixiang found herself embroiled in a fierce battle. Despite her valor, she was helpless against the relentless tide of zombies. "Damn it, if I don't leave soon, the raging inferno will reach the oil depot, and that would spell disaster." It seemed this battle would indeed be quite intriguing. With a swift roll, she fired twice, dispatching two zombies with precise headshots before sprinting into the distance. In the street, Nan Lixiang effortlessly eliminated several more zombies with a few well-placed shots. Leaning against a wall, she panted lightly, fatigue beginning to set in after continuous combat. Gazing at the dense horde of zombies on either side of the road, a bitter smile crept onto her face. "I never anticipated encountering so many zombies here. This is troublesome. My ammunition is nearly depleted, and my body is reaching its limits. Is this how it ends for me?" With a decisive bang, she used her last bullet to eliminate another zombie, then seized the rifles but to smash the skulls of nearby foes. Casting a glance at the oil depot in the distance, she realized escape was futile. If the oil depot explodes, the hangar will be obliterated as well. This entire area will be reduced to rubble. Just as her words faded, the oil depot erupted in flames. A powerful explosion unleashed a torrent of fire and destruction, sweeping across the surroundings and incinerating everything in its path. "Is it really coming to an end?" "Jingxiang, I'm sorry. It seems I cannot come to your aid. I truly wish to see what your boyfriend looked like. What a worrisome fellow." As she beheld the encroaching wall of flames, Nan Lixiang slowly closed her eyes. However, at that critical moment, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist as she was swept into the arms of a stranger. The rush of wind filled her ears, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself suspended nearly 100 meters in the air, overlooking the airport engulfed in flames, utterly astonished. "Am I dreaming?" Gazing at the striking beauty in his arms, Sun Wukong chuckled with relief. "Fortunately, I made it in time. Are you all right?" Nan Lixiang shook her head, suddenly aware that she was being held by an unfamiliar man, her face flushing crimson as she attempted to wriggle free from his embrace. "Are you sure you want to go down? We are 100 meters above the ground," Sun Wukong remarked with a grin, stepping into empty air. Nan Lixiang glanced down and gasped, clutching on his Sun Wukong, her legs tightening around his waist. Meanwhile, in the amphibious Hummer on the sea, the women watched the towering flames with worry etched on their faces. Jingxiang, visibly anxious, said, "Siko, do you think Wukong will be all right? That pervert? There's no way anything could happen to him." "You all need to stop worrying unnecessarily," Saya replied nonchalantly, though the fleeting concern did not escape the notice of her companion. "Yuriko." Siko, gazing into the distance at the fiery spectacle, declared, "I have unwavering trust in the man I respect. Therefore, we need only wait here for Wukong to return safely." Despite her typically cheerful demeanor, Nan Lixiang found herself blushing with embarrassment, as the awkward positioning of the two was undeniably inappropriate, evoking thoughts of an unseemly nature. She endeavored to calm her racing heart, Recalling her previous conversation with Shizuka over the phone, gazing at Sun Wukong, she pondered, can he truly fly? Kicking a bus away with a single kick? I thought Shizuka was jesting, but it appears to be genuine. You must be Shizuka's boyfriend, named Wukong, if I am not mistaken. With a slight smirk, she remarked, indeed. It's merely a humble introduction. However, upon scrutinizing Sun Wukong, she frowned. I never anticipated that Shizuka would be involved with such a lecherous individual. Have you deceived her? Nan Lixiang understood Shizuka's character well. The soft-spoken girl, often muddled and adorably naive, was easily misled. Hence, she had always taken it upon herself to shield Shizuka from harm. Sun Wukong, perceiving the skepticism and hostility in Nan Lixiang's gaze, earnestly replied, do not regard me with such disdain. I possess a strong moral compass, truly. You must trust me. Moreover, this predicament is one you leaped into willingly. It is not my fault. Then what are your hands? Nan Lixiang met his gaze directly, her voice steady. I did not wish for this either. But if I loosen my grip, you would plummet, Sun Wukong explained, tightening his hold on her curvaceous figure as they gradually descended towards the ground. Upon landing, as soon as he released his grasp, Nan Lixiang retaliated with a swift kick aimed at his groin. Are you attempting to render me impotent? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his body momentarily lifting off the ground as he trapped her leg between his, rendering her efforts futile. How dare you underestimate me? He taunted. With a deliberate motion, he began to slide his right hand towards her elegantly long thigh. What are you planning to do? Nan Lixiang glared at him, raising her fist to strike at his right eye. I shall intercept that, Sun Wukong stated, easily deflecting her attempt. Shaking his head, he sighed, alas. Your temperament is vastly different from the obedient Shizuka. Shizuka must have lost her senses to be enamored with a pervert like you. You must have employed unscrupulous methods to win her over, Nan Lixiang retorted, her teeth clenched in anger. Preposterous. I was the one being pursued by Shizuka. Sun Wukong feigned innocence. Impossible. Nan Lixiang immediately countered, though her tone lacked conviction. She understood Shizuka too well. If circumstances were peculiar and Shizuka held affection, such a scenario could indeed transpire. After a pause, she relented. Very well. I shall temporarily accept your words. Release me and take me to Shizuka. Not a problem. Sun Wukong responded, effortlessly lifting Nan Lixiang and soaring towards the sea. Meanwhile, Psycho stood atop a car, observing the figures approaching from the sky, and remarked with a smile. It appears that things are proceeding quite smoothly. Elder brother Wukong. Alice leaned her head out of the window, joyfully waving her little hand. Oh, how wonderful it is that both Wukong and Nan Lixiang are safe. Jingxiang, sitting in the driver's seat, wore a beaming smile. I told you. This fellow would be just fine. Sayaka adjusted her glasses and remarked. Sun Wukong gently landed on the roof of the car, letting Nan Lixiang down, and smiled at Siko. I'm back. Siko responded with a soft smile. Welcome back. Nan Lixiang, it's truly great that you are unharmed. Jingxiang cheerfully poked her head out through the car's sunroof, attempting to climb out, but got stuck due to her ample bosom. Nan Lixiang crouched down and playfully squeezed Jingxiang's chest, saying, Oh dear, every time I see your generous bosom, I can't help but want to give a little squeeze. Nan Lixiang, please don't do that. There's so many people around. Jingxiang's face flushed slightly as she shot a glance at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong crouched down and, from behind Nan Lixiang, reached out his hands toward her chest. Siko raised an eyebrow, but chose to remain silent. Jingxiang, on the other hand, wore a smile. Your innocent thoughts are beyond your comprehension. What are you doing? Nan Lixiang exclaimed, like a startled rabbit, quickly moving aside and glaring at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled. If you touch my sister's chest, I'll touch yours. Nan Lixiang was instantly furious. You pervert. Jingxiang, listen to me. Break up with this guy immediately. Not a chance. Wukong is really good to me. Jingxiang's face turned slightly red, radiating happiness. You scoundrel, go to hell. Nan Lixiang was seething with anger, realizing her dear friend was being led astray. She promptly kicked Sun Wukong below the belt. Sun Wukong swiftly caught her ankle and playfully tickled her foot. You little girl really have a short memory. What a lecher. A virtuous and selfless young man like me could never be a lecher. It seems I need to find some time to have a serious chat with you. Siko, nearby, rolled her eyes at the exchange. The other girls in the car pretended as if nothing was amiss. You scoundrel, stop it right now. But in moments, Nan Lixiang was laughing so hard she fell to the ground, pleading for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Haha, don't disturb me. I surrender. I admit you're not a lecher and agree to your relationship with Jingxiang. Haha, please stop, I can't breathe. Ha ha. Oh, Wukong brother, please let me go. Ha! I can't breathe, I'm dying. Nan Lixiang was rolling on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Jing Xiang finally couldn't bear it any longer. Wukong. Nan Lixiang has already admitted her mistake. You should let her off this time. Well, since it's for Jing Xiang's sake, I'll let you off this time. Sun Wukong decided, easing his grip. Nan Lixiang sat on the car roof, panting, taking a while to catch her breath. Elder brother Wukong, are we going to your world now? Alice's cheerful voice rang out from the car. Indeed, Sun Wukong remarked to the quiet Jing Xiang beside him. Please drive the vehicle to the shore. Understood, Jing Xiang replied, retracting her head into the vehicle, maneuvering her way past the others until she reached the driver's seat. What do you mean by returning to your world? Nan Lixiang inquired with a puzzled expression. Siko, could you kindly elucidate this to her? After they disembarked, Siko had already clarified Sun Wukong's identity to Nan Lixiang. Following her astonishment, Nan Lixiang, with an expression of eager anticipation, addressed Sun Wukong. Well, since you can take us away, could you also assist the survivors of this world in escaping? Being a police officer, she naturally felt a sense of obligation. Sun Wukong cast her a sidelong glance and replied, I am not a savior. Why concern myself with such trivial matters? Moreover, each individual I transport from this world requires 1 energy point, while a single zombie only yields 1 energy point. Even if I were to eradicate all the zombies in this realm, I could not save its inhabitants. Is that so? Nan Lixiang's disappointment was palpable. Do you have any other solutions? I had initially intended to use the Dragon Balls from my world to rescue this realm. Sun Wukong began, producing a spherical stone from his bosom. This is the Dragon Ball I found before arriving in this world, but upon entering, it transformed into a mere stone, indicating that the Dragon Balls are utterly ineffective here. Dragon Balls? What are they? Can they truly save our world? Yuriko gazed at Sun Wukong, curiosity etched upon her face. The other women turned their attention to him as well. Sun Wukong nodded, explaining the Dragon Balls, a total of 7, when gathered, can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish. Regrettably, perhaps due to the dimensional disparity, the Dragon Balls cannot be utilized in this realm. Chapter 14, Kamehameha. The existence of the Dragon Balls astonished the women, yet their inability to function in this world left them disheartened. How many energy points do you possess now? Can we venture to your world? Saiyan inquired, her eyes gleaming with hope. Although they could not save this world, their disappointment was fleeting, for they understood they were not saviors, nor did they possess the greatness required to rescue it. If it were indeed possible, they would have attempted it. However, faced with hopelessness, they resigned themselves. The mere prospect of their own departure was already a divine blessing. Sun Wukong activated the dimensional travel system, observing the numbers on the display. 11,053 points. Saya frowned slightly, stating, is it only a little over 1 point? With 8 of us, doesn't that mean we still lack nearly 7 energy points? To be precise, it's nearly 8, as opening the dimensional gate also costs 1 energy point, Sun Wukong corrected her. Siko caressed the wooden sword in her hands and remarked, so, we must now hunt zombies to gather energy points? There is no need for such complexity. With a single Kamehameha wave, I could level an entire city. Energy points are trivial matters. Sun Wukong nonchalantly waved his hand. However, the women unanimously opposed him. Siko, with a serious expression, addressed Sun Wukong. Though I am unfamiliar with this Kamehameha you speak of, would it not result in the demise of the survivors within the city? While the lives of others may not concern us greatly, we are still human and possess a human heart. Therefore, if we can avoid slaughter, we should. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten that these kind-hearted women beside him would never condone such a massacre. Yet he pondered, if he did not resort to such drastic measures, it would take far too long. He shrugged helplessly. If he refrained from razing the city, he could still lure the zombies together and eliminate them in one fell swoop with a single energy wave. However, that would be quite a hassle, nearly 80,000 zombies to eradicate. Wouldn't it be easier to obliterate an entire city? Naruyuki looked at Sun Wukong skeptically and asked, are you truly capable of destroying a city with just 1 Kamehameha? Of course, my battle power exceeds 3 figures. An entire city is merely child's play, Sun Wukong replied, his face beaming with pride. Is that really true? You may be exceptionally powerful, but annihilating an entire city seems implausible. Li expressed her doubts, and the other women mirrored her skepticism. Very well, I shall demonstrate, Sun Wukong declared, his irritation rising at their disbelief. He gazed towards the offshore airport and said to Naruyuki, surely there are no survivors remaining at the airport? Naruyuki furrowed her brow and replied, As for the offshore airport, initially, the survivors should have only included myself and my companions. However, I believe they all perished in that explosion. I think probably there should be none left. Good. Then, Sun Wukong proclaimed as he soared into the air above the airport, calling down to the women, "Watch closely." He assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave, articulating each word clearly. Kamehameha, a powerful energy wave began to coalesce in his hands. In an instant, a formidable beam of energy shot from his hands toward the distant airport. With a resounding boom, the beam struck the ground, erupting in a tremendous explosion that unleashed a violent wave of energy radiating in all directions, obliterating everything in its path. Within moments, the entire offshore airport was engulfed in chaos. The airport was reduced to rubble, the waves crashing like torrential rain. Not only the zombies, but the entire structure sank beneath the waves amidst the smoke. Sun Wukong glanced at his energy points, 58, 555. Filled with delight, he exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be over 4,000 zombies here. What a pleasant surprise." With that, he turned and flew back toward the women on the shore, who were left utterly astonished and speechless. "Wukong, your prowess is truly remarkable. Such a vast maritime airport has been effortlessly obliterated by your might." As Sun Wukong descended, a wave of excitement surged through me, and I rushed into his embrace, my eyes sparkling with admiration. I always knew that Brother Wukong was extraordinary, a veritable superhero, the mightiest in the world. Even Alice, her face alight with adoration, leapt towards Sun Wukong, clinging to his leg. To my astonishment, such a monstrous being truly exists in this world. Nanrika, regaining her composure, gazed in awe. Meanwhile, Lee's eyes shimmered with longing as she beheld Sun Wukong, already entranced. It is said that beauty has always favored the heroic, and Sun Wukong's display transcends mere heroism. As for Gue Meilin, the mature and alluring bespectacled lady, her infatuation with Sun Wukong was evident in her rapturous expression. "You, my good fellow, are no longer human," Saya remarked, her gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, a simple yet profound acknowledgement of his otherworldly nature. Yuriko smiled softly, saying, "In that case, I find myself less concerned for our safety." Sun Wukong chuckled triumphantly, striking a pose. "So, do you not think I am formidable? Are you not stirred by my prowess?" The ladies collectively rolled their eyes at him. Nanrika, her eyes gleaming with determination, addressed Sun Wukong. "Given your formidable abilities, surely you can rescue more individuals. Do you think I have nothing better to do than save the world? Even if I were to save them, what then? Must I also provide for their sustenance and drink? My dear, saving the world is no trivial matter. Moreover, I am not of this realm. Eventually, I must depart." Upon hearing this, Nanrika lowered her gaze, acutely aware of the truth in his words. Yet, as a police officer, a sliver of hope lingered in her heart, and she was reluctant to surrender it. "All right, let us now gather energy." That last display granted me over 58,000 units of energy. "If we collect just a bit more, we should be able to leave this world," Sun Wukong proclaimed, snapping the distracted ladies back to attention. Chapter 15. The Pitiful Zombies. Upon reaching the bustling streets of the city, Sun Wukong boldly charged ahead, a lone warrior. The ladies, ensconced within the Hummer, followed closely behind, the engine roaring and horns blaring, their presence as ostentatious as could be. While others fled from the zombies, they sought to attract even more. Siko and Lee, paired with Nanrika, manned the windows, firearms in hand, dispatching the stragglers surrounding the Hummer. With each gunshot and honk, the horde of zombies converged upon the street. Before long, the thoroughfare was teeming with the undead. The sight of the encircling zombies caused cold sweat to bead on the foreheads of the ladies. While their faith in Sun Wukong was unwavering, anyone would feel a shiver at the sight of such a multitude of the undead. "Wukong, is that enough? If you do not return soon, we shall become mere appetizers for the zombies," Gue Meilin called out, her heart racing with a mix of tension and excitement as she shouted at the battling Sun Wukong. This is utterly insane and exhilarating. In this world, perhaps only they would dare to undertake such wild escapades. Sun Wukong glanced back, leaped gracefully, and landed softly atop the Humvee, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Ladies, the feast is about to commence." With that, he conjured luminous orbs of energy in his hands and cast them around as if discarding refuse. Boom! Boom! The surroundings were relentlessly bombarded, the ground pocked with craters, as countless zombies were reduced to a grotesque state of mangled flesh, limbs flying in every direction. In mere moments, the air was thick with the stench of blood. The women were left aghast at the scene before them. Gue Meilin, in particular, cradled Alice in her arms, shielding her from the gruesome spectacle. I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for these zombies, Shizuka murmured softly, a sentiment echoed by the others who nodded in agreement. It seemed the zombies were indeed unfortunate to encounter Wukong. Siko, however, wore an expression of exhilaration. The bloody scene stirred the latent desire for bloodshed deep within her. Were it not for Sun Wukong's prior admonitions regarding their safety, she might have already charged into the fray. In mere moments, the multitude of zombies surrounding them had been reduced to mere remnants. The once pristine concrete, now riddled with pits, resembling a battlefield ravaged by war. Shizuka-sensei, we must leave this place at once. I feel nauseous just watching, Gue Meilin urged, prompting Shizuka to hastily drive away. Even the women, accustomed to the sanguinary sights, found it increasingly unbearable. As if on cue, the sky darkened, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. It's raining. It seems we must find shelter, Shizuka remarked, extending her hand out the window to catch the raindrops. Let us head to that house up ahead, Siko suggested, pointing toward a two-story building with a yard not far off. Upon parking in the yard, Siko was the first to leap from the vehicle, swiftly dispatching 3 zombies lurking about. She then approached the entrance, glancing back at Sun Wukong. He stepped out of the car, gesturing for her to proceed. Go ahead. You've been holding back so long. I shan't compete with you this time. Siko's face lit up with joy as she flung open the door and dashed inside. After clearing the house, the group indulged in a rare moment of respite. Some took showers while others prepared meals. Sun Wukong ventured out to eliminate the remaining zombies before returning. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Gue Meilin emerging from the bathroom clad in a sensual bathrobe, instantly brightening his expression. Hello, beautiful. This attire suits you splendidly. I must say, I'm quite fond of it. Gue Meilin's cheeks flushed crimson at the compliment, her words tumbling out in a flustered manner. This is, I'm just a bit nervous. Caught off guard by the unexpected praise from her crush, her heart raced, and she lowered her gaze to her chest, unable to meet his eyes. Sun Wukong, intending merely to tease the alluring and mature woman, hadn't anticipated such an endearing reaction. The young lady has become so bashful. If he still fails to comprehend the implications, he might as well find a block of tofu to meet his demise. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong moved to embrace Gue Meilin, yet she retreated a step, evading him. Casting a shy glance in his direction before heading toward an upstairs room, her intentions unmistakable. Sun Wukong, exhilarated, followed her with a jovial demeanor and closed the door behind them. Sei, initially brimming with joy, watched in dismay as Sun Wukong disregarded her and entered the room with Gue Meilin, her expression darkening with jealousy and sorrow. That lecherous scoundrel, unbeknownst to her. Yuriko had quietly approached and tapped her shoulder, sighing softly. Wukong is indeed a rare gem among men, albeit slightly lascivious. History has shown that many heroes are rather flirtatious. A man like him is not easily tamed by a single woman. Sei, so ponder this carefully. Instantly, Sei's cheeks flushed crimson as she nervously retorted. What are you talking about, mother? I have no idea. Meanwhile, the sounds of embarrassment echoed from the room, causing her face to redden even further. I would never be fond of such a lewd and twisted individual, she exclaimed, hurriedly fleeing the scene. Yuriko shook her head in resignation, letting out another sigh. Listening to the sounds emanating from the room, Yuriko felt her own cheeks warm slightly as she recalled Sun Wukong's robust physique. Flustered, she quickly shook off those thoughts and made her way to the hall. Chapter 16. Hey, Siko One-chan. It seems Brother Wukong has returned. It looks like he is playing games with Sister Lin. I want to join too. In the kitchen on the second floor, Alice was helping Siko wash carrots when she heard the commotion from the adjacent room, her expression one of innocence. Wait, Siko, she exclaimed, startled, as she quickly blocked Alice's path. Can you please help your sister wash the vegetables first before going to play? Okay. Alice obediently nodded, squatting down to continue scrubbing the carrots in the basin. Siko glanced outside the kitchen with a bittersweet smile, inwardly feeling a twinge of jealousy. It seems yet another sister has joined their ranks. Deep down, she had long realized that with Sun Wukong's character, he would likely not spare any of the young ladies here. Yet, despite her thoughts, when reality struck, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After more than 20 minutes, Sun Wukong slipped out of the room and darted into Shizuka's chamber. Do not underestimate 20 minutes. Given Sun Wukong's extraordinary physique, that span felt equivalent to several hours for others. Entering Shizuka's room and locking the door, Sun Wukong was exhilarated by the sight before him. In the bed lay not just Shizuka, but also Nami and Rue, all entwined in slumber, peacefully nestled together. It was no surprise, after a day filled with tension, lying on a comfortable bed would naturally lull them into deep sleep, undisturbed by the earlier noises. What a splendid view this is! Sun Wukong chuckled to himself, diving into the blankets. As the evening meal approached, Sun Wukong emerged from his room, radiating vitality and humming a merry tune, his spirits undeniably high. Observing his exuberance, Saya and Yuriko, the mother and daughter duo, felt a sense of foreboding. They hastily consumed a few bites of their meal before retreating into their room, locking the door behind them. Yet, feeling that this precaution was insufficient, they barricaded it with furniture and tightly secured the windows, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. They realized that this Sun Wukong was indeed a perilous individual, and a single misstep could lead to their downfall. Although both women harbored a certain fondness for him, such sentiments did not equate to their willingness to accept an unexpected assault. That night, Saya and her daughter were plagued by insomnia, ever vigilant against Sun Wukong's potential advances. Yet, amidst their anxiety, a flicker of anticipation lingered in their hearts. As they finally drifted into a fitful slumber, a shadow appeared outside their window. A slender beam of light effortlessly severed the latch, and the window swung open to reveal the robust figure of Sun Wukong. The following day, well past noon, Yuriko awoke leisurely to find herself embraced by Sun Wukong, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She realized she had not escaped the clutches of this lecherous figure. A glance at Saya, who was also entwined with Wukong from behind, deepened her rueful expression. Even her daughter had become entangled in this predicament. Yet, recalling the unparalleled joy of the previous night, a blush crept onto her face, filling her heart with a sense of bliss. Brother Wukong, the sun is already high in the sky. Why are you still in bed? Came a sudden knock at the door from Alice. Yuriko jumped in surprise, relieved to find the door securely locked. At that moment, Sun Wukong was also roused by Alice's voice. Good morning, Yuriko, he said, unable to resist nuzzling against her ample bosom. Yuriko, her cheeks flushed, shot him a disapproving glance. Get up, it's indeed late now, she urged, waking Saya beside her. Upon awakening, Saya blushed deeply and hurriedly wrapped herself in a blanket to cover her naked form. Why are you so shy? What part of your body has not been touched by brother? Sun Wukong teased, playfully pulling the blanket aside. With Yuriko's assistance, he dressed and made his way outside. Chapter 17, Miyamoto Kuriko. At that moment, Siko had already prepared breakfast and was bringing the freshly heated dishes to the table while the other women busied themselves in the bathroom, attending to their morning routines. Siko, look what I found, chimed in Shizuka, emerging from her room, brandishing a sword with a proud expression, as if presenting a treasure to Siko. A sword? Siko's eyes sparkled with delight. For a practitioner of the sword, nothing could be more cherished. Where did you find it? In the wardrobe. I was looking for a pair of socks that had torn and happened upon this gem, Shizuka replied with a triumphant smile. Is there truly anything to take pride in regarding such matters? Siko queried, puzzled the wardrobe. I certainly did not notice it while tidying my room. It's in the attic, she continued. By the way, would you really rummage through the attic just to find a sock? Indeed, the thoughts of a natural airhead are beyond my comprehension. You have certainly endured quite a lot, Siko remarked with a subtle smile. Noticing that Siko remained silent, Shizuka, with a glum expression, handed her the sword, saying, Here, take it. I have no use for a sword. Thank you, Siko replied without hesitation, feeling no need for pretense with her sister. Drawing the exquisite sword, she observed its mirror-like sheen and razor-sharp edge. It was indeed a rare gem. Although it was not a historic blade, merely a product of modern craftsmanship, it was hardly inferior to those so-called famous swords. What a splendid sword. Thank you, Shizuka. I truly appreciate it. Upon hearing Siko's praise, Shizuka's disappointment vanished, replaced by a look of fulfillment. After indulging in a delightful and sumptuous breakfast, Sun Wukong and the others set off once more to gather energy. After a night had elapsed, the streets outside were again teeming with zombies. The group fought their way through to a residential street, where they excitedly pointed to a nearby road, exclaiming, Wukong, over there, that's where my home is. I wish to return and see if my mother is still alive. Sun Wukong expressed mild surprise. Oh, have we unknowingly reached your neighborhood? If that's the case, let us go take a look, he declared as they charged down the street indicated by Lee, with the Hummer following closely behind. In contrast to the main streets of a large city, the residential area had significantly fewer zombies. As they progressed, only a scant few zombies could be spotted along the roadside. Siko, unable to contain herself any longer. Joined the fray after receiving permission from Sun Wukong. Watching Siko effortlessly sever the head of one zombie with a single strike and then cleave another in half. The women in the vehicle gasped in astonishment. Yuriko remarked, Siko's skills are truly impressive. Since receiving the sword from Shizuka, she has become even more formidable. Nanri nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, she is quite powerful, but that expression seems rather peculiar. Matsubara observed Siko, who was reveling in the battle, and mused, she appears to genuinely enjoy the fight. The outcome surprised the women. They had not anticipated that the usually composed Siko possessed such a side. As they continued their charge, Sun Wukong halted on a narrow path. What is it, Wukong? Siko inquired, approaching him with curiosity. The Hummer vehicle came to a stop beside them shortly after. Sun Wukong pointed to a nearby house, stating, in that building, there is one survivor. In a house ahead, there are 5, and further away, there are over 10 survivors. Wow, Wukong, can you really detect others without seeing them? Saya's eyes brightened as she looked toward Sun Wukong. Regarding Wukong's extraordinary abilities, their initial astonishment had transformed into mere curiosity. Ah, everyone possesses a unique aura. I merely sensed it, Wukong remarked with a nod. Should we venture forth to rescue them? Nan Lixiang inquired hesitantly, casting a glance at Wukong. As a police officer, her duty was paramount. Yet now, as Wukong's partner, she felt compelled to seek his approval. Wukong pointed towards the adjacent building and stated, the fate of others does not concern me. However, the survivor within this structure possesses an aura strikingly akin to Li's. I surmise she is not merely Li's mother, but likely shares a blood connection, perhaps a brother or sister. I have neither brother nor sister. I am my parents' only child. Li interjected, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Mother must be inside. Without hesitation, she leapt from the vehicle and dashed towards the building, with Wukong closely trailing behind. Truly reckless. Let's hasten after them. Psycho urged the other women in the car. They all disembarked and followed suit. Mother, is that really you? Upon reaching the second floor, Wukong forcefully kicked down the firmly closed door. Li beheld a woman within, who stood in astonishment, grasping a long gun, and overwhelmed with joy. She leapt into her embrace. Li, the short-haired beauty, initially taken aback, soon beamed with delight. Greetings, Psycho and the other women entered shortly thereafter, offering a polite bow to Li's mother. Li's mother immediately held her gun horizontally, returning the gesture with a slight bow. Ah, how courteous of you. Suddenly, her stomach emitted a loud growl, turning her face crimson. Oh dear, I apologize. I haven't eaten in over a day. Li blushed at her mother's predicament. The other women promptly retrieved food from their bags and presented it to Li's mother, whose eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly consumed the offerings without a hint of decorum. The women exchanged glances, bemused, while Li's face reddened further as she turned away, unable to bear the sight. Where has the poignant reunion with family gone? Oh dear, I'm immensely grateful to you all. Li, you have certainly made some splendid friends. Li's mother expressed her gratitude while devouring the food. As they prepared to depart, Li inquired, Mother, why were you alone here, suffering such hunger? I cannot believe that. Given your skills, you could not procure even a morsel. You have ignited my ire with that remark, Giri angrily retorted. I ventured out of goodwill to gather food for our neighbors. Initially, we worked harmoniously and it went quite smoothly. However, ever since the power outage, we encountered unforeseen difficulties. Yesterday, I noticed our supplies were dwindling, so I proposed we search for sustenance once more. Yet, out of fear, the neighbors refused to venture out again, leaving me no choice but to search for food alone. After taking a breath and sipping some milk, Giri Z continued. Upon returning, they wouldn't let me in. It seemed that some strange individuals had infiltrated, gathering everyone together. I shouted outside for quite a while, yet they refused to open the door and even threatened me with guns. The heavy rain outside attracted numerous zombies to my cries. With no other choice, I had to fight my way out and took refuge in this house. If it weren't for the clothes inside, I might have caught a cold. Li expressed her indignation. These neighbors are utterly excessive, aren't they? Say adjusted her glasses habitually and remarked, I presume that at that moment, Aunt Giri Z, you had not found any food? Giri Z nodded. Yes, the nearby food supplies have been nearly exhausted. It appears they feared a shortage of provisions, which is why they barred you from entering, Say concluded. How despicable. I even considered helping them, Giri Z said, visibly enraged as she bit into her bread. Sun Wukong suggested, in that case, you should come with us. It felt like an invitation to elope. So, where shall we go? Giri Z cupped her face with one hand, tilting her head shyly. Then, she immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Without a clear destination, we will encounter numerous obstacles. Merely hoping to survive is insufficient. Don't worry, my mother is exceptionally capable. Moreover, we have nearly gathered everyone we need. We can return with Wukong to his world. Right, Wukong? Li said, glancing at son Wukong. He nodded, affirming, indeed. Once we accumulate enough energy points, we can depart from this world. Giri Z's eyes widened in astonishment. Leave this world? You aren't considering a tragic end, are you? Tragic end, my foot. Son Wukong thought, though he kept this to himself. Instead, he turned to Li and said, you should explain it to your mother properly. Why must I clarify things every time I encounter a girl? After about 10 minutes, Giri Z finally understood the situation, displaying remarkable calmness, as was typical of her straightforward personality. Then I shall accompany you. There is nothing left for me to cherish in this world. She nodded in agreement. Mother, want to you inquire about father's condition? Li hesitated, looking at her mother, words lingering on her lips. Xiaojing wouldn't be taken down by something so trivial. Even if he were, it would be to protect others. For him, it would be a worthy demise. Giri Z appeared unconcerned. Li bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Father is already dead. Giri Z visibly trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Your father is dead? Xiaojing truly died? Tears finally escaped from Li's eyes as she collapsed into Guriko's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Father is dead. I witnessed him transform into them, and I'm the one who killed him. Guriko's hand trembled slightly as she gently stroked Li's head, her tone losing its earlier calm. Li, do not cry. Even without your father, you still have your mother. Indeed, Li, you have us sisters and Wukong as well. The other girls softly consoled her. Yes, Sister Li. Let your tears flow freely. After crying, everything will be all right. When my father left, I too cried a lot, and afterward, I felt fine. Alice chimed in, offering her support. Li wiped away her tears, managing to cease her sobbing. If anyone could be deemed pitiable, it was Alice, who would never consider herself inferior to a mere child, for she still had her mother, didn't she? Regaining her composure, Li glanced at son Wukong and then at her mother, her heart weighed down by indecision. Given Wukong's shameless nature, if her mother were to accompany him, she would likely end up like the mother and daughter duo of Saiyan, wouldn't she? Yet if she chose not to join them, she could not bear to leave her mother behind. With a resigned sigh, she thought, it seems I must acquiesce to this fellow. Very well, let us set off immediately. We are merely 20,000 energy points away from being able to leave this place, son Wukong announced, surveying the group of girls. However, looking at their current vehicle, it was evident that it could not accommodate so many passengers. Shizuka tilted her head in contemplation and remarked, indeed, it was already cramped before. Adding another person is out of the question. After some thought, son Wukong suggested, in that case, you all should remain here and wait for me. Once I have gathered the necessary energy points, I will return for you. It seemed there was no other option, and the girls nodded in agreement. Thus, son Wukong set off alone to collect energy points. Naturally, before departing, he took measures for the safety of the girls, searching for several security doors nearby, ensuring that the entrance was thoroughly secured before he felt at ease to leave. Chapter 19. Return to the Dragon Ball world. Without the girls by his side, son Wukong no longer needed to consider their feelings. They were all kind-hearted souls, unable to accept the thought of harming others indiscriminately. Thus, he had previously been mindful of their sentiments. Now, however, he no longer needed to hunt zombies slowly. To him, everyone here, aside from his sisters, was akin to characters in a game, and there was no pressure in eliminating them. After spending over 10 minutes, son Wukong arrived above a small city. Looking down, the streets were teeming with zombies, though some areas still had a few survivors. On a relatively narrow street, a group of police officers had set up barricades on either side to maintain order, shooting at the encroaching zombies. Nearby, there were even reporters and live broadcasters covering the events. At such a critical juncture, should one commend their dedication or deem them foolish? In such a cacophonous scene, could they truly be oblivious to the fact that noise would attract even more zombies? Or perhaps they intended to employ the strategy to eliminate a greater number of the undead. Regardless of their reasoning, it was evidently a path to certain demise. Son Wukong gazed down at the throng below, shaking his head in dismay. As anticipated, the resounding gunfire drew forth a multitude of zombies, overwhelming the officers who were unable to keep pace with the onslaught. With the relentless horde drawing ever closer, panic began to seep into the hearts of those who had been rescued. As the zombies breached the barricades, the previously disciplined survivors descended into chaos, frantically fleeing for their lives. The situation spiraled out of control, and despite the officers' valiant efforts to maintain order, their attempts proved futile. Casualties began to emerge from the crowd, while the number of zombies swelled, further compounding the disorder. Recognizing the futility of their mission, the officers decisively abandoned their duty to protect the citizens, fully armed and retreating. Some audacious individuals, or those desperate for survival, beseeched the police for firearms to defend themselves. However, how could the officers part with such life-saving weapons? Should they relinquish them? What would become of their own safety? Left with no choice, the citizens resorted to theft, driven by their need for arms and equipment. In a swift turn of events, the very officers who had been safeguarding the populace were ordered to take action against those pilfering their supplies, meting out ruthless gunfire. They did not perish at the hands of the zombies, but instead fell victim to the very protectors they had relied upon. The grotesque nature of humanity was starkly illuminated in this apocalyptic era. Sun Wukong sighed, observing the tumult below with an air of indifference. To live is to suffer. So let me grant you release. With that, he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave, energy rapidly coalescing in his hands. He murmured, "These individuals can certainly be considered little devils," and with a final farewell unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A thunderous explosion resonated as a formidable wave of energy erupted from the heart of the city, violently expanding in all directions. Everything in its path, be it buildings, zombies, or the panicked crowd, was engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Observing the figures on the virtual screen before him, Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. 538, 568 points. I hadn't anticipated this small city would harbor over 400,000 inhabitants. At last, my energy points are sufficient. Upon returning to the dwelling of the women, Saya gazed at Sun Wukong with eager anticipation. "Wukong, how is it? Is the energy ample now?" The other women also looked at him with bright eyes, filled with excitement at the prospect of venturing into another world. Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Gather what you need. I am about to open the dimensional portal." In truth, the women had little to pack. Merely a few weapons, some clothing, and a modicum of food sufficed. After tidying up, the group of women stood unanimously beside Sun Wukong. He promptly activated the dimensional travel system, paying 1 energy point, and a vibrant, multicolored dimensional gate materialized before them. "Is this the dimensional gate? It is truly magnificent," Gue Malin exclaimed earnestly. "Wow, the dimensional gate. I can't wait. We are finally going to my brother Wukong's world." Alice clapped her hands joyfully. Sun Wukong glanced at the duration of the dimensional gate's existence, which was surprisingly 30 seconds, an increase of 20 seconds from the initial crossing. Who will go first? The dimensional gate can only exist for 30 seconds. After that, I will need another energy point to activate it. The women exchanged glances. Siko was the first to step forward, saying, "I will go first." Taking a deep breath to calm her excitement, she approached the dimensional gate. However, she was halted by an invisible force at the threshold, unable to proceed further. Looking puzzled at Sun Wukong, she asked, "Wukong, why can't I go in?" "Wait a moment." As Siko attempted to enter the dimensional gate, a virtual message from the dimensional travel system popped up before Sun Wukong. Visible only to him, Siko Poison Island is entering the dimensional gate to travel to the world of Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball world is the host's primary world and will deduct 1 energy point. Do you agree? Sun Wukong swiftly gestured to confirm, and his energy points decreased by 1. The invisible barrier obstructing Siko was then lifted. "You're good to go." Sun Wukong indicated to Siko, who stepped confidently into the dimensional gate, disappearing into its depths moments later. "Who is next?" Sun Wukong inquired, looking back at the other women. He was not in haste, knowing he had an abundance of energy points. When the time came, he could activate the dimensional gate again. I will." With Siko leading the way, Alice's courage grew, and she rushed into the dimensional gate. The others followed suit, entering the gate one by one. After deducting the corresponding energy points, Sun Wukong also stepped inside, and the dimensional gate vanished. Chapter 1. The Restored Dragon Balls. Is this the world where Wukong resides? The trees are enormous. Wow, look over there. That must be a dinosaur, right? Sun Wukong slowly exited the dimensional gate, hearing the excited voices of the women. They were gathered around the corpse of a dinosaur, utterly astonished. This dinosaur carcass was one that Sun Wukong had slain while collecting energy points. Siko, astonished, remarked, "This does indeed resemble a dinosaur. It looks like a Tyrannosaurus rex. Could we have arrived in the Cretaceous period?" Shizuka pondered, tilting her head. What kind of world is this, that even dinosaurs exist? Nankiri sighed. Look at the large hole in its neck. It seems to have died, Yuriko observed meticulously. Who could be so heartless as to kill it? This creature has existed for nearly 200 million years. Gue Malin exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. As a biology teacher, she felt particularly aggrieved. Gue Malin, you have quite the audacity to accuse me of slaying this dinosaur, Sun Wukong remarked, approaching her from behind and playfully smacking her rounded posterior. Forgive me, I didn't realize it was you, Gue Malin stammered, her cheeks turning crimson. Yuhizi turned to Sun Wukong. Wukong, are there still dinosaurs in your world? Not only dinosaurs, but there are also even more bizarre creatures. Therefore, you must refrain from wandering about aimlessly. This world is teeming with peculiar beings, and encountering even one could spell your doom. Sun Wukong warned the group gravely. He then expressed mild surprise. Isn't this the very place I found myself before my journey? I never imagined I would return to the same location. And it seems this dinosaur has only recently met its demise. It appears that even the flow of time differs here. What splendid news. Wukong, does your world truly have dinosaurs? Are there long-necked ones and triceratops? Alice asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. There should be, although I have yet to see them myself, so I cannot say for certain. However, our realm is not limited to just one Earth. There are countless planets, and the universe is filled with formidable beings. Some possess the power to obliterate an entire planet, while others can annihilate an entire solar system, or even the entire universe. Is that truly possible? The ladies gasped in astonishment. Nan Lixiang looked at Sun Wukong with skepticism. That can't be real, can it? Who would be capable of such monstrous feats? Destroying a solar system, an entire universe? Do you take me for a child? Sun Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. Believe it or not, you'll find out in due time. He waved his hand dismissively. Now, let's put aside the idle chatter and find a place to rest for the day. He then produced the Dragon Ball radar from his pocket and checked its readings, noting that the nearest Dragon Ball was located approximately 5 miles to the southwest. Let us set out in that direction. Wukong, what is that in your hand? It sparkles beautifully, Alice exclaimed, approaching him curiously. This is the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong replied casually. The Dragon Ball radar? What does it do? Alice inquired, her curiosity piqued. It is a device that can locate the 7 Dragon Balls, he explained. Those round stones? Alice continued her questioning. Indeed, Sun Wukong said, retrieving a Dragon Ball from his pocket. It had reverted from its petrified state to its original form. It appears that these 7 Dragon Balls cannot be utilized in other worlds. Is it due to the absence of deities, or some other reason? Sun Wukong sighed, just as he was about to return the Dragon Ball to his pocket, when a sharp-eyedly noticed it. Wukong, what is that ball in your hand? Oh, it's the Dragon Ball, the stone I showed you earlier. It has returned to this world, so it has regained its original form. If only we could use the Dragon Balls in our own world, Nan Lixiang remarked wistfully. Giri shook her head, saying, let's not think too much about it. The fact that we can leave that world is already a tremendous stroke of luck. Is this the true form of the Dragon Ball? It doesn't seem particularly special. Sayak commented. Jingxiang, gazing into the vast wilderness ahead, said disheartenedly, we aren't going to have to walk out of here forever, are we? Sun Wukong nodded yes. While I can fly, I can't carry all 8 of you at once. Saya looked at Sun Wukong incredulously. Aren't you foolish? Can't you take us out 2 at a time? No sooner had she spoken than a massive, rotund, flying dragon swooped down towards them, aiming to bite into Yuriko. Could that be a flying dragon? The women gasped in shock, hastily raising their firearms to shoot, but the bullets had no effect on the hefty creature. How is this possible? The women were horrified. As they watched Yuriko on the verge of being snatched away, Sun Wukong swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent the dragon crashing several meters away, creating a vast crater as it lay motionless, its legs twitching. Observing the terrified women, Sun Wukong shrugged and said, I told you, the monsters in this world are quite ferocious. Now, do you still think I should carry you out in batches? The women collectively shook their heads, thinking it absurd. If Sun Wukong left, what would they do when faced with such dangerous creatures? Chapter 2. An unexpected encounter with Piccolo. One punch. What kind of world is this? Why are there monsters everywhere? I feel we have entered an even more perilous realm. Indeed, I share that sentiment. But I find it rather intriguing, one of them remarked. Throughout their journey, Sun Wukong briefly introduced the women to this world, dealing with any unwitting monsters by dispatching them with a swift strike. Thus, much of the day passed. Naturally, there were moments when some of the girls could not continue walking, prompting Sun Wukong to carry them. such as Alice, Jingxiang, and Saya, taking turns to rest on his back, which proved quite advantageous for him. Finally, as the sun began to set, they spotted a small village, prompting an outburst of cheer from the weary women as they rushed into the settlement. After a delightful night's rest the following day, the women eagerly pulled Sun Wukong toward a nearby city. Enjoying a day of shopping and familiarizing themselves with the local culture, they eventually boarded a plane, which Sun Wukong had acquired, as he had no money to his name. Naturally, it was Nan Lixiang who piloted the aircraft. At Bulma's residence, they found themselves in the reception hall. Bulma gazed at the array of young ladies seated gracefully on the sofa, her astonishment still palpable. Turning to Sun Wukong, she inquired, "Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? You have been away for merely 2 days, yet you have brought these women to my home?" Bulma's eyes lingered on the impressive figures of the women, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. Sun Wukong recounted the adventures he had experienced during his brief sojourn in another world, while Bulma was only slightly surprised by his travels. Her astonishment reached new heights upon learning that these women were indeed his companions. Although Kuririn had not yet joined their ranks, it was merely a matter of time. Could this truly be the same naive boy who had once known nothing? Alas, it appeared that all men, upon maturing, followed a similar path. Bulma reflected on this, glancing at the women before turning to Sun Wukong. "So, you mean to say they will be residing here temporarily?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Indeed. You are aware that I currently have nowhere to stay." While this was not an issue, Bulma pressed further, "But how do you intend to show your gratitude?" Taking a sip of her red wine, she fixed her gaze upon him. "Oh, come now, let's not stand on ceremony. Your home is as good as mine." Sun Wukong winked at Bulma. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her playful demeanor, she remained a pure-hearted girl, unaccustomed to such teasing from him. In the past, Sun Wukong had been too innocent for her to consider such implications, but times had evidently changed. Seeing her reaction, Sun Wukong felt a surge of delight. Yet he recognized that this was not the moment for frivolity. He needed to hasten his search for the Dragon Balls. Addressing Siko and the others, he instructed, "All right, ladies, you shall stay at Bulma's residence for now. Feel free to ask for anything. Do not hesitate, for she is the wealthiest person in this world." Thus, Siko and her companions took temporary residence in Bulma's home, while Sun Wukong ventured forth alone in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. As for Siko and the others, they could enjoy a well-deserved respite for the time being. In just a few short hours, Sun Wukong had successfully located 5 Dragon Balls, and with the one he possessed, he had gathered 6. Now, he set his sights on the destination of the 7th. This location was a desolate wasteland, barren save for the yellow sands and rocks. Sun Wukong landed atop a massive boulder, utilizing his dragon radar to search diligently. At last, he discovered the final Dragon Ball nestled within a stone pit. A 5-star ball. At last, I have assembled all 7 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. For this meant one of his wishes was on the verge of realization. As he placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, poised to summon the Eternal Dragon, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from afar. Lifting his gaze and concentrating, he recognized a familiar energy signature, leading to a look of astonishment. That energy, it belongs to Piccolo. How unexpected to encounter him here. Sun Wukong picked up the Dragon Ball from the ground, placed it into his bag, and hung it at his waist before soaring into the sky towards Piccolo's location. The air was filled with the sounds of chaos. At that moment, Piccolo was wreaking havoc, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks against a massive rocky mountain. Each strike shattered the stones, sending dust swirling into the air. Afterward, he ascended and bombarded the area below with energy blasts, reducing the sprawling mountain range to mere flatland in no time. After venting his fury, Piccolo began to catch his breath. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the sky, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This energy was unmistakable. Observing Piccolo standing on the rocks, Sun Wukong descended gracefully to the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Should I call you Piccolo or Demon King Piccolo now?" Piccolo growled. "I didn't seek you out. You've come to me." His intent to kill was evident. "Once you are dead, I shall dominate this world." Sun Wukong regarded Piccolo with disdain, replying coolly, "What can a mere few hundred battle points like you do to me? Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training over the past 2 years," Piccolo declared, smashing the rock beneath his feet and launching a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. Alas, despite the ferocity of his attack, Sun Wukong effortlessly blocked it with a single finger. "No, this is impossible." Piccolo's pupils contracted in disbelief. I refuse to accept this. D. His roar was abruptly silenced as Sun Wukong struck him in the abdomen, leaving Piccolo doubled over in pain, kneeling on the ground. Chapter 3. The First Wish. The World Ring. No, this cannot be. Piccolo was in shock, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Once evenly matched, he now found himself unable to withstand a single blow. What is impossible? Let me show you just how vast the chasm between us truly is, Sun Wukong proclaimed. Clenching his fists tightly, with a mighty roar, his energy surged to its peak, causing the mountains to tremble and the ground to crack. The debris around him lifted into the air under the weight of his overwhelming aura. This energy, how can it be so powerful? I cannot win. Piccolo trembled, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him. Was he truly afraid? The sheer might of Sun Wukong instilled in him an intense feeling of dread, reminiscent of the moment when Raditz had dispatched him with ease. Yet now, the fear was amplified, for Sun Wukong's battle power had soared beyond 35,000, surpassing even the formidable Vegeta upon his arrival on Earth. You are far too weak now. I have lost interest in killing you. After delivering a crushing blow to Piccolo, Sun Wukong took flight, leaving the area behind. Piccolo was not yet destined to die, for he still needed the Dragon Balls. Moreover, his true adversaries lay not in Piccolo, but in the cosmos, where increasingly formidable foes awaited. How infuriating! How utterly contemptuous of me, the great demon king Piccolo. Gust Son Goku. I shall repay the humiliation of today 100-fold. With a face contorted in rage and humiliation, Piccolo pounded the ground in frustration. The ultimate consequence of this incident was that, 1 year later, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Piccolo did not make an appearance. Instead, he devoted himself to rigorous training, waiting until he believed he could defeat Son Goku before re-emerging. Meanwhile, Son Goku had lost all interest in the tournament. His sights were set on the formidable beings scattered throughout the cosmos. At Bulma's residence, in the expansive courtyard, Son Goku emptied the bag containing the Dragon Balls, piling them on the lawn. Behind him stood the eager and curious faces of Siko and the other girls. The reason Goku had come to Bulma's house to summon the dragon was to broaden the girls' horizons. Lee glanced at Bulma and inquired, Bulma, can these Dragon Balls truly summon the dragon? The others turned their gazes toward her as well. Bulma smiled mysteriously and replied, just watch, and you will see. Come forth. Dragon. Goku bellowed, and in an instant, the skies darkened as a tempest brewed. A colossal dragon soared from the Dragon Balls, twisting through the heavens. State your wish. The dragon intoned. Any wish I can grant, but it is limited to just one. The girls were left in awe. Impressive, isn't it? Bulma beamed with satisfaction at their astonished expressions. Once Goku had calmed his excitement, he declared his wish. I require a spatial ring, one with as vast a capacity as possible, capable of accommodating inhabitants. Additionally, it must contain a time chamber akin to that in the temple, equipped with an adjustable gravity device. The greater the gravity, the better. The dragon responded, your requests are quite extensive, yet they fall within the scope of a single wish. Please wait. This request is somewhat complex and will require a moment. After approximately 5 minutes, the dragon's eyes suddenly gleamed, and an ancient ring descended from the sky. Goku eagerly caught it. Your wish has been granted. However, this modest ring can only contain a space equivalent to 1/4 of the Earth. You may explore the rest on your own. I have bound the ring to your spirit. Merely a thought will allow you to enter it. Farewell. As the dragon began to fade, and the Dragon Balls were about to scatter in 7 radiant streams, Goku suddenly leaped into the air, casting an energy shield that enveloped the cluster of Dragon Balls. They trembled briefly before losing their momentum, transforming into stone and falling to the ground. Goku, exhilarated, picked up the petrified Dragon Balls and chuckled. I foresaw this. I had already devised this energy confinement technique. From now on, I need not search for the Dragon Balls again. Moreover, if I place the Dragon Balls into the time chamber within the spatial ring, shall I only need to wait 1 day to make another wish? Haha, is this truly a spatial ring? I've only encountered it in novels. Shizuka blinked her large eyes, gazing at the spatial ring in Sun Wukong's hand. 1/4 of Earth's space? How vast could that possibly be? Hurry, Wukong. Let's venture inside. Nan Lixiang was equally exhilarated. After all, this was the legendary spatial ring. Who wouldn't be excited? With a mere thought, Sun Wukong summoned a small, swirling black hole that suddenly engulfed Bulma and the others, and soon thereafter, his own body was drawn into it as well. Within the confines of the spatial ring, nay, it ought to be referred to as a world ring. the black hole spun, and their figures materialized on a grassy expanse surrounded by mountains. The air filled with the melodious songs of birds, reminiscent of a paradise on Earth. Wow, this place is truly stunning. It's so expansive. Where exactly are we within this ring? The ladies expressed their awe, while Alice joyfully darted among the foliage. Hee hee, this dragon truly has thought of everything. This is the perfect place for my harem. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. As he surveyed the surroundings, he spotted a magnificent castle not far off, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Ladies, let us explore the castle. The castle was grand, resplendent, and within its innermost chamber lay a time room, akin to that found in the temple, albeit devoid of furnishings save for a resting area. Inside, there existed a gravity device capable of generating up to 10 times the normal gravitational force. Chapter 4. Ascending into the Cosmos. The group proceeded to inspect their new domain, discovering that while it boasted mountains, rivers, and trees, it lacked any other forms of life. Consequently, they ventured out to catch countless fish to release into the rivers and seas, as well as numerous animals to populate the forests, though they wisely omitted the more dangerous creatures. Thus, a small world was born. Subsequently, they procured an abundance of daily necessities to furnish their world ring, with Bulma generously footing the bill. For Sun Wukong had saved her life countless times, and she was more than willing to contribute. They then sought out the immortal Jolin, acquiring seeds and cultivation methods for the magical beans, which Sun Wukong transplanted into the world ring, ensuring the ladies would tend to them diligently. This heralded a future of endless supplies of magical beans. After all preparations were complete, 3 days had elapsed. However, during this interval, the matter left Sun Wukong feeling quite disheartened. Although he had placed the Dragon Balls within the time room of the world ring, upon retrieving them the next day, they remained in a petrified state. It turned out that the wish granted by the Dragon Balls consumed positive energy from the real world. Only when this positive energy was replenished could the Dragon Balls be utilized again, and the energy expended for a single wish typically required a year to restore. Thus, until the positive energy of the real world was renewed, no amount of time spent in the time room would allow for their use. Meanwhile, Seiko and the others also took up residence within the world ring, where he imparted the use of ki to them and taught them the art of flight. Albeit only Seiko and Yuriko fully grasped it. Nan Li and Gue Li's 5 Girls Association, Saya and Katsumi, showed no interest in fighting, and after a brief attempt, they found it too challenging and gave up. Shizuka also surrendered after just a few minutes, while Alice found it amusing and trained with them for 2 days before the novelty wore off, leading her to abandon the endeavor as well. After instructing the girls, Sun Wukong embarked on his own rigorous training regimen. He commenced with a gravity level 10 times that of Earth, and once accustomed, he escalated directly to 20 times. Upon reaching his limits, he consumed a recovery bean and his combat prowess sword. Remarkably, within 3 days, he acclimated to a gravity of 100 times, a feat that originally took the Sun Wukong of the original tale 6 days to achieve. It must be noted that his innate talent now surpassed that of his original counterpart, becoming more formidable and extraordinary. However, Sun Wukong was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Only when he could transform into a Super Saiyan would he possess the capability to traverse the universe. Yet, it was with great frustration that he realized, despite training for over 6 months in the time chamber, he had not only failed to transform into a Super Saiyan, but it seemed his potential had also been exhausted. He understood that a transformation into a Super Saiyan was crucial to rekindle his latent abilities and advance further. Regrettably, while he was aware of the swift method to trigger this transformation, anger, he found himself unable to summon such emotions. Consequently, he concluded his secluded training and resolved to venture into the cosmos, seeking powerful adversaries to inspire his breakthrough. To embark on an interstellar journey, a spaceship was essential. Thus, Sun Wukong dedicated some time to locate the spacecraft he had arrived on Earth with as a child and entrusted it to Bulma's father for modifications. During the spaceship's enhancement, Sun Wukong relished a rare period of leisurely indulgence, during which he also enjoyed the company of Bulma and Gue Li, albeit through rather unconventional means. Nevertheless, to win over a lady in such a manner and have her unwaveringly follow him was indeed a remarkable achievement. This led to Bulma deciding to leave school prematurely, as it was inconceivable to leave her at home while the other girls accompanied Sun Wukong on their cosmic adventure. Education had become superfluous for Bulma, whose intellect far surpassed that of so-called experts. After 3 months, The spaceship was finally completed. The group of girls gazed in awe at the enormous spherical craft before them. Is this truly a spaceship? Are we really going to travel through the universe? At that moment, Saya still found it somewhat unbelievable. This had always been humanity's dream in their world, yet here it had materialized. However, Shizuka remarked that it resembled a giant ball. As she looked at the spaceship, her eyes sparkled, lost in her thoughts. Enough with the sentimentality. Hurry up and help carry the things. We are about to depart, Kiriko declared as she entered the spacecraft. Cradling an abundance of snacks, the girls, including Saya, stuck out their tongues playfully and began assisting, transporting various daily necessities into the vessel. Father, we are truly on the verge of departure, Bulma announced as she bid farewell to her parents, while Siko and the other girls joined in the farewell. Goku, I entrust Bulma to you. Please take good care of her, Bulma's mother said, her demeanor radiating warmth and maturity. You need not worry. I will protect her with unwavering resolve, Goku replied earnestly. Of course, who wouldn't protect their own sister? Unfortunately, Bulma's father lamented. I have grown old and cannot endure such adventures. Otherwise, I would love to explore the cosmos myself. After exchanging farewells, everyone re-entered the spacecraft and closed the door. Please fasten your seatbelts. I am ready for takeoff, Bulma exclaimed with palpable excitement as she settled into the pilot's seat, marking her inaugural journey into space. With the girls cheering enthusiastically, Bulma activated the spaceship, and with a thunderous roar, it soared away from Earth. Chapter 5. Planet Neo and the Vast Expanse. The spacecraft had been traversing the cosmos for 3 days, during which Goku entertained himself with the girls, engaging in playful antics. At that moment, he was engrossed with Shizuka. Goku, look, a planet ahead shows signs of life, Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the dragon radar, her face alight with excitement. Really? Where? Show me, the girls exclaimed, leaning towards the monitor. Before them was a blue planet, resembling Earth in size and strikingly beautiful. Having concluded his playful encounter with Shizuka, Goku adjusted his trousers and approached the monitor. Let us explore that planet, he suggested. All right, everyone hold on tight, Bulma commanded, her voice filled with enthusiasm as she piloted the spacecraft toward the planet, ensuring everyone was securely buckled in. Goku then returned to Shizuka's side, enveloping her in his embrace as he settled back into his seat. Shizuka, having been thoroughly exhausted from their playful escapades, found it difficult to maintain her composure. As the spacecraft trembled, it pierced through the atmosphere, leading Goku and the others to their first extraterrestrial destination. The vessel gradually descended, and upon the hatch opening, Goku was the first to step out. After confirming that the climate resembled that of Earth, he called for the others to join him. Is this truly an alien planet? How exhilarating. I never imagined I would set foot on an extraterrestrial world, Rika exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Surprisingly, the climate here is quite similar to that of Earth, Saya remarked, adjusting her glasses out of habit. Goku had a fondness for her glasses, appreciating the charm they lent her, thus depriving her of the right to wear contact lenses. I wonder what aliens look like. Alice was brimming with excitement, her face radiating anticipation. I too was curious, as were Siko and the others, their expressions filled with intrigue. What was there to speculate about? Let us simply visit their dwelling to uncover the truth. Kiriko led the way, striding towards the distance, with the others closely following. Sun Wukong retracted the spaceship into the world ring and followed suit. Mengshan Village was a quaint settlement inhabited by the indigenous people of Kardastar. At that moment, two factions stood in opposition to one another. The inhabitants of this planet bore a striking resemblance to bull-headed beings, characterized by their bovine noses, ears, and robust, muscular physiques. How dare you, Bull Star, encroach upon our leader's territory? Are you seeking trouble? A frustrated minion from the left side shouted, his voice echoing with indignation, as though someone had stolen his beloved. This individual appeared somewhat frilier and shorter than the other bull-headed beings, his expression shrewd rather than naive. A white cloth was tied atop his head, emblazoned with two crooked black characters, strategist. Beside him stood their imposing leader, a colossal bull-headed figure named Manda, towering at approximately 25 meters. He exuded an air of authority, resembling a formidable bull demon, albeit with a somewhat foolish demeanor. His attire, however, left much to be desired. In his grasp, he wielded a large cleaver, marred with numerous chips, while his lower half was adorned with tattered animal hide, revealing a dark, hairy thigh. Draped over him was a cloak riddled with holes, inscribed with 4 slanted characters, Master of Fasting. It was, in fact, 5 characters. As the word for food was partially obscured, accompanied by the character for world. Behind Manda were his subordinates and several townsfolk. To the left stood a group of elder, bull-headed beings along with a female bull-headed figure, the root cause of the conflict. Although this female bull was not particularly remarkable in appearance, she had inadvertently captured the attention of both Niu Xing and Manda, as they shared a common preference for larger companions. This particular cow, aptly named Air, met and exceeded their expectations, as evidenced by the two basketball-like orbs that adorned her chest. In contrast, Niu Xing boasted a more typical appearance, yet was deemed imposing and charismatic by bull-headed standards. With his fiery steed beneath him, he embodied an unconventional Prince Charming, effortlessly surpassing Manda in every conceivable criterion. It was no wonder that the cow gazed upon him with such infatuation. Niu Xing hailed from the western village of Dam. Let us dispense with idle chatter and allow Miss Air to make her own choice, Manda scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the strategist. His tone was brimming with confidence, for he believed that Air favored him. Air, whom do you choose? Manda decisively turned to glare at the female bull beside him. At this moment, she found herself in a quandary. Although she harbored feelings for Niu Xing, she was acutely aware that provoking this formidable individual could lead to dire consequences. When this fool unleashed his wrath, it was indeed a fearsome sight, especially when he was a warrior of exceptional strength. Observing her distress, her grandfather remained silent for a moment before suggesting, "Since you are unable to reach a decision, let you two settle this through a contest of strength. In our clan, unresolved matters are often determined by martial prowess. Whoever emerges victorious, you shall wed." "Very well, let the contest commence," shouted the loyal followers of the formidable one, brimming with confidence in their leader's prowess. Niu Xing, however, hesitated. He acknowledged that while the formidable one might be foolish, his combat abilities were undeniably the finest in the clan. Competing in a duel would certainly pose a challenge. Noticing their leader's uncertainty, Niu Xing's followers chimed in, insisting, "What I say single match? It should be best 2 out of 3 to ensure fairness." After much deliberation, the terms of the contest were set to best 2 out of 3 matches. The first bout would be a contest of strength. Niu Xing versus the formidable one. "You scoundrel, I will tear you apart," the formidable one declared, brandishing a large kitchen knife with a flourish. Niu Xing merely scoffed, disdain etched across his face. "You fool. Weapons are not permitted in this duel. How dare you call me a fool? I loathe being insulted in such a manner." The formidable one erupted in fury, stomping the ground with such force that it cracked beneath him. His aura surged, a tempest swirling around him. His combat power was astonishingly formidable, exceeding 20,000. Sensing the overwhelming intensity of the formidable one's presence, Niu Xing's expression shifted, realizing the depth of his opponent's strength. He had not anticipated such might. With a roar akin to that of a wild beast, the formidable one charged at Niu Xing, the ground quaking beneath his feet. Unfazed, Niu Xing responded with a bellow of his own, charging forward without hesitation. The collision of their hands unleashed a wave of energy that uprooted the surrounding earth, sending debris flying in all directions. "You are quite strong, aren't you?" The formidable one grinned, lunging directly at Niu Xing. With a resounding crash, they collided. The formidable one momentarily saw stars, while Niu Xing stumbled back several steps before regaining his footing. "You scoundrel!" Niu Xing roared in fury, charging forward once more. The ensuing clash was fierce, each blow landing with a weight of conviction, devastating the trees and boulders around them, reshaping the very landscape. The onlooking herd of cattle quickly retreated, fleeing from the chaos. "Huh, this is exhilarating. Take another punch." The formidable one became increasingly invigorated, his combat prowess surging with each strike. A single blow created a gaping pit several meters deep. Niu Xing narrowly evaded a sweeping kick aimed at his head by Manda, intent on delivering a crushing blow. With a thunderous roar, Manda charged forward, unyielding. Niu Xing's demeanor hardened, his strength surging to its zenith as he aimed a devastating kick at Manda's temple. The impact resounded as Manda lowered his head and collided with Niu Xing's powerful right foot. The force of their clash shattered a nearby mountain, creating a massive crater in the ground around them. "Is this the extent of your power?" Manda glint, kicking the earth beneath him and propelling himself with renewed vigor towards Niu Xing, sending him soaring through the air. In a swift motion, Manda seized Niu Xing's right foot, yanking it as he rammed his head forward once more. Niu Xing's expression shifted drastically as he grasped Manda's horns, desperately trying to halt the impending piercing. Yet, the overwhelming force caused blood to spill from his mouth, and he was still pierced by a fragment of a horn. "Niu Xing," he bellowed, unleashing a beam of energy aimed directly at Manda. At such close range, there was no evading. The energy struck Manda squarely on the head, sending him hurtling like a meteor into a mountain, where he finally came to a stop. "Damn it, my cloak!" Manda roared, a surge of fury erupting from him, shattering the debris that had buried him and revealing his somewhat disheveled figure. His bee-skin attire was tattered, particularly the flamboyant cloak, which lay in shreds. His eyes glowed a furious red, consumed by rage. That cloak was his most treasured possession, second only to his pride. With both hands raised high, he began to conjure a colossal energy sphere, its formidable aura capable of obliterating the surrounding area. The chief of the Minotaur clan, alarmed, stood on a rocky precipice and shouted, "Manda, cease. Do you wish to annihilate our tribe? I declare you the victor of this contest. Stop at once." "Huh, I have one." The enraged Manda paused, realization dawning upon him. "So it belongs to me?" The energy ball in his hands gradually dissipated. The chief and Niu Xing breathed a collective sigh of relief. It must be said, despite Manda's foolishness, his strength was unrivaled on this planet. However, upon seeing his cherished cloak, Manda let out a piercing howl, glaring fiercely at Niu Xing. "If you don't compensate me with an even more flamboyant and stylish cloak, this matter will not end here." Niu Xing felt a moment of unease under the intense gaze directed at him. Previously, he had held a profound disdain for the title of the first valiant warrior. Yet today, he had finally witnessed the truth of those words. Indeed, they were not mere exaggerations. He could not help but feel fortunate that this was merely a contest. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise. However, despite the trepidation swelling within, he could not afford to show weakness. "It is merely a tattered cloak. I shall gift you a splendid one made of Salope another day," he declared. "Salope?" Manda's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You better deliver, or I swear I will make you regret it." Salope was a type of beast hide, renowned on this planet for being among the most exquisite and costly leathers. Meanwhile, the ongoing battle had captured the attention of Sun Wukong. Not far from the scene, on the edge of a cliff, he and his companions had witnessed the entirety of the contest between Manda and Niu Xing. The women were left in awe, clearly startled by the ferocity of the fight. "Wukong, if you were to face them, who would prevail?" asked Psycho and the others. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to Sun Wukong. With a nonchalant demeanor, Sun Wukong replied, "Do not compare me to that fool. With just a single finger, I could eliminate him." After spending over half a year training in the time chamber, Sun Wukong was not someone who could be rivaled by mere mortals with a combat power of a few tens of thousands. Chapter 7. The Horse Race. The women nodded in agreement. Though they had not witnessed Sun Wukong's full potential, they regarded him as an invincible being. This belief had been firmly established since they first saw his might. However, Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised to discover that there were individuals on this planet with nearly 30,000 combat power. Such strength could rival that of a fully unleashed Vegeta. The Centaur chieftain, standing amidst the crumbling ruins, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and announced the second contest. "For this round, we shall adopt a gentler approach. The objective of the horse race is to reach the Jiamu River, 10 miles away. Whoever arrives first shall be declared the victor." "A horse race? What a splendid idea." Niu Xing chuckled with pride, spinning in place atop his magnificent fireball and casting a disdainful glance at Manda. "So, where's your mount?" Manda immediately commanded his strategist, "Bring forth my black donkey." The strategist, wiping his brow, replied, "Boss, just a few days ago you deemed that black donkey insufficient and had it slaughtered for a meal." "Oh, is that so?" Manda exclaimed, a look of confusion crossing his face, before realization dawned upon him. "Ah, I remember now. I could barely get it to move 10 meters before it collapsed from exhaustion, and in a fit of rage, I ended up eating it." "Haha, who would choose a black donkey as a mount? Its small frame could hardly support your bulk. Moreover, you devoured your own steed. How absurd." Niu Xing began to scold, but quickly halted, knowing that while he could call Manda a fool or an idiot, he must never imply that he was foolish, or he would suffer dire consequences. Shifting the conversation, he inquired, "So, you mean to say you are without a mount?" Manda bellowed in defiance. "Who says I have no mount?" "Strategist." A strategist suddenly responded loudly, dropping to all fours and lying flat on the ground. The imposing figure of Manda then leapt onto him with great satisfaction, proclaiming, "Behold, this is my steed. Obedient and clever, it even understands the language of cattle. Are you not taken aback by my mount?" As he spoke, Manda playfully smacked the strategist's backside with the blunt edge of a large kitchen knife. The strategist grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "Boss, could you ease up a bit? That hurts. Moreover, in front of so many people, could you at least spare me some dignity?" To which Manda retorted, "Stop whining. If we lose, you'll be my toilet cleaner for life." He landed another playful smack. The strategist, now tearful, replied, "Boss, it seems I've always been the one cleaning up after you." The villagers, witnessing the antics of their foolish compatriot, could only shake their heads in disbelief, feeling embarrassed that someone from their village behaved so absurdly. "This is your steed, is it? Then let us begin." Niu Xing, unable to contain his laughter any longer, suppressed it for the sake of his image. However, his entourage was not as restrained, and laughter erupted into the air. At that moment, the elder chief resolved never to marry his granddaughter to such a fool. His gaze towards Niu Xing softened. At least that fellow seemed far more reliable than Manda. The chief drew a line in the dirt, instructing the two to stand opposite each other before bellowing, "Let the contest begin." With a shout, Niu Xing lashed a whip against the rear of the fiery bull, which bellowed and bolted, kicking up dust and vanishing in an instant. "That bull runs incredibly fast. Strategist, put in some effort," Manda urged, striking the strategist's rear with the knife's blunt side. "Ouch!" the strategist exclaimed, unleashing a frantic sprint with limbs spread wide. Yet he still lagged behind the bull. "Hurry! We can't even see it's behind anymore." Anxiously, Manda increased his force. The sound of the slap was sharp and resonant. The strategist cried out, collapsing to the ground, his right buttock swollen. "Boss, I can't take it anymore. Truly useless. Let me take over." Manda smacked him once more before dismounting and lying down. "Hurry up, we're going to lose." "Yes, boss." The strategist sprang up, leaping on Manda's back and playfully slapping his rear. "Go, boss, charge." With all four limbs engaged, Manda surged forward with astonishing speed, soon catching sight of Niu Xing's retreating figure. Niu Xing was taken aback by the rapid approach of Manda. Given his astonishing speed and the combat prowess of that fellow, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Immediately, he urged his steed, the fire bull, with fervent strikes to its rear, prompting a significant acceleration. "Master, quicker! We're about to catch up to that fool." The strategist, riding atop Manda, shouted with excitement. As the distance between them diminished, he drew a dagger from his waist and playfully jabbed it into Manda's posterior. "Ow!" Manda howled in surprise, momentarily losing momentum before tumbling to the ground and tasting the dirt. Spitting out the grime, he expressed his discontent. "I only tapped you with the back of my knife, and you retaliate with a real blade? Your intellect is truly lacking. What pressure I am under. Isn't this my way of cheering you on?" The strategist feigned innocence. "No more knife jabs, please." Manda scrambled up and resumed his sprint, now even faster than before. With his extraordinary physique, the minor injury was of no consequence. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Jinyu Force. With Manda's vigorous charge, he rapidly closed the gap with Niu Xing, soon surpassing him. "Wow, master, you are incredibly formidable." "What's this, Niu Xing? You are utterly weak," the strategist exclaimed, sticking out his tongue at Niu Xing and making a face which only deepened Niu Xing's scowl. Manda's relentless momentum led him to victory, winning 3 out of 5 rounds in the contest. Niu Xing was left feeling disgruntled, as there was no way his fireball could match Manda's speed. Moreover, the competition was supposed to be a horseback race. How could he be reduced to a mere mount? The cow, too, was most unwilling to be paired with such a fool as Manda. She would rather perish than marry him. Niu Xing's grandfather also held a degree of disdain for Manda. Although his combat ability was impressive, his lack of wit was equally notable. Such foolishness made it hard for anyone to regard him with respect. However, out of fear of Manda's strength, the elder was conflicted. To breach the agreement in front of him would surely provoke Manda's wrath. Meanwhile, Manda had approached the cow, gazing at her with an insatiable look. "Wow, your udders are magnificent. They excite me to no end. May I touch them?" "Get away, you perverse creature," the cow exclaimed, retreating in fright, her voice delicate and almost demure. Yet, the words emerged from the mouth of a towering bull, making them utterly unbearable. In the eyes of the bull-headed folk, perhaps the cow, with her beauty, could indeed be considered a stunning maiden. From afar, on a rocky cliff, a group of women watched Manda's lewd demeanor with disdain, glancing toward Sun Wukong. With a raised brow, Sun Wukong replied, "Why are you all looking at me? Do not compare me to this fool. I am undoubtedly far more pure and cultured." "Pure? Cultured?" The women collectively rolled their eyes. Just as Sun Wukong was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and gazed skyward. "What is it, Wukong?" The women, including Psycho, all turned their attention to him. "There are others arriving on this planet." "Yes, 5 individuals, and their energy is quite formidable," Sun Wukong stated, looking towards the heavens with a calm demeanor. "Are they other extraterrestrials?" The women collectively gazed at the sky. Before long, 5 spacecraft appeared on the horizon, resembling their own but noticeably smaller. The women, filled with curiosity, inquired, Wukong, that spacecraft looks similar to ours. Could it be from the same planet as yours? Since Sun Wukong had recovered the spacecraft he landed in as a child on Earth, the women were already aware of his Saiyan identity, making the question quite reasonable. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly and replied, It should not be, but I suspect it might be someone I know. The 5 circular spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, plummeting towards the ground like meteors. A series of resounding booms echoed as they created massive craters hundreds of meters wide upon impact. Such a grand entrance naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. Wow, a meteor has fallen. Meteor? No, it's a spacecraft. Chief, shall we go take a look? It has been ages since any extraterrestrials visited our planet. Boss, should we also go see? Absolutely. Come on, youngsters, grab your gear and follow me. If these beings are hostile, heed my command and charge together. A throng of bull-headed individuals hurried towards the landing site of the spacecraft. Wukong, shall we go take a look? Psycho asked, glancing at Sun Wukong. No need. Let us observe from a distance. As the bull-headed individuals gathered in front of the spacecraft, its doors slowly opened and 5 figures emerged. The elder chief regarded the newcomers with a serious expression and said, Welcome to Carta Star, esteemed guests. This is Mengshan Village, and I am the village chief, Neo Duo. May I inquire what brings you to our planet? The 5 immediately struck their rather absurd poses, introducing themselves in unison. Rikumu, Bait, J.S. Gerudo, and Jinyu. We are the Jinyu force, fully assembled. The onlookers were left speechless, and a chilling breeze seemed to sweep past them. The bull-headed individuals began to whisper among themselves. I used to think that those guys were quite foolish, but I never imagined there were others who could be compared to them. Indeed, it truly broadens one's perspective. It appears that even extraterrestrials have their share of absurdity. Sun Wukong observed the utterly nonsensical entrance of the 5 individuals, rendered momentarily speechless. The Jinyu force. Who would have thought it would truly be them? What a twist of fate. The Jinyu force, upon witnessing the herd of bull-headed beings, was immediately incensed. Bart utilized his scouter to assess the combat prowess of the bull-headed warriors, his expression one of disdain. The highest combat power barely reached 19,000. How pathetic. You dare to underestimate us with such feeble strength? Captain Jinyu, visibly displeased, remarked, Very well, Bart, you shall handle these weaklings. Make it swift. After we conquer this planet, we must proceed to the next. Bart strode forward, exuding arrogance as he addressed the group of bull-headed beings. We are the elite force under King Frisia, the Jinyu force. By the decree of King Frisia, we are here to annex your planet. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. Annex? You mean you intend to invade our planet? Bart, his tone dripping with arrogance, replied, You may interpret it that way. So, will you submit, or will you resist? What's this fool babbling about? At that moment, Manda, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, interjected. The elder cast a glance at Manda, shaking his head. Their intent to invade signifies they aim to plunder our wealth and resources, perhaps even our women. What? They want to take my women? Manda, incensed at the thought of his beloved, surged forward with a large cleaver in hand. With swift, elegant strikes, he aimed several blows at Bart. Bart effortlessly dodged Manda's attempts, then retaliated with a single punch that sent Manda hurtling away, crashing into a mountain. Wow, this guy is truly powerful. Man Nyo exclaimed as he rose from the rubble, blood trickling from his lips, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Bart once more. Chapter 9. The Rampaging Mandem? A combat power of 35,000. This fellow can elevate his strength at will? Bart gazed in astonishment at the readings on his scouter. Manda charged forth like a raging bull, the ground shattering beneath him, his ferocity undeniable. With a fierce roar, he leapt into the air, aiming a punch directly at Bart. Bart deftly propelled himself backward, hovering effortlessly in the air. This maneuver left Manda dumbfounded. Why, you can fly? The other bull-headed beings looked on in astonishment at Bart. Honestly, at your meager combat power of over 30, you still can't fly? Bart, equally surprised, regarded Manda. I can't fly. Come down and fight me. Manda retorted, clearly irked. Humph, a mere native who can't even master flight techniques. I truly wonder how you reached such a level. Since you prefer to battle on the ground, I shall oblige. With a dismissive glance at Manda, Bart descended to the earth. Seeing his opponent on the ground, Manda immediately charged, delivering a straight punch aimed squarely at Bart's face. Bart did not evade. He immediately retaliated with a punch, colliding forcefully with the massive fist of Manda. The tremendous shockwave from their clash shattered the ground around them. The intensity of their battle escalated rapidly, culminating in a blur of afterimages as they exchanged blows. The powerful waves emanating from their confrontation caused mountains to crumble, sending debris flying in all directions. With a resounding thud, they clashed fists once more. Bart gazed at Manda, a minotaur, and remarked with surprise at his formidable strength. How remarkable! Would you consider serving under the illustrious Lord Frisia? With your prowess, you would undoubtedly earn his favor. Huh? You think to buy my loyalty? Go to hell. Manda bellowed, opening his mouth wide to unleash a beam of energy directed at Bart. Caught off guard at such close range, Bart barely managed to shift his body to evade the lethal assault, only to be struck on his left shoulder, shattering his armor and revealing a charred wound beneath. Curse you! I will end you! Bart roared, his fury surging as he unleashed his true power. In a flash, he delivered a devastating punch to Manda's right cheek, sending him flying. Bart charged again, but Manda hastily raised his arms to block the attack, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was propelled downwards, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Although Manda possessed immense strength, his speed paled in comparison to Bart's, and his combat prowess was insufficient to match Bart's. Suspended in midair, Bart unleashed a ki blast towards the crater where Manda lay, the sheer force of which would spell doom for him if it connected. Boss is in trouble. Quickly, someone save him, the strategist shouted, sensing Manda's peril, rallying the surrounding henchmen. They collectively launched energy blasts at Bart's ki attack. However, their lackluster power was no match for Bart's energy. Just as Manda was about to be struck, Niushing let out a furious roar and shot a beam of energy at Bart, forcing him to dodge. Consequently, the ki blast veered off course, detonating just shy of Manda, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. Though Manda was not directly hit, he was engulfed in the resulting shockwave, sustaining significant injuries. At that moment, he resembled a wounded beast, his power undiminished, but now emanating a feral and bloodthirsty aura, his combat effectiveness actually increasing. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, filled with boundless madness and murderous intent. This is the legendary berserk transformation of my clan. I never expected Manda to achieve it. The old patriarch observed Manda's transformation with palpable excitement. Even a normally disdainful air displayed an expression of astonishment. Frenzy, however, symbolizes each bull-headed warrior capable of such a transformation, each one a hero among their kind. Oh, so the leader is the legendary Frenzied Bull. How impressive, leader. We adore you. The numerous underlings of the mighty roared with excitement. A combat power exceeding 76,000. It must be a malfunction of the device. Bart, gazing at the readings on the detector, was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. The mighty bellowed, launching himself from the ground like a cannonball, delivering a devastating punch to Bart's abdomen. Bart was sent flying, akin to a projectile. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Captain Jinyu swiftly maneuvered through the air, catching Bart and bringing him safely to the ground. Groaning in pain, Bart clutched his abdomen, struggling to speak. I apologize for the embarrassment. With just one punch, he had lost all fighting capability. No wonder King Frisia dispatched me to this planet. It appears there are formidable individuals here. This one is beyond your capacity to handle. Allow me to take over. Jinyu gently set Bart down and approached the mighty, standing before him. Your combat prowess is commendable. How about joining our Jinyu force? I could offer you the position of deputy captain. Stop the chatter and perish. The mighty, consumed by the desire for battle, had no time for idle conversation. With a single punch, he shattered a mountain behind Jinyu. After narrowly evading the attack, Jinyu shook his head, remarking, what a pity. He then unleashed a powerful roar, his aura erupting and creating a massive crater around him. This is the strength of the captain. With a combat power of 12, the mighty bull stands no chance against him. Bart and the others gazed at their captain's explosive display with admiration and exhilaration. Then it's my turn. Jinyu vanished, reappearing behind the mighty, and as the latter reacted, he delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. Chapter 10. Son Goku finally makes his appearance. The mighty roared as he rose from the rubble, charging at Jinyu once more. Jinyu met him head-on, effortlessly overpowering the mighty, who was left with no ability to retaliate. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The mighty bull was simply no match for Jinyu. This won't do. Our leader is getting pummeled. We must assist him. The mighty's underlings, filled with anxiety, rushed toward Jinyu recklessly. You wretched fools shall not disturb the captain's battle. Guldo interposed himself before them, employing his binding technique to ensnare them all. With a flick of his wrists, he smashed them into the ground, effortlessly capturing the entire group in a single blow. The elder of the Bull clan observed the old chief with a troubled expression, fear glimmering in his eyes. Great chief, these individuals are far too powerful. Even the legendary frenzied warriors cannot contend with them. We ought to cease our resistance and surrender. Otherwise, our entire clan will face ruin. The elderly chieftain gazed at the battered and barely conscious Manda, sighed deeply, and said, "Cease this at once. No further harm is necessary." Surrendering to the Minotaurs. A clan inherently aligned with benevolence is not an act of disgrace when faced with a mightier race. To his surprise, he found that the seemingly simple-minded Minotaurs possessed a certain understanding of the situation. With a casual flick, he cast Manda towards the Minotaurs, his demeanor one of indifference. To him, this skirmish hardly warranted a warm-up. A throng of Minotaurs encircled them, and the chieftain helped Manda to his feet, saying, "Manda, enough. There is no need for further combat. We must surrender. They are beyond our capacity to resist." Surrender? Never. I, Manda, do not yield, he bellowed, shaking off those around him and charging once more at Jinyu. Though somewhat foolish, he was equally obstinate. Once he set his mind to something, he would not easily relent. "Ah, it appears you possess some spirit," Jinyu remarked as he observed the charging Manda, then delivered a swift kick that sent Manda hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. "Since you wish for death, I shall grant your wish," Jinyu declared as he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Manda. Manda's loyal subordinates cried out in despair, yearning to assist him, but each lay grievously injured, unable to rise from the pit in which they found themselves. Though they were foolish, they were steadfastly loyal and honorable. Meanwhile, the group led by Niu Xing averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight. Their will to resist against Jinyu and his companions had long since evaporated, leaving them unwilling to intervene on Manda's behalf. Just as Manda was on the verge of being obliterated by the energy wave, a figure suddenly appeared before him and effortlessly deflected Jinyu's attack, sending it soaring thousands of meters away, where it detonated with a thunderous explosion, sending ripples of energy that shook the very ground beneath them. "Who are you?" Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment at the individual who had so effortlessly thwarted his energy wave. Yet, upon scanning with his detector, confusion washed over him. A power level of merely 8,000? How could this be? "Ah, I merely came to observe," replied Sun Wukong with a chuckle. "However, I find this fellow rather likable. Might I ask for your indulgence in sparing his life?" After watching for a considerable time, Sun Wukong finally made his entrance. "Give you face. I believe we are strangers," Jinyu retorted, his intellect not particularly profound. "Moreover, why should I grant you any favor? Is that so? How unfortunate." Sun Wukong sighed lightly. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Jinyu and delivering a punch to his abdomen. Jinyu doubled over, clutching his midsection, collapsing to the ground with a contorted expression of pain and disbelief. "No, it cannot be. Your power level is only 8,000. How can you be so strong? Is it possible you, too, can manipulate your battle power freely?" Beside them, the members of the Jinyu force were utterly astonished to witness their captain being struck down by a single blow from Sun Wukong. How could it be possible? Aside from Frisia, could there truly be such formidable beings in this world? The four of them displayed palpable fear, their resolve wavering. "Controlling your combat power is not your forte," Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly. "And honestly, I harbor no interest in weaklings like you. Return and summon Frisia. I eagerly anticipate our battle." Jinyu, unimpressed, retorted, "Ah, you are far too arrogant. While I concede your strength, it is inconceivable that you could defeat Frisia. His power is unparalleled in the universe. Only those who have witnessed it firsthand can truly understand Frisia's greatness." Ignoring Jinyu, Sun Wukong turned to the colossal figure of Bardock. "Are you all right?" Bardock struggled to rise, his gaze toward Sun Wukong filled with admiration and fervor. He rushed forward, clasping Wukong's leg tightly. "Boss, please take me on as your subordinate. I excel in fighting, brawling, and charming the ladies." As he spoke, he made an attempt to wipe his snot on Wukong's trousers. "Get away from me." Sun Wukong kicked him aside. "You fool, don't soil my pants." Bardock stood up, seriousness replacing his earlier demeanor. "Boss, while I greatly admire you and am thankful for your rescue, please refrain from calling me a fool. I'm merely a bit silly, not foolish at all." Just as Wukong was about to respond, Jinyu's triumphant laughter echoed from behind. "Huh, you are rather complacent, ignoring my words as captain. There will be consequences." Unbeknownst to them, Jinyu had soared into the sky. "HAA!" he shouted, wildly increasing his energy, causing the earth to tremble and the clouds to scatter. Body change, Jinyu exclaimed, extending his arms wide as a shadowy figure emerged from his body. Sun Wukong paused, suddenly feeling his body immobilized, as if his very soul was being pulled from him. Indeed, the captain was about to execute that technique. While surprised, Jinyu was filled with anticipation. If they could seize Sun Wukong's body, victory would be theirs. Is this a body swap? Such trivial skills, and you dare to covet my body? Sun Wukong scoffed disdainfully, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. In an instant, the ground shook and cracked. Even the mountains crumbled beneath the weight of his immense power. Chapter 11. The Curtain Falls, Destination Namek. Under the overwhelming energy that Sun Wukong suddenly emitted, Jinyu and his companions' detector shattered, and Wukong broke free from the body exchange technique. His potent energy obliterated Jinyu's soul, marking the end of such a formidable foe. The demise of Jinyu stemmed from his gross underestimation of Sun Wukong's prowess. In the face of overwhelming strength, how could his petty tricks possibly succeed? If he were capable of seizing the bodies of foes significantly stronger than himself, he would have long since appropriated Frisia's form, or even that of a more formidable entity, rendering his training superfluous. Jinyu's death directly granted Sun Wukong 36 energy points, illuminating his eyes with a malevolent glint as he cast a glance towards Jai-S and the others. Quick, scatter! The initially stunned Jai-S and his companions were suddenly gripped by terror, leaping in 4 different directions to flee. Do you think you can escape? Sun Wukong scoffed, his form flickering as he instantaneously appeared beside Riku, delivering a punch that pierced through his chest, earning him 11 energy points. In another flash, he kicked Jai-S deep into the ground, acquiring 98,000 energy points. Once more, he vanished, eliminating Guldo and Bart, which netted him 24,000 and 86,000 points respectively. With a staggering total of 678,000 energy points amassed, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, collecting energy in the cosmos is unparalleled. I wonder how many energy points I would gain from vanquishing Frisia? Boss, you're simply magnificent. Please allow me to be your subordinate. Mando once again threw himself at Sun Wukong's feet, clinging to his leg. The sheer force of Sun Wukong's earlier burst of energy nearly startled him into submission. Get away from me, Sun Wukong retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Mando sprawling. In a distant part of the universe, on a certain planet, Frisia was asserting his brutality, having just eliminated the last warrior who dared to resist him, thereby claiming dominion over the planet. From this moment forth, the planet Gada shall fall under the rule of Lord Frisia, he proclaimed, triumphantly stomping on the head of a recently deceased Gada inhabitant, basking in his victorious laughter. Suddenly, a small spacecraft approached from afar, and a figure hastily disembarked, rushing to kneel before Frisia. Report, Lord Frisia. We have received news that the Jinyu force has been completely annihilated while en route to planet Carta. What? Annihilated? It is inconceivable that those bull-headed beings could have bested Jinyu. Frisia was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The Jinyu force was a meticulously selected cadre of warriors. How many in this universe could rival them? It appeared that it was not the bull-headed beings who had vanquished the Jinyu force, but rather an outsider from a place called Earth. As he spoke, he played a segment of footage captured by Jinyu's reconnaissance devices. Is that Bardock? It is impossible. Bardock has already been slain by me. Could it be that this individual is intriguing? To my surprise, aside from Vegeta and the others, there exists yet another Saiyan, and remarkably, this Saiyan appears to be stronger than any before. Ram, have you detected the precise combat power of this Saiyan? Observing the unfolding scene, Goku has effortlessly defeated Jinyu, leaving Frisia astounded. The readings show approximately 100. The detector could not withstand the strain and exploded. I surmise his power level lies above 100, yet below 200 perhaps? Oh, a combat power below 200? Can such a mere wild monkey possess such strength? Frisia was genuinely taken aback. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Could this individual be the legendary Super Saiyan? Impossible. That is merely a myth. No, this being must be eliminated. Ram, we must set off for planet Katas immediately. The warriors I have meticulously chosen cannot perish in vain. Your Excellency Frisia, are you intending to seek out that Saiyan? However, before we proceed, I would like you to view this video. The footage reveals Goku, after dispatching Jinyu and the others. Kicking away the large creature, and murmuring to himself, Frisia? I didn't expect to encounter the Jinyu force so swiftly. This is rather vexing. It seems I must head to Namek sooner than anticipated. Namek? What does he intend to do on that desolate planet? Ram, how long will it take to reach Namek? Approximately 15 days. 15 days? That truly is a remote planet. Then let us depart. Oh, and summon Vegeta and the others as well. I believe a meeting among several Saiyans will prove to be quite fascinating. As you wish, Your Excellency Frisia. On planet Katas, Goku was warmly welcomed by the Minotaur tribe, who expressed their gratitude for his heroic act of saving both their kind and the entire planet with unparalleled hospitality. Some of the female Minotaurs even cast flirtatious glances his way, leaving Goku feeling quite uncomfortable, nearly losing his previous meal. To be honest, the appearance of the Minotaurs made him uneasy. However, in regard to Manda and his underlings, Goku felt somewhat exasperated. This group was shamelessly enthusiastic, constantly addressing him as Big Boss. The adage suggests one should not strike those who bear smiles, yet upon witnessing their foolish expressions, Goku could not restrain himself from giving them a sound thrashing. Remarkably, they wore blissful expressions in response, rendering him somewhat defeated in the face of such absurdity. Ultimately, Goku chose to teach them the flight technique, finally managing to send them on their way. Despite Manda's foolishness, he grasped the flight technique in merely half a day's time. Perhaps he had an innate understanding of energy manipulation, which facilitated his rapid learning. The following day, the rather unrefined fellow wed the gigantic cow. Although he was often regarded with disdain by the elder clan members, his legendary status as a berserker within the tribe earned him a modicum of respect. His victory in battle against Jinyu garnered admiration from all, and even the cow, who had previously looked down upon him, consented to marry him. The next day, son Wukong bid farewell to a group of tearful simpletons and boarded a spaceship, departing from the planet Katar. Inside the spacecraft, with a wave of his hand, son Wukong summoned the multitude of women he had gathered into the world ring, presenting them before him. Ladies, we are bound for our next destination, planet Namek. Chapter 12. Arrival at Namek. Within the spacecraft, son Wukong held Alice in his arms, enduring her playful pinching of his nose while he complained to Bulma, Bulma, it has already been 15 days, and we are still not at Namek? According to the cosmic distribution map we obtained from Jinyu's ship, the journey from Katar to Namek should only take 13 days. Bulma shot him an exasperated glance. That was calculated based on their spaceship speed. Our modified spacecraft is significantly slower. Can't you exercise a little patience? I'm just as bored as you are. How about we play a game instead? Feeling intrigued, son Wukong beckoned to Yuriko, who was engrossed in a book. Come here, let us play a round of doujiju. The loser has to remove a piece of clothing. Yuriko rolled her eyes but recognized son Wukong's evident boredom and reluctantly agreed to join him. Half an hour later, son Wukong gazed at Yuriko, whose attire had been reduced to mere black lace, and Bulma, who was left with only her undergarments. Observing the 3 8s in his hand, he cunningly noticed an 8 discarded by Yuriko. With a swift, unseen motion, he transformed his 3 8s into 4. 10 to go, 1 card left. Yuriko held the last small joker, her expression brimming with pride. Son Wukong chuckled, Bomb. Double it, time to strip. Both women's cheeks flushed crimson. If they were to comply, they would indeed be left bare. Although they had been seen countless times before, shedding their garments in front of so many sisters was still a source of bashfulness. They suddenly interjected, Wait, I distinctly recall that I saw Mom discard a 3 to 8 earlier. How do you still have 4 8s? Ah, so you've been cheating. No wonder you keep winning. Ri chimed in, as they were merely spectators passing by. Gue Malin adjusted her glasses and remarked, with Wukong's speed, if he were cheating, we would certainly not be able to detect it. However, since the cards have been revealed, you cannot deny it. Cheating counts as a 4-bomb. You must remove 8 pieces of clothing, quickly. Bulma and the other women fixed son Wukong with sharp gazes. 8 pieces? That defies logic. I only have 3 garments. If I strip, I'll be left completely exposed. This is quite different from what I had imagined. I had anticipated witnessing you all in the most vulnerable state. Yet here stands son Wukong, wearing a look of utter dismay. However, having been caught in the act, he resigned himself to the situation, as this too is a form of amusement within the game. Otherwise, what would be the point of playing cards to remove clothing? A mere statement would suffice, and the ladies would promptly comply and shed their garments. Attention, please. We will arrive at Namek in 10 minutes. All parties should prepare accordingly. Just as son Wukong was left clad only in his small shorts, the spaceship's alert chimed. He decisively halted his actions and, filled with anticipation, made his way to the control room. Gazing out at the celestial body, he exclaimed, "Is this truly Namek? We have finally arrived. The Dragon Balls here can grant 3 wishes. If I can acquire them, all my desires will be fulfilled. Bulma, let us press onward. Is this Namek? It appears to be colossal, at least 10 times the size of Earth," Sayaka remarked, her face a portrait of astonishment. Siko and the other ladies approached son Wukong, dutifully helping him don his attire and returning to their seats. The earlier wager had been entirely forgotten, as they were adept at distinguishing between serious matters and playful antics. 10 minutes later, after the spaceship collided with numerous trees, it successfully landed on Namek. "We did it! We have reached Namek!" Bulma exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. "Is this really Namek?" "It is shrouded in dense fog. Visibility is poor," Siko observed, her expression one of uncertainty. "Is this truly the place, Bulma? Can we be sure?" Sayaka inquired, glancing toward Bulma. "Rest assured, this is indeed Namek. The location marked on the map is accurate. There is no mistake. My father and I modified it together. You must trust me. Let us step outside and take a look," Bulma asserted confidently. "Bulma, bring out the Dragon Ball radar so we can take a look," son Wukong suggested, opening the spaceship's door and peering outside. He sensed that the energy and aura of the inhabitants were quite similar, confirming they were indeed on Namek. "What is it?" Bulma asked, puzzled as she retrieved the Dragon Ball radar. Upon activating it, she was astonished to see 7 flashing dots. "What is happening? This planet also shows signs of the 7 Dragon Balls? Could it be that they exist here as well? Wukong, is this the reason for your journey to this planet?" Son Wukong gazed at the Dragon Ball radar, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, this is the homeland of the deity from our Earth. The Dragon Balls he created originated from this very planet." Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "So our deity is actually an extraterrestrial." The other ladies, including Yuriko, displayed expressions of disbelief at this revelation. "Hey, Wukong, look over there. 2 peculiar individuals are approaching us. They must be aliens, right?" Alice pointed excitedly at 2 Namekians walking towards them, her curiosity piqued. Upon witnessing the 2 figures resembling the diminutive Piccolo, Bulma was taken aback and instinctively sought refuge behind Son Goku. With a chuckle, Goku reassured them, "Do not fear. This is the true appearance of the Namekians. In fact, the Piccolo you know is a manifestation born from the malevolent thoughts of a deity. The Namekians are inherently benevolent. Greetings, Earthlings. Welcome to Namek. I am Bachi, and this is Lando. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 13, An Unexpected Encounter. As they spoke, Bachi and Lando suddenly knelt before Son Goku, their expressions filled with despair. "Please, save our Namek. Save our Grand Elder. What is the meaning of this? What has transpired?" Son Goku inquired, startled by their actions. With a face full of indignation, Lando replied, "This morning, our planet was invaded by a group of extraterrestrials, led by one known as the tyrannical Frieza. They seem to have discovered the existence of our Dragon Balls, and in their pursuit, they have killed many of our kin. I overheard our Grand Elder mention that only someone from Earth could rescue us. I believe you are those people, so please, save our Grand Elder. Frieza has already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and is en route to the Grand Elder's residence, intending to force him to reveal the method of their use." "What? Frieza has arrived? And he has collected all 7 Dragon Balls? This cannot be true," Son Goku exclaimed, shocked. After concentrating, he sensed several powerful auras in the southeastern direction and furrowed his brow. "Indeed, there are several formidable presences over there. I only sensed the area around here earlier and did not detect Frieza and his cohorts. It seems he has arrived even faster than I anticipated. This complicates matters. My wish remains unfulfilled, and facing Frieza may put me at a disadvantage. However, summoning Purunga requires the Namekian language, so it appears Frieza cannot fulfill his wishes just yet. I must hurry." Turning to the women beside him, Goku declared, "The enemy is incredibly strong. You should return to the World Ring for your safety. I must rush to the Grand Elder's home. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls may fall into the wrong hands. Wukong, you must be cautious. If you cannot win, do not push yourself." The women, including Siko, looked at him with concern. This was the first time they had seen such a serious expression on Son Goku's face, indicating that their adversary was indeed formidable. "Do not worry. If I cannot win, I will simply flee," Goku replied with a calm smile. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the women into his world ring. Utilizing the instant transmission technique, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Bachi and Lando followed, albeit at a considerably slower pace. At that moment, at the Grand Elder's abode, Frieza and his companions descended slowly before the entrance. Neil emerged from within, his expression grave as he regarded Frieza and his entourage. "What brings you here?" Frieza dismounted from his vehicle and spoke nonchalantly. "I am Frieza, a being who seeks to utilize the Dragon Balls to fulfill a certain wish. I have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, yet curiously, our wish remains unattainable. Therefore, I have come to seek your guidance on how I might realize my heart's desire." Neil, with a stoic expression, replied, "You may as well take your leave. I cannot divulge such information to one who harbors malevolent intentions." A cold chuckle escaped Frieza's lips as his scouter began to emit a series of beeps. He glanced skyward, noticing a figure rapidly approaching, his expression shifting. "Bardock? No, it's the Saiyan from Earth. How slow they are. I've been waiting here for you for quite some time. Yet, why does his power level register only at 8,000? Can he truly manipulate his battle strength at will?" Goku observed Frieza and the others below, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Casting a quick glance, he noted that even Vegeta, Nappa, and his estranged brother Raditz were present, alongside 2 familiar faces, Dodoria and Zarbon. "Raditz," remarked Raditz, eyeing Goku as he descended, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. "This fellow is but a lowly Saiyan warrior from Earth, who managed to defeat the Ginyu Force's Kakarot. His power level is merely 8,000. How could he possibly vanquish the Ginyu Force?" Vegeta regarded Goku with skepticism. Since learning about the Dragon Balls, he had begun to contemplate betraying Frieza. With immortality in his grasp and the inherent traits of Saiyan, what fear could he possibly hold of Frieza? "Kakarot, Raditz, I never expected to see you both here. What a surprise," Goku exclaimed, astonished at their presence. As for Nappa, Goku chose to disregard him entirely. "Oof. Do you remember me? We didn't send you to Earth merely to engage in trivial skirmishes with the locals, Kakarot. You have greatly disappointed me." Raditz scowled at Goku's demeanor. "I'm not Kakarot. I'm Goku. While you may be my nominal brother, you have no right to reprimand me," Goku replied coolly, infuriating Raditz further. Unfazed, Goku turned his attention to Frieza, stating, "So you are the cosmic overlord, Frieza? I find you quite intriguing. How about we engage in a battle?" "What? This fool dares to challenge Lord Frieza? He is courting death." "Such ignorance," Zarbon exclaimed, astonished at Goku's audacity. Even Vegeta and the others were taken aback. Frieza was an entity they were not yet equipped to confront. "Oh, you wish to challenge me? How amusing. I find you quite interesting as well, though I wonder if you possess the capability to face me. Vegeta, why don't you go and test his strength?" Frieza remarked, casting a glance at Goku before addressing Vegeta with a casual tone. Vegeta furrowed his brow, stepping forward to confront, indeed. While King Frieza has begun to entertain thoughts of betrayal, he is yet unable to manifest this openly. Goku sensed Vegeta's energy and noted that it was merely around 12,000 units. This was understandable, considering there were still several years before the original timeline saw his attack on Earth, and such a weakness was to be expected. "Now, let me test the mettle of the strongest Saiyan, as proclaimed by King Frieza," Vegeta declared, his tone laced with irritation. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. How could he accept being overshadowed by Goku, a mere lowly warrior? "Frieza, do you wish to witness my true power? There is no need for you to send such insignificant beings to challenge me. I have no interest in trifles like this," Goku replied nonchalantly. "What did you say? You scoundrel, do not underestimate me. I am Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, far beyond your lowly stature," Vegeta retorted, his anger surging as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Goku. Chapter 14, The Battle. Goku effortlessly caught Vegeta's furious punch, shaking his head as he remarked, "Perhaps you will grow stronger in the future, but at present, you are no match for me." With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Vegeta flying. "You wretched fool, perish!" Vegeta exclaimed as he clumsily emerged from the rubble, hurling dozens of energy blasts at Goku. Goku, however, did not even bother to evade, allowing the countless blasts to strike him directly. "Haha, you've underestimated me. This is your consequence." Vegeta laughed triumphantly, but as the dust settled, Goku stood completely unscathed. "Is this merely a tickle?" Goku scoffed at Vegeta. He had clearly sensed the genuine intent to kill emanating from Vegeta. As the prince of the Saiyans, his pride would not permit him to be surpassed by a mere low-class Saiyan, leading him to resent Goku's very existence. At that moment, Goku too harbored thoughts of eliminating Vegeta. "Since you are so intent on my demise, I have no qualms about extinguishing you." Goku was not one to show mercy. He would decisively eliminate his foes without hesitation. Currently, Vegeta resembled a ticking time bomb filled with uncertainties. Bulma had become his wife, and dealing with Vegeta, a potential rival, necessitated elimination. Without Bulma, Goku doubted anyone could reform this malevolent being. To eradicate future threats, it was best to eliminate him outright. Frieza also sensed Goku's intent to kill and addressed his companions. Zarbin, you all should join forces. Vegeta alone cannot contend with him. Understood, Lord Frieza. Zarbin and the others immediately took to the skies, surrounding Goku and Vegeta. Son Wukong gazed at Raditz, his expression darkened. What? Do you intend to join them in opposing me? Truth be told, Son Wukong had no desire to eliminate his estranged brother. However, Raditz remained unfazed by Son Wukong's words. Lord Frieza is beyond your resistance, Kakarot. Return and assist us in aiding Lord Frieza's dominion over this universe. Fuming, Son Wukong retorted. You wretched creature, our father was slain by Frieza, and you wish to aid your father's murderer? To betray your own brother? Are you even human? Oof. The strong are revered. This has always been the way of our Saiyan race. Father was merely a failure. Son Wukong's fury surged as he exclaimed, How dare you? Such treachery is a blight upon the earth. It would be better to eliminate you entirely. At that moment, an intense rage consumed Son Wukong, erupting from him in a powerful wave that swept across the ground and mountains. The sheer force of his energy left Vegeta and the others in stunned silence. The devices of Vegeta and his companions exploded under the pressure. Elder Guru's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried into the Elder's residence to ensure his safety. How could this be? His battle power exceeds 1 million. Vegeta and the others gazed at Son Wukong in disbelief, astonished. Suddenly, a realization struck Vegeta, causing his expression to change drastically. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? How can a mere lower-class warrior possess such power? That title should belong to me. The Prince of Saiyans, Zarbin, filled with dread, stared at Son Wukong. Is this man truly the Super Saiyan that Lord Frieza fears? Son Wukong ceased the escalation of his energy, casting a measured glance at Vegeta and the others. I had intended to spare you for the sake of our shared heritage, but you have utterly disappointed me. In an instant, Son Wukong vanished, delivering a devastating blow to Vegeta's heart, sending him hurtling away as he coughed up a copious amount of blood, crashing into a mountain and becoming buried beneath the rubble. How could this be? I am the Prince of Saiyans. I cannot perish here, Vegeta thought, struggling to rise from the debris, yet soon fell silent. Son Wukong received a notification, earning 24,000 energy points. You have astounded me by slaying Vegeta. Raditz and Nappa were equally taken aback by the extraordinary power of Son Wukong, which surpassed their wildest imaginations. They hastily retreated towards Frieza, crying, King Frieza, save us. Since you have arrived, do not attempt to flee, Son Wukong remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Zabo. In an instant, he appeared behind Zabo and delivered a decisive blow that pierced through Zabo's back, earning him 42,000 energy points. No, it cannot be. Zabo gasped in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. What? Raditz and Nappa were equally astonished by the unfolding events, quickening their pace to escape. Can you really evade? These are energy points. Son Wukong smiled gently, extending his finger as beams of light shot forth, instantly piercing the hearts of Nappa and the others. Kakarot, you would even betray me. Raditz clutched the wound on his chest, gazing at Son Wukong with sorrowful eyes. Kakarot, save me. I realize my mistakes. I am your brother. Please, help me, and I shall join you in confronting Frieza. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have acted differently. I had already granted you a chance, yet you squandered it. Son Wukong turned his head away, refusing to look at Raditz any longer. At that moment, Frieza clapped his hands repeatedly, extending an olive branch to Son Wukong. Indeed, quite impressive. I never expected such formidable strength among the Saiyans. What say you? Would you care to serve me? Before Frieza could finish his proposition, Son Wukong retorted with ferocity. Even if you offered to carry my shoes, I would refuse. Take a good look at yourself. You are quite audacious. You have successfully enraged me. Frieza's face turned a shade of green with fury, and the atmosphere crackled with impending combat. Chapter 15. Wukong vs. Frieza. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Son Wukong, launching a sweeping kick aimed at his head. Son Wukong effortlessly caught Frieza's leg with one hand and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Frieza soaring through the air. At this point, Frieza had yet to transform, and his battle power was a mere 500,000. He was no match for Son Wukong. Sun Wukong glanced at the nearly collapsed home of the Grand Elder, his brow furrowing slightly. The Grand Elder was on the brink of passing. Should the aftermath of their battle engulf him, he would surely perish. And thus the Dragon Balls would become unusable. Frieza emerged from the rubble, his expression darkening. "You wretch, I shall end your life," he proclaimed, charging once more at Sun Wukong. "Wait," Sun Wukong interjected promptly. "I believe we must change our battlefield. You can see for yourself that the Grand Elder is nearing his end. Should our battle affect him, it would be catastrophic. With the Grand Elder's demise, the Dragon Balls would vanish, and your wishes would remain unfulfilled. Such matters do not concern me. Yet since you have raised the issue, let us indeed find a new arena," Frieza scoffed dismissively. Without delay, Sun Wukong gathered his energy and soared into the distance, with Frieza hot on his heels. In a desolate and uninhabited land, Sun Wukong gradually descended to the ground, addressing Frieza, who stood upon a large stone not far away. "This shall suffice." Frieza gazed at Sun Wukong and retorted, "Ah, have you chosen this as your final resting place?" Sun Wukong, growing impatient, shot back, "Spare me your prattle, transform swiftly. In your current state, I could easily vanquish you." "Huh? You are aware that I can transform?" "Fascinating, truly fascinating. However, should I undergo a transformation, you will stand no chance. So, let us begin with the first stage." Frieza cast a surprised glance at Sun Wukong, then roared, his energy surging rapidly as his muscles expanded. In mere moments, the diminutive Frieza morphed into a tall and robust figure. "Be cautious. My transformed self will not be as gentle as before." Observing Frieza's new form, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement within him. "Yes, just like that. Frieza, you have not disappointed me. Yet, this is still insufficient. I know you possess 2 more transformations. Hurry, ascend to your final form. I can hardly contain my eagerness for our battle." "Oh, do you believe I am not formidable enough at present? Do not be so arrogant, Sun Wukong," Frieza bellowed, launching a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. "I have already stated that you are still lacking." As Sun Wukong gradually grew more exhilarated, he tightened his fists, bracing himself against Frieza's powerful strike, and retaliated with a punch that sent Frieza staggering back several paces. Sun Wukong roared to the heavens, his energy soaring as bolts of lightning emanated from him, scattering the clouds, while fierce winds howled. The very planet trembled beneath the weight of his overwhelming aura. What immense power! How can this mere wild monkey possess such strength? It is impossible. Could he truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza was taken aback by the sheer force that Sun Wukong unleashed. "Transform into your ultimate form, or you shall have no further opportunities," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. Let all Super Saiyans perish. I, Frieza the Great, am the strongest in the universe." Frieza roared, his energy surging once more as he transformed into his grotesque second form. Yet his power continued to escalate, his massive physique shrinking into a more compact and elegant body. Sensing Frieza's energy, Sun Wukong became even more invigorated. "Is this your ultimate form?" "Indeed, it is formidable." Laughing heartily, Sun Wukong could hardly restrain himself as he charged toward Frieza. "I will make you pay for your arrogance." Frieza scoffed, vanishing in a flash to engage Sun Wukong in combat, their immense energies leveling the surrounding area. "Yes, this is how it should be. Now, this is what I call a battle." Sun Wukong laughed exuberantly, once again launching himself at Frieza. The figures of the 2 combatants intertwined in the sky, their forms indistinguishable, only the resounding clash echoing through the air. Frieza's tail struck Son Goku, sending him crashing to the ground, while he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts downward. Boom! The earth shattered, the terrain irrevocably altered, as molten lava surged forth from the depths. Grasping a rock, Son Goku, suspended in midair, gazed down at the rolling magma, exhaling a sigh of relief. Utilizing his floating technique, he hovered above the chaos. At this moment, Son Goku appeared quite disheveled. His clothes were tattered, his body marred with blood, and his right hand hung limply, indicating his severe injuries. Frieza is indeed formidable. This must be only half of his power, Son Goku lamented, feeling a sudden weight of pressure. With a swift motion, he produced a senzu bean, tossing it into his mouth. Mere moments later, his wounds healed completely, and his energy surged. Battle truly is the best way for a Saiyan to enhance their strength. Frieza, no matter how strong you are, as long as I have senzu beans, I cannot be defeated. Son Goku laughed triumphantly, and soared towards the ground. Huh? You are completely unscathed? Frieza stared in astonishment at Son Goku emerging from the earth, his expression darkening. Chapter 16, Super Saiyan Son Goku. Son Goku regarded Frieza with disdain. With your level of combat prowess, you might as well be merely tickling me. Haha. Frieza's fury boiled, his veins pulsating. Don't get too cocky, you fool. With that, Frieza instantaneously appeared before Son Goku. In a flash, Son Goku evaded to Frieza's rear, dodging his attack, and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying. Frieza regained his balance, wiping the blood from his lips, his countenance darkening further. What is happening? His strength seems to have grown even more formidable. Could it be that he wasn't fighting at full power before? How could I possibly lose to this mere wild monkey? Frieza stomped down, collapsing the mountain beneath him, charging at Son Goku once more. Son Goku, abandoning defense, roared mightily, his agile form darting towards Frieza with ferocity. As they collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, obliterating the mountain below. Boom! Son Goku executed a somersault, positioning his right foot to strike down upon Frieza with devastating force. With a flurry of kicks and punches, he unleashed his most relentless assault. Each strike was delivered with 200% of his strength, the barrage forcing Frieza to retreat repeatedly. Ultimately, Frieza found himself outmaneuvered, as Son Goku swept him off his feet, sending him crashing into a vast lake, creating towering waves. Bang! Frieza suddenly burst forth from the tumultuous waves, his fingertips emitting beams of light that shot towards Son Wukong like bullets. As Son Wukong evaded, he maneuvered swiftly, finding a brief opening and striking Son Wukong down to the ground with his foot. The impact was thunderous, causing the earth to crack and yielding a massive pit several hundred meters deep. Before Son Wukong could rise, Frieza hurled a colossal energy sphere directly at him. Is this how you wish for my demise? Son Wukong spat out blood and bellowed, Kamehameha. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his hands, colliding fiercely with Frieza's energy sphere, resulting in a fierce standoff. How could I possibly lose to a filthy monkey? Son Wukong! Frieza roared, unleashing his true power. As he exerted 80 of his strength, his energy wave expanded exponentially, overwhelming Son Wukong's Kamehameha and pushing it back. Unbelievable! Son Wukong gasped in horror as the overwhelming energy engulfed him, plunging him into the earth. With a resounding explosion, the attack obliterated half of Namek, causing seismic upheaval and sending magma soaring into the sky. It seemed the planet was on the brink of destruction. Ha, what a so-called Super Saiyan! You too shall perish at my hands. I, Frieza, am the strongest in the universe. He cackled, reveling in the sight of Son Wukong's vanishing form. Suddenly, the magma below began to bubble violently, causing Frieza's expression to change. Could it be? Impossible. With a tremendous crash, Son Wukong erupted from the magma, his formidable aura pushing the molten rock aside. No, it can't be. You're still alive? Frieza exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the disheveled warrior. Son Wukong did not respond, but instead stared blankly at the fragments of a ring in his right hand, pieces of the world ring he had worn. During the earlier explosion, it had absorbed much of the catastrophic force. Otherwise, this planet would have been obliterated long ago. However, while he could withstand such immense power, the world ring could not, shattering during the explosion and erasing Bulma and the others within it. Bulma, Siko, Lily, you wretched Frieza, I curse your ancestors. Son Wukong roared to the heavens, the destruction of the ring symbolizing the loss of those dear to him. Consumed by rage and vengeance, he felt fury boiling within him. Frieza, I will end your life. I will annihilate your entire race. In a fit of wrath, Son Wukong's hair shimmered and then, with a swift motion, transformed into a golden, powerful aura that enveloped the desolate Namek, causing it to tremble and show signs of imminent collapse. Fortunately, Son Wukong managed to stabilize his breath in time, preventing the immediate destruction of the planet. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's demeanor, Frieza's expression changed drastically. You scoundrel, turn to ashes. Son Wukong appeared before Frieza as if by teleportation. Frieza, taken aback, attempted to make a move, only to find Son Wukong grasping his right hand firmly, rendering him utterly immobile despite his frantic struggles. You wretched creature, perish! Frieza shouted defiantly. I fear you not. I am a cosmic emperor, Frieza. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Son Wukong, yet lacked the strength to even provoke a reaction from him. Are you merely tickling me? Son Wukong scoffed. glancing disdainfully at Frisia before delivering a powerful strike that sent him crashing into the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of stomps. "You bastard! You shatter my world. My wives have perished because of you. Damn you to death." Frisia, battered and on the brink of collapse, lay there with broken bones and bloodied flesh, utterly unrecognizable. "Who are you? Why are you so powerful?" Frisia's fear of Sun Wukong's displayed strength grew profound. "Me? I am a Super Saiyan you have always feared," Sun Wukong declared, revealing his identity as Frisia's eyes widened in shock. With a swift kick, he propelled Frisia skyward, and a key blast obliterated him completely. Chapter 17. Wishes and Potential. After vanquishing Frisia, Sun Wukong soared at breakneck speed toward the Grand Elder's home. At that moment, Namek was on the brink of annihilation. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder roared, and the ground erupted with flowing lava, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's abode lay in ruins, with the remaining Namekians gathered in a safe clearing, encircling the Elder. Before him lay the 7 Dragon Balls previously collected by Frisia. Sun Wukong descended slowly before the gathering. The Grand Elder, weak and weary, spoke, "Children, our savior has arrived. Let us express our gratitude." A dozen Namekians knelt before Sun Wukong, overflowing with thanks. Sun Wukong waved his hands, saying, "There is no need for thanks. We must summon the dragon quickly. This planet is on the verge of destruction, and we must restore it without delay." The Grand Elder nodded and promptly instructed Neil, "Neil, summon Purunga at once." Neil nodded and approached the Dragon Balls, uttering an incantation in Namekian. The sky darkened, and the immense Purunga materialized above. "Speak your wishes. I can grant you 3. Neil looked to Sun Wukong, who stated directly, "First, restore this planet to its former state." Neil chattered rapidly to Purunga, "You wish to revert Namek to its original condition?" It was a simple matter. Purunga's eyes instantly sparkled, and the ravaged planet Namek was immediately restored to its former glory. "Now, please articulate your second wish," he prompted. Sun Wukong extended his right hand, revealing the shattered fragments of his world ring. "I wish for my world ring to be restored, along with my wives, who perished with its destruction." He then inquired further, "Is it possible for this ring to merge freely within my body? Otherwise, during future battles, it is likely to shatter once more." Neil murmured in a flurry of words. Purunga nodded affirmatively. This wish is also quite simple. His eyes gleamed, and the fragments in Sun Wukong's hand began to visibly reassemble at an astonishing speed. Sun Wukong felt the familiar presence of the women within the ring and was filled with joy. "Thank you immensely," he exclaimed. With a thought, the ring transformed into a brilliant light, merging into his body, only to swiftly re-emerge. "This makes things much more convenient. I need not worry about it being destroyed in battle anymore," Sun Wukong remarked with satisfaction. "Now, please state your third wish." With excitement, Sun Wukong declared, "I desire eternal life, a youth that never fades. Only then will I possess sufficient time to encounter the formidable beings throughout the universe." Neil hesitated, glancing at the Elder. After a moment of contemplation, the Elder responded, "Let us grant his wish. While he may have a hint of selfishness, his heart is not wicked. Consider this our reward for his salvation of our planet." The Elder was fully aware that should Sun Wukong ever develop a malevolent heart, they could summon the dragon to revoke this wish. Neil conversed with Purunga in Namekian for a brief moment, and soon Sun Wukong felt each cell in his body brimming with vitality and vigor. The fatigue from battle vanished entirely, restoring him to his peak condition. Is this the sensation of immortality and eternal youth? Is truly magnificent. Sun Wukong was both exhilarated and thrilled. "I have fulfilled all your wishes. Farewell," Purunga proclaimed as he vanished, and the Dragon Balls scattered in 7 directions. Sun Wukong turned to the Elder with eager anticipation. "Elder, I have heard that you can assist individuals in unlocking their hidden potential. Can you help me unleash mine?" "Of course, this is no problem. Come here and stand beside me," the Elder instructed. Sun Wukong promptly positioned himself at the Elder's side. The Elder extended his right hand and placed it upon Sun Wukong's head. In a mere moment, an overwhelmingly potent energy erupted from within Sun Wukong, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. What terrifying potential! Who is this individual? If all his potential were to be unleashed, how many in this world could stand against him? The Elder was astounded by Sun Wukong's power, and the hand resting on Sun Wukong's head began to tremble. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong involuntarily transformed into a Super Saiyan, his overwhelming aura sending the surrounding Namekian sprawling. His power surged relentlessly, ascending through the first and second stages until it ultimately plateaued at the zenith of Super Saiyan form. The elder wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and remarked, "I can only unlock your potential to this extent. From here on, you must rely on your own strength to break through." Son Wukong, exhilarated by his newfound power, felt an intense thrill, believing he could obliterate the entire Namek planet with a single punch. What an exhilarating sensation it was. However, the elder gazed at son Wukong with growing concern, pondering the sheer magnitude of his potential. Should he fully mature, it was feared that no being in the universe would stand a chance against him. One could only hope he would not turn to malevolence, for the consequences could spell doom for the entire world. Subsequently, the Namekians warmly invited son Wukong to their village, where celebrations and gratitude ensued. Along the way, son Wukong summoned the women from the World Ring, prompting a chorus of questions from them. After a brief explanation, he was met with their playful teasing. Son Wukong spent just a single day on Namek before departing for the planet Yardrat the following day, eagerly anticipating the use of instant transmission, which he had long yearned to master. Chapter 18, Angel. After a span of approximately 5 days, son Wukong and his companions finally arrived at Yardrat. This planet was undeniably more beautiful than any extraterrestrial world he had previously encountered, though it still fell short when compared to Earth. The gravitational pull here was 4 to 5 times that of Earth, allowing only son Wukong to roam freely, while Siko and the others remained confined within the World Ring. As he traversed the enchanting landscape, son Wukong curiously observed his surroundings. He found himself in a lush forest, filled with flora and fauna he had never laid eyes upon before. Those fruits on the trees resemble apples, though they are astonishingly large and as red as fire. Suddenly, he spotted a fruit hanging from a tree that towered over him and, driven by curiosity, approached it. He reached out, plucked one, and brought it to his nose, contemplating whether it was edible. "Help! Someone!" A sudden cry for help pierced the tranquility of the forest, followed by the roar of a beast. Startled, son Wukong turned to see several large trees crashing to the ground and a winged behemoth emerging. This creature exudes an aura of at least 20,000 in battle power. It seems this planet is indeed extraordinary, he mused, momentarily taken aback. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the monstrous beast, which was just then extending its claws toward a delicate young girl. With a swift motion, son Wukong propelled the colossal beast away with a powerful kick, which sent it crashing through several towering trees before finally coming to a halt after colliding with a small mountain. It flailed its limbs for a moment, weakly flapped its wings twice, and was subsequently buried under the rubble of fallen stones. "Are you all right?" son Wukong inquired, scrutinizing the petite figure before him. She possessed a striking beauty, though her height was merely around 1.5 meters, giving her a rather youthful appearance. To his surprise, the inhabitants of Yadarat resembled humans closely. However, this girl was indeed a sight to behold. Son Wukong stroked his chin, assessing her with intrigue. The astonishingly endowed young girl gazed at son Wukong with wide eyes, and upon realizing her fortune, promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I am Angel, and may I ask for the name of my benefactor?" A bit shyly, Angel regarded son Wukong. "Oh, I am son Wukong, a traveler from Earth. In your terms, I am an extraterrestrial." "What? You are an alien? Where is Earth?" Angel's curiosity was piqued, and her astonishment was evident. Traveling from Earth to this place would require at least 20 days. Yet, I am equally astonished by your appearance. There are numerous planets in the universe, but few races resemble humans closely. Is that so? I would love to visit other planets." Angel exclaimed with longing in her eyes. Son Wukong chuckled. "If the opportunity arises, I could certainly take you along for a glimpse of the universe." "Really? Are you not deceiving me?" Angel's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him eagerly. "There's no trickery here. I am journeying through the cosmos, and having you along would be no burden. However, what brings a young girl to such a perilous place? My father was injured while hunting, so I came here seeking a medicinal herb called the emerald stargrass. But there are so many monsters around. It seems I will not be able to find it," Angel replied, her expression tinged with disappointment. "What does the emerald stargrass look like? I shall accompany you in your search." "Really?" Angel glanced at the nearby pile of rubble, her face lighting up with joy. "With your prowess, I am certain we will find the emerald stargrass. Do you know where it is?" Pointing ahead, Angel said, "Villagers have mentioned that the emerald star grass grows on a cliff not far from here, but it is home to the fearsome terror birds, making it quite difficult to approach. Now that we know where to go, let us set off. Son Wukong declared. Are you truly going? The terror birds are quite ferocious and travel in packs. It is very dangerous. Angel hesitated. Do not worry. Such minor beasts do not intimidate me. Let us proceed, he replied, taking Angel's hand and leading her deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous malevolent creatures, all swiftly vanquished by Son Wukong with a single strike. Now, Angel gazed at Son Wukong with a look of sheer admiration, as if stars of reverence were sparkling in her eyes. Even the mightiest warriors of their kind would struggle greatly to vanquish those monsters. Yet before Son Wukong, they appeared as mere toys. Could this not evoke admiration in Angel? The blossoming young maiden? After a journey of over 20 minutes, they finally arrived at a precipice. The so-called terror bird resembled a pterosaur, only 3 to 4 times larger, with wrinkled skin and a sharp beak filled with tiny, menacing teeth, looking both repulsive and ferocious. Wukong, brother, look! The emerald stargrass, Angel exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a cliffside. Wait for me here. I shall be right back. In an instant, Son Wukong appeared beside the cliff where the emerald star grass grew, plucking it with care and observing it closely. Is this truly the emerald star grass? It does resemble stars indeed. Be careful, Wukong, brother. Suddenly, a terror bird swooped down rapidly, its sharp beak aimed directly at Son Wukong's eyes. Nearby, there was a nest of terror birds, housing several featherless chicks. Seeing the 3 small terror birds, Son Wukong frowned and swiftly swatted the attacking terror bird aside, sending it crashing against the wall, unable to rise for quite some time. For the sake of the little terror birds, I'll spare your life, he said, turning to leave. However, the creature's anguished cries attracted a multitude of terror birds, and soon hundreds were converging upon Son Wukong. Be careful, Angel shouted worriedly from a distance. What a nuisance. Son Wukong stowed the emerald star grass in his world ring, and then unleashed a powerful shout, sending a wave of energy rippling outward. The surrounding terror birds were violently shaken and tumbled over the edge of the cliff. How impressive. Perhaps even Brother Zemu would not stand a chance against Wukong, Angel thought. Her eyes filled with admiration as she watched Son Wukong's figure. In a flash, he appeared beside her, presenting the emerald stargrass. Here, this must be the emerald stargrass. Take it and keep it safe. Where's your home? I shall escort you back. In that direction, she replied. Son Wukong nodded, lifted Angel into his arms, and soared into the air, heading in the direction she indicated. Chapter 19. Wukong battles the golden giant. Angel resided in a small town called Gulong, where the Yatarat people did not rule over one another but existed in tribal harmony. Gulong was merely one of many small tribes, home to about 1,000 inhabitants. Angel's house was located on a street in the western part of the town, belonging to an ordinary family consisting of a father, a mother, and an elderly grandfather. Her father, a robust middle-aged man, bore deep, gruesome wounds inflicted by a beast's claws, exposing bone and leaving several ribs fractured. Now, he lay in bed, unable to move. When Son Wukong beheld him, he was indeed momentarily taken aback. Although Angel's father appeared feeble in Son Wukong's perception, he firmly believed that this man possessed the ability to control his combat prowess freely. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. The severity of his injuries suggested that his adversary's strength was considerable. The individual capable of inflicting such grievous wounds on him must possess a combat power exceeding 10. As for Angel's mother, she was an ordinary woman with a modest charm, yet she did not pique Son Wukong's interest, as she bore no resemblance to the familiar characters from the realms of fantasy. Angel's grandfather, on the other hand, presented himself as a rather cantankerous elder. However, Son Wukong could sense that this old man's strength surpassed that of his son. To his astonishment, the visit of extraterrestrial guests to their home was indeed a remarkable honor. With great enthusiasm, Angel's grandfather urged Son Wukong to take a seat. Meanwhile, Angel and her mother were engaged in concocting medicinal brews. You are too kind, Son Wukong replied, but on another note. What creature has inflicted such grievous harm upon Uncle Mashi? Curiosity flickered in Son Wukong's eyes as he gazed at Angel's grandfather, Morin. With a heavy sigh, Morin revealed, to speak plainly, Mashi's injuries were not the result of a hunting mishap involving wild beasts, but rather a ferocious bear from the Shilwa jungle. This menacing giant bear attacks any living being it encounters, having already wreaked havoc upon several tribes. Consequently, dozens of tribes have banded together to issue a bounty. Whoever can slay this bear shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Such a sum could sustain our family for generations. Thus, Mashi, confident in his prowess, sought to eliminate this menace. Alas, Had it not been for the timely intervention of the town's foremost warrior, Zemu, he would have met a dire fate. However, Zemu now lies bedridden, recuperating. Otherwise, how could Angel have dared to venture into the Dabula forest in search of the emerald stargrass? A bear, you say? How colossal is it? What is its combat power? Sun Wukong inquired, growing intrigued by the creature. The bear stands at least several meters tall, robust, and powerful. A single blow from it could topple a mountain. Truly formidable, Morin replied. Just then, a series of thunderous footsteps echoed, causing the very ground to tremble. Outside, a cacophony of chaos and frightened cries erupted. Morin's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Those footsteps herald the arrival of the giant bear in our town. Quickly, Wukong, summon Angel and the others. We must leave at once. There's no need for such alarm. I shall step outside to investigate, Sun Wukong declared, darting out of the dwelling. Wukong, come back. Morin's anxious voice called from within. Observing the panicked townsfolk fleeing in disarray, Sun Wukong shook his head and turned towards the town's outskirts. Goodness, that is no mere bear. It resembles a colossal gorilla. Sun Wukong marveled at the enormous gray creature outside the town, awestruck. Judging by its aura, its combat power must be around 30. At this moment, a group of brave warriors from the town engaged in a fierce battle with the colossal creature. Yet their attacks left no mark upon its formidable frame. Instead, the beast swatted them down with ease, reminiscent of a fly being crushed. It was a one-sided massacre. However, amidst the chaos, one individual captured the creature's attention, a young man, the strongest among the assembled fighters. With his fingers poised at his forehead, he flickered around the battlefield, rescuing his comrades from the clutches of the beast's minions. This was instantaneous movement, a sight to behold on this planet. Though the young man's combat prowess was merely in the range of several 100,000, far from a match for the Titan. As anticipated by Sun Wukong, the young man relied solely on his teleportation to save his allies, yet soon found himself fatigued in combat against the giant. In a swift motion, the creature sent him crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Unrelenting, the beast stomped down again, then opened its maw wide, unleashing a powerful beam of light directed toward the town. Help! Our town is doomed, cried the fleeing townsfolk, their faces etched with despair. The ferocity of the creature was truly terrifying. Sun Wukong, moved by the scene, let out a mighty roar, emanating a formidable aura. In a flash, he deflected the energy beam emitted by the giant, sending it soaring into the sky, where it vanished beyond the planet's reach. The townspeople stood in awe at this extraordinary display. Incredible. He effortlessly diverted the giant's energy wave to a nearby clearing, Morin exclaimed, astonished. I always said that Brother Wukong is remarkable, Angel remarked, gazing at the figure in admiration. With a series of thunderous roars, the giant pounded its chest and launched itself at Sun Wukong. You are far from my match in strength. Sun Wukong countered with a mighty shout, extending his arms to catch the creature's powerful strike. Grasping its fingers, he unleashed a surge of energy, sending the giant crashing to the ground, pummeling it mercilessly, leaving the surrounding townsfolk in stunned silence. The once formidable beast appeared as a mere toy in Sun Wukong's grasp. In a brief period, the ground beneath them had been crushed into a deep chasm, while the giant bled profusely from its 7 orifices. Subsequently, Sun Wukong hurled it into the air and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating it completely. Chapter 20. Instantaneous Movement. In the depths of a massive crater, Sun Wukong gazed at the young man lying beneath the imprint of the giant's foot and marveled to be crushed nearly beyond recognition, yet still alive. His vitality is astonishing. Just then, a brilliant light emanated from the young man's body, splitting into two, transforming him into 2 distinct beings. Sun Wukong wore a look of astonishment. Could this possibly be some form of fusion technique? After a moment's contemplation, he produced 2 celestial beings and fed them to the mouths of the 2 individuals. Hurry, swallow them quickly, or you shall perish. They hesitated briefly before laboriously swallowing the beans. In mere moments, their injuries healed completely, and they became vibrant and full of life. What on earth did you just give us? This is truly miraculous. With such severe wounds, I thought I would not survive much longer. Yet here I am, fully recovered. One of them exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at his own body. Noticing their astonished demeanor and their failure to express gratitude, Sun Wukong felt a surge of displeasure. Hey, I must remind you that I just bestowed upon you my most precious celestial beings. Is it too much to expect a simple thank you? My sincerest apologies. I was so taken aback that I momentarily forgot. One of them replied, I am Zemu, and this is Rixia. We are profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. Might I inquire about your esteemed name? I am Sun Wukong. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, I would be most eager to learn that dazzling skill you just demonstrated, as well as the fusion technique you performed. I consumed 2 celestial beings precisely to acquire your instantaneous movement and fusion arts. Sun Wukong was indeed astonished by the combat prowess of the Yatarat aliens. Just moments prior, as the duo regained their strength, he distinctly sensed that their battle power was merely around 10,000. However, upon merging, their strength skyrocketed to over 100,000, which was quite remarkable. According to the original text, Sun Wukong claimed that the Yatarat aliens lacked formidable combat strength. Yet, these two possessed at least 10,000, while the average Yatarat alien had several hundred. One might conclude that for a Sun Wukong capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, the Yatarat aliens were not particularly formidable. If they lacked even that level of strength, how could they possibly create such extraordinary skills? You wish to learn my instantaneous movement? Zemu hesitated momentarily. I would very much like to teach you, but this is a closely guarded secret of our tribe, reserved only for those among us who have earned the title of warrior. After some thought, Rixia added, however, since you vanquished that giant bear and rescued us all, I believe the chief would certainly agree. At that moment, a large group approached. An elderly man at the forefront arrived before Sun Wukong, his face brimming with gratitude. Brave warrior, we cannot thank you enough. Not only have you saved our tribe, but you have also rescued others. I am Zada, the chief of this tribe, and I have brought others from neighboring tribes to express our heartfelt gratitude. Grandfather, Zemu interjected eagerly. Wukong wishes to learn our instantaneous movement and fusion techniques. May he? It became clear that this elder was indeed his grandfather. This is certainly not an issue, for he is the valiant warrior who has saved our entire tribe. Not only can he teleport, but he can also impart any other skills you wish to learn, Zada declared with a proud demeanor. It seems the people of their tribe are quite generous and possess a profound sense of gratitude. Brother Wukong, you are truly remarkable. Even that formidable giant bear stands no chance against you. I am in absolute awe of you. At that moment, Angel suddenly dashed in front of Sun Wukong, gazing at him with admiration. Angel, I was almost done in by that giant bear. Can't you offer me some comfort? Zemu remarked sourly, watching Angel with a hint of jealousy. Isn't everything fine now? You are the first warrior after all. Angel shot Zemu an exasperated glance, dismissing his words entirely. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, you two seem to share quite a bond. Zemu laughed sheepishly, while Angel's cheeks flushed crimson. Nearby, Zada remarked, these two have been betrothed since childhood and are used to bickering. I apologize for the spectacle. Oh, a betrothal? Congratulations are in order then. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. His feelings for Angel were merely those of an older brother's affection toward a younger sister. His interests lie primarily with the remarkable and beautiful figures in the realm of fantasy. Aside from exceptionally beautiful women, he hardly takes notice of others. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Angel felt a pang of disappointment as she harbored strong feelings for him. Zemu observed Angel's expression with envy. Caught between his fiancée, and his savior, feeling quite conflicted, Sun Wukong discerned their thoughts and feigned regret, saying, alas, the environment of your planet differs greatly from mine. My wife would not be able to adapt. Otherwise, I could summon her for you to meet. Ah, Brother Wukong, you already have a wife? Where's she? Angel asked, astonished and disheartened. Zemu, on the other hand, looked pleasantly surprised, his gaze towards Sun Wukong becoming much more amiable. With a thought, Sun Wukong summoned a glowing ring that flew from his chest into his hand. She is within this ring. Can such a small ring hold a person? Angel and the others gazed in astonishment at the world ring in Sun Wukong's hand. Is this a spatial ring? Has the technology on your planet advanced to such a degree? Zada expressed his surprise. The ingenuity of the Adratian people seemed to lie in creating peculiar skills rather than advancing technology. Sun Wukong merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Thus, at the warm invitation of Zada and his companions, Sun Wukong returned to their town, where Zemu promptly taught him the method of teleportation. Remarkably, within just one day, Sun Wukong had mastered the art of teleportation. This was indeed a significant blow for Zemu, who had spent several years mastering his skills. Chapter 21. Wukong versus Gula. In truth, the impact on Sun Wukong was no less than that on Zemu. It must be noted that, in the original text, Characters like Zalubuo were able to learn from merely witnessing Sun Wukong's techniques a few times. It appears that the learning capabilities of humans cannot be compared to those of artificial beings. Ultimately, Sun Wukong could not help but reflect on this realization. After mastering instant transmission, Sun Wukong began to study fusion. His expectations for fusion exceeded those he had for instant transmission, as he harbored a belief that if his idea were feasible, his strength would be infinitely augmented, rendering him unafraid of anyone in this world. In comparison, learning fusion proved to be considerably easier. All he needed to do was remember the technique and the posture required for the fusion. Sun Wukong mastered it in no time. But without a counterpart of equal strength, he was unable to test the results of this technique. Subsequently, Sun Wukong learned a technique called energy barrier, which allowed him to create a powerful barrier of energy to negate incoming attacks. It was a highly practical defensive maneuver. As for other skills aside from being peculiar, they lacked practicality, prompting Sun Wukong to forego further study. Having completed his learning, it was time for Sun Wukong to depart from his planet. The inhabitants of planet Adrat were reluctant to see him go, particularly Angel, who clung to Sun Wukong's clothing, wishing to travel the cosmos with him. In a moment of exasperation, Sun Wukong gifted her his spaceship, as he had already mastered instant transmission, rendering the vessel largely unnecessary. This fulfilled his earlier promise to take Angel on an adventure through the universe, allowing her to let him go. Since learning that Sun Wukong had taken a wife, Angel had set aside her feelings and began to gradually accept Jamu. Given that they were already betrothed and had grown up together, the barriers that once existed between them had been broken, and their relationship began to blossom rapidly. With everything concluded, it was time to leave. Sun Wukong's next destination was the planet where Frisia resided. During their previous battle, when the world ring shattered and many fell, he had vowed to annihilate Frisia's entire clan. A promise not made in the heat of anger, but one he intended to keep. On a broad street, Sun Wukong waved farewell to the Adrat people, saying, "Everyone, this is where you can stop." He pressed his finger to his forehead, focusing intently, and then looked toward the northwest. Is it this way? Although the distance was great, he could indeed sense an aura similar to Frisia's. With a flash, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. Little did he know, the instant transmission of his clan allowed him to traverse the cosmos with such ease, an impressive feat indeed. Jamu gazed at Sun Wukong's disappearing figure, filled with awe and longing, wondering when he might achieve such mastery. Jada sighed, "You must put forth your utmost effort. Once your strength reaches the level of Wukong, you will naturally be able to achieve it." "I will succeed," Jamu replied with unwavering confidence. In a distant corner of the universe, a colossal spaceship sped through the cosmos. Within its spacious and brightly lit hull, various peculiar extraterrestrial beings moved about. At the forefront sat a tall man, resembling Frisia, flanked by a petite figure strikingly similar to him. "Magoo, how much longer until we reach Yadalat Star?" the tall man inquired, sipping his red wine and casually addressing a wrinkled, diminutive alien below him. In response to King Geldo, "At our current speed, it will take at least 5 more days to arrive." 5 days? That seems excessively long. By the time we arrive, I presume the one who killed my brother will have already escaped. The smaller figure frowned, revealing himself as Gula, Frisia's brother. King Geldo had summoned Gula from another domain specifically to seek revenge on son Goku for Frisia. Is escape even a possibility? It is merely a matter of time. Geldo waved dismissively. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Geldo and Gula. Son Goku, recognizing the two familiar figures, exclaimed in surprise towards Gula. "Frisia? No, that can't be right. I've already defeated Frisia. You must be his brother, Gula, and this is his father, King Geldo. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared here? We have an intruder." Instantly, minions aboard the spaceship rushed in, surrounding Son Goku. "This fellow," Gula declared, pointing at the image on the display, "is a murderer of my brother, Son Goku." "Oh, Son Goku. Doesn't he appear particularly formidable? Is he truly the legendary Super Saiyan?" Geldo remarked nonchalantly, taking another sip of wine. "I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to us. Is your confidence stemming from your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? I must admit, I'm quite surprised to encounter both of you. It seems fate has brought us together. In that case, I shall send you both to reunite with Frisia." Such arrogance. "Allow me to test the true strength of this so-called Super Saiyan." Gula scoffed, launching himself at Son Goku. Goku met the attack head-on, and within moments, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, causing the sturdy spaceship to sustain significant damage. However, without his Super Saiyan transformation, Goku found himself outmatched by Gula, who had already attained the third transformation. Sun Wukong was propelled through several metallic walls by a singular tail strike before finally halting his momentum. Is this the renowned strength of a Super Saiyan? Truly, it is a pitiful display, Gula disdainfully remarked, casting a scornful glance at Sun Wukong, brushing off the dust from his attire. Sun Wukong rose to his feet and replied nonchalantly, "To be honest, you are indeed significantly stronger than Frisia. However, you are still far too inexperienced to defeat me." With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing an overwhelming aura that caused the spacecraft to tremble violently, its lights flickering erratically amidst bursts of flames. Thus, the battle commenced. Sun Wukong's figure blurred as he delivered a flying kick, sending Gula crashing through the spacecraft and hurtling into the vastness of space. Chapter 22. Gula and Gel Duo. Is this truly the legendary visage of a Super Saiyan? It is indeed astonishing, Gel Duo observed with keen interest, his tone nonchalant as he dismissed Gula's defeat with a single blow. "So what do you say? Care to join my ranks? With a Super Saiyan like you at my side, conquering the universe would be a mere trifle. Did you consume too much Sanlu as a child? You and Frisia both seem eager to recruit others as subordinates. As an extra, you should embrace your role as such, you fool." With his energy surging dramatically, Sun Wukong executed a flying kick that sent Gel Duo hurtling out of the spacecraft. Gula caught the airborne Gel Duo, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "Father, this fellow is formidable. It seems we must reveal our true prowess." Gel Duo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for such complications. The Saiyans, those foul monkeys, differ from us. They cannot traverse the cosmos as freely. We merely need to destroy the spacecraft." Gula furrowed his brow, yearning for a chance to contend with the legendary Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. However, respecting his father's command, he unleashed a ki blast towards the spacecraft. Boom! The massive spacecraft erupted in a brilliant explosion, flames engulfing it, and within moments, it vanished into the cosmic dust. In this manner, even without engaging, "That fellow is doomed," Gel Duo proclaimed with a smug expression. "Who is doomed?" Sun Wukong suddenly appeared behind the two, his tone serene. You're unscathed?" Gula stared in astonishment at Sun Wukong. "When did Saiyans learn to survive in outer space? This is impossible," Gel Duo echoed, equally astonished. Sun Wukong had no desire to answer their inquiries. After all, he had wished for immortality and eternal youth. Making the ability to breathe and thrive in space seem trivial. "What I detest most is procrastination. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, I shall swiftly eliminate you," he declared, his energy surging to its zenith as he unleashed the pinnacle of Super Saiyan first-stage power. In a fleeting motion, Gula and his son were tossed around in the vastness of space as if they were mere playthings, before a Kamehameha wave surged forth, engulfing them in a brilliant explosion of light. Observing the spot where they had vanished, Sun Wukong sighed, remarking on the tragic fate of Gula, who seemed capable of transforming into a fourth stage. "What a pity for that poor child. Fate has dealt him a cruel hand by crossing paths with me," he mused. As he glanced around, Sun Wukong was startled to find the wrinkled, diminutive alien he had seen aboard the spaceship still alive, flailing its limbs in a manner reminiscent of a frog as it floated in the void of space. "Ah, survivor. Just the guide I need. Or I might never locate the planet where Frisia and the others reside," he thought, his eyes lighting up. In an instant, he seized the grotesque little creature, exclaiming, "I never imagined you could survive out here in space. It's no wonder you could follow Gildo. Despite your small stature, your battle power exceeds 100,000. Impressive indeed. Please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask." The ugly alien trembled, panic etched across its face. "Such a coward, wasting your formidable power," Sun Wukong scoffed, delivering 2 swift slaps to the creature. "Take me to the planet where Gildo and the others reside, and I shall spare your life." Yes, I'll take you there. Just don't harm me." The frightened alien pointed in a direction, shaking uncontrollably. "It's that way," nodding in acknowledgement. Sun Wukong was about to employ instant transmission when, suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed an overwhelming energy behind him. What intimidating power! That Gildo and Gula's energy. How are they still alive? In an instant, he materialized above a small asteroid, where Gula and Gildo were concealed behind the planet, undergoing their transformations. "How infuriating! I've been deceived. It seems I have overestimated my own strength," he thought, frustrated by the realization. Observing the two as they transformed, Sun Wukong ground his teeth in anger. If that is the case, I shall allow you to transform. I refuse to believe that, with my peak Super Saiyan power, I cannot overcome the combined might of you two. As Gula assumed his fourth stage, Sun Wukong felt only a mild surprise. His energy still fell short compared to that of the peak Super Saiyan. However, when he saw Gildo also transform into his fourth stage, and noted that his energy was nearly on par with his own, Sun Wukong was genuinely astonished. Isn't this fellow supposed to be a mere bystander? Wasn't he defeated effortlessly by Trunks? How can his power surpass Gula's? This defies all logic. After his initial shock wore off, Sun Wukong could only sigh. Reflecting on Gildo's unjust demise in the original tale, it stands to reason his second stage was significantly stronger than Frisia's ultimate transformation. It would be absurd if he were weak. After all, he is the father of these two. But I never anticipated him achieving the fourth stage. You have discovered us, yet you make no move to stop us. It appears you are quite confident in your own strength, Gildo remarked darkly, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong. The injuries they had previously sustained had healed after their transformation. It would be a pity to eliminate two worthy opponents so swiftly. Thus, I shall take this opportunity to experience the might of your fourth transformation. With that, Sun Wukong brought his right foot down with tremendous force, shattering the small asteroid behind the duo. The father and son, Gula and his progeny, swiftly evaded the attack and immediately charged at Sun Wukong in unison. Their fists flew like shadows, their speed so great that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving Sun Wukong in a frantic scramble. The prowess of these two was not significantly inferior to his own, with one being nearly his equal. Together, they had managed to gain the upper hand against Sun Wukong. Indeed, one must not become too complacent, Sun Wukong reflected, decisively abandoning his defense. He bore the brunt of a powerful punch from Gildo and retaliated with a sweeping kick that struck Gula squarely on the head, sending him hurtling through countless asteroids before he finally regained his balance. Chapter 23, Super Saiyan 2. Huh, you think it felt good? Now it's my turn. Sun Wukong spat a mouthful of blood, launching himself into a frenzied assault on Gildo. Without Gula's assistance, Gildo could only withstand a few exchanges before falling victim to Sun Wukong's powerful strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong, confident in his immortal form, abandoned all defense, opting instead for a relentless offensive, exchanging injury for injury, punch for punch. In no time, Gildo was left battered and bruised. Though Sun Wukong appeared to be in disarray, in fact, felt no pain. His immortal body had already healed any wounds the moment they were inflicted. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow to Gildo, a formidable energy wave surged toward him, forcing Sun Wukong to evade and forfeiting his chance for a decisive strike. Gildo capitalized on this brief opening, swiftly reuniting with Gula. Gula gazed at Sun Wukong with excitement. Truly, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. To withstand the combined might of us father and son is astonishing. What legendary Super Saiyan? I'm merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. If I were the legendary one, I could annihilate the two of you with a mere flick of my finger. Sun Wukong retorted dismissively. Oh, by your tone, it seems you have yet to achieve the status of the legendary Super Saiyan. Then what is this form you currently possess? Gildo inquired, somewhat perplexed by Sun Wukong's assertion. Given your level of intellect, it would be quite challenging to explain. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us continue. Sun Wukong declared as he charged once more at Gula and his son. The three resumed their fierce battle. As Gula engaged Sun Wukong, Gildo took advantage of the distraction, pointing a single finger to unleash a red beam of light that shot toward Sun Wukong, its penetrating force potent enough to pierce through his very being if it struck. With a disdainful snort, Sun Wukong forcefully repelled Gula, bringing his hands together to shape a golden orb of light. In an instant, it expanded, forming a circular, transparent golden barrier that enveloped him. The beams emitted by Gildo merely stirred the surface of the barrier, creating tiny ripples. This was one of the formidable techniques that Sun Wukong had learned from the Yadrit people, the energy barrier. Gula, with a booming voice, swiftly joined forces with Gildo. Hovering above Sun Wukong, extending a single hand, they rapidly coalesced a sphere of energy between their fingers. As the two energy spheres merged, they grew exponentially, and with a fierce shout, they launched the combined force down upon Sun Wukong. Such a powerful death ball. If I were to be struck by it, even with my immortal body, survival would be a daunting challenge, Sun Wukong thought, taken aback by the intensity of the attack from Gula and his son. Though he possessed immortality, it was contingent upon his physical form remaining intact. If his body were to dissolve into nothingness, what good would immortality serve? Gula and his son were not significantly weaker than Sun Wukong, and the combined might of their death ball was indeed formidable. Sun Wukong summoned all his strength, unleashing his Kamehameha wave. The golden wave clashed against the death ball, holding it at bay. I acknowledge your strength. You are the most formidable Saiyan we have encountered, Sun Wukong admitted. However, even your power cannot withstand the onslaught of our combined death ball. Gula and Geldo shouted in unison, unleashing their energy without restraint. The death ball grew several times in size, gradually overpowering Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. This is outrageous. In the past, it was always me and my son teaming up against others. How is it that I now find myself facing a father and son duo against me? This defies logic. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, yet still unable to halt the advance of the death ball. Slowly, his body was being forced down, the death ball drawing nearer, threatening to engulf him entirely. I am Sun Wukong. I have many maidens awaiting my rescue. I cannot perish here, he roared, his muscles tensing as the veins in his body bulged. Golden energy began to crackle with arcs of electricity. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong's hair stood on end, his golden aura enveloped by electrical arcs, his power surging uncontrollably. Having reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, he finally broke through the confines of his limits under the threat of annihilation, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed his Kamehameha wave once again, which surged to more than tenfold its previous strength, reflecting the death ball back with an overwhelming force. No, this cannot be happening. We cannot be defeated. In a dramatic turn of events, the two Gulag father and son were gradually vaporized under Sun Wukong's Kamehameha until they completely vanished. Finally, Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of his newfound power, excitement swelling within him. Is this the might of Super Saiyan 2? Truly formidable, he mused, chuckling to himself that these three Frisia figures were indeed his fortunate stars, not only aiding his ascension to Super Saiyan, but also propelling him to a further transformation in his Super Saiyan 2. As a token of gratitude, he decided to obliterate their planet, offering it as a burial site for them. Sun Wukong attentively sensed his surroundings and, in a flash, vanished, seizing the fleeing, grotesque, diminutive alien. Do you think you can escape? He inquired, delivering several resounding slaps. Please don't hit me. I promise I won't run away again. I'll take you to the planet where King Gerudo resides. This planet is where Frisia and his kin dwell? Sun Wukong queried, gazing at the ice blue orb before him, addressing the ugly alien he held. Indeed, this is the home planet of King Gerudo. If you doubt my words, you may verify it for yourself, the alien replied. Sun Wukong carefully attuned his senses and confirmed there were indeed numerous powerful presences akin to Frisia's emanating from the planet. Satisfied, he nodded appreciatively, hurling the alien towards the ice blue planet. Subsequently, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form and, to eliminate any future threats and prevent unforeseen events, unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha, erasing the planet from the cosmic tapestry. Just then, the dimensional travel system automatically displayed a virtual message. Congratulations. Your energy points have surpassed 1 billion. The dimensional travel system is fully activated, and the door to fantasy realms is now wide open. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, examining the system to discover his energy points had soared to an astounding 13.2 billion. It was evident how formidable the energy from the planet he had just annihilated truly was, especially as it was Frisia's homeworld. Although the planet housed few life forms, their combat prowess was exceptional, resulting in a significant energy yield. Had this been Earth, even if each life form yielded but a single energy point, the total would undoubtedly eclipse that of this planet, given Earth's abundant life. Upon further inspection, he noted that the previous dimensional travel device could only traverse anime worlds. Now, it could access any realm of imagination, including novels, films, games, and comics. While Sun Wukong was eager to explore other worlds, he resolved to first address matters in his current realm. His next objective was originally to visit King Kai, but with his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, the necessity to learn the Kaioken technique had diminished. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku's power surged by an astonishing 50-fold. However, should he attempt to employ the Kaioken technique while in this transformed state, it would undoubtedly exceed his body's capacity, resulting in grave consequences. Thus, The Kaioken has become ineffective for him. As for the Spirit Bomb, its potency is indeed formidable. Yet, Goku finds the time and energy required to harness such a technique unappealing. He understands that true strength lies in the enhancement of one's own abilities. Consequently, he perceives that relying on external forces for power is unnecessary. At this juncture, it appears increasingly challenging for him to find worthy adversaries. Perhaps it is best to return to Earth. With a mere instant transmission, Goku vanished from his location. Simultaneously, as Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, obliterating planets. In the North Galaxy, on a desolate planet, a man seemed to sense something amiss. He looked up to the sky, his previously calm visage morphing into one of extreme rage and resentment. Kakarot. In a furious roar, this individual transformed into a Super Saiyan. Just as Broly was about to take flight, a middle-aged man appeared just in time, holding a peculiar controller that emanated a unique glow and vibration. Calm down, Broly. You must regain your composure. Under the persistent urging of the middle-aged man, Broly gradually began to settle down. If Goku were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For these two figures were none other than the legendary Super Saiyan Broly and his father, Paragus. Broly, let us return, Paragus said, his brow furrowed as he observed Broly. I did not anticipate the wheels of fate to turn so swiftly. It seems my plans must be executed sooner than expected. After returning to Earth, Goku enjoyed an invigorating bath with several women in Bulma's pool. Following their shared experience, he emerged from the fragrant room, humming a tune, feeling refreshed as he closed the door behind him. In an instant, he transported himself to the doorstep of Master Roshi's abode, recalling that a beautiful lady awaited him there. Who are you? The door swung open suddenly, revealing a stunning woman with blue hair, momentarily taken aback as she curiously gazed at Goku. His eyes sparkled with recognition as he replied, Ah, Launch. It has been years. You have grown even more beautiful. Wait, you know me? Launch asked, her expression one of bewilderment, looking adorably innocent without a sneeze. Is it possible you have forgotten me after just over 2 years? I was the one who rescued you from those pursuing officers, Goku said. Launch scrutinized him carefully, then uncertainly replied, Are you Goku? Goku smiled slightly at last. You remember, is Master Roshi not at home? Ah, you truly are Goku. I cannot believe how much you have grown in just over 2 years, Launch exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. You mentioned Master Roshi? He is currently in the restroom. The restroom? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then suddenly realized it seemed that the lecherous old man was hiding in the restroom, engrossed in reading. With a shift in tone, he turned to Lan Chi, a broad smile on his face. Lan Chi, it has been over 2 years. Have you missed me? As he spoke, he reached out with his claw-like hands to caress her hand. Wukong, you've changed, Lan Chi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but how could she possibly succeed against his grip? Impossible. I have always been pure. I was merely greeting you, Sun Wukong chuckled, inching his paw toward Lan Chi's chest. Wukong, please don't. Lan Chi, her face a deep shade of red, meekly protested. Normally, she was a gentle and delicate girl, and she found herself at a loss in response to Sun Wukong's flirtations. When you say Auntie, what exactly do you mean by that? Sun Wukong smirked, his paw already resting on her chest. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, causing Lan Chi to inhale a small amount of dust, leading to a loud sneeze. In an instant, her blue hair transformed into a golden hue. The gentle Lan Chi vanished, replaced by a fiercely irritable version of herself. You little rascal. How dare you take advantage of me? In a fit of annoyance, the golden-haired Lan Chi delivered a swift strike to Sun Wukong's abdomen. With a quick twist, she darted away, somehow acquiring a gun, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon him. Sun Wukong, however, remained unconcerned, allowing the bullets to strike him without flinching. Leaving no mark whatsoever, he began to stroll toward Lan Chi. What kind of monster are you, that even bullets cannot harm you? Startled by the scene before her, Lan Chi turned to flee, only to be caught in Sun Wukong's embrace, who leaned down and kissed her forcefully. Chapter 25. Lan Chi. Hey, what is happening here? Master Roshi hurriedly emerged from the restroom, adjusting his belt, only to be stunned by the scene before him. What on earth is going on? Lan Chi, who had been slowly succumbing to Sun Wukong's domineering kiss, suddenly regained her senses and bit down on his lip, causing him to reflexively release her. Daring to take advantage of me comes with a price. She laughed, stepping back and firing another round at him, while Sun Wukong remained unharmed. Master Roshi found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, dancing amidst the gunfire in a comically absurd manner. Seeing that the bullets had no effect on Sun Wukong, Lan Shi reached to her waist and surprisingly pulled out a hand grenade, tossing it in his direction. With a resounding explosion, Master Roshi was sent flying, splashing into the sea, while half of the turtle house was reduced to rubble. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong brushed off the dirt from his clothes and, gazing at the frantically shooting golden-haired Lan Shi, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This girl is fierce. Compared to her, even the likes of Nan Li Xiong seem utterly weak." With a swift motion, Sun Wukong seized the gun from Lan Shi's grasp and cast it to the ground. He then firmly grasped her wrist with one hand, lifting her effortlessly into the air. "I ask you, have you had your fun?" he chided. "As a girl, how can you be so ferocious? It seems I must take it upon myself to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Sun Wukong delivered a series of sharp slaps to her backside, provoking shrieks from Lan Shi that gradually morphed into whimpers of despair. "Well done, young man. You are the first to dare treat the golden-haired Lan Shi in such a manner." The turtle sage approached, giving Sun Wukong a thumbs up. With a subtle smile, Sun Wukong replied, "Greetings, Master Wutian." "You know me? Who are you?" The turtle sage, puzzled, scrutinized Sun Wukong, his eyes widening in realization. "Could it be you are Wukong? Ha! It has been over 2 years, yet you still possess such vigor, Master Wutian." Sun Wukong chuckled. "I truly is Wukong. You've grown quite tall." The turtle sage marveled, still in disbelief. "How domineering and masculine you are. I must say I am quite taken with you." "It is settled, Wukong. You shall henceforth be my man." Lan Shi, finally catching her breath, affectionately linked her arm with Sun Wukong's, refusing to let go. "What?" The turtle sage was left utterly astonished. "Huh?" Sun Wukong was equally taken aback. Was it truly so simple to conquer her with just a few slaps? "Oof. Even if you refuse, it is of no consequence. Once I have made a decision, I shall not alter it," Lan Shi declared, exuding an undeniable aura of strength, reminiscent of a fierce woman. "Since you have stated it so boldly, I shall accept you as my concubine," Sun Wukong responded. "What? A concubine? Do you have other women? How dare anyone compete with me for a man? I shall deal with her." Lan Shi seethed, brandishing her long gun and unleashing a barrage of shots into the air. "Calm down. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it," the turtle sage lamented, wishing he had dealt with her more sternly. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Lan Shi to let out a loud sneeze, instantly reverting to her original form, a gentle blue-haired girl. "Wait, why am I embracing you? What on earth just transpired?" Lan Shi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily released her hold on Wukong, clearly bewildered by the preceding events. Sun Wukong, however, pulled her back into his embrace. "Why the shame? Just moments ago, you boldly declared your intention to be my woman. What has changed? Wait, did I really say that? I don't recall," Lan Shi stammered, her face burning with confusion. "Alas, Wukong, you are quite the rascal. You've whisked Lan Shi away, leaving this old man to ponder who will care for me in the future," the turtle sage lamented, wiping away tears. In the living room, Lan Shi was now dutifully pouring tea for Sun Wukong. The turtle sage gazed at Sun Wukong with a look of deep lamentation. "Wukong," he began, "who would have thought that after 2 years of training in the Divine Temple, you would have become so perceptive? You came back and whisked away my Lan Shi." Sun Wukong rolled his eyes in response. "What do you mean, your Lan Shi? You lecherous old man should take a good look at yourself. You are utterly unappealing now, Wukong," the turtle sage retorted, turning to Lan Shi. "Speaking of which, Lan Shi, since you are about to depart with Wukong, how about letting me have a little touch before you leave?" "Go to hell, you shameless old man," Sun Wukong exclaimed, furious. He kicked the turtle sage out of the window, sending him plummeting back into the sea. "You dare covet my woman? You're courting death," he huffed in displeasure. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a book on the table nearby. As he opened it, his eyes gleamed with delight. "This old man's taste is quite refined," he chuckled. "Now you belong to me." With that, he tucked the book into his dimensional ring. Taking Lan Shi by the hand, he strode out, waving at the turtle sage who was swimming back to shore. "Master Wu Tian, we're off. I'll borrow that book for a few days and return it." With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. "That brat, that's my prize collection," the turtle sage exclaimed. "Wait, where did he go?" On the beach, he was left with a pained and puzzled expression. Chapter 26. On the brink of entering the next world back at Bulma's opulent home, Sun Wukong led Lan Shi into a spacious and luxurious room. Lan Shi's face flushed crimson, her voice trembling slightly. "Wukong, what is this place? How could you bring me here?" Sun Wukong clapped his hands vigorously and boomed, "Ladies, rise and shine. I have a new sister to introduce. Huh? Who is she? The women stirred, curious about the sudden arrival. This lecherous man has brought back a woman after just a brief absence. As the ladies awoke, they shyly retreated beneath their blankets, hastily dressing, except for Shizuka, who calmly got out of bed and donned her clothes. Bulma, astonished, exclaimed, "Isn't that Lanchi? Wukong, you brought her back as well?" Son Wukong lifted his head from Shizuka's ample bosom and said, "Why don't you introduce yourselves?" The women shot him disapproving glances before crowding around Lanchi. "Your name is Lanchi, right? Em Takaguchi Yiriko. From now on, we are sisters, so please take care of us. I'm Yamamoto Rei, Lanchi elder sister." They chirped, enveloping Lanchi in conversation. Meanwhile, Son Wukong had already shed his pants and was engaging in an intimate embrace with Shizuka, their rhythmic movements eliciting soft moans from her. The ladies' faces flushed, especially Lanchi, who was experiencing such an encounter for the first time and was utterly embarrassed. Reluctantly, the women decided to lead her to the living room to foster their camaraderie. When Son Wukong finally emerged, over an hour had already passed. Observing the lively conversation among the women, he inquired, "Bulma, where has Alice gone? I haven't seen her for quite some time." "Alice? She is currently playing with the animals in my garden. It seems she is quite fond of them," Bulma replied. "I see," Son Wukong nodded. "Prepare yourselves. Shortly, I shall take you to another world. Saiyan, please fetch Alice." "Are we going to another world? That's wonderful. I have long awaited this day," exclaimed Nankuka and the others. Filled with joy, Saiyan promptly dashed outside to summon Alice. The preparations consisted merely of a few daily necessities. Once everything was in order, Son Wukong gathered all the women into the world ring before activating the dimensional travel system. To open the dimensional gate to Naruto, a payment of 10 energy points is required. "Do you confirm?" "Confirm." Son Wukong chose without hesitation. A radiant portal materialized before him. However, upon stepping forward, he found himself halted by an invisible barrier. To bring others into the world of Naruto, you must pay 10 energy points per person. Since there are 10 individuals in your world ring, you need to pay a total of 100 energy points to enter Naruto. Seriously? There's a fee for this? Moreover, I've already gathered them into the world ring. Yet you can still detect them? This dimensional travel system truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Son Wukong sighed in resignation, ultimately opting to pay the 100 energy points. As he had an abundance of them, 100 was a trivial sum. Upon completing the transaction, he was prompted to select a time period for entry, with corresponding energy costs for each option. If no choice was made, he would enter at the beginning of the storyline. "Huh? Now there is an option to choose a time period? How thoughtful," Son Wukong remarked, taken aback by the information that appeared before him. However, upon seeing the lengthy list of so-called time periods, he was left speechless. Is this really what they mean by time periods? What a ripoff. Eventually, Son Wukong spent 1 energy point to select the time when Uchiha Itachi annihilated his clan. He had long coveted the Sharingan while watching Naruto. "I wonder what changes will occur if I were to acquire a pair of Sharingan," he mused as he vanished into the vibrant dimensional gate. Chapter 1. The Shock of Uchiha Itachi. This is the land of fire in Konohagakure within the Uchiha clan's territory. Typically bustling with activity, the Uchiha clan's domain now appeared eerily tranquil, almost ominously so. Any skilled observer present would discern that an invisible barrier had been set up here, completely isolating it from the outside world. From the outside, the Uchiha clan's residence appeared tranquil and serene. However, within its confines, it echoed with the harrowing screams of a living hell, interspersed with incredulous cries of terror. "Itachi, why would you do this? We are your kin." "Ah, Itachi, Spalmu. Have you forgotten? Just yesterday, we were on a mission together. This demon is a madman. He must be insane. Help! Someone please save us." A man clad in black ruthlessly slaughtered his own kin, his gaze as frigid as still water, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Unmoved by the wails and pleas of his family, he relentlessly wielded his blade. His crimson eyes bore a sinister pattern resembling a black pinwheel, emblematic of the Uchiha clan's supreme ocular technique, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He was none other than the prodigious Uchiha Itachi. Under the weight of Itachi's gaze, the Uchiha clan members were subjected to absolute subjugation. None could withstand the genjutsu he unleashed, all perishing helplessly at his hands. As he continued his massacre, he ultimately entered a room that housed only 2 individuals, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, Itachi's biological parents. "If I had known, I would never have sent you to the ANBU." Uchiha Fugaku sat calmly on the floor, gazing at Itachi with a placid expression. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto stood beside him, her shoulders trembling, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at her son, at a loss for words. It's too late for words. I cannot turn back now. Itachi's tone was icy. Yet in the presence of his parents, his emotionless eyes flickered momentarily before being concealed once more. I never imagined that I, Uchiha Fugaku, would one day perish at the hands of my own son. How ironic, he mused with a bitter smile as he met Itachi's gaze. Is this truly the pinnacle of our clan's ocular prowess, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Such captivating eyes. So, Itachi, what are you hesitating for? Strike. Itachi, I have never asked anything of you, but this time, could you grant me one request? Please spare Sasuke. He is still but a child, Uchiha Makoto implored, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed sorrowfully at Itachi. I promise you. Itachi's voice turned raspy as he flung the shuriken. Both Fugaku and Makoto collapsed into a pool of blood. Returning home from school, Sasuke joyfully sprinted towards his house. Yet, upon entering the yard, he was taken aback by the sight of lifeless bodies sprawled in disarray, and he frantically dashed towards his home. Simultaneously, in a spacious courtyard within the Uchiha compound, a radiant portal of colors materialized, through which a robust figure emerged slowly, observing the shadows of those fallen in pools of blood around him, particularly the sight of a sweet little girl, no older than 7 or 8, not far from him. Son Wukong could not help but shake his head. How could Itachi, with such malice, lay his hands on such an adorable child? The notion of sacrificing oneself for a greater cause was utterly incomprehensible. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air nearby, abruptly ceasing. The voice sounded like that of a child. Could it be Sasuke? Intrigued, Son Wukong followed the sound. Upon his arrival, he discovered Itachi standing beside the unconscious Sasuke. The scene was all too evident. Itachi, the malevolent older brother, had undoubtedly used the moon reading technique on Sasuke, recreating the traumatic moment of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, along with the loss of their parents. Poor Sasuke, unable to bear the shock, had fainted. Who are you? Itachi suddenly turned to Son Wukong, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. Regardless of your identity, now that you have arrived here, you shall remain forever. Hey, don't be like that. I'm merely passing through and will be leaving shortly, Son Wukong replied innocently. However, Itachi, steeped in his murderous intent, paid no heed to Son Wukong's words. A shuriken slipped from his sleeve, hurtling towards Son Wukong with deadly intent. Why this unnecessary aggression? Son Wukong shrugged helplessly, his form suddenly appearing behind Itachi, delivering a swift kick that sent Itachi crashing into a nearby rock formation, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This was Son Wukong's mercy. Otherwise, a single strike would have been sufficient to end him. Such speed, my Sharingan couldn't even perceive his movements, Itachi thought, astonished. His expression grave. The 3 tomo in his eyes began to rotate, forming a pinwheel shape as he activated his Mangeki Sharingan. With the moon reading unleashed, Itachi initiated his ultimate technique. Yet, Son Wukong stood unmoved, entirely unaffected. The disparity in their spiritual prowess was as vast as the heavens and the earth. How could Itachi's illusionary arts have any bearing on Son Wukong? How could he be immune to my moon reading? Itachi was genuinely shaken, but he remained undeterred. The black flames of Amaterasu enveloped Son Wukong, yet these supposedly all-consuming flames could not singe a single hair on his head. Ridiculous. How could Itachi's strength possibly harm Son Wukong, whose physical form was extraordinarily robust? The gap in their powers was insurmountable. I ask you, do you intend to persist in this foolishness? Should you dare to strike again, beware, for I shall obliterate you, Son Wukong huffed, dispersing the encasing black flames with a mere wave of his energy, then slowly approached Itachi. Who are you truly? Itachi gazed at Son Wukong, his expression heavy with concern. The power of Son Wukong far exceeded his understanding. The techniques he had always taken pride in bore no effect on Son Wukong whatsoever. Chapter 2. Setting the forest ablaze. It has been said that I am merely here to observe, so why must you take action against me? At that moment, Son Wukong wore an expression of displeasure, contemplating giving Itachi a sound thrashing. Suddenly, a dark vortex materialized before Itachi, and a figure donning a mask emerged slowly. Itachi, we must depart. The higher-ups of Konoha are approaching. The masked man regarded Son Wukong with a vigilant gaze, instinctively sensing a hint of peril emanating from him, which caught him off guard. Itachi furrowed his brow and glanced at Son Wukong before nodding in agreement. The masked man looked at Son Wukong and remarked coolly, Though I do not know who you are, I find you quite intriguing. It is unexpected to encounter such a formidable force in this world. However, this is not the time for conversation. I believe we shall meet again. Who are you to speak so arrogantly? Sun Wukong's form suddenly appeared before the masked man, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Let me tell you, kid, do not speak so boldly to me, or I might just end your life. Upon his first glance at the masked man, Sun Wukong had recognized him. His decision to strike was driven solely by the thrill of overpowering someone of this caliber in this world. Who on earth are you? Even the masked man was taken aback by Sun Wukong's prowess. He had failed to catch a glimpse of Sun Wukong's movements before he could even react. He found himself firmly grasped. Sun Wukong nonchalantly discarded the masked man to the ground, as if he were refused, and waved him away dismissively. You two nuisances. Hurry and leave. Do not disrupt me while I attend to my business. The masked man was irked by Sun Wukong's disdain, yet mindful of his strength. He refrained from making any rash moves. Meanwhile, Itachi, with a furrowed brow, fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong. What do you intend to do? What I do is none of your concern. You meddle too much, Sun Wukong replied, irritated. In a flash, he grasped Itachi's left leg and effortlessly hurled him into the distance, where his figure vanished on the horizon. You as well? Sun Wukong turned to the masked man, his form flickering as he seized the man's collar and, to the latter's astonishment, cast him into the sky, where he too disappeared on the horizon. Thus, two prominent figures from the world of Naruto were unceremoniously discarded beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. Who knows if they would survive such a distance? With the nuisances out of the way, it was time for me to attend to my own affairs. Having just toyed with two significant individuals, Sun Wukong's spirit soared. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strode towards a nearby building. As he passed the doorway, he spotted a dazed child sprawled on the ground and, without hesitation, delivered a couple of kicks. In light of your deceased parents, I shall refrain from further tormenting you. What the hell? 2 kicks, and that is not considered torment. As he spoke, he stepped over the lifeless body of Uchiha Fuchu and Uchiha Mikoto, who had been dead for some time. Sun Wukong swiftly kicked Uchiha Fuchu aside and picked up Uchiha Mikoto, exclaiming in admiration, "What a beautiful wife. Alas, I have arrived too late. However, even if you were to turn to ashes, I possess the means to resurrect you. From this day forth, you shall be my possession." With a mere thought, he stored Uchiha Mikoto within his world ring. Glancing at the corpse of Uchiha Fuchu beside him, Sun Wukong chuckled, with sons as exceptional as Itachi and Sasuke. It seems your lineage is quite impressive. Thus, I shall claim your eyes. As he spoke, he struck Uchiha Fuchu's chest with his right hand, causing 2 eyeballs to be forcefully dislodged from their sockets. Sun Wukong deftly caught them and placed them within his world ring, surveying the ground strewn with corpses. Sun Wukong initially contemplated collecting some Sharingan to enhance his female companions. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. How could he replace his beloved's eyes with those of the deceased? Moreover, even if he did, it might not yield the desired results. The natural was always the most beautiful. There were myriad ways to elevate their abilities without resorting to the Sharingan. Subsequently, Sun Wukong discovered a scroll of ninjutsu within the Uchiha clan grounds. But just then, he sensed a strong presence approaching. Aware that the Konoha, Umbu, and higher-ups were nearing, he swiftly teleported away. He materialized by a beautiful, crystal-clear river. With a grand gesture, he summoned the women before him. "Wukong, have we arrived in another world?" Siko and the others inquired curiously as they surveyed their surroundings. Sun Wukong nodded. "This realm is one of ninjutsu. I just obtained some techniques suitable for cultivation. If you're interested, feel free to try your hand at them." He produced a scroll of secret techniques and slowly unfurled it. "Ninjutsu? I am eager to witness this," Siko exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as the group gathered around. As they were Japanese girls, their curiosity about ninjutsu was only natural. The scroll was comprehensive, detailing everything from chakra refinement methods to the application of ninjutsu and some fundamental techniques. However, it lacked the specific technique Sun Wukong sought. "It appears I shall need to find time to converse with the 3rd Hokage," he mused, stroking his chin, before commencing his study of chakra refinement techniques. For Sun Wukong, mastering chakra refinement was exceedingly simple. He already possessed an extraordinarily potent energy within him. This energy was cultivated from his own body, and by integrating his mental strength into the energy through chakra refinement, he could transmute it into immense chakra. In just half an hour, Sun Wukong successfully learned his first ninjutsu. With a swift incantation, Sun Wukong unleashed a colossal fireball from his mouth, which thunderously descended upon a nearby thicket. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, engulfing the entire forest in a fierce blaze. The onlooking maidens were left utterly astonished by the dramatic scene before them. Observing the inferno, Sun Wukong wore an expression of innocence, exclaiming, "I swear, I merely channeled a tiny bit of chakra. I never anticipated such overwhelming power. I truly did not intend to set the forest ablaze." Chapter 3. The Compromise of the Third Generation. It was hardly surprising that a seemingly trivial fireball technique could wield such immense force. As the saying goes, the potency of one's power directly correlates with the magnitude of the techniques employed. Given Sun Wukong's formidable prowess, if he were to exert his full strength, even a minuscule fireball could incinerate the entire planet. Such environmental devastation is indeed a grievous act. Determined to rectify his mistake, Sun Wukong promptly endeavored to master the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Alas, reality proved to be a bitter pill. A massive water dragon surged forth, sweeping across the forest. While the flames were successfully extinguished, the forest was reduced to a desolate wasteland in the wake of the deluge. Sun Wukong accrued numerous energy points, indicating that many creatures had met their untimely demise within the woods, perhaps even a couple of humans among them. It seems I must diligently refine my chakra control. Otherwise, the ability to execute even a minor ninjutsu could obliterate an entire city, which is indeed quite inconvenient. With a resigned shrug, Sun Wukong resumed his studies of ninjutsu alongside his companions as twilight descended. "You all should return to the World Ring and continue your studies. I have some matters to attend to," he instructed, reluctantly retracting the maidens back into the confines of the World Ring. He then teleported to the rooftop of a building in Kanahagakure. Gazing at the Hokage office beneath Hokage Rock, Sun Wukong's figure vanished once more. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, after a long day, finally found a moment to rest, his gaze fixed intently on a crystal ball, which displayed an unblemished white surface. To his surprise, he was spying on women bathing. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared behind the third Hokage, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the crystal ball. "Wow, the ladies in this bathhouse are quite stunning. They all seem to be married. I never expected you to have such tastes, old man," he remarked with a teasing tone. "Yes, married women are quite who." The third Hokage jumped in shock, having failed to notice someone had approached him from behind. Was he too engrossed in his voyeuristic endeavor, or was it simply a matter of age? "There's no need to be alarmed. I'm not a villain. I merely have a small favor to ask of you." "What is it?" The third Hokage regarded Sun Wukong warily. Anyone capable of infiltrating the Hokage's office was certainly no ordinary individual. "Could I possibly borrow your sealing book for a moment?" Sun Wukong stated, revealing his intention. "The sealing book?" The third Hokage was taken aback. "I apologize, but that book is a forbidden text of our Hidden Leaf Village and cannot be shown to outsiders. I must ask you to leave." In a moment of exasperation, Sun Wukong remarked, "Do not be so stingy. Allow me a glimpse. Iervo no intentions. If I truly wish to take it by force, there is no one in this world who could thwart me. If you desire the Book of Sealing, you must first step over my corpse." The third Hokage, brimming with resolve, had already readied himself for confrontation. "Since you were so earnest in seeking a beating, I reluctantly acquiesce to your request." With that, Sun Wukong suddenly materialized before the third Hokage and delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen. The third Hokage doubled over in agony, collapsing to the ground, the pain twisting his expression. A single punch from Sun Wukong had rendered him utterly incapable of fighting back. "Who are you?" The third Hokage exclaimed in shock, gazing at Sun Wukong, bewildered that he had been felled by such a blow. Had he truly aged? Or was his opponent's strength simply overwhelming? "I am Sun Wukong. I assure you, my intentions are benign. I merely wish to study a technique from the Book of Sealing. Should I desire to seize it, none could stand in my way." Sun Wukong's courtesy stemmed from the fact that he intended to reside in Konoha for a time. After all, there were plenty of charming individuals within the village. The third Hokage pondered for an extended period before finally nodding in agreement. He could not afford to refuse. Sun Wukong's power far exceeded his comprehension, even with his own strength, which allowed him to contend with the Nine Tails. He had been bested by a single punch from Sun Wukong. The disparity between them was too significant to ignore. If the Book of Sealing could avert a disaster, it was worth considering. The third Hokage led Sun Wukong to a secret chamber, dismissing the surrounding Umbu guards. He opened a sturdy, massive iron door and retrieved a large scroll stored within, presenting it to Sun Wukong. "This is the Book of Sealing. I hope you will honor your promise and return it once you have finished. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, son Wukong replied, opening the book of sealing. Upon viewing the first technique within, he was filled with excitement. The multiple shadow clone technique, precisely the purpose of his visit. Son Wukong meticulously examined the technique, committing it to memory. He then perused the subsequent entries, encountering a series of familiar, yet foreign names, particularly the Reaper Death Seal, 8 Gates, and Edo Tensei, all of which he recognized as highly familiar ninjutsu. However, these techniques held little value for him. Ultimately, only 2 techniques captured Son Wukong's interest: the bloodline removal technique and the ghostly miasma technique. The bloodline removal technique is a forbidden art that allows one to strip another's bloodline limit and transfer it to someone else. However, its success rate is notoriously low and accompanied by significant adverse effects, which is why it has been classified as a forbidden technique. The technique known as the ghost budding technique made its appearance in the theatrical version, The Heir of the Will of Fire. This is a form of bloodline acquisition technique. Yet it is far more formidable and domineering, capable of merging one's body with that of another ninja or summoning beast, thereby inheriting their abilities, even their bloodline limits. By absorbing 5 distinct bloodline limits, one can attain the status of an immortal, perfected ninja. These 2 techniques are indeed intriguing and warrant further exploration. They may prove useful in the future. Son Wukong diligently committed these 2 techniques to memory before returning the sealing book to the 3rd Hokage, finally alleviating the elder's lingering concerns. Chapter 4. Naruto Uzumaki. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Son Wukong stated plainly, "3rd Hokage, please assist me in obtaining a few temporary residence permits for Konoha. Since this is my first visit to your village, I must take the time to explore." Although somewhat reluctant, the 3rd Hokage understood the adage, "What is meant to be will not pass by." Given Son Wukong's formidable strength, the elder dared not refuse. Thus, he provided him with 11 temporary residence permits. "Thank you," Son Wukong said, waving his hand at the 3rd Hokage. "If you ever encounter difficulties, I would be more than willing to lend a hand." With that, he vanished in an instant. After departing from the Hokage building, Son Wukong strolled down the street, contemplating how he might settle in Konoha, when he stumbled upon a small figure in a secluded corner. The child sat alone on a rock, propping his chin on his hands, with yellow hair and a face marked by 6 whisker-like scars, appearing to be no older than 6 or 7. Son Wukong recognized him immediately. "Hello, what is your name? It's nearly dark. Why are you sitting here all alone?" Son Wukong approached the young Naruto with a warm smile. He had always found Naruto's character appealing in the series, drawn to his solitude, radiance, and unwavering determination, preferring him over the brooding Sasuke. "I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Someday, I will become Hokage." Upon hearing a response, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he introduced himself enthusiastically. "Naruto, a remarkable name indeed. Perhaps one day you will realize your dream," Son Wukong remarked. "Don't you find it absurd? Whenever I mention it, people just laugh at me," young Naruto replied, his bright eyes fixed on Son Wukong, full of hope. Son Wukong chuckled. "What is there to find ridiculous about dreams? The truly laughable ones are those who lack the courage to dream at all." Naruto's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. "I will achieve my dream, no matter how much others ridicule me." Observing the steadfastness in Naruto's gaze, Son Wukong silently nodded in approval. It is precisely this determination and perseverance that would lead him to ultimate success. Reflecting on Sasuke, Son Wukong shook his head, pondering the vast disparities that exist between people. While vengeance is not inherently wrong, one must not allow hatred to cloud the heart. "Big brother, who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Little Naruto gazed at Son Wukong with curiosity. He felt an affinity for this older brother who recognized his dreams and was willing to converse with him. "I am Son Wukong, just arrived in Konoha, and currently troubled about where I shall stay tonight. You can stay in my house. I live alone," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. This seemed like an excellent suggestion, and Wukong felt grateful for the offer. Having just arrived in Konoha and lacking the currency of this world, he was indeed worried about finding shelter. Thus, Son Wukong followed little Naruto to his home, an action that startled the 3rd Hokage. "Who is Naruto?" "He is the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails," and Danzo and the elders were promptly made aware of Son Wukong's presence. How could they not be anxious about a stranger approaching such a significant figure? "Sarutobi, you are truly getting old, allowing a stranger to freely reside in our village. Now he has approached that demon fox. It is evident he has come for the 9 Tails," Danzo exclaimed harshly at the 3rd Hokage. He had long coveted the position of Hokage, and now that such an opportunity had arisen, how could he not seize it? Naruto is not a demon fox. The third Hokage retorted, displaying rare resolve as he glared at Danzo. He is the son of the fourth Hokage, a fact you are well aware of. I do not wish to hear such remarks again. Do you think I want this person to reside in Konoha? I am merely concerned for the safety of the village. This individual is too powerful. Our only course of action is to keep him stable and hope nothing untoward occurs. The audience was taken aback by the third Hokage's assessment of the newcomer. Mito Minion stared at the third Hokage in astonishment. What do you mean by that? Please clarify. With a sigh, the third Hokage replied, I only know his name is Sun Wukong. I'm unaware of his background. However, his strength is truly an unknown quantity. I cannot withstand even a single blow from him. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. They were well aware of the third Hokage's prowess. If he could not endure even one attack, how formidable must this Sun Wukong be? A solemnity fell over their faces. Danzo's eyes flickered with a hidden gleam as he scrutinized the third Hokage. Is what you say truly the case? Would I fabricate such a lie? The third Hokage retorted with irritation, still vexed by having been bested by a single strike. Turning to the others, Koharu's expression was grave, her wrinkles bunched together in concern. This situation is indeed quite precarious. What do you propose we do? Mito Minion frowned. If it is as Sarutobi says, we must indeed proceed with utmost caution. A glint of determination appeared in the third Hokage's eyes. Let us observe the situation. If he truly harbors ill intentions towards Konoha, I shall do everything in my power, even at the cost of my life, to thwart him. After a moment of silence, Mito Minion let out a sigh and remarked, It seems that this is the only course of action for now. The third Hokage cast a piercing gaze towards Danzo, saying, Danzo, during this period, ensure that your roots remain secure. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will hold you accountable. Remember, I am the Hokage now. Danzo's tone darkened slightly. Had it not been for the bandages enveloping his face, his expression would have been even more grim. Chapter 5. The Ultimate Fusion Technique Currently. Naruto's living conditions mirrored those in the original narrative. An austere room, chaotic and chillingly empty. Occasionally, Iruka would visit young Naruto, but at present, Iruka was merely a regular chunin, tasked with completing missions. Thus, Naruto often found himself alone in this place. As for any caretakers, they had ceased to exist since Naruto had grown aware of his surroundings. It was nothing short of miraculous that someone raised in such adverse conditions had not succumbed to darkness. Upon arriving at Naruto's home, Sun Wukong immediately released the women, who expressed their sympathy and affection for Naruto's plight. They cooked and cleaned, transforming the space into a vibrant haven in no time. Among them, Naruto was the most joyous. At that moment, he truly felt the warmth of home and wept tears of happiness. He also made his first ever friend, Alice. Both being orphans and children, they quickly bonded. After sharing a dinner together, they began to delve into ninjutsu. The women, being intelligent, had never encountered ninjutsu before, but with Sun Wukong's guidance, they swiftly learned the art of chakra refinement. They settled down to begin their chakra training, and even Alice and Shizuka joined in, seeing everyone engaged in their practice. The diligent Naruto naturally did not lag behind. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong began to practice the shadow clone technique. Although his understanding of meridians and related knowledge was limited, he had long mastered the manipulation of energy, and his memory was nearly eidetic, allowing him to learn rapidly. After merely familiarizing himself with the sequence of hand seals and the flow of chakra, he successfully created his first shadow clone, albeit not perfectly. However, after repeated practice, he finally grasped the technique. Gazing at the 3 shadow clones that mirrored him perfectly, Sun Wukong felt an exhilarating rush and turned to one of them, saying, Try to injure yourself and see if you disappear. The clone, understanding the intent, formed its hand into a knife and plunged it into its own chest. No blood flowed, and the clone did not vanish. Pulling the hand from its chest, the clone's wound healed at a visible pace, leaving no trace of injury behind. Sun Wukong was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, as I had surmised, I possess an immortal body, and the shadow clones I create also inherit this remarkable trait. Henceforth, will I not possess countless immortal doppelgangers? What of the malevolent dragon or the god of destruction? Even if I am unable to defeat them in single combat, a collective assault would surely vanquish them. After calming his fervent spirit, Sun Wukong surveyed the modest dwelling around him. With a brief farewell to the women present, he left one shadow clone behind to ensure their safety, while he himself instantaneously departed from the premises. The impending technique would likely create quite a commotion. and this confined space was ill-suited for such an endeavor. On an uninhabited isle, Sun Wukong glanced around at his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. He promptly summoned 2 shadow clones and, suppressing his excitement, instructed, "You two, experiment with the fusion technique." The 2 clones nodded in agreement, aligning themselves side by side without the need to adjust their energies, as each possessed merely 1/10 of Sun Wukong's strength. The 2 shadow clones assumed peculiar stances, bending at the waist and extending their index fingers to collide with one another, simultaneously exclaiming, "Fusion!" In an instant, a dazzling radiance emanated from the 2 clones, and under Sun Wukong's eager gaze, they gradually merged into one. An astonishingly powerful aura radiated from the light. As the brilliance faded, Sun Wukong beheld a figure before him, strikingly similar to his own, yet more robust. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. It worked. It truly worked. Huh. The shadow clones can indeed utilize the fusion technique. And this aura is nearly on par with my own. The fusion of 2 1/10 clones has resulted in a being with almost 100% of my combat power. This is utterly astonishing. With this technique, who could possibly stand against me? Huh. Could it be that I can also fuse with this newly merged shadow clone? Filled with excitement, Sun Wukong initiated a further fusion with a newly formed clone. With a resounding shout, their forms slowly began to merge once more amidst a flash of light. Once the radiance subsided, a figure even more formidable than before stood in its place. Though the appearance remained largely unchanged, it emanated a more masculine and resolute demeanor, with muscles that were even more pronounced and robust. Huh, it worked. It truly worked. Just as I had anticipated, the shadow clone is merely a fraction of my energy, materialized through a unique method. Since it has been materialized, it can naturally employ the fusion technique. Moreover, since the clones are in essence myself, there is no limit to their number. As long as I can endure, I can fuse infinitely. How many times can I truly merge? Thus, Sun Wukong once again summoned dozens of shadow clones, who began their first fusion, followed by the newly formed clones engaging in a second fusion. Then, Sun Wukong, having undergone a second fusion with a shadow clone, experienced a remarkable surge in power. At this moment, he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet his strength was already perilously close to that of Super Saiyan 2. If he were to transform, one could only imagine the terrifying extent of his power. Moreover, his fusion bore no time constraints, as it was a union with his own shadow clone. The shadow clone is merely a manifestation of his own energy. Thus, there are no limitations that typically accompany the fusion of 2 distinct individuals. To put it simply, when 2 beings fuse, they cannot maintain that form indefinitely due to their independent natures, which impose time restrictions and prevent further fusion with others while in that state. However, Sun Wukong's situation is different. The shadow clone is essentially a part of himself, an extension of his own energy. By fusing, he merely amplifies his own power with that of the shadow clone. Hence, he is free from such limitations, unless he exhausts his stamina, at which point the fusion technique would dissolve. In Chapter 6, The Eye of the Gods, shortly after Sun Wukong completed his second fusion, the remaining shadow clones suddenly erupted, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. This unexpected turn of events caught Sun Wukong off guard. He hastily attempted to create another shadow clone, but as soon as it manifested, it too vanished into smoke. After dissolving the fusion, he was once again able to employ the shadow clone technique. However, after his second fusion, this was no longer possible. After several attempts, Wukong finally discerned the underlying issue. There exists a mysterious connection between the shadow clone and the original body. Everything the clone experiences is relayed back to the original upon its dissolution. For instance, if a shadow clone undergoes intense training upon its disbandment, it could potentially exhaust the original body. Conversely, Sun Wukong's 2 fusions had transcended his limits, under the enigmatic influence binding the original and the shadow clone. The latter was affected by this overwhelming force. Although the original could withstand this power, the other shadow clones could not, thus rendering him incapable of producing additional clones in this state. Despite a hint of regret, Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At this juncture, he was virtually invincible among his peers. Even when faced with opponents stronger than himself, he possessed the strength to contend with them. In this extraordinary world of Dragon Ball, he had acquired yet another means of self-preservation. Upon returning home, he found the women diligently refining their chakra, and he chose not to interrupt their training. Instead, he began to study the techniques of bloodline separation and the demonic seed technique. The following day, Little Naruto had already set off for school early in the morning. After son Wukong and the others finished breakfast, they made their way to the Hokage's office. The talents of the women were remarkable, yet relying solely on self-study would yield minimal progress. Thus, it was imperative to seek an exceptional teacher for guidance, and the third Hokage was the most suitable candidate. You wanted to teach them ninjutsu? The third Hokage looked at son Wukong in astonishment, then smiled wryly. With a powerful husband like you, do they really need my instruction? Moreover, just yesterday the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan transpired, leaving me with little time to impart teachings to anyone. My expertise lies solely in physical techniques, and I am not particularly adept at ninjutsu. Thus, I must rely on you. Rest assured, I shall not let your efforts be in vain. Consider it a personal favor owed to you. Should you find yourself in a predicament one day, I would be more than willing to assist you. The third Hokage's eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. Receiving a favor from son Wukong was akin to gaining a protective talisman, and he had no reason to decline. In that case, I shall make time to teach them ninjutsu, so you need not worry. Thus, the women temporarily began their lessons in ninjutsu under the third Hokage's guidance. Son Wukong joined them for a while, but finding it rather tedious, he created a shadow clone to safeguard the women while simultaneously engaging in his studies, achieving a delightful balance. Meanwhile, son Wukong himself departed from the gathering and took to wandering the outskirts of Konoha. Have you heard? Just yesterday, it seems that the Uchiha clan was annihilated by one of their own, Itachi Uchiha. Impossible. That is the most prominent clan in Konoha. How could they be wiped out by a single individual without us realizing it until now? I have heard whispers of this as well, though I am uncertain of its veracity. No wonder I noticed numerous umbu guarding the Uchiha compound this morning. Such a momentous event must have occurred. Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy renowned alongside Shursui from the Uchiha clan? Indeed, he is the one. I have heard that he has been designated as a rogue ninja of the highest level by Konoha. As son Wukong continued on his path, he was met with gasps and discussions from the townsfolk. Clearly, the news had spread. Konoha was poised to become quite lively. Son Wukong smiled faintly, not overly concerned, and made his way to the back mountains of Konoha, entering his own world within the dimensional ring. Summoning over 100,000 shadow clones, he began to delve into the study of the techniques of bloodline separation and the demonic seed of the ghost. The adage many hands make light work proved true, for within merely a few minutes, son Wukong had thoroughly mastered and researched these two techniques, ultimately devising a new ninjutsu of his own. Next, he retrieved the pair of Sharingan he had extracted from Uchiha Fugaku. Although he had no desire to part with his own eyes, the rebirth technique was precisely what he required. With that thought, son Wukong extended his right hand and forcefully extracted his own right eye, blood gushing forth. Remarkably, he did not utter a sound, swiftly placing the Sharingan into the vacant socket of his right eye. As soon as the eyeball was secured, the blood vessels around his right eye shifted, and the nervous system connected with the new eye at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, son Wukong's right eye was restored to its former glory. Possessing an immortal body, even if his entire head were to explode, he could regenerate, rendering the mere replacement of an eye a trivial matter. Following this method, son Wukong proceeded to replace his left eye as well. With a mere thought, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and three Tomo gradually materialized, embodying the three Tomo Sharingan once possessed by Uchiha Fugaku. Son Wukong glanced around and noticed that the birds soaring in the sky were moving with an excruciating slowness, as if time itself had been stretched. This ability was rather impressive, and son Wukong chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. He then gradually infused his immense mental power into his Sharingan. The three Tomo in his eyes began to rotate slowly, and in the face of son Wukong's overwhelming strength and his extraordinarily potent mental energy, all curses and rules appeared feeble and ineffective. The three Tomo transformed, forming a hexagram, which then rippled outward, creating concentric waves within his pupils. Subsequently, his eyeball turned crimson, and at the center of the rippling pattern, a black hexagram emerged, ultimately bringing his eyes to a standstill in this state. Son Wukong produced a mirror, the origin of which was unknown, perhaps belonging to one of his wives, and wiped away the blood at the corner of his eye. He gazed into the reflection of his eyes, seemingly a fusion of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, and smiled with satisfaction. Isn't the pinnacle evolution of the Sharingan the Rinnegan? I never expected my Sharingan to have evolved even further than the Rinnegan in the original narrative. What a delightful surprise. He pondered about the potential power of this new form. Leaving the world within his ring, he instantly transported himself to a remote location. observing a distant mountain. He called out, Amaterasu. In an instant, black flames enveloped the entire mountain. Within moments, the towering edifice, hundreds of meters high, was utterly consumed. Yet the black flames continued to blaze fiercely, creating a massive pit in the ground, hundreds of meters wide and nearly 10 meters deep. If left unchecked, it seemed as though the very world itself would be scorched. The power of Sun Wukong's Amaterasu was incomparably greater than that wielded by Itachi. There was simply no basis for comparison. The strength of the practitioner inherently dictated the might of the technique, a timeless principle. What remarkable eyes these are! This form shall be known as the Eye of the Divine, he mused, laughing softly. From his left eye, a peculiar ripple emanated, causing the raging black flames to vanish mysteriously. Chapter 7. Uchiha Mikoto. Now, it was time to resurrect Mikoto. With a gentle wave of his hand, Uchiha Mikoto's lifeless body materialized before him. Swiftly, he formed a series of hand seals, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. A white orb of light erupted from the ground, merging into Mikoto's body. Then, a miracle occurred. The fatal wound on her chest began to heal at a visible speed, and her pallid complexion turned rosy. In mere moments, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes fluttered, slowly opening to the blinding sunlight, causing her to squint her beautiful eyes instinctively, shielding them with her hands until she adjusted. Where am I? Wasn't I dead? As Mei-Chin rose to her feet, a look of bewilderment crossed her face as she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze eventually settling upon Sun Wukong. No, it was not merely him, but rather those striking eyes of his that captivated her, filled with astonishment. Could it be that he was the one to awaken me? As a member of the Uchiha clan and the wife of its leader, she was well aware of the legends surrounding the Rinnegan. Congratulations, you have been reborn. From this moment forth, all that you are will belong to me, Sun Wukong declared with an air of authority as he regarded Mei-Chin. Is it truly you? Why have you brought me back? In my current state, living feels more burdensome than death, Mei-Chin replied flatly. She had come to terms with the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, perhaps more so than anyone else. She held no resentment towards Itachi. From beginning to end, she never blamed him. However, she found it difficult to confront the present circumstances. Do you not wish to see your son again? Sasuke is still alive, is he not? Mei-Chin grasped Wukong's hand with fervor, her eyes brimming with hope. Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation. Take me to him, she implored eagerly. At the ninja school, Sasuke sat quietly on a bench in the playground, his demeanor stoic and detached. His cool expression garnered the attention of several young girls, their infatuated glances and squeals a stark contrast to his early maturity. What has become of this world? Not far from Sasuke, behind a grand tree, Mei-Chin observed him with tears streaming down her face. Just as she was about to rush over to him, Sun Wukong swiftly grasped her hand. In the eyes of others, you are no longer alive, so it may be best not to approach him. Although Mei-Chin's body had not been discovered by Konoha, the prevailing narrative was that only Sasuke survived the Uchiha massacre, with Mei-Chin's fate shrouded in secrecy. Does that truly not matter? She began, but was interrupted by Sun Wukong. What do you mean it doesn't matter? I assure you, this situation is far more complex than it appears. There is a significant hidden truth behind it. If you were to reveal yourself to him now, it would be detrimental to both brothers. Mei-Chin paused, contemplating Sun Wukong's words. Are you suggesting that there is a puppet master behind this? With a faint smile, Sun Wukong replied, let me provide a hint. This individual is someone you know quite well. Someone I know? Who could it be? Mei-Chin's brow furrowed in deep thought. Uchiha Madara. Sun Wukong uttered a name that caused Mei-Chin's countenance to pale. How is that possible? He was supposed to be dead. Do not underestimate the Rinnegan, Wukong advised. If it is indeed him, he may very well still be alive. Mei-Chin's surprise rendered her momentarily lost in thought. She was aware of many hidden truths regarding the Uchiha massacre. After a brief moment, realization dawned upon her, her eyes lighting up as she turned to Sun Wukong. You possess the Rinnegan as well, do you not? You possess the ability to resurrect me, which suggests you might also belong to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, you have the capacity to confront Madara, do you not? I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, do not compare me to Madara. To me, he is mere scum, Sun Wukong replied disdainfully. Although Mikoto harbored doubts, she believed that the only one capable of confronting Madara was the Sun Wukong before her. Please, assist Itachi and prevent him from becoming a pawn for others. That is certainly feasible. However, from this moment forth, everything you possess shall belong to me. Mikoto pondered in silence for a considerable time before finally nodding resolutely. As long as it aids my two children, I shall comply with your demands. Sun Wukong smiled with satisfaction. As long as he could keep her by his side, he was confident she would eventually follow him wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a feeble cry of pain reached Sun Wukong's ears. What do you intend to do? That hurts. Boss, isn't it a bit inappropriate to bully her? She is the daughter of the Hyuga clan. What is there to fear? She is merely a pitiful creature abandoned by her family. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, and the Hyuga clan members have become even more arrogant. It's quite irksome to witness. I think it's only a matter of time before it's the Hyuga clan's turn. Haha. Look at those white eyes. They resemble that of a blind person. Haha. Blind. Blind. Without needing to guess, Sun Wukong recognized the voices of the mischievous children. The current heiress of the Hyuga clan could only be her. You are not in a position to meet anyone right now, so let us return to my world. Sun Wukong glanced at Makoto. World? What do you mean? Makoto asked, confusion evident on her face. You will understand once you arrive, Wukong replied with a gentle smile, and with a mere thought. He enveloped Makoto within the confines of his world. He then proceeded towards the nearby thicket. Upon his arrival, he found a seemingly delicate young girl pushed to the ground by several children, yet she remained stoic, refusing to shed a tear. You rascals! How dare you bully such an adorable little girl? Have you lost your minds? If not for the fact that these children were still young, Sun Wukong would have kicked them away without hesitation. A grown-up is coming. Run! The children fled in fright, disappearing into the distance. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Sun Wukong gently helped the little girl to her feet. To his surprise, her cheeks flushed a bright red from shyness, and she shook her head, yet her hands cradled her right knee. Upon inspecting her knee, Sun Wukong noticed a patch of skin had been scraped off. Such a young girl, and yet she did not cry. She truly embodied the strength hidden beneath her delicate exterior as the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 8. Hinata Hyuga. Sun Wukong delicately brushed over the girl's knee, and her wound healed instantaneously. With the divine eye, healing such minor injuries was an effortless task. The little girl's eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise as she glanced at Sun Wukong, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Were it not for Sun Wukong still holding her hand, she might have run away by now. What is your name? Could you share with me? Sun Wukong observed the blushing Hinata, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How could he let such a splendid opportunity slip away? It was essential to nurture the young girl from an early age. He could not allow that scoundrel Naruto to take advantage of her. Hinata shyly murmured her name, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her garment, appearing entirely out of sorts. Indeed, she was a girl easily overtaken by shyness, yet this only added to her charm. Sun Wukong mused, you must not allow others to bully you in the future. Do you understand? Those who dare to harm you deserve a severe lesson. But I can't fight them, Hinata replied softly, her head bowed. If you cannot fight, then practice diligently. One day, you will become a great ninja. But my father says I am too weak and lack talent. I am not suited to be a ninja, Hinata said, her strength faltering as tears began to well in her eyes. What kind of father would speak so discouragingly of his own daughter? Sun Wukong felt a surge of indignation towards Hyuga Hayashi's words. This was indeed a sorrowful plight for one born into a prominent family. Do not heed your father's words. I believe you are more capable than anyone else. If you put in the effort, you will surely surpass those so-called geniuses. Really? Can I truly achieve that? Hinata's once timid and uncertain gaze brightened with hope. Of course. Allow me to train you properly for a few days. You will undoubtedly grow stronger. Sun Wukong had long considered Hinata to be his destined partner, and thus he resolved to bolster her confidence. Will you teach me ninjutsu, big brother? That would be wonderful. But I fear I may be too foolish to learn. Hinata expressed both excitement and apprehension. Do not worry. I have faith in your potential. I will certainly strive hard. Hinata's timid gaze transformed into one of resolve as she beheld Sun Wukong's warm smile. Then let us begin at once. With a thought, Sun Wukong transported Hinata into the realm of the World Ring. Oh, where's this place? How do we suddenly arrive here? Hinata marveled, her mouth agape as she found herself in a brilliantly lit, opulent hall. I too am curious. Is this the World Ring you mentioned? Uchiha Makoto stood behind Sun Wukong, her expression one of confusion. Indeed, anyone would be astonished to find themselves in such an unfamiliar realm. Yes, consider this the world I command. Everything here is under my control. Your own world? How is that possible? Makoto was genuinely taken aback, struggling to fathom the notion that one individual could truly govern an entire world. Could it be the legendary creator god? How is this possible? With unwavering admiration and anticipation, Hinata gazed up at Sun Wukong, believing that with her older brother's guidance, she would surely become stronger. Isn't she the young lady of the Hyuga clan? Why'd you brought her here? Surely you, a pervert, wouldn't have any ill intentions towards such a young child. Mikoto stared incredulously at Hinata before casting a doubtful glance at Sun Wukong. You appear so composed and gentle. I never expected such wicked thoughts to linger within you. I merely wished to train her for a while, Sun Wukong retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Mikoto, who blushed deeply in response. Leading Mikoto and young Hinata to the entrance of the time house, Sun Wukong explained, "This is the time house. Within, a year is merely equivalent to a single day outside. We shall train here for a period. A year inside equates to a day outside? Is there truly such a wondrous place in the world?" Mikoto marveled at the time house before them. "Shall we step inside to discover?" Sun Wukong opened the grand door, ushering the two girls within. "This is merely a small room. How can it possess such vast space? It is utterly astonishing." Mikoto was taken aback by the seemingly endless expanse within the time house. "It's truly enormous, big brother. Will we train here from now on?" Young Hinata curiously surveyed her surroundings, her youthful innocence rendering her unfazed by the marvels of the time house. "I am Sun Wukong from now on. You shall call me Brother Wukong, understood?" "Understood, Brother Wukong." "Very well, let us commence. First, I will teach you the manipulation of chi. Mikoto, you should join in as well." Thus, within 3 days, Mikoto mastered the art of sky dancing, perhaps owing to her prior training in chakra, making the control of chi significantly simpler for her. Young Hinata, on the other hand, took 5 days to learn it. While much of this success was attributed to her early chakra training, it was also a testament to her diligence and innate talent. At such a tender age, to grasp the art of sky dancing in merely 5 days marked her as an exceptionally rare genius. After imparting the knowledge of chi manipulation and sky dancing to the two girls, Sun Wukong doubled the gravity within the time house and commenced their physical training. Once they acclimated to the increased gravity, he finally led them out, not wishing to transform them into overly muscular women. Thus, Mikoto and young Hinata trained diligently for a total of 15 days within the time house, concluding their session splendidly. Although it was a brief period, their strength had multiplied significantly. Take young Hinata, for instance. She was now capable of contending with elite Chunin. Chapter 9. Uzumaki Kushina. After their training, Sun Wukong escorted young Hinata back to school. Although 15 days have elapsed within the time house, only a fleeting moment has passed in the real world, where the Ninja Academy has yet to commence its lessons. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Sun Wukong re-entered the world ring. During this period of cultivation, the bond between him and Mikoto has rapidly intensified. Seizing the opportunity with the absence of the other girls, he resolved to deepen his connection with Mikoto. At that moment, Mikoto was engrossed in a book in the hall, her focused and mature demeanor proving irresistibly alluring to men. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened as he quietly approached her, wrapping his arms around Mikoto from behind, and sincerely complimented, "Mikoto, you truly are beautiful." With that, he gently pushed her onto the sofa, and they embraced each other tenderly. An hour later, Sun Wukong planted a kiss on Mikoto's cheek, rose to dress, and tucked her under the covers. With a flick of his thought, he departed from the world ring. As dusk settled, yet another day had gracefully passed. Upon returning to Naruto's home, he found the girls had all returned. Some were reading, others preparing dinner, while some were playing, creating a heartwarming scene. In the living room, a shadow clone, tasked with safeguarding the girls, nodded upon seeing the original return before dissipating like mist. At this moment, Naruto had also finished school and was playing card with Alice. Upon seeing Sun Wukong enter the house, Alice immediately discarded her cards and leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Wukong, you're finally back. Alice has missed you so much." Sun Wukong chuckled, lifting Alice and playfully pinching her nose. "It's only been a day since we last met. Besides, wasn't he there a shadow clone of mine, looking after you? But that's just your clone, not the real you." Alice pouted adorably. "You're such a rogue. I was about to win this game, and you just tossed your card aside." Naruto, observing Alice in Sun Wukong's arms, wore a discontented expression, with a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. He had always longed for such familial affection. Sun Wukong instantly perceived his sentiments, and, appreciating Naruto, reached out to ruffle his hair, smiling. "Naruto, did your teacher teach you any ninjutsu today?" Naruto's face lit up with joy. Yes. Today, Irika-sensei was our teacher. He taught us a transformation technique, but I'm too slow to grasp it." As he spoke, his mood visibly sank. "I see," Sun Wukong responded, recalling the nine-tails fox within Naruto and his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. A fragment of her chakra, or more precisely, a remnant of her soul, lingered within Naruto, indicating that Sun Wukong could potentially resurrect Kushina. Naruto, I have detected something unusual within you. Perhaps this presence has hindered your training. Allow me to take a look, said Sun Wukong, gently patting Naruto's head. Something unusual? Little Naruto inquired with a look of confusion, yet he held unwavering trust in Sun Wukong. Then, Brother Wukong, please do have a look. Sun Wukong nodded, waved his hand lightly, and as Naruto's head tilted, he fell into a deep slumber. Sun Wukong laid him on the sofa, and Alice, filled with curiosity, asked Brother Wukong, does Naruto truly harbor something else within him? Is he going to be all right? Yuriko approached with a plate of food, placing on the table. Actually, I find it quite strange too. Earlier, when I went grocery shopping, many people deliberately avoided us, mentioning that we lived with a little monster, the Nine Tails. Were they referring to Naruto? Indeed, Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails. Thus, the animosity directed towards him stems from the hatred that others harbor against the beast. It is rather pitiable, Sun Wukong remarked, as he infiltrated Naruto's sealed space with his spiritual energy. In light of this, he truly is a sorrowful child. The women regarded little Naruto with softened gazes. Within the sealed space, Sun Wukong found himself in a dark, damp environment reminiscent of an underground sewer, observing a massive iron cage containing the colossal Nine Tails. A faint smile graced his lips. Truly, you are the Nine Tails. Your negative emotions and murderous intent almost materialize. Suddenly, the Nine Tails' tightly shut eyes opened, glaring at Sun Wukong with a fierce and violent gaze. Who are you to enter this sealed space so effortlessly? You're the Nine Tails, Kurama, correct? I find this child rather agreeable, so I command you not to suppress him too harshly. The Nine Tails' pupils constricted in shock as it stared at Sun Wukong. How do you know my name? Only the Sage of Six Paths and other tailed beasts could possibly know it. Its tone shifted to one of brutality. And who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? With that, a torrent of red chakra surged towards Sun Wukong. Do you dare to compete with the brilliance of the moon with such insignificant power? Sun Wukong scoffed, his form suddenly entering the massive iron cage. With a fierce kick, he struck the Nine Tails' head, causing a resounding thud as it slammed into the ground, shaking the entire sealed space. With just one kick, the Nine Tails was momentarily dazed, stars dancing before its eyes. It took a moment to recover, only to find its head firmly pressed beneath Sun Wukong's foot, igniting an immediate fury. Chakra enveloped its body, yet no matter how it struggled, it could not budge its head an inch. The Nine Tails was thoroughly astonished. At this moment, it sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Wukong, an aura so formidable that even the Sage of Six Paths paled in comparison. Who on earth are you? The tone of the Nine Tails softened, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming presence of Sun Wukong. Under this aura, it felt as insignificant as a mere ant. Though absurd, it was the undeniable truth. I am Sun Wukong. What? The Nine Tails was taken aback by the name. Does it sound familiar? Sun Wukong replied irritably. It's because that damn four-tailed sage ape shares this name. How dare a mere stinking monkey appropriate mine? If I ever encounter it, I will ensure it understands why I am so renowned. The Nine Tails broke into a cold sweat, silently mourning for the Four Tails for a moment. Previously, it had taken pride in the name bestowed upon it by the Sage of Six Paths. Now, it would weep for it. By the way, did you hear what I said earlier? Sun Wukong lightly kicked the Nine Tails' head and spoke nonchalantly. From now on, I will manage my chakra well and refrain from interfering with this little one's training. Though reluctant, the Nine Tails bowed its proud head in the face of Sun Wukong's absolute strength. It's not merely about not interfering. You must also maintain a balance, allowing him space to grow. Do you understand? I understand. Sun Wukong nodded with satisfaction, stepped out of the iron cage, and examined the sealing symbol on the iron door. After a moment of careful sensing, he extended one hand, and a hexagram array materialized in his palm. He then extracted a chakra light orb from the sealing symbol. This is it. As he spoke, his form gradually faded, disappearing into the sealing space. In the room, Sun Wukong opened his right hand, revealing a hexagram array that ensnared a chakra light orb. With a gentle wave, the orb floated out and slowly revealed a beautiful red figure. It was none other than Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. The women present were evidently captivated by the sudden appearance of this enchanting beauty. Kushina looked around in confusion before her gaze settled on the sleeping Naruto. She reached out her trembling hand to caress his face, her eyes filled with love and tenderness. Naruto, I can't believe you've grown so much. Suddenly, she turned around, glaring at Sun Wukong like an enraged lion. Did you release me from Naruto's seal? Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs, you scoundrel? With that, she threw a punch at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong extended his hand to catch her fist effortlessly and remarked, "Indeed, as expected of Kushina, known for her fiery temperament, your spirit is quite fierce." Kushina's expression changed as she realized her punch had been easily subdued. "Now, tell me why you did this. If you cannot provide a reason I can accept, you will regret it. I can bring you back to life," Sun Wukong said with a faint smile. Back to life? Kushina was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze to the sleeping Naruto, lost in thought. Chapter 10. The Resurrection of Kushina. After a long hesitation, Kushina lifted her head to look at Sun Wukong. "Can you truly bring me back to life, and not through some forbidden art that toys with the souls of the deceased?" Sun Wukong offered no further explanation, instead activating his Rinnegan. "I believe you should recognize these eyes. Is this the legendary Rinnegan?" Kushina gazed at Sun Wukong's eyes, her expression one of astonishment. The women around, including Siko, were equally taken aback. "Wukong, what happened to your eyes?" Alice exclaimed, rushing into Sun Wukong's embrace, crying out, "Oh no, Wukong! What is wrong with your eyes? Are you blind?" Coughing, Sun Wukong felt a wave of annoyance and playfully pinched Alice's behind, dismissing her concern as childish innocence. Meanwhile, Kushina began to explain to the others. The Rinnegan is said to be the supreme ocular technique controlled by the Sage of Six Paths, governing life and death, and even capable of reviving the deceased. I never imagined such a legendary technique truly existed. Can I really bring someone back to life? Isn't that akin to the Dragon Balls? Sayaka and the others seemed somewhat astonished. Bulma, however, scoffed dismissively. So it can revive people? The Dragon Balls can grant any wish. This Rinnegan pales in comparison. The others nodded in agreement, clearly siding with Bulma's assertion. "Were these Dragon Balls you speak of?" Kushina inquired curiously, directing her gaze at Bulma. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, replying, "You are not yet worthy of knowing. Perhaps when you become one of us, we could discuss it." Sisters? That could happen now. Kushina clearly did not grasp the implication of Bulma's words. "I must insist that you refrain from diverting the topic," Sun Wukong said, casting a helpless glance at the women. They all smiled awkwardly, turning their attention back to Kushina. Kushina's expression grew serious. "State your conditions." "My condition is that you must follow me and serve me henceforth." "Of course, I will not restrict your freedom," he said, attempting to phrase it more delicately. The women exchanged knowing glances, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Kushina furrowed her brows, clearly in a state of indecision. What is there to hesitate about? Do you not wish to see Naruto grow? Do you want him to live a life of loneliness? Do you want him to be bullied and labeled as a demon fox? Sun Wukong, like a devilish instigator, stirred the pot, tempting Kushina. "Enough about Naruto," she interjected. "I agree to your conditions, but in return, I am free. I reserve the right to refuse any demands I find objectionable." Ultimately, Kushina's longing for Naruto and her love for him prevailed, and she acquiesced to Sun Wukong's terms. At this moment, Sun Wukong wore a radiant smile, while the women around him could only sigh, lamenting yet another maiden falling into the jaws of the wolf. Sun Wukong swiftly formed seals with his hands, the technique of reincarnation. Suddenly, a divine light descended from the heavens, illuminating Kushina. Her ethereal form began to solidify, her snow-white skin blossoming with a rosy hue. In mere moments, Kushina was bestowed with a corporeal body, fully resurrected, as the divine light gradually faded away. Kushina gazed in disbelief at her own body, and then, with a sense of profound emotion, she exclaimed, "There is nothing quite like the feeling of being alive." With that, she rushed to Naruto's side, enveloping him in her embrace, her face alight with joy. "Naruto, my little Naruto, your mother has returned. You shall no longer be lonely. I will repay you for all the love you have missed." Sun Wukong, observing the tender reunion between Kushina and Naruto, felt a pang of irritation. However, recognizing the rarity of this mother-son reunion and considering that Naruto was merely a child, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Yet, upon hearing Kushina's words, he could not help but interject. "While I wish not to intrude, I must clarify. You cannot yet acknowledge Naruto, nor can you live with him at this moment." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that you will separate me from Naruto?" "Absolutely not." Kushina glared at Sun Wukong, her anger palpable. "We had an agreement." "What agreement?" Sun Wukong replied, unperturbed. "I have not violated any agreement. As I previously stated, I retain the right to refuse any matter I am unwilling to partake in. Kushina chuckled mischievously, clearly enjoying the exchange. The women, witnessing Sun Wukong's first defeat at the hands of a woman, watched with keen interest. Are you certain? Sun Wukong remained calm, smiling at Kushina. Her brow furrowed, sensing an ominous premonition from his demeanor. What do you mean? Do not speak in riddles. Sun Wukong replied with a casual air. You were once a deceased soul, while Naruto has his own destiny to fulfill. Your presence alters his fate, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. It could even indirectly endanger his life. Endanger Naruto? Do not spread such alarming words. Kushina frowned, clearly skeptical of Sun Wukong's assertions. This is no mere exaggeration. After all, Naruto is the child of prophecy in this world. A slight deviation in fate could result in the demise of the prophesied child, just as it happened with Minato. He was never meant to be born, yet here he is. Consequently, the previous child of prophecy, Minato, met his end. Sun Wukong's expression was serious, though inwardly he found amusement in the situation. This should not frighten you. Daring to engage with me in wordplay is ill-advised. Kushina fell into a prolonged silence, tightly clutching Naruto, her eyes clouded with melancholy and sadness. Perhaps you were right, but what must I do to help Naruto? Clearly, she was swayed by Sun Wukong's words, as her own experiences mirrored his claims closely. Is there even a need to ask? Before him stood an individual capable of altering Naruto's fate. Even the unfortunate event of Naruto's demise, this person could facilitate his resurrection. Yukiko timely remarked, prompting a look of appreciation from Sun Wukong, who thought to himself that his sister truly understood his unspoken thoughts. Kushina's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Sun Wukong. Can you bring Minato back to life? Alas, I cannot. His soul has been offered to the Grim Reaper. Without a soul, resurrection is beyond my power, he replied. However, I certainly possess the ability to resurrect him, though I would choose not to do so. Kushina's expression fell, disappointment washing over her, but she quickly regained her composure. Gently caressing little Naruto's head, she said, since we cannot acknowledge one another openly, I shall protect you from the shadows. Chapter 11. Sunset Red. Naruto, are you home? A sudden voice rang from outside the door, a man's voice calling out. Sun Wukong could easily deduce who it was. The only visitors likely to seek Naruto were the third Hokage and Irika. Since the voice did not belong to the elderly third Hokage, it must belong to Irika. Kushina, it would be unwise for you to meet others now. Perhaps you should return to my world within the ring. An old friend awaits you there. The world ring? An old friend? Kushina looked quizzically at Sun Wukong. He merely smiled gently. You will understand once you arrive. With a subtle wave of his hand, he drew Kushina into the world ring. He then lightly tapped Naruto's head, causing the slumbering child to awaken instantly. Naruto, if you don't open the door, I might just leave. Irika's voice called again from outside. Upon hearing Irika, little Naruto sprang up, excitement coursing through him as he dashed to the door. Irika-sensei, just a moment, I'll be right there. Why are you only now opening the door? What on earth were you doing? As the door swung open, Irika stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the sight of beautiful young women filling the room. Did I perhaps enter the wrong place? He mused, stepping back outside to confirm. No, this is the right place. The girls burst into laughter at Irika's bewildered expression. Sun Wukong regarded Irika with a smile. So, you must be Irika. Naruto speaks of you often. You are the esteemed Sun Wukong that the third Hokage mentioned? It's an honor to meet you. I am Irika, and I'm grateful for your care, Naruto. Upon recognizing Sun Wukong, Irika's demeanor transformed entirely, exuding utmost respect. The third Hokage had previously conveyed the significance of Sun Wukong, even sharing his likeness, instructing them to treat him with greater reverence than they would show the Hokage himself. It was said that his power was formidable enough to threaten the very existence of Konoha. How could he not be respectful? Ah, so you're familiar with me. It seems the third Hokage is quite adept at disseminating information, Sun Wukong remarked as he gestured for Irika to sit. Please, join us. We're just about to dine. No, that's not necessary. I have merely come to provide Naruto with his living expenses for this week. Furthermore, I have only recently assumed my position and have numerous responsibilities to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any longer. Irika waved his hands repeatedly, handed a bag of money to Naruto, exchanged a few words, then bid farewell to Sun Wukong and the others before turning to leave. He had no choice but to depart. With so many lovely ladies around, how could he dare to linger? Additionally, the intensity of Sun Wukong's gaze filled Irika with a sense of pressure. All right, everyone, come quickly to dine, or else the food will grow cold. At that moment, Siko emerged, carrying a platter of dishes. "Oh, it's time to eat," exclaimed little Naruto, joyfully rushing to the dining table and taking a seat. By the next day, son Wukong and the ladies departed from Konoha village. Following the recent extermination of the Uchiha clan, Konoha remained in a state of heightened alertness, and the village's renowned beauties, such as Tsunade, had been assigned various tasks. Son Wukong found himself devoid of opportunities to deepen his connection with them, compelling him to temporarily leave. As there were indeed many charming ladies outside as well. This brought a sense of relief to the third Hokage and others. As long as son Wukong remained in Konoha, they felt a constant weight of anxiety. However, Naruto and Hinata were quite reluctant to see son Wukong and the others depart. Son Wukong initially contemplated bringing little Hinata along, but reconsidered and ultimately decided against it. Firstly, Hinata was still quite young, and children often yearn for the comfort of home. Secondly, the main narrative had yet to unfold, and son Wukong did not wish to alter the future storyline at this juncture. "Wukong, where are we headed now?" As they walked down the street, Kuriko inquired curiously. "Let us just wander around. There's nothing pressing," son Wukong replied nonchalantly, though his thoughts drifted to the original story's characters. Haku and Karen. I wonder if Haku has been taken by Zabuza? And what about Karen? After several hours of leisurely exploration, son Wukong and his companions were nearing the outskirts of Konoha village. As they passed through a thicket, they were drawn by the sounds of a fierce altercation ahead. Curiosity piqued, they followed the noise. "Who are you? Why do you persistently cause trouble at the borders of Konoha?" A furious yet composed expression adorned the face of a 17-year-old girl as she confronted 5 masked figures ahead. The 5 adversaries bore the strength of Jonin, while several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, with only 3 standing, all of whom were merely Chunin. "Red, you should go ahead. We will buy you some time. Otherwise, none of us will escape," declared a resolute young man in his 20s, wielding a shuriken. It turned out that this beautiful and alluring girl was none other than the famed beauty of Konoha, Tsunade. The 2 men accompanying her were named Yuichi and Shusaku, mere supporting characters in this narrative. "I could never abandon my comrades. Everyone, hold on. Asuma and Kakashi will arrive shortly," Tsunade said, subtly forming a hand seal as she spoke. "Old 3, you should resolve this matter immediately. Time has dragged on too long. I believe their reinforcements are nearly here," remarked the opposing leader, arms crossed and a dismissive tone in his voice, clearly underestimating the trio of Yui. "Yes, boss." Among the 5, a gaunt and scrupulous man stepped forward, his gaze fixated on Yuhi as he licked the shuriken in his hand, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You're rather striking. Under normal circumstances, I might hesitate to take your life. However, right now," his words trailed off as his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Koichi. The shuriken in his hand transformed into a glint of cold light, slicing towards Koichi's neck. Startled, Koichi's eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out as he narrowly evaded the lethal strike by bending low. "Good reflexes," old 3 remarked coldly, launching another shuriken towards his heart. Just then, a shuriken shot towards old 3's face, compelling him to abandon his attack as he deflected the incoming projectile. It was Yuhi, who had intervened at this critical moment to save Koichi. Yet, this was merely a feint. As Yuhi made her move, a sly smile crept onto old 3's lips. In an instant, he appeared behind Yuhi, a shuriken pressed against her neck. Game over. This illustrates the disparity between a Jonin and a Chunin, my dear. I advise you to refrain from battling ninjas of a higher rank in your next life. With that, he ruthlessly drew the shuriken across her throat, accompanied by the horrified screams of Koichi and the others, blood spattering in the aftermath. Chapter 12. The hero comes to the rescue. Old 3's previously jovial expression abruptly froze, contorting into one of agony as the surrounding space warped. He discovered himself bound to a great tree, gazing down at the shuriken embedded in his chest. Disbelief flooding his eyes. Illusion? How could I, a distinguished figure, be slain by mere illusion? Before he could finish his thought, his head tilted, and with a look of defiance, he succumbed. The tree that had ensnared him vanished swiftly. The magical tree bind is no ordinary illusion. This is the fate that befalls those who are arrogant and underestimate their opponents, Yuhi stated, forming a hand seal as she regarded the lifeless body on the ground. Old 3, Brother 3. The remaining masked figures gasped in shock at the sight of the corpse, while their leader, with a cold reprimand, exclaimed, "Utterly useless. You can't even handle a woman. You foul woman, I will kill you," roared the other 3 masked ninjas, rapidly forming hand seals. Water style, water surge. A massive wave surged towards Yuhi and her companions. Quick dodge, Yuhi shouted, and the three swiftly leaped into the air, landing atop the cresting waves. At that moment, a sudden sharp exclamation reached the ears of the three individuals, causing their expressions to dramatically shift. The lightning release, lightning dragon wave, manifested as a formidable dragon that plunged into the torrent. Instantly, electric currents engulfed the entire body of water, and the trio, led by Kurenai Yuhi, found themselves writhing in agony as their bodies succumbed to the electric shock, leading them to plummet into the depths. In mere moments, they were rendered incapable of resistance, for they were merely chunin, ill-equipped to withstand the jutsu unleashed by AJ Nin. Had their endurance been slightly greater, they might have persevered. However, alas, Kurenai was but a woman, specializing in genjutsu, while her companions were mere supporting characters, lacking any substantial prowess. As the waters receded, Kurenai and her comrades fell to the ground. One among them executed another earth release technique, causing the ground around them to soften dramatically. Gradually, their bodies began to sink into the earth, and as their limbs became ensnared, the ground solidified once more, trapping them immovably within its grasp. Fourth, hurry and finish them off. I sense someone approaching, urged the eldest, having observed the distant forest. The fourth nodded in acknowledgement, unleashing the earth release, earth spear thrust, striking the ground with both hands. Instantly, a barrage of sharp earthen spears rained down upon Kurenai and her companions. Screams of despair echoed as two of the supporting characters, Kuchi and Shusuk, were pierced through by numerous earth spears, fulfilling their grim fate. After all, they were standing in the front line, inadvertently shielding Kurenai from a considerable number of the projectiles. Yet, how could two mere mortals withstand such an onslaught of earth spears? As the deadly projectiles hurtled toward her, Kurenai closed her eyes, contemplating her imminent demise. At that critical juncture, a robust figure materialized before her, effortlessly waving a hand to shatter the incoming spears with an invisible shockwave. Sensing a shift, Kurenai opened her eyes in confusion, gazing at the imposing silhouette that stood protectively before her, momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing his subsequent words, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Hey there, are you all right? I'm here to rescue you." Meanwhile, atop a nearby tree, three figures emerged. A young man, sporting a beard despite his youth, exhaled in relief upon seeing Kurenai unharmed. "It seems we arrived just in time. Thankfully, nothing disastrous has occurred." A sturdy fellow with thick eyebrows and a watermelon-shaped head gazed in astonishment at the figure shielding Kurenai. "Who is that guy? He appears incredibly strong. Look at the muscles on him. Now that's a real man, embodying the essence of youth." Beside him, a silver-haired man wearing a mask retrieved a portrait from his ninja tool pouch. After scrutinizing the imposing figure nearby, he furrowed his brow slightly. That must be the grandson of the third Hokage, son Wukong, whom we were cautioned to regard with utmost care. It appears that he is indeed formidable. It seems he has departed from our village. The three individuals before us are none other than the renowned young generation of Konohagakure, Asuma, Might Guy, and Kakashi. Is he truly the son Wukong, whom even the third Hokage regards with caution? Is he genuinely that powerful? It seems I must find an opportunity to spar with him. Guy gazed at son Wukong, his excitement palpable, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "If you wish to avoid a beating, I advise you not to provoke him," Kakashi remarked coolly, casting a glance at Guy. "Fear not, I shall be fine," Guy responded, giving a thumbs up, his mouth beaming to reveal his radiant smile. A man should not shy away from formidable foes, to challenge the strong and grow from defeat. That is the essence of true manhood. Such is the vitality of a man's youth. Son Wukong turned his gaze towards Kakashi and the others not far away, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Fortunately, I arrived swiftly. Otherwise, the opportunity for a heroic rescue might have been snatched away from me. He has already noticed us. Let us hasten," Kakashi said casually, and in a flash, the trio appeared beside son Wukong. "Hinata, are you unharmed?" Asuma rushed to Hinata's side, expressing concern. "I'm fine," Hinata replied, shaking her head. Son Wukong felt a pang of irritation. This was a formidable rival for affection. With a swift motion, he pulled Asuma aside. "Step aside. Do not obstruct me from saving her." With that, he placed one hand on the ground, causing the earth around them to soften instantly. He then lifted Hinata effortlessly, as if plucking a radish from the ground. With a gentle wave of his hand, a milky white glow enveloped her, healing her injuries at once. Judging by their appearances, it seems we are faced with the copy ninja Kakashi and the Azure Beast Might Guy. That bearded man must be Asoma. The situation does not bode well. What shall we do? Indeed, the enemy reinforcements have arrived. We should retreat for the time being. Chapter 13. The Contest. Before me. You wish to flee? In a flash, Sun Wukong struck, incapacitating 4 individuals with a single blow. Kakashi and the others were taken aback, astonished by his remarkable speed. Such swiftness. I could scarcely perceive it. You must be Sun Wukong, yes? I have heard of you from the 3rd Hokage. Your taijutsu is impressive. How about a contest between men? Guy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement at the prospect of facing a fellow practitioner of martial arts. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others secured the 4 masked ninjas. At that moment, Bulma and the other women emerged from the forest. Sun Wukong had sensed Hinata was in peril, prompting his rapid arrival, leaving them somewhat behind. Is the battle already concluded? I was eager to test the results of my recent training. Siko remarked with a hint of disappointment as she beheld the 4 bound individuals. Fear not, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Sun Wukong replied with a smile directed at Siko, then turned to Might Guy. So, you wish to measure your strength against mine, do you? Indeed, the youth of a man flourishes through the trials of mutual contest. K, with an unwavering spirit, remains blissfully unaware of the misfortune that lies ahead. Very well. I shall allow you the first strike, Sun Wukong said, beckoning Kei with a casual gesture. Kakashi and the others gradually distanced themselves from the scene, eager to witness the prowess of one whom even the 3rd Hokage regarded with caution. Since Kei was willing to act as a test stone, why not embrace the opportunity? Did this fellow truly wish to compete with Wukong? Had he lost his senses? The women, including Bulma, gazed at Kei with sympathetic eyes. Yet, this very sentiment only fueled Kei's excitement. Was this individual genuinely that formidable? Such thoughts made the contest even more enticing. With determination, Kei positioned his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand forward, adopting a combat stance. Now, I shall commence my assault. In a flash, he appeared before Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Truly, as a ninja specializing in taijutsu, his speed was impressive. However, it was still insufficient. Sun Wukong remained rooted in place, one hand behind his back, effortlessly blocking Kei's rapid onslaught, occasionally shaking his head. Your speed lacks finesse, your strength is feeble. Have you not dined? Put some effort into it. You believe you can contend with me at this level? You truly are formidable. It seems I cannot afford to be careless. Kei retreated with a swift motion, signaling a pause as he began to remove the weights bound to his limbs. Let us commence the second round of our contest. Kei charged once more towards Sun Wukong, having discarded his burdens. Now, he moved with a swiftness that was markedly enhanced. Now you're showing promise. Yet Sun Wukong remained unfazed, continuing to block Kei's relentless barrage with a single hand. You are indeed strong. It appears I must resort to my ultimate technique. Be wary. With a fervent declaration, Kei unleashed the 8 gates, opening all 5 of the initial doors. His voice resonated with a heavier tone. A surge of ferocious chakra erupted from him, causing his hair to stand on end, and even his skin took on a crimson hue. Was this a unique version of the Super Saiyan? With the 5th gate opened, Kei's speed and strength soared to unprecedented heights, moving so swiftly that he became a mere blur, leaving only echoes of sound in his wake. Incredible! Exclaimed Tsunade, utterly astonished. Yet, her awe was not directed at Kei's newfound might, but rather at the sheer strength of Sun Wukong. For even as Kei unleashed his full potential, Sun Wukong remained unmoved, one hand behind his back, effortlessly defending against the tempest of Kei's attacks. No matter how rapid Kei's strikes became, not once did he graze the hem of Sun Wukong's attire. No wonder the 3rd Hokage held such reservations. It was astonishing to witness the existence of such a formidable being. Kakashi, too, was profoundly shaken by the spectacle before him, having unleashed his Sharingan, rendering him acutely aware of the events unfolding in the arena. Regardless of how intricate and swift Kai's attacks were, it seemed as though Sun Wukong had foreseen them all, effortlessly parrying each strike with a single hand. The 4 masked individuals bound nearby were left utterly astounded. What kind of monster are we facing, boss? It's a miracle we haven't perished. Even the usually composed leader was now flustered, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. The battle is far from over. Belomed, as he opened the 2 additional gates of the 8 gates technique, pushing his total to the 7th gate. If I open one more, I will surely perish. Have you lost your mind? This is merely a test. There's no need to go to such extremes. Kakashi exclaimed in shock. With the activation of the two gates, Kai's speed and strength surged once more, yet he remained incapable of even grazing Sun Wukong. The disparity between them was simply too vast. Even if he reached the 8th gate, he could not inflict any harm upon Sun Wukong. Observing Sun Wukong effortlessly absorbing Kai's 7th gate assaults, the onlookers were profoundly shaken, except for Sun Wukong's admirers, who, if not witnesses to this spectacle, would never have believed such a formidable being existed. Even the legendary first Hokage, hailed as the strongest in the ninja world, could not achieve such prowess. It appears you have reached your limit, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Kai's back. With a thunderous crash, the high-velocity Kai was thrust into the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Sun Wukong had exerted such effort solely to gauge the 8 gates technique, which, it must be said, was indeed a desperate maneuver at critical moments. However, this method of exhausting one's potential and inflicting self-harm bore no effect on Sun Wukong. Chapter 14. Farewell. Kai, are you alright? Kakashi and the others rushed to his side. Concern etched on their faces. It hurts. Stop touching me, was Kai's pained response, filled with anguished cries. After opening the 7th gate, the repercussions became evident. His meridians were now shriveled, his muscles torn, and compounded by Sun Wukong's fierce strike. Kai felt as though he had lost half his life. I warned you not to compete with him. You brought this upon yourself. It was merely a contest, yet you opened 7 gates. Kakashi observed Kai's nearly lifeless form and felt a sense of relief. The fact that he could still scream in agony indicated that he was not yet dead. Kai, however, wore a troubled expression, coupled with a hint of fervor in his eyes. I never imagined there could be such a monstrous individual in this world. Despite opening 7 gates, I couldn't even graze the hem of his garment. To think one could cultivate martial arts to such an extent, truly, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Yet, thanks to him, I have glimpsed a higher realm of martial arts. I realize now that there lies a broader sky for me to strive towards. My blood begins to boil once more. This is the essence of a man's youth. Ouch. It hurts. You should lie down and take a proper rest. We certainly do not wish to carry your lifeless body back. Sunset Red gazed at Kai, who appeared half alive, and remarked with annoyance, still flaunting his youth. At that moment, Siko and the others gathered around. Upon witnessing Kai's miserable state, Bulma expressed her astonishment. Goku, your methods are rather ruthless, aren't they? He is nearly unrecognizable. Siko shook her head and replied, this does not resemble injuries inflicted by a mere beating. It is likely a consequence of the forbidden technique he previously employed. Goku approached Kai's side and nonchalantly began to elucidate the knowledge to the ladies. Indeed, he has practiced a forbidden art known as the 8 gates of Duanjia, which consists of the following: opening, rest, life, injury, dusk, shock, death. Typically, reaching the 4th gate, the injury gate, imposes tremendous strain on the body. Should one reach the 7th gate, the shock gate as he is now, it can cost half one's life. To access the 8th gate, the death gate, is to invite certain doom. Having finished, Goku delivered 2 swift kicks to Kai, causing him to yelp in agony. If you wish to cultivate martial arts, you must diligently refine your own body. Relying on such dubious methods is tantamount to courting death. Hey, stop it. He is already gravely injured. If you continue to kick him, he will truly perish, Sunset Red exclaimed, hastily pulling Goku away, clearly displeased with his actions. It's not that simple, Goku retorted, curling his lip. If you do not allow me to kick him, I shall do so regardless. With a swift motion, he sent Kai soaring into the air, where he hovered momentarily before plummeting down. The unfortunate Kai emitted a wail more pitiful than that of a slaughtered pig. Had it not been for his indomitable will, he might have lost consciousness. What are you planning? Kakashi and the others exclaimed in alarm, eyeing Goku warily. However, due to his overwhelming strength, they refrained from making any moves. Look at you two. With such cowardice, do you still wish to oppose me? Goku cast a casual glance at Kakashi and Asuma, then waved his hand, unleashing a powerful force that sent both of them crashing against a large tree until they finally came to a halt. Meanwhile, Sunset Red remained entirely unharmed, clearly favoring the female over the male. Were it not for this lady's presence, I would have been disinclined to save him, Goku remarked, glancing at Sunset Red. Turning his back to the group, he activated his divine eye. At that moment, Kai was in such pain that he lacked the strength to open his eyes. Thus he remained oblivious to Goku's gaze. Goku formed several hand seals, and a beam of white light enveloped Kai. In but a moment, the grievous wounds on Kai's body had healed. Goku's eyes returned to normal, and he couldn't help but reflect. This technique requires hand seals. How troublesome. It seems I must dedicate some time to master it. I am profoundly grateful to you. I never anticipated your medical ninjutsu to be so extraordinary. Such severe injuries healed in an instant. I dare say, even Lady Tsunade may not achieve this level. Kai bowed deeply to Goku, his expression filled with gratitude for the life-saving assistance he had received. I apologize, Master Wukong. It seems we have misunderstood you. Kakashi and his companions bowed in apology to son Wukong. Wukong waved his hand dismissively and said, "Nothing has occurred. You have seen nothing." Kakashi and his companions paused for a moment, then nodded in unison. "We understand what must be done, Master Wukong." However, the four individuals' gazes shifted toward the four masked figures still bound nearby. "They are merely trash. Dispose of them," son Wukong remarked indifferently. Kakashi and his companions hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Although they were eager to uncover their adversary's intelligence, they felt compelled to comply with Wukong's directive. Upon hearing their impending demise, the masked figures' expressions merely shifted slightly, devoid of any visible fear. It must be said that within the world of ninjas, the concept of life and death is often regarded with a certain detachment. To witness such a battle before our demise, we have no regrets. Gome, grant us a swift end. The four closed their eyes, exhibiting remarkable resolve. Kakashi sighed inwardly as he swiftly drew his shuriken across their necks. Their fates had long been sealed the moment they sought to harm Haruno Sakura. "Master Wukong, this matter is settled. We must hasten back to the village to report. The Uchiha clan has just faced annihilation, and many younger members are eyeing us with hostility. Therefore, we must return promptly." Kakashi and his companions respectfully bowed before son Wukong. Wukong nodded and turned to Sakura. "My lady, would you care to join us on a leisurely excursion? I have no desire to be anyone's concubine. You may go enjoy yourselves." Sakura directly declined Wukong's invitation. "Ah, such a lack of sentiment," Wukong lamented, feeling a tinge of regret for not being able to play the hero. Yet, he did not press the issue, knowing that future opportunities would abound. Sakura would ultimately be his. After bidding farewell, Sakura watched Wukong's vanishing figure, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. He truly is an exceptional man, albeit somewhat too earnest. She turned and followed Kakashi and the others, oblivious to Asuma's fleeting glance of jealousy. After all, it was not easy to see one's childhood friend take an interest in another. Chapter 15. K-Rin and Shiro. Wukong and his companions spent several days exploring, gaining insights into the customs and culture of the ninja world. One day, they arrived in the land of grass, near the Fire Country, in a luxurious hotel. The women gathered, chattering about their experiences over the past few days. Son Wukong found himself unable to contribute to the conversation, relegated to sipping his drink alone while gazing out at the scenery. In a narrow alley, a girl clad in tattered clothing sat upon a stone platform, her eyes fixated on a nearby meat bun shop. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing her to swallow hard in anticipation. Son Wukong's gaze was immediately captivated by a little girl who resembled a beggar. What drew his attention was her striking red hair and that familiar visage. "Xianluo, Xianglin, I did not expect to see you so soon. It seems we are quite fated," he thought, his eyes sparkling as he recognized her identity. For every beautiful girl in the world of Naruto, he could identify them at a glance. Moreover, his journey to the land of grass was specifically to find Xianglin. Could her crimson locks signify her lineage from the Uzumaki clan? Unbeknownst to him, Kushina had also arrived beside son Wukong and, following his gaze, looked at the little girl in the alley with astonishment. The red hair was indeed the emblem of their Uzumaki lineage. Son Wukong smiled gently. "Let me call her over. We shall soon find out." He then leaped from the window. Kushina wore a puzzled expression. Why is he so eager? Could he be plotting something devious? At that moment, Makoto also approached the window, glancing outside with a smirk. What else could it be? With his nature, he's probably taken a liking to that little girl and intends to bring her home for some sort of lowly training. Yuriko chuckled, observing Makoto. "I didn't expect you to understand Wukong so well, despite just meeting him." Makoto's cheeks flushed slightly. His thoughts are written all over his face. Who wouldn't notice? Son Wukong found a nearby steam bun shop, purchased 2 buns, and walked toward Xianglin. Upon sensing the faint chakra he intentionally released, Xianglin's eyes narrowed with enchantment. "Your chakra smells delightful. It feels so warm and comforting, giving me an unprecedented sense of security." "Really? You're the first to compliment me so," he replied with a smile. "Are you hungry?" Here, have this. He offered her one of the buns. Thank you. She took the bun without hesitation and bit into it. This is the best bun I have ever tasted. Her simple words nearly brought tears to Sun Wukong's eyes. He could effortlessly eliminate his enemies, but had always been gentle with girls. Come with me. I'd like to introduce you to a good friend, along with many older sisters, he said, affectionately ruffling Xianglin's hair. Is there food? Xianglin looked up at him. Of course. A feast of delicacies awaits you. He laughed heartily. All right, I will go with you. Your chakra tells me you're not a bad person, Xianglin said, taking a bite of the meat bun. Standing up with a serious look at Sun Wukong. Absolutely. I'm always gentle with girls, he chuckled, taking her hand, and, in a flash, they appeared before the dining table of the other girls. With a remarkable swiftness, they arrived at their destination. Brother, are you a ninja? Xianglin gazed at Sun Wukong with admiration. What's so impressive about that? I'll tell you, Wukong can shatter a planet with a single punch. Alice, noticing Sun Wukong had brought back a little girl, joyfully rushed over. Grabbing her hand, she said, Hello, I'm Alice. What is your name? Xianglin softly replied, Xianglin. Sensing the warmth of the women's chakra, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Their chakra feels so comforting. What a lovely little girl. Your hair is as beautiful as Sister Kushina's. The women surrounded Xianglin, each introducing themselves. Before long, they had formed a close-knit group. The camaraderie among women is often astonishingly swift, especially with such an adorable little girl among them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong and his companions arrived in the land of water. Perhaps by the hand of fate, a heavy snowfall began that day. They were compelled to seek refuge in a hotel. The next morning, a thick blanket of snow covered the ground, and the frigid air deterred most from venturing outside. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong led Alice and the others to a stone bridge in the village, where they built a snowman. As time trickled by, a small figure finally appeared in Sun Wukong's line of sight, slowly making her way toward the bridge. Upon noticing Sun Wukong and his group, she paused, a flicker of envy crossing her features before she shook her head and sat down on the bridge. After such a long wait, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. He had inquired tirelessly to find this solitary figure, Mizuki Shirai. Sensing the delicate aura of Shirai, Sun Wukong smiled contentedly. Indeed, she has not disappointed me. Shirai is a girl. If such beauty belonged to a man, it would truly be a misfortune. Alice, Xianglin, why don't you go invite that child on the bridge to join us? Sun Wukong suggested, glancing at the two little girls, who were still engrossed in building snowmen. The girls looked up, shared a moment of empathy for the solitary figure on the bridge, and nodded before running over. Understood, Brother Wukong. Sun Wukong watched as the three little girls, whispering among themselves, approached hand in hand with a smile of satisfaction. Hurry over, we have a new friend to introduce. Alice exclaimed, bringing Shirai before Sun Wukong and the others. This is Brother Wukong, the best big brother in the world, and the most formidable person that exists. This is Sister Siko, and this is... Observing Shirai joyfully participating in the snowman building, Sun Wukong wore a broad smile. With this, I suppose I have altered Shirai's fate as well. Young man, she is a tool of great significance to me. If you were to take her away, it would certainly cause me considerable distress. At that moment, from not far behind Sun Wukong, a voice, indifferent and detached, echoed through the air. Sun Wukong turned to face the newcomer, feeling no surprise. At last, you have arrived, Zai Bujan. Chapter 16. Siko's Battle. Siko, this individual is yours to handle. With the enemy's identity confirmed, Sun Wukong felt no need for further conversation. Siko, who had been assisting Alice and the others in building a snowman, suddenly brightened at the mention of an adversary. Is it truly an enemy? How shall we deal with them? Eliminate them, Sun Wukong replied succinctly, waving his hand. An ancient sword sailed through the air towards Siko, who effortlessly grasped the hilt and approached Zai Bujan. Since they are an enemy, please make your move. The other women paused their activities and gathered beside Sun Wukong, cheering for Siko. To think they would send a woman to face me. You shall regret this foolish decision. Zai Bujan scoffed, his tone laced with disdain, yet his expression was grave. The moment he beheld Siko's striking demeanor, he realized she was no ordinary opponent. Do not underestimate me merely because I am a woman. Such thoughts could prove fatal, Siko declared, her long sword already drawn and eager to engage. It had been quite some time since she had tasted battle, and she could no longer contain her anticipation. Zai Bujan let out a derisive snort, unsheathing the massive blade from his back and sweeping it horizontally towards Siko. She leaped gracefully, her sword aimed directly at Zai Bujan's face. employing a technique she had mastered while dispatching zombies. In that instant, Zaibujan's heart filled with contempt. I expected a formidable opponent, yet you are merely a novice. Do you not realize that one cannot evade while airborne? This fleeting thought vanished as he continued his assault, bringing his great blade crashing down upon the airborne Seiko. Let us see how you evade this, he smirked, a victorious smile gracing his lips. However, Seiko's next move astonished him. Without any means of support, she executed a swift turn, evading what he considered a guaranteed strike. Suddenly, her speed surged, and she appeared before him in an instant, her sword arcing towards his hand. Intent on severing it, Zaibujan was compelled to release his grip on the blade, and in a mere heartbeat, a shuriken appeared in his left hand. Deflecting Seiko's fierce blow, he then propelled himself backward, landing several meters away, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Seiko floating in the air. I underestimated you. I did not anticipate your ability to fly. I possess more than just the ability to soar, Seiko responded, her sword enveloped in a vibrant blue chakra. Now, I shall be serious. Do not disappoint me. With a swift motion, she unleashed a wave of sword energy formed from the blue chakra, hurtling towards Zaibujan. It seems I have also been underestimated, Zaibujan declared, rapidly forming hand signs. Water release, hidden mist technique. Instantly, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and Zaibujan's figure vanished within the mist. What a thick fog, how bothersome. I can see nothing at all. Alice immediately pouted her lips in displeasure. The other women, however, all turned their gazes toward a single direction, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing their lips. A mere trick. Do you believe that by conjuring this fog and concealing your voice and scent, I would be unable to perceive your presence? Seiko scoffed disdainfully, her figure flickering and vanishing into the dense mist. A moment later, a scream pierced through the fog. How could you possibly discover my hiding place? Are you a sensory-type ninja? At that moment, a long gash marked Zabuza's chest, clearly inflicted by Seiko's sharp blade. I'm no ninja, but rather a swordsman. Furthermore, every individual possesses a presence. Even amidst the thickest fog, your aura shines like a beacon in the night, rendering you conspicuous. Therefore, put away your underhanded tactics and engage me in a fair duel. Seiko's tone tinged with disappointment, as she had anticipated a worthy opponent, only to find that he possessed such meager skills. Clearly, Zabuza was conflicted. His once proud hidden mist assassination technique was proving ineffective. This is a dire situation. It seems I must find an opportunity to escape, for I do not wish to perish over a mere tool. Zabuza was aware that not far away, many were leisurely watching the spectacle. It appeared that none of them were ordinary foes. If one was so troublesome, what would a dozen be like? Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon emerged from thin air, surging towards Seiko. However, alas, despite the technique's strength, Seiko could fly, rendering his attack entirely futile. You wish to play with ninjutsu? Very well, I shall indulge you, as I recently acquired a few new techniques myself, Seiko declared, forming several hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Instantly, a fierce gust arose, sweeping away the surrounding fog. Wow, the fog is cleared. We can watch the show again, Alice exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Yet, upon seeing Zabuza turn to flee, she cried out, Seiko, that guy is running away. Hurry and chase him. Do you think he can escape? Goku has issued a kill order, Seiko remarked, her form flashing as she darted towards Zabuza, her sword slicing through the air, unleashing a barrage of sharp chakra blades aimed at him. Damn it, I cannot even manage to flee. Since that is the case, I might as well fight with all my might. Realizing escape was impossible, Zabuza's face darkened, filled with a chilling intent to kill. Have you given up on fleeing? Then, let us engage in a proper battle. Seiko ceased her assault as Zabuza halted. A cold smirk flashed across Zabuza's face. Without further ado, he drew a shuriken and hurled it directly at Seiko. With a sharp exclamation, Seiko thrust her sword directly towards Zabuza. Just as they closed in on each other, she altered her sword's momentum, executing an astonishing spin in midair, her swordplay transforming into a graceful dance, striking like a butterfly, captivating the onlookers. In an instant, Zabuza found himself retreating repeatedly, multiple sword wounds appearing on his body. However, he remained indifferent to his injuries, his gaze fixated on the blade in Seiko's hand, adopting a purely defensive stance, for her sword was exceedingly swift and cunning. He needed to identify a fleeting opening to counterattack. Suddenly, Seiko lunged towards his heart with her sword, causing Zabuza's eyes to gleam with determination. He slightly sidestepped and astonishingly reached out with his bare hands to grasp Seiko's blade. Seiko, taken aback by his audacity to catch her sword with his hands, thought to herself, is he willing to sacrifice his own hand? She deftly twisted her sword, and a flash of light severed Zabuza's wrist. Yet, before she could revel in her success, Zabuza transformed into a puddle of water, splattering onto the ground. A water clone? Seiko was alarmed. Just as she contemplated retreating, hands suddenly emerged from the ground, firmly grasping her feet. Startled, she decisively plunged her sword into the earth, and the hands transformed back into a pool of water, sinking into the soil. Realizing the danger, Seiko quickly activated her aerial technique and ascended into the sky. At that moment, not far from the river, Zabuza's figure slowly surfaced from the water, hand already forming seals. The river surged like a waterfall, crashing towards Seiko with tremendous force. She was only a few meters off the ground, yet the water curtain loomed over her, towering and impenetrable, leaving her with no chance to evade. "Do you think this can defeat me?" Seiko declared with conviction, gripping her sword tightly. She thrust forward, unleashing a wave of energy that pierced through the massive wave, creating a half-meter wide passage. Seiko swiftly flew through this corridor, her sword aimed ahead, piercing Zabuza's chest, who had just finished performing his technique. How could this be? Zabuza fell, his expression one of disbelief. He had miscalculated. From the moment he began to flee, he had set a trap for victory, using himself as bait to deceive his opponent. Just when Seiko relished the thrill of combat, he executed the substitution technique, swapping the water clone with his real body. Everything proceeded as planned, yet he never anticipated that his ultimate technique, the Great Waterfall Technique, would be ineffective. Seiko instead pierced through the waves, propelled by her aerial technique, swiftly breaching his heart. The adage "one misstep leads to complete downfall" aptly encapsulated Zabuza's fate. "Wow, Sister Seiko won. You're amazing, Sister Seiko," Alice exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace her. "Not bad at all. Your prowess has indeed improved significantly," prompting praise from the ladies. Seiko then turned to face son Wukong. Wukong nodded and remarked, "It's adequate, I suppose. I believe it's time for us to return. This world is too lacking in martial prowess. There are no suitable opponents, and it is quite dull. Perhaps we shall seek opportunities to visit this realm again in the future." "Are we really going back?" "That's fine. Although this world is intriguing, it is also exceedingly harsh, which we do not particularly enjoy." The ladies, including Seiko, nodded in agreement with Wukong's words. "What world are you speaking of? Returning? What on earth are you all talking about?" "We cannot comprehend." Mikoto and Kushina expressed their bewilderment, while Bai and Kagaya looked on with curiosity. "Indeed, the truth is, we do not belong to this world. We hail from another realm. Because Wukong can traverse various dimensional worlds," Saiyan began to explain earnestly to the ladies. Not long after, she concluded, "Well, since you all understand, please enter the world ring. I shall commence." However, Kushina was evidently reluctant to part with Naruto, and Mikoto seemed unable to let go of Sasuke. "Do not worry. It is not as though we shall not return," Son Wukong reassured the two women. After a brief moment, he gathered all the ladies into the world ring and then opened a dimensional portal back to the Dragon Ball world. A radiant, multicolored dimensional gateway materialized before Wukong, who stepped through, causing the portal to vanish. On a desolate planet, a man sat alone in a dimly lit room. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, breath quickening, emanating a ferocious aura, as if he were enduring something, or perhaps heralding the emergence of a ferocious beast. "Kakarot, Kakarot," he continually muttered, his aura growing increasingly violent and his hatred intensifying. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, unleashing a furious roar that erupted from his being. His hair transforming into a golden hue, he had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. It was none other than the fabled Super Saiyan Broly. This is bad Bogus, who had just returned after capturing some slaves, felt the overpowering aura emitted by Broly, and his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retrieved a controller and flew towards a small house atop a nearby mountain. "Broly, calm down. Quickly, regain your composure," Bogus shouted as he burst through the door, controller in hand. Upon hearing Bogus' voice, Broly gradually began to calm down. Just as Bogus sighed in relief, Broly let out another thunderous roar, "Kakarot." His aura surged once more, hair turning a vibrant green as he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. The controller atop his head was instantly shattered by the overwhelming force, and even the house crumbled under the pressure, reduced to mere ruins. The controller was rendered useless, and Bogus, taken aback, wore an unappealing smile as he watched Broly approach him. What do you intend to do, Broly? Do not forget, I am your father, he stammered. Broly, without uttering a single word, forcefully seized the remote from Bogas's hands and crushed it into oblivion, a hint of disdain and cruelty flashing across his face. Do you truly believe that such worthless trinkets can control me, Broly? He retorted, gripping Bogas by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Vile Broly, have you forgotten that I am your father? Bogas protested, desperation and hatred etched across his face. Broly suddenly let out a thunderous roar, tightening his grip to the point of breaking, and with a sickening crack, Bogas's neck was shattered. How ironic that I should meet my end at the hands of my own son. Is this the fate of a Saiyan? He lamented, as Broly casually discarded Bogas's lifeless body onto the ground. Kakarot, no matter where you hide, I will find you and personally end your life, Broly declared, ascending into the air, enveloped by a circular shield, before launching an energy sphere that obliterated the planet with a resounding bang, reducing it to cosmic dust. Chapter 2. Flight to Earth. Katastar, the first planet Son Goku encountered in the cosmos. Once a realm of beauty and peace, Katastar now lay in ruins, engulfed in volcanic eruptions, flowing lava, and raging flames, with thick smoke shrouding the sky, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Having escaped his confinement, Broly reveled in his newfound freedom, searching tirelessly across various planets for Goku's whereabouts. In just a few days, several planets had succumbed to his wrath, and today, he finally arrived at Katastar, the very planet Goku had once visited. Where's Kakarot? I can sense his faint energy. He must have been here, Broly raged, exuding a golden aura as his hair took on a grass-green hue, embodying the legendary form of a Super Saiyan. In his grasp, he held a robust Minotaur, unmistakably one from Bullstar. The ground was littered with the corpses of Minotaurs and their anguished cries. Kakarot? I did not know him, but not long ago, a person named Son Goku visited our planet. He bears a striking resemblance to you. The Minotaur, his face flushed with fear, managed to stammer. Where is he now? Broly's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of useful information. I do not know, the Minotaur replied, glancing around at his fallen kin, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Broly, yet paralyzed by fear, rendering him incapable of resisting. One could hardly doubt whether he truly embodied the bravery for which Minotaurs were renowned. It seems that nothing more can be extracted from the inquiry. Just as well, I can test the new skills I recently acquired on Adratstar. From his tone, it appears that he has indeed visited Adratstar. Could it be that Adratstar has also fallen victim to his malevolent grasp? Broly, with a cruel smile, suddenly unleashed a surge of electrical energy that penetrated the mind of Niu. Memories flashed before Broly's eyes, while Niu emitted piercing, anguished cries. Moments latte. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and silence ensued. Broly nonchalantly discarded Niu-Shing's lifeless body onto the ground. Earth? At last, I have discovered your whereabouts, Kakarot. Simultaneously, not far from this scene, 3 bovine heads and a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the ground, witnessing the horrific sight of Niu, bloodied and lifeless. The 4 were left pale with fright. These 4 were the formidable Manda, his strategist, and Manda's wife, the cow named Air, whose ample bosom could astonish anyone at a mere glance. The lovely, youthful, and voluptuous maiden among them was Angel. Just as Son Wukong departed from Adratstar, Zemu, feeling an inexplicable threat due to Wukong's presence, proposed to Angel's parents that he wished to marry her. Their long-standing engagement and mutual maturity facilitated a smooth arrangement. This revelation sent Angel's heart into turmoil. The shadow she had tried to suppress in her mind suddenly became vividly clear, filled with the image of Son Wukong. It dawned upon her that her heart still belonged to him, viewing Zemu merely as an older brother. On the day of the wedding, Angel covertly boarded the spacecraft gifted to her by Son Wukong, embarking on a journey to Earth. However, her curiosity about other planets led her to land on Katastar. There, she encountered the foolish trio of Manda and his comrades. Due to Son Wukong's influence, they welcomed Angel with warmth, with Manda and the strategist personally serving as her guides, leading her through their tribal lands. It was during this time that Broly made his appearance, and the 4 narrowly escaped disaster, burrowing into the ground to hide, for the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly made it clear that Manda was no match for him. The strategist attempted to thwart Manda's reckless plan to confront Broly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Manda was in die Streits. It seemed that Broly had absorbed Niu-Shing's memories, and he was bound to uncover vital information about their leader. Air's face reflected her anxiety. as both she and Manda were fervent fans of Sun Wukong. Perhaps we should sneak closer and ambush him, suggested the strategist, his left hand forming a circle while his right finger moved suggestively within it. You idiot, Manda retorted, slapping the strategist. I already warned you. That guy's far too powerful. We could barely approach before being decisively eliminated. For shame, you are supposed to be my strategist, yet your intellect is lacking. From now on, you'd be better off joining Yoshing. Please, my dear leader, you cannot abandon me, for I am your most loyal subordinate. Furthermore, with Yoshing having met his demise, we must act swiftly, the strategist lamented, his countenance a mask of sorrow. It appears we have no choice but to leave this planet. Given that fiend's merciless tactics, should we be discovered, our fate is sealed, Angel remarked gravely. Leave? How do we achieve that? The trio of warriors questioned in unison, their expressions one of perplexity. Have you forgotten? I arrived on your planet aboard a spacecraft. If we can reach Earth and find Brother Wukong, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance for us, Angel replied, brandishing a capsule that contained the very spaceship gifted to her by Sun Wukong. Then we must hasten our departure. If we are caught, it will be too late. Wagitea. Look, my leader. That creature seems to have taken flight, the strategist exclaimed, pointing dramatically at the sky. A massive orb is descending. Are you blind? That is an energy blast, not a sphere. We must be vigilant. That villain intends to obliterate our planet. Manda chastised, delivering a sharp reprimand to the strategist. My leader, must you strike my head? I was once the wisest of our tribe, but your incessant blows have rendered me foolish. The strategist protested, his expression one of grievance. Angel, in a fit of determination, tossed the capsule to the ground, and a round spacecraft materialized before them. She and Air hurriedly entered the vessel. Do not be obstinate. I will strike you again, Manda threatened, delivering a flurry of playful slaps to the strategist's head. My leader, I concede, the strategist pleaded. Are you two coming aboard or not? If you linger, I shall leave you behind. Air shouted at the duo still dawdling outside the spacecraft. With a swift motion, Manda and the strategist dove into the spaceship. With a thunderous roar, Cartastar was obliterated by the energy blast cast by Broly. However, unbeknownst to him, amidst the chaos of the explosion, a spacecraft soared away, cloaked in the fiery aftermath. Chapter 3. The Approach of a Fearsome Foe. Attention, passengers. We have arrived at our destination, Earth. Please fasten your seatbelts as we prepare for landing. The announcement echoed through the cabin. Have we truly reached Earth? How marvelous! Angel exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the azure planet. Is that truly the world where our leader resides? It resembles a giant ball. Fool, do not ever mention our association in public again. Manda retorted, delivering a swift smack. Every planet is spherical. We exist within a globe. Ah, I see now. Our leader is indeed wise. Your intellect is impressive, the strategist exclaimed, adoration radiating from his gaze, filled with stars of admiration. Was it possible that this fellow's intelligence was imparted by Manda? Angel observed the two dimwits, at a loss for words. Turning her gaze, she regarded Air with newfound respect. With a calm demeanor and a hint of pride in his tone, Air remarked, What do you think? Although Manda may appear rather foolish at times, he is actually quite intelligent among our minotaurs. Truth be told, Air and Manda were cut from the same cloth. Their intellect left much to be desired, which perhaps explained why one would wed the other. Now, you should fasten your seatbelts quickly. We are about to land on Earth, Angel declared, exasperated. A mere scrap of cloth is hardly of any use, Manda scoffed, unabashed as he stood imperiously in the hall, striking a martial stance. Suddenly, the spacecraft trembled violently as it pierced through the atmosphere. Manda could only withstand the turbulence for a few seconds before he began to bounce around like a rubber ball. Wife, save me. I can't take it anymore, he cried, clutching the leg of a chair in desperation, seeking Air's assistance. What can I do? You brought this upon yourself for not listening. Anyway, you're tough as nails. Just hang on and don't let go. If you damage Angel's ship, we won't have the funds to cover it, Air retorted. Hold on, boss. I'll come to your rescue. The strategist, as Manda's most loyal subordinate, immediately threw himself into action. As the spacecraft jolted again, the strategist's trajectory shifted dramatically, sending him careening sideways. Boss, help! He shrieked in a piercing cry. Manda caught his foot and praised him. Good lad. You got guts. I've not been unkind to you, but next time, aim a bit better, will you? By the way, do you truly believe that leaping over would save you? Boss, I was aiming quite accurately. It's just that this ship isn't cooperating, the strategist replied. his tone laced with indignation. Well, I can't entirely blame you, Manda nodded, adopting an expression of acceptance towards his explanation. At that moment, the spacecraft had successfully traversed the atmosphere and finally stabilized. Manda immediately sprang up and lunged into Air's embrace, burying his head between her ample bosoms, feeling quite pleased with himself. Now, no matter how we crash, it shouldn't hurt. He chuckled. I'm truly clever. Smart? You could have simply returned to your seat and fastened your seatbelt. Hiding in a cow's embrace. What on earth are you thinking? The strategist noted, finally exhibiting some wisdom as he returned to his seat, securing his seatbelt and gripping the armrest tightly. Attention everyone, we are about to land, Angel announced loudly. The spacecraft barreled across the ground for several hundred meters, shoving aside countless boulders before finally coming to a halt. Good heavens, this indeed doesn't hurt. But I nearly suffocated, Manda exclaimed as he lifted his head, gasping for air. Is this Earth? It's truly beautiful. The group marveled as they exited the spacecraft. Angel turned to Manda, asking, Manda, can you sense where Brother Wukong is located? Manda concentrated intently, and then, with astonishment, replied, the people on this planet are remarkably weak, aren't they? It is inconceivable that this planet, inhabited by individuals with a mere combat power of 5, could be the residence of a leader. Are you certain we have not arrived at the wrong location? Absolutely not, Angel asserted with unwavering confidence. This is the designated return route from the spacecraft. There could be no mistake. However, I cannot sense the leader's aura, Manda expressed, her face a mask of confusion. Is it possible that the inhabitants of this planet can conceal their energy? If you release your aura, and if Brother Goku senses it, he will undoubtedly come. That is indeed a splendid idea, Manda thought, as she unleashed her immense combat power. This energy is formidable. Could be Son Goku? No, this aura is not his. It is even stronger than Goku's. How could this be? Are there beings in this world even more powerful than Son Goku? At that moment, Piccolo, who was in seclusion, was startled by the sudden surge of energy, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He was still anchored in the time frame he had last encountered Goku, and if he were to learn that Goku had grown even stronger, what would his reaction be? Piccolo ascended into the sky, heading towards the source of the overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, Krillin, Tin, and others practicing in various locations sensed the powerful energy and hastened towards it. Isn't that Manda's energy? When did she return to Earth? Goku, relishing the company of Yuriko and her daughter, was momentarily taken aback by Manda's energy. Moreover, Angel has arrived too? Are they attempting to capture my attention? However, I am quite occupied at the moment. Just as Krillin and the others met with Manda. Still reeling from the shock of encountering Piccolo, a far more potent aura surged towards Earth. Such a powerful presence. Who could it be? Is there truly another being of such strength in this world? Krillin and the others trembled at the overwhelming energy. It has arrived, Piccolo shouted gravely, staring at the sky. Suddenly, a figure encased in an energy shield pierced through the atmosphere, crashing into the ground nearby and creating a massive crater. They arrived far sooner than anticipated. Angel and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Kakarot, I have finally found you, Broly declared, scanning the group before fixing his gaze on the sky. His eyes ablaze with unbridled fury and intent to kill. Chapter 4, Goku and Broly. This energy is extraordinarily powerful, and it belongs to a Saiyan. Were all Saiyans not vanquished by me? How could there still be a Saiyan of such strength? Could it be Broly? Even before Broly touched down on Earth, Goku had sensed his aura and quickly summoned the women, ensuring their safety by sealing them within the world ring, and then vanished from the room in an instant. Meanwhile, who are you? What brings you to Earth? Krillin and the others asked, their faces etched with tension, fully aware that before Broly, they were but prey awaiting annihilation. One cannot help but admire their audacity, knowing full well they stand no chance yet still choosing to join the fray here. Kakarot, Broly disregarded the crowd, instead furiously calling out another name for Son Goku. It remains a mystery why he harbors such animosity towards Goku. Could it be that Goku frightened him to tears upon his birth, leading Broly to subconsciously detest him? If this were to be revealed, it would surely leave many in shock. Boss, why does he always mention Kakarot? The strategist mused, observing Broly with a mix of awe and concern. You fool, have you not realized that Kakarot is our boss? Manda retorted, slapping the strategist once more. Suddenly, Broly turned to the crowd. It seems you all have some connection to Kakarot. In that case, I shall eliminate you all. A bloodthirsty smile crossed Broly's face as he swiftly kicked the lecherous strategist, sending him hurtling into a mountain. With this action, Broly demonstrated to the strategist the consequences of loose lips. Despite the strategist possessing several thousand battle points, he was severely injured with just a single blow. Had Broly not underestimated them and merely delivered a casual strike, it would have undoubtedly resulted in instant annihilation. Witnessing the strategist fall in an instant left Krillin and the others utterly astonished. They could sense the strategist's formidable energy, a foe they could never hope to defeat. Yet he was vanquished in a heartbeat. How could they possibly fight under such circumstances? The strategist, Manda, let out a wretched scream, his eyes turning crimson as he entered a frenzied state, his powers surging as he charged at Broly, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you bully the strategist? I will make you pay." Unfortunately for him, despite his ferocity, Broly effortlessly kicked him in the face, sending him crashing into another mountain, entombed beneath the rubble. Manda screamed and rushed towards the debris, frantically digging, while Angel followed closely behind. Broly, having already dispatched his own father, was not one to show mercy. He turned his gaze towards Krillin and the others, a cruel smile forming on his lips, nearly causing them to cower in fear, given their mere hundreds of battle points. It was remarkable they hadn't collapsed before Broly's overwhelming presence. Regret began to settle in for Liu Ping, realizing too late that joining the fray was a grave mistake. "You all shall perish," Broly declared, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and hurling it towards Krillin and the others. "We're done for," they thought in despair. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Krillin and the others, effortlessly deflecting Broly's energy blast into the void, rendering it invisible. "Who are you?" they wondered, astonished that someone could withstand that fiend's ki blast. However, one must exercise caution. This individual is extraordinarily formidable. When Krillin and the others beheld son Wukong, their spirits soared with joy, yet their understanding of him remained rooted in their childhood, rendering them unable to recognize him. Son Wukong, even with your arrival, nothing will alter. This fellow is beyond our current capacity to confront," Piccolo remarked coldly as he regarded son Wukong. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin and the others gaped in astonishment. Could it truly be him? A closer inspection revealed a striking resemblance, particularly in his hairstyle. "Brother Wukong," Angel exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement upon seeing son Wukong. While with their combined efforts, they managed to extricate Manda, who was now barely clinging to life. "Quickly, take the others and leave this place. This being is beyond your capabilities," son Wukong urged Krillin, presenting him with 2 senzu beans intended to save the strategist and Manda. Without delay, Krillin and the others hastened to gather the others and depart. They remained in shock at son Wukong's overwhelming power. Is this truly Wukong? In just over 2 years, he has become this strong? Is that deity truly so formidable? As Kakarot, Broly's demeanor shifted drastically at the sight of son Wukong. His raging aura surged uncontrollably as he shouted his name in fury. Broly bellowed Kakarot once more, unable to contain himself, and launched a powerful punch towards son Wukong. Swiftly, son Wukong evaded, observing Broly's grass-green hair with a slight furrow of his brow. This must be the legendary Super Saiyan form. I never anticipated he would maintain such a state. His energy nearly rivals my Super Saiyan 1 peak. Should he unleash his full power, could it not compare to my Super Saiyan 2? This contradicts the original narrative, where son Wukong defeated him using Super Saiyan 1, right? Could it be that his strength has surged during this period of liberation from control, considering that he is the fabled Super Saiyan? Son Wukong affirmed his suspicions. Even a few days can yield monumental shifts in power. One can only imagine the transformations of the legendary Super Saiyan. This individual, if left unchecked, poses a dire threat. He must be eliminated. Son Wukong gazed at Broly, immediately condemning him to death. Allowing Broly to grow unchecked would lead to catastrophic consequences. In the blink of an eye, Broly continued his relentless assault. Son Wukong, untransformed, was no match for Broly in his legendary state. Within mere exchanges, he was sent flying by a single blow, crashing into the earth and creating a sizable crater. Ugh! This fellow's strength is indeed formidable. I cannot afford to take this lightly. Son Wukong spat blood, promptly transforming into a Super Saiyan. His golden aura enveloped him, his energy surging dramatically, causing rocks to shatter and debris to fly. A vacuum formed around son Wukong as sand and stones levitated into the air. "Let me witness the legendary Super Saiyan's true strength," Goku shouted, charging towards Broly. Chapter 5: Goku vs. Broly. Boom! 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 In an instant, Goku and Broly were engaged in fierce combat, each enveloped in a golden aura. Their clashes tore the earth asunder and shattered the mountains. Within moments, the landscape had been utterly ravaged by their confrontation. The intensity of the battle left Krillin and the others watching from a distance in a state of alarm. With a thunderous punch, Broly struck the ground, causing the earth to crack and magma to erupt forth, igniting the surroundings in flames. Soon, a bubbling pool of lava formed around them. The fragile planet could hardly withstand the ferocity of their duel. If this continued, the earth would surely be obliterated by their conflict. Goku, realizing the peril, understood that he could not allow his home to be destroyed. Summoning all his strength, Goku met Broly's assault with a powerful punch. Taking advantage of the momentary shock that sent them both reeling back, he swiftly took flight away from the planet. Kakarot, you shall not escape, Broly roared, immediately pursuing him. In the vastness of space, the two warriors engaged in a fierce contest of speed. Broly relentlessly unleashed waves of energy blasts in an attempt to bring Goku down, but Goku narrowly evaded each one, much to Broly's fury. The relentless onslaught only fueled Broly's rage, amplifying his power and speed as he closed in on Goku. Kakarot, you cannot evade me forever. Broly launched another energy blast that obliterated a nearby asteroid. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? I haven't harmed your loved ones, Goku retorted, flying with all his might while expressing his bewilderment. He truly could not fathom the depths of Broly's hatred, which seemed to drive him to kill without hesitation. Oblivious to Goku's frustrations, Broly continued his relentless pursuit, resembling a fighter jet as he unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts. The surrounding asteroids were reduced to cosmic debris under his assault, truly a harbinger of destruction. As Broly closed the gap, Goku smirked and executed an instant transmission, creating distance once more and enticing Broly to follow. Infuriated, Broly's battle prowess surged in response to his rage. Goku recognized this phenomenon. Anger was a source of power for Saiyans, and the fabled Super Saiyan Broly had harnessed this power to its utmost. If this continued, the situation would become dire. Goku resolved to refrain from provoking him further. After another instant transmission, he halted to await Broly's approach. Have you given up on fleeing? Kakarot, I shall shatter you into oblivion. Broly's eyes blazed with fury and murderous intent, yearning to dismember Goku. Perhaps his profound hatred for Goku stemmed from the fact that, as a legendary Super Saiyan, he recognized Goku as his destined rival, a formidable obstacle he yearned to eliminate to prove himself as the strongest Saiyan. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan can traverse the vastness of space with ease. It must be the aura surrounding you that enables your survival in the cosmos, Goku mused, disregarding Broly's words. Kakarot, meet your demise, Broly roared, lunging at Goku with unrestrained fury. Strike if you must, but why do you incessantly call me Kakarot? I am Son Goku, not Kakarot, Goku retorted, unleashing the full might of his Super Saiyan form as he engaged Broly in battle once more. Their clash was a breathtaking display of speed and power. Each collision unleashed violent shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding asteroids. In mere moments, the area was rendered desolate, leaving only the silhouettes of the combatants amidst their fierce exchange. Such a battle defies description, visible only as fleeting shadows engaged in relentless combat, occasionally releasing formidable energy blasts. Regrettably, triumphing over Broly in his Super Saiyan state was an impossibility. Before long, Broly's fist connected with Goku's abdomen, the immense force causing Goku to grunt in pain, momentarily halting his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Broly unleashed a barrage of punches upon Goku, culminating in a devastating energy wave that sent him spiraling into the infinite cosmos. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan's power is unmatched. Super Saiyan form is no match for him. Goku steadied himself, panting heavily as his wounds healed at a visibly accelerated rate, his aura gradually stabilizing. His indomitable spirit was manifesting in full force. It seems I must get serious now. With a focused thought, Goku's eyes transformed, activating his divine vision. The black flames of Amaterasu enveloped Broly instantaneously, yet he remained unharmed, a look of confusion crossing his features. What is Kakarot up to? Is there some hidden meaning behind this technique? The black flames were entirely neutralized by Broly's golden aura, unable to inflict any harm upon him. However, the intense heat was mildly discomforting. With a furious roar, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, dispelling the black flames that had encircled him. As Son Wukong gazed upon the scene, he was engulfed in a sense of frustration. In previous experiments, the power of the Kamehameha emanating from his hands was indeed formidable. Yet to his astonishment, it proved ineffective against Broly. It became evident that the characters within the Dragon Ball universe possessed extraordinary capabilities. Undeterred, Sun Wukong persevered. A month passed, during which his efforts merely caused Broly to momentarily falter. At such a high level of existence, Broly's mental fortitude and spiritual strength rendered him impervious to illusions. Unless Sun Wukong's own mental prowess surpassed his by a considerable margin, or the space-time ninjutsu. As Broly charged at him once more, Sun Wukong refrained from countering. Instead, he stood resolutely, invoking the space-time ninjutsu while allowing Broly's fist to strike him. The impact was thunderous. Broly's golden aura-clad fist shattered the space before Sun Wukong, delivering a crushing blow to his face. The force sent him flying. What a worthless skill! Sun Wukong spat, blood trickling from his lips, his expression marred by displeasure. It dawned on him that the space-time ninjutsu, when pitted against an opponent of Broly's caliber, was ineffectual. The technique, conjured by the God Eye, did not embody the true principles of space-time, but merely created a diminutive realm, incapable of withstanding the might of a warrior like Broly. Chapter 6. Wukong vs. Broly. Sun Wukong decisively retracted the God Eye, recognizing that its powers were futile in such a confrontation. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a surge of golden ki, crackling with lightning. He had finally transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, he appeared before Broly, unleashing a furious kick downward, fueled by the anger of having been struck earlier. Unfazed, Broly retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the descending foot, yet he underestimated the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong's kick sent Broly hurtling away. Now it's my turn to strike. Sun Wukong bellowed, his figure flickering as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Broly. The relentless barrage forced Broly to retreat step by step. As Sun Wukong began to tire from the exertion, he gathered his energy for a final blow, channeling a full-powered Kamehameha wave that sent Broly soaring into the distance. The resulting explosion echoed through the cosmos. This time, you shall not escape unscathed, Sun Wukong gasped, a triumphant expression crossing his face as he surveyed the center of the explosion. Kakarot, Kakarot, I will destroy you. The remnants of the blast revealed Broly, battered and bruised. Yet, he remained indifferent to the wounds upon himself, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred and fury. In his thunderous roar towards the heavens, his strength surged, muscles swelling, rendering his physique more formidable than before. His pupils vanished, a ferocious aura erupted forth, and at that moment, he had fully entered the legendary Super Saiyan mode, his power rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2 Goku. Indeed, this individual surpassed the Broly depicted in the original narrative, a phenomenon that defied logic. Goku unleashed the full might of Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Broly once more, proclaiming, "No matter how powerful you are, you shall ultimately serve as the foundation upon which I tread the path to greatness." Two golden lights streaked across the battlefield as they clashed once again. This time, they refrained from employing blinding speed, instead engaging in a pure contest of strength and technique. Both fighters moved with incredible agility, their limbs creating a flurry of afterimages as they exchanged blows, the air resonating with the sound of violent collisions. Broly, radiating a golden luminescence, roared and seized the moment, delivering a powerful punch towards Goku's heart. To Goku's surprise, he merely grinned and did not evade, taking the full force of Broly's fist, resulting in a spurt of blood. Yet, he seemed unfazed, even displaying a hint of a smile. Seizing the brief opportunity, he launched himself headfirst into Broly, colliding with reckless abandon. Did he not fear the possibility of his own skull shattering? Not all. Goku welcomed the risk. He desired precisely this outcome, hoping to crush Broly's head, knowing that he would emerge unscathed, his immortal essence ensuring that even a shattered skull would regenerate instantaneously. However, it was clear that such a collision would not obliterate Broly's head, but it did leave him momentarily dazed, swaying unsteadily. Goku, despite his own discomfort, recovered swiftly thanks to his immortal nature. Having landed a hit, Goku was far from finished. Now that he had initiated the clash, he was determined to see it through. No matter how resilient Broly's head was, it could not surpass the tenacity of Goku's immortal form. D. Goku cried as he clutched Broly's head, and the two engaged in a relentless series of headbutts, transforming the encounter into a brawling melee. After a flurry of strikes, even Goku found himself slightly unsteady, his head buzzing as the world around him spun. Yet, his immortality allowed him to recover rapidly. Meanwhile, Broly was left reeling from Goku's brazen tactics, his head spinning, swaying as if he might topple at any moment. Now you see my true power, don't you? Goku taunted. With a triumphant smile, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity while Broly was still disoriented, splitting into two shadow clones. The clones promptly merged, and Sun Wukong swiftly reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 form, returning to his normal state. He then fused once more with a newly formed clone. As the blinding light of their fusion subsided, a more formidable version of Sun Wukong emerged, clad in a minimal leather armor draped over his shoulders, showcasing his impressively sculpted physique. His trousers were loose, yet they did not appear awkward. Instead, they exuded an aura of strength and dominance. At that moment, Broly recovered from his stupor, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. Burning with fury, "Kakarot, I will avenge my humiliation." The intensity of his rage surged, and an electric charge began to crackle amidst his fighting spirit. Sun Wukong was taken aback, wondering if Broly was on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. If he were to ascend to that level and unleash his legendary mode, it could spell dire consequences. Before proceeding, I must clarify my interpretation of the legendary Super Saiyan. While it cannot transform into the legendary forms of Super Saiyan 2 or 3, I envision the legendary Super Saiyan as a distinct mode. Even in the ordinary states of Super Saiyan 2 or 3, one can activate the legendary Super Saiyan mode, resulting in a significant augmentation of power. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Sun Wukong decided to eliminate Broly swiftly. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and the power he possessed post-fusion far surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 2. With a single, powerful punch aimed at Broly, he struck with astonishing speed. Broly barely had time to shield himself with both arms, yet the force of the blow sent him hurtling backward. Without allowing Broly a moment to recover, Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon him. The power of his fused Super Saiyan 2 was leagues beyond Broly's capabilities. He was simply no match. With each strike, Broly sustained more injuries, ultimately being sent sprawling across dozens of planets by a single, devastating blow from Sun Wukong. However, this was not the end. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, Sun Wukong split into 4 more shadow clones and merged once again with the second fusion. Given the unpredictable nature of the Dragon Ball universe, he aimed to obliterate Broly with overwhelming power, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 7. The battle concludes. Broly, accept your fate of demise. In a sudden flash, Sun Wukong materialized before Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent him hurtling away. With an almost imperceptible speed, Sun Wukong executed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Broly. After the second fusion, his strength proved to be overwhelmingly victorious. Within moments, Broly lay battered and bruised, his limbs ruthlessly broken by Sun Wukong, rendering him utterly incapable of fighting back. He could no longer even maintain his flight technique. Were it not for Sun Wukong holding him, he would have likely drifted aimlessly in the vastness of the cosmos. You cannot be the strong, Kakarot. I refuse to believe it. I cannot lose. I must kill you. Broly, despite his dire predicament, remained undeterred, his eyes ablaze with hatred. A terrifying, violent power seemed to awaken within him, as his energy gradually surged, crackling with lightning-like intensity around him. Indeed, you are a formidable adversary. It is a pity that you chose to stand against me. Thus, you are destined for tragedy. Sun Wukong mused, observing Broly's slowly awakening power. He lamented that had Broly not crossed paths with him, he might have become even stronger, perhaps invincible. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong shaped his hand into a blade, golden energy swirling around his palm, and thrust it forward decisively, piercing through Broly's heart like a sharpened sword. Kakarot, Broly, in a desperate attempt, reached out with his right hand to grasp Sun Wukong, but ultimately, his arm fell lifelessly to his side. He reverted from the legendary Super Saiyan form to his ordinary state, his breath growing faint until it vanished entirely. Thus, the legendary Super Saiyan met his end. Sun Wukong sighed, acknowledging Broly as a worthy opponent, albeit a dangerously formidable one. The so-called legendary Super Saiyan embodied pure hatred, the ultimate warrior driven solely by combat and destruction. Casually, Sun Wukong cast Broly's lifeless body into the cosmos, unleashing a Kamehameha wave to obliterate it entirely. In this world, not even a drop of blood or a single cell should remain, for they could give rise to another powerful being. With the battle concluded, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to return to Earth, which resumed its usual tranquility. Shortly after his departure, a small spacecraft suddenly flickered into existence in the boundless universe. The hatch opened, and a diminutive, wrinkled, grotesque alien emerged, clutching a peculiar device that emitted incessant beeping sounds. Though the alien's words were unintelligible, its expression conveyed profound shock. Suddenly, amidst the rubble of a small asteroid, he stumbled upon a few droplets of blood, an unexpected discovery that filled him with joy. Hastily, he extracted a device to collect the samples and, in the vastness of space, detected a minuscule fragment of flesh. His face lit up with delight as he carefully placed it into an exquisite glass vial, then vanished in a flash back to his spacecraft. Boss, I always knew you were the most formidable person in the world. Even that terrifying being fell to your prowess. My admiration for you flows endlessly. Akin to a widow's milk, he exclaimed. Upon his return, Sun Wukong was immediately embraced by Manda, who looked up at him with an adoring gaze, drool flying from his mouth. However, upon hearing his words, Wukong swiftly kicked him away. Why must you always speak such foolishness? Angel, upon seeing Sun Wukong, was filled with excitement, wanting to say something but blushing at a loss for words. Oh, I didn't expect you to come to Earth, Angel, and with this fool. No less, Wukong remarked with a serene demeanor. At that moment, Manda approached, looking pitiful as he said, Boss, our planet was destroyed by that previous menace. May we live on Earth from now on? Of course, as long as you don't cause any trouble, Wukong replied nonchalantly, indifferent to Manda's presence on Earth. He could restore their planet once the Dragon Balls were available for use. Is that really you, Wukong? Krillin finally confronted Sun Wukong, disbelief etched on his face. Hey, Krillin, it seems you've grown taller, but still not as tall as I am. Wukong chuckled, affectionately patting Krillin's smooth, bald head. He held a certain fondness for this childhood friend, despite no longer being the same Wukong he once was. Is it truly you? How is this possible? It's only been a little over 2 years. Yet your transformation is astonishing, and your strength, has it really grown so terrifying? Is that God truly that powerful? Krillin and the others gazed at Wukong in astonishment. My current strength is not greatly related to the gods of Earth. It is a result of my own rigorous training. To put it simply, I'm not an Earthling, but a Saiyan from a warrior race. Through relentless battles and training, I grow ever stronger. There was no need to conceal his identity from Krillin and the others, as they were aware of Sun Wukong's true nature, even in the original tale. No wonder. So you are an alien. Lupin exclaimed, astonished. Regardless of whether you're an alien or Saiyan, you will always be my good friend, Sun Wukong, right? Krillin said, his eyes filled with trepidation. Of course, Wukong replied with a smile, affirming that high positions can be isolating, and it is vital to have a few good friends by one's side. Chapter 8. My name is Goku. Upon returning to Bulma's abode, Krillin gazed enviously at the multitude of attractive women before him, vigorously shaking Goku by the collar and expressing his overwhelming feelings of jealousy. What did you say? They're all your wives? You scoundrel. Have you truly been off training with the gods? Goku, relishing the expressions of Krillin and the others, thought to himself how delightful their reactions were. How could you steal my girl? Yamcha shot a displeased glance at Goku after casting a look at Bulma. He had once been in a romantic relationship with Bulma, and now, in the blink of an eye, she was Goku's wife. Although their bond was not particularly deep, the feeling of being sidelined was undeniably irksome. Well, a great deal has transpired, but it's a long story, Goku replied. Don't mind him, Yamcha, Bulma declared assertively. I have already moved on from you, so we share no ties anymore. I've been dumped, Krillin. Come, let's share a drink, Yamcha lamented, his expression resembling that of a sour melon, though he did not appear overly heartbroken. After all, his relationship with Bulma had been quite mediocre, and he was not one to dwell on such matters. However, being usurped by his close friend Goku did leave him somewhat disgruntled. Krillin, at a loss for how to console Yamcha, simply joined him in his lament, while Goku, feeling a tinge of guilt for Yamcha, decided to join in as well. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months drifted by in tranquility. Today marked the occasion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Truth be told, Goku held no interest whatsoever in the tournament. However, as the narrative in the original tale suggested, his legitimate wife, Chi-Chi, would make an appearance, thus compelling him to attend. Arriving at the venue for the grand tournament in a luxurious vehicle alongside Bulma and the others, Goku was met with a throng of people in a vibrant atmosphere. As Goku and the women disembarked, they naturally attracted countless gazes. The presence of such stunning women was bound to turn heads. A few overly bold individuals attempted to approach them, but before they could utter a word, Goku dispatched them with a swift kick, sending them soaring into the distance. The remaining onlookers were left trembling in fear, scurrying away in fright at Goku's fierce demeanor. Wow, Goku has truly become quite fearsome, Krillin and the others remarked, witnessing Goku's actions from a distance. Indeed, the Goku of our youth was far more endearing. Rashi nodded in agreement, his gaze turning lecherous as he surveyed the beautiful women. Lamenting, with so many lovely wives, why am I not allowed to touch? I was so fond of him when he was young. Yamcha, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, cautioned, Master Rashi, it might be best if you refrain from such comments in the future. Given Goku's current temperament, he might just leave you in ruins. Ah, you all arrived quite early, Son Goku remarked with a smile as he approached Krillin and the others, accompanied by a bevy of beautiful women. Goku, are you participating in the tournament of the world's strongest? It seems we can only vie for second place, Krillin replied. A look of resignation etched on his face as he glanced at the mesmerizing women behind Goku. He was not alone in his envy. Lu Ping, standing nearby, also bore an expression of jealousy and admiration. Attention all participants of today's martial arts tournament. The preliminary rounds are about to commence. Please gather at the martial arts arena. A voice echoed through the loudspeaker. It's about to begin, Goku. Let us hurry, Krillin exclaimed, brimming with anticipation upon hearing the announcement. Goku nodded and turned to Bulma and the others, saying, I'll head over first. You all find your own spots. The women nodded in agreement. Although Siko had initially wished to participate, Goku had declined her request, playfully asserting that he could not allow his sister to perform for others. Let us go, Krillin. Goku beckoned, leading the way as he scanned the surroundings, yet he failed to spot the figure he longed to see. Krillin and the others followed closely behind. As they arrived at the martial arts arena, Goku's brow furrowed upon sensing an unfamiliar energy. He fixed his gaze upon a figure standing by the window, his eyes widening in astonishment. This fellow bears a striking resemblance to members of Frisia's race. Could it be that there are still remnants of Frisia's kind? He mused, intrigued. How fascinating. My arrival has truly altered the course of many events. This upcoming tournament is sure to be anything but dull. At the window stood an individual similar in stature to Frisia, yet distinctly different. His body was adorned with a layer of armor-like scales, and he sported two sharp, green horns atop his head, with a tail that bore menacing barbs. Clearly, he was far more formidable than Frisia and his kin. The figure approached Goku, a smile gracing his face. You must be Son Goku. I've been searching for you for quite some time, and at last, we meet. You're looking for me? Do we know each other? Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the man replied with a soft smile. I have journeyed to Earth specifically to express my gratitude to you for obliterating Frisia's planet. I was encased in ice on that planet for thousands of years, and were it not for your destruction of it, and your immense power resonating with me, I would likely never have awakened. Frisia's planet? Goku exclaimed, taken aback. This individual was indeed a member of Frisia's race, and the notion of being frozen for millennia sounded remarkably impressive. Who are you exactly? Goku's expression grew serious as he sought clarity. My name is Gugo, and like Frisia and his companions, I am also a genetic mutant. However, I possess a slight edge over them due to an unforeseen incident that occurred thousands of years ago, which resulted in my being encased in ice upon the surface of Frisia's planet. Thanks to your intervention, I have been liberated. Gugo maintained a cheerful demeanor. Yet Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Why does this strange sense of oppression instill a tinge of unease within me? Chapter 9. Kiki. What is your true purpose for coming to Earth? Son Goku scrutinized Gugo, his eyes narrowing instinctively, sensing a hint of danger emanating from him, indicating that the latter's power was undoubtedly on par with his own. Gugo, still smiling, replied, Oh, it's nothing much. Did you not annihilate the planet I inhabited? Therefore, I intend to obliterate the world you call home. However, upon arriving on Earth, I experienced a change of heart. This planet is indeed a splendid one, and I wish to transform it into my kingdom. What are you talking about? Do you intend to invade Earth? Have you lost your mind? Are you unaware that my master is here? At some point, the formidable Manda appeared with a strategist, casting a withering gaze upon Gugo that was steeped in contempt. Indeed, take a look at yourself. You're so impoverished that you can only afford to wear fish scales as a makeshift garment. Do you think that is fashionable? You look utterly foolish. The strategist, equally disdainful, directed his scorn at Gugo, his words inciting palpable animosity. Gugo, who had been smiling, suddenly felt a shiver run through him. Although he wore a semblance of a grin, a chilling aura emanated from him. Wow, why'd I suddenly feel a bit cold? The strategist trembled, tightening his garments. What an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. This fellow is truly formidable, Manda realized, quickly retreating behind Son Goku. Son Goku ignored Manda and his companion, focusing intently on Goku, filled with astonishment. The energy Goku had briefly unleashed was indeed astonishingly powerful, far beyond mere comparisons to Frieza and his ilk. However, this frigid aura dissipated almost instantaneously as Goku resumed his cheerful Fa Ade, addressing Son Goku. Are these two your subordinates? If left unchecked, they could cause you significant trouble. Until the martial arts tournament, then, I am eager to witness the prowess of this Super Saiyan of yours. With that, Goku sauntered past the group. That individual was incredibly powerful. Why are there so many abnormal beings around these days? Perhaps I should refrain from participating in this martial arts tournament, Krillin said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, looking utterly exasperated. He suddenly realized that his world had undergone a seismic shift alongside Son Goku's. He could no longer keep pace with Goku's extraordinary journey. There is nothing to worry about. When you encounter him, it would be best to forfeit directly. There remains a chance to secure the 4th or 5th place, Son Wukong remarked with a casual wave of his hand. Then I shall aim for 3rd place, responded Manda with a broad grin. You too will participate? He asked, glancing at Manda. What about him? Lupin Courrier, casting a discontented look at Manda before pointing towards the strategist. I am a strategist who employs intellect rather than physical combat. Hence, I shall not partake. The strategist replied with a serious expression. That is for the best, Klin and the other sighed in relief. At that moment, they sorrowfully realized that they could not even best the seemingly frail and unassuming bull-headed man, which ignited in them a resolute desire to grow stronger. Suddenly, Son Wukong felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Curiously, he turned to see a delightful girl clad in black garments, and his eyes instantly gleamed with recognition. "Ah," he exclaimed, realizing the one who had tapped him was none other than a charming young lady. "Is that you, Chi-Chi?" Son Wukong inquired, feigning a thoughtful appraisal of her. "You haven't forgotten me. How delightful." Chi-Chi replied, clasping her hands joyfully, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Do you still recall what you said? You mean the part about marrying you when we grow up?" Son Wukong responded with a warm smile. "Oh, you remember. What does that imply?" Chi-Chi inquired, her demeanor shy. "If you agree, then let us wed. After all, a lovely maiden presenting herself should not be refused," he said playfully. "What? Marriage?" Klin and the others exclaimed in jealousy. Klin, in particular, shook Son Wukong's garment vigorously, exclaiming, "Why do you always attract women wherever you go? Don't you already have so many wives? Were we, the single men, to do in light of this?" "What? You say he already has wives?" Chi-Chi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Indeed, and not just one," Lu Ping confirmed with a nod, noting that this was merely an attempt to sow discord out of jealousy. Fuming, Chi-Chi glared at Son Wukong and shouted, "You scoundrel," before storming off in a huff. "Lu Ping, you scoundrel. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Son Wukong glared furiously at Lu Ping. "How could that be?" "I only spoke the truth," Lu Ping protested, shaking his head vigorously. "Dumpling, divide our numbers and do not let us face that person again when drawing lots." Tianjin Fan instructed Dumpling as he began to scheme. "Now, we will commence with the first group of preliminary matches. You are all aware of the rules, correct? Falling from the arena, losing consciousness, or surrendering results in a loss. However, should a competitor cause the death of their opponent, they will be immediately disqualified. Now, please send contestant number 1 and number 2 to the stage." Son Wukong gazed at his number, which prominently displayed the numeral 1, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Is it my turn already? Wasn't it said that the most formidable should be saved for last?" With that, he leisurely ascended the stage. Chapter 10. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Little did he expect to face you in the first match. You're the perfect opponent for me to rectify my previous defeat. A man with a wild hairstyle stood confidently before Son Wukong. "Look, it's King Kuba," remarked Krillin, observing the explosive-haired man with a sympathetic expression. "Isn't that the runner-up from last time?" "Indeed, he used to wear the turtle school uniform. What caused this transformation?" "He has certainly matured," many speculated as they regarded Son Wukong. "Let the match begin," the referee announced loudly. Son Wukong stood there with an air of indifference, gazing at King Kuba, who appeared visibly enraged. Is this your stance? Do not underestimate martial arts. It could lead to your downfall." With a fierce demeanor, King Kuba lunged at Son Wukong, exuding an aura that clearly marked him as a rare expert. Unfortunately, the outcome was shocking. Son Wukong effortlessly swatted him down with a single hand, leaving him unconscious on the ground. "Ah, he's out cold. The number 2 has been defeated." The plump referee was momentarily dumbfounded. That was incredibly swift. He took down King Kuba with a single punch. Other contestants were equally astonished. What's the big fuss? Such a weakling could never match the prowess of our esteemed leader, scoffed a strategist with an air of disdain. In subsequent battles, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan swiftly dispatched their opponents, securing victories, while only Jiaozi was sent tumbling off the stage by a powerful move from Tao Pai Pai, collapsing to the ground. Jiaozi, are you all right? Tien Shinhan fretted, cradling Jiaozi with concern. Heh, I spared him. Killing him would disqualify me. Tao Pai Pai replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. What did you say? Tien Shinhan seethed, gritting his teeth. It's been a while, Tien Shinhan. Next up is Sun Wukong, right? Is it you, Tao Pai Pai? Sun Wukong cast him a casual glance as he approached Jiaozi. Heh, finally noticed, have you? Don't bye greenes mugli. So bye. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. Always joking, I'm not that easy to kill. Though it was quite a harrowing experience. It took considerable time to revive. With a gentle wave of his hand, Sun Wukong enveloped Jiaozi in a milky white light, and in an instant, Jiaozi awoke. Jiaozi, you're all right. Tien Shinhan exclaimed, overjoyed. Krillin and the others stared at Sun Wukong in shock. Wukong, when did you acquire such an extraordinary ability? I just learned it not long ago. Indeed, it is a highly practical art. However, I have exhausted all my resources to install an artificial heart. Yet I have gained strength that far surpasses my previous abilities. Sun Wukong, you must advance through the preliminary rounds until you face me in the martial arts tournament. Impatient, Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, urging, you should swiftly depart and not disturb others' matches. I hope you remain as composed then. With a cold snort, Tao Bai turned and left the scene. On another arena, Gogo stood still, merely flicking his tail, sending his opponent flying off the stage, rendering him unconscious. Contestant number 21 emerged victorious. That fellow is indeed formidable. Wukong, can you defeat him? Krillin and the others frowned, observing Gogo, who seemed considerably stronger than Broly. How could one ascertain without a fight? Presently, Sun Wukong was brimming with excitement, eager to engage Gogo immediately. Yet, since the latter wished to partake in this tournament, he would indulge him. The preliminaries continued, with Sun Wukong and his companions effortlessly vanquishing all their adversaries. Launching a kick, Chi-Chi also triumphed over her opponent. Among women, her combat prowess was quite remarkable, securing contestant number 59. What a surprise! That girl is rather impressive, Krillin remarked with astonishment. I never anticipated that the little girl from before would grow to be so charming. Lepin gazed at Chi-Chi in awe. They had recognized her upon Sun Wukong, calling her name. At that moment, two portly individuals stepped onto the stage. One was short and stout, his face obscured. The other resembled a mountain of flesh. No way, why must my opponent always be so colossal? The masked figure surveyed the imposing mass before him, suddenly feeling immense pressure. This was none other than Yachirobe, who had a notable presence in the early arcs of Dragon Ball. Kid, I shall flatten you into a meat pie. The mountain of flesh, with a disdainful glare at Yachirobe, leaped forward as the referee announced the start, crashing down upon Yachirobe. You're really coming at me. Yachirobe, unsure of how to respond, realized evasion was futile. Despite his bulk, the speed of the descent was quite swift. With no other options, Yachirobe leaped and punched underneath the opponent's bulk. A piercing scream escaped the mountain of flesh, collapsing onto the ground, convulsing, and soon fell unconscious. As the referee counted down to 10, the mountain remained down, and Yachirobe crawled out from beneath him, thus claiming victory. Unlike in the original tale, where he encountered a divine possession, he was fortunate this time. All right, the preliminaries have concluded. Contestants who have advanced, please come here to draw lots. Thus, the long-anticipated 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament finally reveals its combatants. Group 1, Tao Bai and Tianjin Fan. Group 2, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Group 3, Klin and Yachirobe. Group 4, Gugu and Lu Ping. To his astonishment, Lu Ping found himself facing a formidable opponent, nearly fainting upon realizing the identity of his rival. Chapter 11, Wukong and Chi-Chi. Speaking of which, where has the fool, Manda, wandered off to? Sun Wukong expressed his disbelief at the absence of Manda's name, astonished that someone of his caliber should have been eliminated. You mentioned Manda? Just moments ago. I saw him chasing after a rather voluptuous woman alongside our strategist. Since he failed to show up for the competition, his qualification was revoked. Klin, stroking his bald head with a grin, felt a surge of joy at Manda's disqualification, as it meant he could ascend in the rankings. Sun Wukong shook his head in resignation. It's for the best that the fool isn't here. Who knows what trouble he would have stirred up. After a brief intermission following the preliminaries, the official competition of the World Martial Arts Tournament was set to commence. Wukong, brother, you must secure first place, exclaimed Alice, along with several young girls, as they cheered him on. If you can't even win this competition, you're forbidden from entering our room for a week, Bulma added, her tone resolute. Rest assured, first place will be a breeze. I will eliminate all my opponents, Wukong replied confidently, sharing a smile with the girls as he and Klin made their way to the arena. Including you, Goku, Wukong mentally noted another name. As the girls settled into the audience, they surveyed the sea of spectators, feeling overwhelmed. What a headache. There are too many people, and we can't see a thing. Lan Chi lamented, glancing around anxiously. Bulma, producing a prepared piece of dogtail grass, approached Lan Chi. I'm sorry, but this is necessary, she said, gently brushing it against Lan Chi's nose. A sudden sneeze erupted from Lan Chi, her golden hair shimmering as she emerged in full glory. Once again, I must rely on you, Lan Chi, Bulma implored with a pleading expression. Watch me. Lan Chi brandished a pair of guns, stepping into the crowd and unleashing a wild barrage into the sky. Make way, make way. Do you wish to meet your demise? How rude, Bulma remarked with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing apologetically. Isn't this a bit excessive? The girls, including Psycho, were taken aback by Lan Chi's wild display, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Distinguished audience, thank you for your patience. We now commence the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. A wave of applause erupted from the audience. The first match features contestant Tao by versus last year's champion, Tianjin Fan. Good luck, Clint encouraged Tianjin Fan. Thanks, Tianjin Fan replied. Peach White, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, declared, Rest assured, I shall not take your life just yet. During this competition, I will merely leave you in a state of near defeat. Once I claim the championship, I shall slowly deal with you and Wukong. The first group, please commence the match. With a cold smirk directed at Tien, Peach White taunted, Have you come to terms with your fate? Yes. Very well. I shall dispose of you immediately. The nearby Crane Hermit observed Tien's expression, seemingly amused, as he whispered, Traitor, your doom is imminent. With a swift stomp of his left foot, Peach White launched an attack towards Tien, raising his right hand. However, Tien's form flickered like a phantom, causing Peach White to miss entirely. In retaliation, Tien struck with a hand blade to Peach White's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. The once smug Crane Hermit was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The ensuing events mirrored those of the original tale, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. The disparity in strength between Peach White and Tien was substantial. After being bested, Peach White's mechanical arm unexpectedly ejected a sharp blade, inflicting a wound upon Tien's chest. Witnessing Peach White's blatant disregard for the dignity of a martial artist incited Tien's fury, leading him to deliver a powerful punch to Peach White. Despite the tumultuous circumstances, the second match was set to proceed. The contestants for the second round were Sun Wukong, who had narrowly missed the championship title last time, and Kiki, a female competitor who had distinguished herself in the preliminaries. Given that Wukong had previously endured Kiki's antics, she did not remain anonymous as in the original narrative. Kiki huffed at Wukong, visibly irritated. Why are you always angry? I've already said I would marry you, Wukong replied, exasperated by Kiki's sulking demeanor. You already have a wife. Why would you want to marry me? I refuse to be a concubine, Kiki retorted, still fuming. What are they murmuring about? Do they seem to know each other? The audience, particularly the women, gazed with curiosity at Kiki and Wukong. When did that fellow encounter such an adorable girl? Are you ready? The second match begins. The referee's voice rang out. As soon as the signal was given, Kiki, in a fit of anger, launched a kick towards Wukong's face. He swiftly leaned back to evade her strike, dodging her fierce onslaught. Can we not sit down and have a proper conversation? Must it be like this? He pleaded, attempting to reason while evading her attacks. Who wants to talk to you, you heartless cad? You know nothing of a woman's heart. I've been waiting for you all this time. Kiki's anger escalated, her movements becoming increasingly fierce. Oh, heartless cad? Could she be the girl Wukong abandoned? Sayaka and the others gasped in astonishment. Unbelievable. Wukong seems to have an affinity with women. In the background, Krillin and Yamcha couldn't help but feel envious and resentful. Are you done causing a scene? I've told you I would marry you. Wukong, now slightly irritated, found it embarrassing to discuss such matters in front of so many witnesses. Do you expect me to be a concubine? Not a chance. Defeat me first. Then we shall see. I too believe that concluding the match sooner would be prudent. Sun Wukong nodded and said, "You must exercise caution." With a casual wave of his hand, a gentle force swept Kiki off her feet, allowing her to land gracefully beneath the stage. "I never imagined you had become so formidable. You truly deserve to be my husband," Kiki exclaimed in astonishment as she climbed back onto the stage, gazing at Sun Wukong. "Are you no longer sulking?" Sun Wukong's eyes brightened instantly. Having multiple wives is not uncommon for an exceptional man. However, I absolutely refuse to be a mistress, Kiki replied, her face flushed with shyness. "No problem. You can be the main one if that is your desire." Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. "After all, my women are not categorized by rank. Is that so? Just like that, it's settled?" In the background, Krillin and others watched in disbelief as Kiki joyfully embraced Sun Wukong's arm, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration. Even a romantic hero, Iasin, this impressive. Chapter 12. Wukong vs. Gogo. In the third match, Krillin effortlessly eliminated a Kairobe. In the fourth match, Lepin conceded without contest, granting Gogo a victory by default. Next came the semifinals, with Wukong facing Tien Shinhan. Tien did not concede, but sought to engage in a genuine spar with Wukong, only to be ruthlessly defeated in an instant. This left Tien feeling quite disheartened, as their previous encounter had been evenly matched. Now, within a few years, he found himself completely outclassed. In truth, Wukong had no desire to demoralize Tien. He was simply eager to confront Gogo. The second match featured Krillin against Gogo. Much like Lepin, Krillin wisely forfeited, leaving the final arena for Wukong and Gogo. "I had a splendid time earlier. I hope you won't disappoint me," Wukong stated as Gogo stood opposite him, still wearing a facade of insincere amusement. "By the way, can we relocate to a different venue? Don't you find this place a bit cramped?" Wukong's excitement surged, fueled by the prospect of facing a formidable opponent. Gogo nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment. After all, this is a planet I hold dear, and I would not wish for it to be destroyed by our battle. Moreover, I know of a planet far more suitable for our confrontation. Are you able to keep up?" As he spoke, Gogo pressed his finger to his forehead and vanished in an instant. What? Where did he suddenly go? The arena erupted with murmurs of speculation. Teleportation? This fellow can teleport too. He truly is an impressive adversary, Wukong mused, placing his finger on his own forehead to sense the energy. He found it. In a flash, he too disappeared. Was that teleportation? Did Wukong leave Earth? Yuriko furrowed her brow. It appears this opponent is no ordinary challenge. Siko's expression grew serious, as a hint of concern surfaced on the faces of the women present. The martial arts arena erupted into chaos due to the departure of two opponents, leading to the announcement of their disqualification. Consequently, Klin and others commenced their contest for the seasonal championship. This desolate star, devoid of life, is what one might call a lifeless planet. "Indeed, you possess the ability to teleport," remarked Gogo, narrowing his eyes at the suddenly materializing Sun Wukong before him. "I must admit, I am quite astonished that you too can teleport. I owe my mastery of this skill to you," he added with a hint of gratitude. "Learn it from me?" Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Indeed," Gogo nodded, a subtle smile gracing his features. "I awakened from my slumber the moment you obliterated the planet of Frisia, just in time to witness your teleportation. Is it possible that you learned it merely by observing?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his mouth agape. "I had to practice for several days to grasp it. That's rather disheartening. Is it truly that difficult?" "In fact, it's quite simple once you master your energy flow," Gogo replied, pausing to survey their surroundings. "So, what do you think of this battlefield? It is a rocky planet composed entirely of hard stones and rare minerals. Its solidity can withstand our combat. However, I am quite astonished that you feel no discomfort here, considering that no life-sustaining elements exist. This indeed serves as an excellent venue for our battle. Now, let us cease the trivialities and commence our fight." With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura enveloping him entirely. Is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? It appears quite extraordinary. Who would have thought that a mere wild monkey could achieve such a transformation? Gogo observed, maintaining his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Sun Wukong's formidable energy. A wild monkey? It seems you harbor disdain for the Saiyans. In that case, I shall ensure you never forget the Saiyans, Sun Wukong retorted with a scoff, stamping his foot on the ground and launching a powerful punch towards Gogo. Such impatience, Gogo mused with a faint smile, nimbly darting backward as Sun Wukong's punch missed its mark and crashed into the ground, creating a shallow crater several meters wide, showcasing the planet's remarkable sturdiness. Indeed, this planet is incredibly resilient. It appears to harbor numerous precious minerals. I must remember to collect some, Sun Wukong remarked before launching another assault on Gogo. The air resonated with thunderous sounds as the two figures engaged in an intense battle, alternating between the ground and the sky. The sheer force of their conflict shattered the rugged landscape of this rocky planet. Crack! In a fleeting moment, Gogo, engaged in combat with Wukong, unexpectedly thrust his razor-sharp, barbed tail towards Wukong's head. In a hasty maneuver, Wukong bent down to evade the attack. Astonishingly, the tail pierced effortlessly into the solid rock, its barbs twisting as the ground was pulverized like tofu, showcasing the extraordinary sharpness of his tail. Simultaneously, Gogo extended one of his palms forward, exuding an overwhelming force. As a hand imbued with golden energy lunged towards Wukong's chest like a sword. With a sickening thud, blood splattered, having narrowly avoided Gogo's treacherous tail strike. Wukong was unable to dodge the subsequent attack of Gogo's powerful palm, which brutally pierced through his chest. Wukong coughed a mouthful of blood, the pain radiating from his chest, causing his complexion to pale. A triumphant smile appeared on Gogo's face. Is this the might of a Super Saiyan? It seems rather unimpressive. Chapter 13. Wukong vs. Gogo. Underestimating one's opponent can lead to dire consequences. Wukong grinned, tightening his fists, and struck fiercely at Gogo's temple. The immense force of their clash cracked the rocks beneath their feet. Gogo let out a cry of anguish, his head spinning from the impact. Instinctively retracting his right hand and flinging Wukong away, droplets of blood falling from his hand. Wukong's effective strike was due to hitting Gogo's vulnerability. While Gogo's entire body was encased in scales, providing remarkable defense, his head was unprotected, making the temple a critical weak point, thus yielding such an effective attack. Not so pleasant now, is it? Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, observing the gradually healing wound on his chest, feeling a mix of astonishment and pain at the resilience of his immortal form. However, he was painfully aware of the adage, seize the opportunity while the opponent is vulnerable. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he was enveloped in a powerful aura, electricity crackling around him, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Yet to his dismay, the relentless barrage inflicted minimal damage on Gogo, and instead, Wukong's own hands were left bloodied and mangled. Gogo's scales were akin to sharp blades, and in the fury of the assault, Wukong's hands were grievously lacerated. When Gogo regained his senses from the daze, he unleashed a terrifying and frigid aura, swinging his tail to send Wukong hurtling through the air, crashing violently into a nearby stone mountain before finally coming to a halt. Wukong, enduring the pain, clawed his way up from the rubble, shivering as he beheld the gruesome state of his chest and fists, now coated in ice, his expression turning grave. That last strike had stripped away chunks of flesh from his chest, courtesy of Gogo's barbed tail. He was astonished by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Gogo, which seemed to surpass his own Super Saiyan 2 strength. Moreover, his aura was unlike that of an ordinary being. It carried an icy chill that pierced to the bone. The surrounding rocks had formed a thick layer of frost. Sun Wukong was unaware of the exact temperature, but he sensed a faint coldness even within himself. Was it not peculiar? Why was my aura so frigid? Gogo refrained from launching another attack and instead began to elucidate to Sun Wukong. I mentioned before that, like Frisia and others, I am a naturally mutated entity. However, my mutation differs from theirs. I was born covered in scales, and my very essence exudes an icy chill. As my power has grown, the coldness within me has intensified to a point where I could no longer control it, ultimately leading to my own entrapment in the very chill I once took pride in. This, I must say, is a profound irony, for I have been encased in ice for thousands of years. At this juncture, I must once again express my gratitude towards you. Your formidable strength not only obliterated Frisia's planet, but also shattered the ice that had encased me. Coupled with the searing flames from Frisia's planet's explosion and your radiant aura, the frost within me melted away. Of course, the most significant reason may be that after being encased for so long, my body had adapted to this coldness. Hence, I have now gained complete control over my own aura and will not be subject to self-imposed freezing again. Yet, despite your constant expressions of gratitude for saving me, you still intend to kill me? Have you lost your wits? Sun Wukong scornfully pointed at Gogo, convinced that something was amiss in his mind. Indeed, I am grateful for your intervention. However, Gogo's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of somber intensity, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. Yet, I harbor an even deeper hatred for you not only saved my life, but also nearly took it away. In that fleeting moment, I felt a profound sense of helplessness and dread, a humiliation I cannot bear. Therefore, I must kill you to atone for this shame. Very well, another fool with excessive pride. Enough of this banter. Let us settle this matter with our strength and see whether it is you who perishes or I. Sun Wukong prepared himself for another assault. Observing the fully healed wound on Sun Wukong's chest, Gogo was momentarily taken aback. I did not expect you to possess regenerative abilities. Is this the exclusive trait of a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong had no intention of responding. He was not foolish enough to reveal his capabilities to his adversary, thereby allowing them to exploit his weaknesses. As Sun Wukong regarded Gogo, he pondered his next move. Engaging in close combat with that creature would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Gogo's limbs and claws were as sharp as blades, capable of easily piercing flesh. His body was covered in scales, making him a formidable opponent, especially with the tail that offered an unpredictable threat, sharper and more vicious than his claws. In that moment, Sun Wukong longed for a divine weapon in hand to charge forth and eliminate Gogo in an instant. As the tension escalated, Gogo unfurled his sharp claws, glimmering ominously, and with a swift motion, his lethal talons descended upon Sun Wukong. Had it not been for Wukong's timely evasion, he would have undoubtedly been cleaved in two. Gogo's claws were exceedingly sharp and fearsome, capable of annihilating anything in their path, and Wukong had no desire to experience the horror of having his formidable body severed. With a flurry of motions, Gogo seemed to sense Wukong's trepidation and unleashed a barrage of strikes with his claws, occasionally launching surprise attacks with his razor-sharp tail, leaving Wukong in a frantic struggle, sustaining numerous wounds in the process. Do not be too arrogant, Wukong bellowed, his feet pounding the ground as he propelled himself backward at great speed. With outstretched hands, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking to relentlessly pursuing Gogo directly. Gogo let out a tortured scream as he was sent hurtling away by the force of the attack, crashing with a resounding explosion not far off. Wukong soared into the sky, hurling energy blasts downward in a frenzy, exclaiming "Die, die, die!" The ground shook violently under the relentless bombardment. The once resilient terrain now fracturing and shattering under Wukong's wrath, with shards of rock scattering in all directions, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 14. The Death of Gogo. When Wukong finally ceased his assault, panting from exertion, the dust settled to reveal a massive crater. The once solid ground had been blasted to a depth of several dozen meters, revealing an array of vibrant, peculiar minerals scattered amidst the chaos, adding a strange beauty to the ravaged battlefield. From the center of the deep pit, amidst the dislodged debris, Gogo's form emerged, no longer exuding his previous composure and charm. His scales were cracked, and his body bore numerous wounds encrusted with frost, preventing blood from flowing. One of his claws was broken, and his left eye was tightly shut, a trace of blood visible at the corner, yet frozen by the frost, indicating that it had been rendered blind during Wukong's relentless bombardment. He appeared thoroughly disheveled. Gogo's expression had transformed from one of calm amusement to a dark, murderous glare. Slowly ascending, he hovered at the edge of the crater, casting a cold, menacing gaze toward Wukong in the sky. Very well, you are indeed impressive. In all my years, no one has ever managed to injure me. You are the first formidable opponent I have encountered, and I anticipate that this will be an exhilarating experience for you. Are you prepared to meet your demise? With a deafening roar, Gogo's power surged, his muscles swelling dramatically, his limbs becoming immensely robust, exuding an aesthetic of raw strength. Sharp bone spurs erupted from his joints, shoulders, and spine, glinting ominously like swords in the dim light. The elongated tail culminated in a razor-sharp, sword-like tip, adorned with numerous barbs. A strike from such a weapon could either rend flesh and bone or cleave a victim in twain. Its scales had thickened and sharpened further, curling slightly at the edges, promising to flay flesh from bone upon contact. In this moment, Gogo resembled a humanoid machine, both magnificent and terrifying, though his claws had mended. The sightless orb of his left eye remained unhealed. What a frightful visage he bore, more fearsome than a hedgehog. How could one possibly engage him? Observing Gogo's transformation, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Not only did Gogo exude an aura far exceeding that of Super Saiyan 2, but his armament was overwhelming. He appeared as a veritable arsenal. Are you intimidated by my current form? Gogo taunted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. This is my ultimate transformation. His personality had shifted notably, imbued with a sense of pride and hubris. Was it confidence in his strength that fueled this change? Since you've transformed, perhaps it's time for me to undergo a metamorphosis as well, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly, stretching slightly. Oh, can you truly transform once more? I hope you don't turn into a gorilla. Gogo scoffed, his tone dripping with derision, his disdain evident to all. Indeed, you seem quite confident in your abilities. Sun Wukong replied, casting a measured glance at him. Let me shatter your self-assurance completely. Behold the fruits of my recent training. Super Saiyan 3, surpassing even Super Saiyan 2. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong's energy surged rapidly, enveloped in crackling lightning, his golden hair visibly lengthening at an astonishing rate. As he concluded his final cry, his energy peaked, marking his entry into the Super Saiyan 3 state, a testament to 3 months of arduous training. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3 was, in fact, one of the simpler transformations, requiring only sufficient energy and mastery of technique. However, this form demanded an immense energy expenditure. How is this possible? You can truly transform again? Gogo was genuinely startled by Sun Wukong's current state, as the aura of Super Saiyan 3 eclipsed his own. What good is your power if you cannot harm me? Gogo roared, darting forward with his razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Well aware of the claw's lethality, Sun Wukong deftly evaded the attack, watching as a massive boulder, weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, was cleaved effortlessly in two, its surface as smooth as glass, a testament to the claw's sharpness. That was close. Had I been struck, I would have been severed in half, Sun Wukong mused inwardly, growing increasingly vigilant. With a swift turn, Gogo missed his strike, his claws slicing through the air, unleashing a golden energy wave aimed at Sun Wukong's midsection. Sun Wukong let out a cold snort, bringing his hands together as a surge of golden energy rapidly coalesced between them, expanding swiftly to form a protective shield that enveloped him. Gogo's energy collided with the shield, not only failing to breach it, but also ricocheting back at an even greater velocity. It narrowly missed Gogo's face, cleaving a towering mountain behind him in two, leaving behind a gaping scar upon the ground. With a disdainful grunt, Gogo lunged forward once more, his claws transforming into a razor-sharp divine sword, striking with relentless ferocity towards Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong managed to evade each lethal blow at the crucial moment. As he dodged, he contemplated his strategy. This approach is futile. This foe can teleport. If I unleash the Kamehameha, he will undoubtedly evade to a safe distance. Engaging him up close will be perilous. Perhaps I should take a risk. In an instant, Sun Wukong flickered and appeared behind Gogo, delivering a powerful punch to the nape of his neck. However, Gogo vanished, reappearing behind Sun Wukong, his claws poised to strike at his heart. Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted, seizing Gogo's advancing claw, and with another flicker, he maneuvered behind Gogo, grasping the tip of his swiftly thrusting tail. Ignoring the pain from his lacerated palm, he tightly ensnared Gogo with the sharp tail, rendering his opponent's hands incapable of launching further attacks. At last I've caught you. Sun Wukong, despite the blood streaming from his palm, secured Gogo, who was thrashing in vain, a victorious smile gracing his face. At this moment, he was in Super Saiyan 3 form. Their power disparity evident. Once captured by Sun Wukong, it signified the battle's conclusion. Farewell, Gogo. Sun Wukong summoned a rapid, circular energy slash in his left hand, executing several decisive strikes that severed Gogo into multiple segments. Impossible. How could I possibly lose? The dismembered Gogo let out a furious roar of defiance. The reason for your defeat is simple. You should never have dared to oppose me, Sun Wukong declared with authority, unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated Gogo, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 15. Who is Dr. Rocco? Sun Wukong descended into the immense crater left by his battle with Gogo, picking up a blue crystalline mineral the size of a basin. He squeezed it tightly in his hand, noting its impressive hardness, quite durable. I wonder what kind of mineral this is? It's quite beautiful, though. I shall take it back for my wives. They will surely adore it. With a grand gesture, Sun Wukong gathered the surrounding peculiar minerals into his world ring. Then, he immediately summoned hundreds of thousands of shadow clones, who began to search in all directions across this celestial sphere. His aim was to discover some remarkably hard and mystical ores, which he could later forge into a powerful weapon. This time, he distinctly understood the significance of wielding a weapon, having felt its importance through his experience with Goku. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Thus, with relentless searching and excavation, the shadow clones swiftly returned to Sun Wukong, bringing various extraordinary ores. Some were hard, some emitted light, and others were fragile. Even the softest stones were among the finds, leaving Wukong uncertain of their value. Consequently, he decided to store them all within his dimensional ring. Half a day passed, and what was once a pristine rocky planet had become ravaged under the hands of Sun Wukong, nearly excavating it to its core. Nonetheless, his gains were tremendous, as countless rare stones piled up within his ring, forming what resembled a small mountain. However, the most significant discovery was a spherical, or approximately 10 meters in diameter, which he unearthed from the planet's core. For now, he dubbed it the Heart of Rock, for it resembled the very heart of this celestial body, excavated from its center. Its color was a deep black, and even when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan form and unleashed a full-strength punch, he could not shatter it, demonstrating its extraordinary hardness. Indeed, the rocky planet was not exceedingly large, merely a little over twice the size of the North Kai's personal planet. After Wukong's relentless excavation, it was essentially rendered barren. Realizing there was nothing further to be gained, Sun Wukong executed a swift instant transmission back to Earth. At that moment, the prestigious martial arts tournament had concluded. What was once a grand arena now lay in ruins, the once magnificent stage reduced to a dilapidated state. Manda seized the champion's prize from the quaking referee, gently patting the referee's shoulder. "Consider yourself fortunate. How dare you revoke my master's qualification to compete? As my master would say, you're courting disaster." Yes, I promise I won't do it again." The once cool referee, now bruised and battered, had been on the receiving end of Manda's wrath. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others maintained a safe distance from Manda, who, upon discovering his own disqualification, had initially held his tongue. However, upon learning that Sun Wukong was also disqualified, he erupted in fury. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the stage, forcefully ejecting Krillin and Tien from the contest for the championship, then proceeded to deliver a savage beating to the referee. With a mighty stomp that reverberated through the ground, he unleashed his energy, completely destroying the arena. Had it not been for Bulma and the others intervening in time, the venue would have been utterly obliterated. Under the imposing authority of the referee, and with Krillin and Tien acknowledging that the championship was not rightfully theirs, they willingly relinquished the title, compelling the referee to bestow the championship rewards upon the formidable Manda. In an instant, Son Goku materialized amidst the gathering of women, and upon the sudden appearance of his figure, they erupted in joy, their hearts finally unburdened, and they flocked around him, chattering incessantly. Has Goku returned? It seems that the one called Gugo has been defeated. I wonder just how strong Goku has become now. They were astonished to realize that he had grown so powerful that they felt unworthy to witness the battle. Krillin and the others, relieved by Goku's safe return, felt a profound sense of loss. They were increasingly distanced from him. Upon seeing Goku, Manda hurried over, eagerly presenting the gold medal and prize money to him, his face alight with obsequiousness. "Boss, you have finally returned. I knew you were the best. Look, this is a symbol of your championship. Those fools dared to disqualify you, but I taught them a harsh lesson and reclaimed the championship for you. Well done, Manda. I do not need this money. You all may distribute it among yourselves." Goku expressed his appreciation for Manda's actions. He had fought valiantly against formidable foes to save the Earth, and the audacity of others to cancel his qualification was truly outrageous. Although he did not care for the title, his qualification was not something to be dismissed at will. Upon hearing Goku's words, Manda was overjoyed and hurried off to share the spoils with his advisor. "Since matters here have concluded, let us return," Goku said, bidding farewell to Krillin and the others before boarding a luxurious vehicle with Bulma and the other women. 9 kilometers to the southwest of South City lies a vast island, home to a significant city. In a basement of this city, a scientific laboratory filled with various experimental instruments could be found. An elderly man entered a peculiar room carrying a plastic bag. If Goku were present, he would recognize it immediately as a chamber reminiscent of a time machine. The old man was none other than Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 18 and others. As the door swung open, an array of test tubes and instruments greeted the eye, with a large transparent tube at the center housing an egg the size of a basin, surrounded by an assortment of devices. Around the room, 6 experimental pods were positioned, and through the glass of the hatches, one could see individuals lying within, though their mouths and noses were equipped with various instruments. Notably, 2 of them had undergone surgical procedures, fitted with transparent artificial craniums, allowing a clear view of their brains. Dr. Jero, how is the progress of the experiment? Dr. Jero closed the door and set the plastic bag down on a table. A grotesquely diminutive creature, with skin tightly wrinkled, rose from the corner of the table and unwrapped a plastic strip, revealing a half-raw leg of lamb. He took a bite, blood still glistening upon the meat. The progress is quite satisfactory. I believe it is time to release subjects 11 and 12 to observe the results, uttered the abominable alien, known as Rocco, in a clumsy and peculiar rendition of Earth's language. Who is Dr. Rocco? When did such an unsightly extraterrestrial appear by the side of Dr. Jero? If Sun Wukong were to witness this, he would surely be taken aback, for it seems the narrative of Dragon Ball is veering into uncharted territories due to his presence. Chapter 16. The Arrival of the Androids. Dr. Rocco approached the 2 experimental pods, pressing the activation switches, causing the doors to slowly part and reveal 2 androids, one stout, the other slender. These creations had not been present in the original tale. They appeared utterly unremarkable, evoking a sense of fragility. Dr. Rocco produced a remote control and pressed 2 buttons, causing the eyes of the androids, previously shut, to snap open. They stepped forth from the pods, forcibly disconnecting the instruments and wires affixed to their bodies. Do you have any command for us, Doctor? The 2 androids inquired respectfully as they stood before Dr. Rocco. Doctor. Jero squinted, his expression one of forced admiration, stating, Dr. Rocco, your androids are indeed impressive, so obedient and compliant. My own creations, when not forcibly controlled, would hardly heed my commands. Do not dare compare your inferior technology with the greatness of Lord Rocco, he retorted disdainfully. Indeed, how could I ever compare myself to Dr. Rocco? Dr. Jero replied, his face a mask of flattery, yet a shadow of discontent flickered in his eyes. For a scientist to disavow his technological achievements is the gravest insult. Yet, Jero seemed wary, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Go and locate a man named Sun Wukong. Let me witness the extent of your capabilities. His information has been fully transmitted to your minds. Dr. Rocco instructed the 2 androids nonchalantly. Your orders shall be obeyed. The androids responded with respectful bows before soaring into the sky. On the bustling streets where life thrived, a massive truck was making its way towards the entrance of an underground tunnel. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the cover of the manhole was propelled into the air as a figure burst forth, colliding with the underside of the truck. The vehicle was sent flying, crashing into the crowd several meters away, erupting in a devastating explosion that claimed countless lives. Bystanders, stunned by this unforeseen event, quickly regained their senses and began to scream in terror, scattering in all directions. On the 12th, Dr. Rocco instructed us to search for a man named Sun Wukong. Do you know where that Sun Wukong might be? The slender figure of number 11, resembling a bamboo pole, emerged from the well and gazed at the portly number 12, who stood at approximately 1.5 meters tall. I have no idea. Let's search leisurely. It is a rare occasion for us to be out, so let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly, number 12 replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he extended his right hand and unleashed a wave of energy towards the throngs of people, instantly sending dozens of figures soaring into the sky, while a massive crater formed on the ground below. That looks like fun. I want to play too, exclaimed number 11, hastily ascending into the air and hurling energy blasts downwards. The crowd below was instantly engulfed in chaos, with blood and flesh scattering everywhere, vehicles exploding and buildings collapsing. In mere moments, the area was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Before long, a multitude of police cars surged towards the scene, surrounding the 2 individuals. Yet, what use were these so-called officers at this moment? Under the onslaught of the energy blast from the 2 artificial beings, they were all reduced to ashes. This area has lost its charm, number 11. Let us proceed to the next location, number 12 suggested. Shortly thereafter, the pair flew to another street. Hey, did you see that? Those 2 can fly, exclaimed a young man conversing with his 3 friends near the roadside, as they were left astounded by the sudden descent of numbers 11 and 12 not far from them. Number 12 slowly approached the group. He is coming towards us, the friends exclaimed, stepping back in fright. Upon reaching them, number 12's eyes flickered with electronic energy, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he delivered a punch that sent one of them flying, crashing through the wall of a nearby building. What the hell are you doing? The remaining 4 shouted in rage upon witnessing their friend being struck, yet none dared to retaliate, for that single punch had sent their companion hurtling away. With a chuckle, number 12 executed a stunning flying kick simultaneously launching the other 3 into the air, crashing through the wall of a building across the street. In a moment, a vehicle approached, honking its horn repeatedly, yet number 11 remained unmoved. He leaned out the window, fist clenched, and shouted, "Hey, clear the way. I said clear the way. Do you hear me? If you don't move, I'll run you over." Shifting his gaze from number 12, number 11 cast a brief glance at the driver and approached the car window. "Do you know a man named Sun Wukong?" he inquired calmly. "And no, I don't," stammered the driver, trembling under number 11's intense gaze. "Well, that S of no consequence. You may leave now," number 11 replied, stepping aside to allow him passage. "Thank you," the driver exclaimed, pressing the accelerator and speeding away as if propelled by the wind. On the 11th, observing the swiftly racing automobile, he slowly extended his right hand, revealing a small orifice in his palm. In an instant, a wave of energy surged forth from this aperture, and with a resounding explosion, the distant car erupted into flames. "Ah, someone has been killed. Quick, flee." The crowd at the roadside became agitated, their faces contorted with fear as they began to scatter in all directions. Some of the bolder individuals even took out their phones to call for help. "Everyone, do not run. Come, let's play together." On the 12th, a figure flickered into the midst of the crowd, striking down one person after another with a single punch, sending them flying as if they were mere refuse, leaving them battered and bloodied, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 17, The Cosmic Pursuit Squad. In the boundless expanse of the universe, a spacecraft darted swiftly among the stars. Inside the vessel, 7 extraterrestrials bore a striking resemblance to Dr. Rocco. Among them, 2 were notably short and grotesque, much like Dr. Rocco himself, while the other 5 were towering, muscular beings, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The occasional electronic pulses that flickered in their eyes revealed that they were, in fact, artificial beings. "Lateso, have you detected Rocco's whereabouts?" inquired one of the diminutive aliens, addressing another who was intently tapping at a keyboard, utilizing a satellite probe for exploration. "Wait a moment. Being anxious is of no use," Lateso sighed in resignation. "It appears there are no signs of his life response in this area. We should search elsewhere. Could it be that he has developed a device capable of masking his life signals? Who knows? With his capabilities, it is entirely possible. No, we must bring him to justice. If we allow him to run rampant, countless planets may suffer the consequences." Suddenly, a light on the screen began to blink. Lateso and his companions' eyes widened with excitement. "This is an electronic signal from an artificial being, with a frequency similar to those on our planet. It must be a creation of Rocco. Quick, investigate the source." "The frequency indicates it is emanating from a planet not far from here, called Earth," Lateso declared, his face alight with exhilaration. "Dr. Rocco, after 3 long years, I have finally found you, you wretched exile. Surrender yourself without resistance." "Understood." The spacecraft turned sharply and sped toward Earth. Meanwhile, in a subterranean laboratory on Earth, Dr. Rocco observed the incessant alarms blaring from the monitors, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Haha, have you finally arrived? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. This time, I shall not flee like a cornered animal as before. Come, allow me to showcase my newly crafted super soldier." Before long, a spacecraft suddenly materialized in the skies above a city on Earth. Should Sun Wukong behold this vessel, he would undoubtedly marvel at its velocity and capabilities. When compared to the spacecraft they devised, this one stands leagues apart. The electronic response of the androids emanates from the 2 individuals below, a brutal tactic surely devised by Dr. Rocco's Cosmic Pursuit team. "I must embark immediately." From the spacecraft, Lateso gazes down upon the devastation wreaked by Units 11 and 12. His expression grave. He commands the 5 upright androids beside him with utmost seriousness. "Yes, Lord Lateso, we pledge to fulfill the mission." The 5 android warriors promptly soar from the open hatch. Beep beep. As Units 11 and 12 continue their rampage, an alarm blares within their minds, prompting them to look up. This electronic response must be the android warriors relentlessly pursuing Dr. Rocco and his associates. The 5 androids land and encircle Units 11 and 12. "We are the android warriors of the Cosmic Pursuit team. I am Model 1. I am Model 2. I am Model 3. I am Model 4. I am Model 5. Together they declare, we are the Cosmic Pursuit team, under the command of Lord Lateso. Surrender and abandon your futile resistance. Come with us to face judgment." "These androids are indeed bothersome. Leave Unit 12 to me," 11 declares, stepping forward with a hint of disdain curling his lips. "I stand here. Come and apprehend me if you can." Wishing to resist, are you? Then force will be necessary. Model 5, you shall engage, Model 1 states calmly, directing his gaze toward Model 5. Nodding, Model 5 steps forward. Then allow me to be your opponent. Unit 11 chuckles. You seem to possess commendable combat prowess. Let us engage in a delightful contest. With that, he suddenly vanishes, reappearing behind Model 5 in an instant. Yet, as if endowed with foresight, Model 5 delivers a swift kick backward, striking Unit 11 squarely in the head just as he materializes, sending him hurtling through several walls of buildings. Rising from the rubble, Unit 11 licks the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes now glinting with a savage hunger. Indeed, quite formidable. Is this the predictive ability mentioned in the data? It appears I must take this more seriously. With a mighty roar, Unit 11's aura surges, transforming his previously frail physique into that of a muscular super warrior. The energy fluctuations are astonishing, and the members of the Cosmic Pursuit team gaze in shock at the rapidly fluctuating readings. How is this possible? The Cosmic Pursuit team stands no chance against such a powerful android that Rocco has created on board the spacecraft. Lateso and Jekka gazed in astonishment at the energy display on the screen, their mouths agape. The thrilling performance was about to commence. In an instant, Subject 11 flickered and appeared beside Subject 5, delivering a fierce strike to the latter's head. With a resounding thud, Subject 5 was driven into the ground, creating a substantial crater. At that moment, Subject 5's head had caved in, electricity crackling around its body, and its eyes dimmed, clearly having been defeated in a single blow. Subject 11 turned to the other 4 androids, grinning widely. Now it is your turn. With that, he vanished, landing a punch on each one, leaving the members of the Cosmic Pursuit team utterly helpless against him. How could this be possible? How could he be so powerful? They were the most formidable androids on our planet. Jekka and Lateso stood frozen in shock at the reality before them. Lateso anxiously shouted, "Jekka, stop marveling and get us out of here, or we will perish." Understanding the urgency, Jekka immediately activated the spacecraft. However, just then, a beam of energy shot toward them from a distance, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of their spaceship. Chapter 18, Astonishing News. Jekka and Lateso plummeted from the wreckage of their spacecraft, landing before 3 figures standing in front of them. Haha, Lateso, Jekka, welcome to Earth. Doctor. Rocco greeted them with a smile, though his grotesque visage made his grin quite terrifying. Beside him stood Dr. Grawl and the plump Subject 19, who had appeared in the original narrative. Jekka and Lateso glared at Dr. Rocco, their teeth gritted in anger, wishing they could devour him whole. Are you surprised that the strength of your androids differs so vastly from the ones I create? Dr. Rocco, ignoring their hostility, wore a look of smug satisfaction. Why? Jekka and Lateso were equally curious about the reason behind this disparity. How could he manufacture such powerful androids? Because I was once like you, a frog at the bottom of a well. However, since my arrival in this northern galaxy, I witnessed an extraordinary battle between 2 individuals. Their combat prowess can only be described as terrifying. The androids I once viewed as immensely powerful now seem laughable in comparison to these 2. The androids I create are super androids, derived from their genetic cells. How could your inferior androids possibly stand against my super androids? How could there exist such powerful life forms in this world? It's impossible. Jekka and Lateso stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, struggling to accept this reality. That is why I say you are merely pitiful frogs at the bottom of a well, Dr. Rocco declared with disdain, his gaze fixed upon them. With a triumphant expression, he declared, "You have pursued me for 3 long years, subjecting me to immense suffering. Rest assured, I shall not take your lives. Instead, I will transform you into artificial beings and return to the planet of Kazakhstan, allowing you to destroy the very world you have vowed to protect." Huh. This is the price you pay for exiling and hunting me down. You fiend, we shall not allow you to succeed. Jack exclaimed angrily, casting a fierce glare at Dr. Rocco. His body suddenly swelled, and he bellowed to Lateso beside him. "Lateso, you must flee. We cannot let this scoundrel scheme come to fruition." Lateso cast a pained glance at Jack and withdrew a controller from his pocket. "The random teleportation device number 19. Do not let him escape," Rocco shouted anxiously, eyeing the device in Lateso's hand. Nearby, the plump figure of number 19 flickered and lunged at Lateso, only to be intercepted by Jack, whose body had rapidly expanded. With a cold snort, number 19 delivered a swift strike that pierced Jack's chest. Yet, Jack roared defiantly, "Lateso, you must survive and return to Kazakhstan." With that, he detonated himself with a resounding boom. In the instant of the explosion, Lateso pressed a button on the controller, and a blue halo enveloped him, vanishing in a flash. Damn it, he has escaped. Rocco seethed. Oh well, he is merely a little mouse. Even if he returns to Kazakhstan, what can he achieve? As long as my super soldiers are present, I have nothing to fear. At Turtle Hermit's house, the Turtle Hermit reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sun while engrossed in a book, occasionally chuckling in a rather lecherous manner. Not far away, a large sea turtle noticed a figure floating on the water and hurried over to tug at the hermit's pant leg. It seems there is someone floating on the sea. Let float. Why meddle in others' affairs? The hermit replied irritably, kicking the turtle aside as he continued to enjoy his reading. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, setting down his book to gaze at the sea. What did you say? Someone is adrift? Oh, there really is a person, he exclaimed, eyeing the peculiar figure. Turtle, go retrieve him. Before long, the large sea turtle returned to shore with a short, grotesque figure on its back. This person was Lateso, who had escaped using the random teleportation device. However, he had sustained injuries from Jack's explosion and the spatial compression during the teleportation, rendering him unconscious. Who is this fellow? His appearance is rather unfortunate, and his injuries seem grave, the turtle hermit mused, lifting Lateso and carrying him back to his turtle house. He rummaged through his wardrobe until he finally produced a sacred bean from a box. Approaching Lateso's bedside, he placed the bean in his mouth, grumbling, "Consider yourself lucky. I had to beg Krillin for this precious item in a moment of dire need." As the sacred bean took effect, Lateso's wounds began to heal in an instant. He opened his eyes, bewildered, and asked, "Where am I?" "Here lies Turtle Island, my home. Young one, consider yourself fortunate. I happen to possess a senza bean that has saved your life." Master Rashi leans on a cane, embodying the demeanor of a sage. "So it was you who rescued me. I am eternally grateful for your kindness. Might I inquire if you know where I could procure a spaceship? My vessel was destroyed by nefarious individuals, and I must return to my home planet to relay this dire news to my compatriots. Failing to do so could yield catastrophic consequences, and your Earth may very well face obliteration as well." Rita spoke rapidly, leaving Master Rashi in a state of astonishment. "So, you are not from Earth. That explains your peculiar appearance. If you seek a spaceship, the only place to find one would be at Bulma's residence. However, you mentioned something about the destruction of Earth. What is that all about? Our planet is safeguarded by Goku, who possesses the power to annihilate it." Thus, Rita continued to explain, and Master Rashi's brow furrowed in seriousness. "Androids, you say? That sounds rather troublesome. Wait a moment. I shall call Goku." At that moment, Goku was in the laboratory with Bulma and her father, studying the various bizarre minerals he had brought from the rock star. Siko entered, holding a phone. "Goku, it's a call from Master Rashi. What does that old man want?" Goku queried, puzzled as he took the phone. "Master Rashi, do you need something?" "Goku, we are in grave danger. I just saved an alien who claims that our Earth is being overrun by powerful androids, and they might destroy our world. You must come here at once." Master Rashi's voice echoed through the phone. "What? Androids?" Goku exclaimed, taken aback. "Wait a moment. I'll be right there." He handed the phone to Siko, saying, "I'm heading to Master Rashi's place. Stay here and don't go anywhere, understand?" "Goku, what is going on?" "It's nothing serious, just a few clowns. I'll return shortly." With that, Goku vanished in an instant. Chapter 19. The imminent battle in Master Rashi's abode. Goku appeared beside Rita, startling him considerably. Observing this diminutive and unattractive extraterrestrial, Goku furrowed his brow, reminiscent of the alien who had taken him to Frisia's planet. They bore a striking resemblance. "Where did you encounter the androids?" Goku wasted no time and directly inquired. "On a southern island, though I do not recall its name. However, there exists a large city there, albeit it is likely now in ruins." "The south, you say? You shall go investigate." I did not anticipate the androids would appear so swiftly. This plot is unfolding rather rapidly. Just as Goku prepared to teleport away, Rita interjected, "Are you planning to venture there alone? This is exceedingly perilous. The androids created by Dr. Rocco are indeed formidable, to the extent that even the most powerful androids on our planet are no match for them. Dr. Rocco claims to have engineered these super androids using the genetic material of 2 super warriors. It seems human strength alone cannot prevail against his creations." "Dr. Rocco? Who is this individual? I have not heard of him. Is he from your planet?" The transformation of events is truly profound. Nevertheless, I am rather intrigued by the notion of these super warriors. Could it be that he witnessed my battles against Frisia, or perhaps my confrontation with Broly? Surely, they did not fabricate their androids using our genetic material? What? What did you say? Did you mean to imply that you were the one who defeated the Cosmic Emperor Frisia? The nameless superhero who obliterated Frisia's planet? Lateso's jaw dropped in astonishment upon hearing Goku's musings. If we are speaking of the one who vanquished Frisia, that would indeed be me. However, what do you mean by a nameless superhero? So it is truly you. I beg your pardon for my earlier impertinence. Are you not aware? Since you brought down the cosmic emperor Frisia, you have liberated countless planets from his tyranny. In their hearts, you are considered a veritable savior. Lateso gazed at Goku with immense excitement, nearly overcome with the urge to kneel and worship at his feet. Oh, it appears I have garnered such admiration across the cosmos. Goku smiled slightly, feeling a sense of secret delight. After all, who would not be uplifted by being revered as a deity? If it is you, I am confident you can thwart Dr. Rocco. Thus, I entrust everything to you. Lateso solemnly bowed before Goku. Suddenly recalling something, he produced a small device from his pocket and handed it to Goku. Androids possess no key, rendering them undetectable by conventional means. This is an electronic sensor, specifically designed by our planet to track androids. Keep it with you. It may prove beneficial. Oh, such a device will indeed be a convenience, Goku exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise at the electronic sensor, a gadget not present in the original tale. With this tool, locating the androids will be much simpler. It seems Goku has attained such renown on other planets. It is truly remarkable. The turtle hermit, standing nearby, remarked with a sense of pride. In that case, as your teacher, I too share in this glory. Who knows, perhaps one day a beautiful woman may come to me with affection. Lost in thought, the turtle hermit had already drifted into a state of reverie. The Southern Islands? Yes, I have found them. There are indeed many faint key signatures disappearing. In an instant, Goku vanished with a flash of movement. Suddenly, Goku's form materialized amidst a desolate ruin. Observing the ravaged town, he furrowed his brow. No residual key. It seems this destruction is indeed the work of androids. He picked up the electronic sensor and activated it, the indicator lights flickering to life, revealing a directional icon on the small screen. That direction? Goku murmured, propelling himself eastward. Beep beep. In the city, the alarms of units 11 and 12, amidst rampant destruction, suddenly blared. A human with exceptionally high energy was approaching us. Could it be a malfunction in the system? Unit 11 turned his head skyward, a look of astonishment on his face. No, it is not a system malfunction. I have received the same information. Analyzing this energy signature, it appears that our target has indeed manifested. Is it Sun Wukong? I never anticipated that we would not have to search for him. He has come to us, which means we can return to report sooner than expected. Sun Wukong observed the two figures amidst the ruins, one stout and one slender, their electronic devices incessantly beeping. It must be them, he remarked, swiftly descending to stand before them. You're the artificial beings created by Dr. Rocco? Which units are you? I am Unit 11. I am Unit 12. You must be Sun Wukong. Then, we were created from your data and cells. Allow me to witness the true extent of your strength. Unit 11 stepped forward, excitement illuminating his features. Is this truly the case? Let us hope nothing unforeseen occurs. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, gazing at Unit 11, and replied coolly, Then come forth and test your abilities. It will provide me with insight into the capabilities of your kind. Suddenly, two beams of light shot from Unit 11's eyes. Sun Wukong hastily dodged, but the town behind him was reduced to rubble with a deafening crash. Really now? How brazen of you! Do you dare wreak havoc in my presence? Sun Wukong scoffed, transforming into a Super Saiyan and delivering a powerful punch that sent Unit 11 flying, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater. Is this your strength? Indeed, formidable. Unit 11 wiped the blood from his lips and gradually rose to his feet. Then it is time for me to fight seriously. With a mighty roar, Unit 11's energy surged, his muscles expanded, and his once frail form transformed into an imposing figure. This fellow resembles Master Roshi when he unleashes the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong mused. Then stated calmly, perhaps we should change our venue. While I am not a paragon of virtue, I would not wish to inadvertently take innocent lives. Is that so? Such a tiresome sense of compassion. However, since it is your request, let us relocate. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and soared into the sky, with Units 11 and 12 in close pursuit. In the underground laboratory, Dr. Rocco and Dr. Goro gazed at the enormous screen before them, their eyes filled with anticipation and fervor. Let the battle commence, so we may gather more detailed intelligence. Chapter 20, The Battle Unleashed. Sun Wukong, where exactly are you heading? Is it truly necessary to go so far? This place will suffice. Units 11 and 12 expressed their impatience as they descended into a barren, desolate wilderness. Is this the location? Sun Wukong descended to the ground as well. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Will you approach together, or one at a time? Sun Wukong, your confidence is remarkable, yet excessive pride may lead to dire consequences. Number 11 slowly landed before him, stating coolly, let us resume our unfinished battle. Do you wish to engage me in a duel? Such a choice is unwise. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. If you desire death so fervently, I shall oblige. With a mighty surge of energy, Sun Wukong's golden aura enveloped him, and in a flash, he delivered a powerful punch that sent number 11 hurtling away, carving a deep trench into the ground. If this is all you can muster, how disappointing, Sun Wukong remarked, gazing at number 11, who was rising from the rubble with a look of dismay. Indeed, you are formidable, but do not underestimate me. Number 11 roared, his figure flickering as he charged at Sun Wukong with a punch. Yet his fist merely passed through Sun Wukong's form, revealing it to be an afterimage. What? Number 11 gasped in shock, only to find Sun Wukong suddenly behind him, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head. With a resounding thud, number 11 was sent flying into a nearby hill, causing rocks to scatter and dust to billow. How can he be so strong? Number 11 exclaimed, realizing he was utterly outmatched. We are the ultimate bioengineered beings created by Rocco. In a laboratory, Dr. Rocco watched the screen with exhilaration, his body trembling with excitement. Incredible. Truly incredible. Let the battle commence. The stronger you become, the more powerful my creations will grow. Dr. Gallo beside him mirrored his enthusiasm, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Number 11 clumsily rose from the debris, launching himself at Sun Wukong like a cannonball, aiming to collide head-on. Sun Wukong disdainfully extended his right hand, effortlessly stopping number 11's full-force assault with a single hand. However, number 11 grinned widely, suddenly grasping Sun Wukong's right hand, a victorious smile on his face. At last, I have you. I will absorb your strength. Sun Wukong felt an immense pull emanating from number 11's grip, as his energy began to drain at an astonishing rate. You dare attempt to absorb my power with such meager strength? How utterly foolish, he scoffed, and with a swift motion he transformed his left hand into a blade, severing number 11's hands, revealing a labyrinth of mechanical circuitry within. So, you're not merely a cyborg, but a bioengineered entity, Sun Wukong remarked with disdain. A precise strike landed on number 11's back, creating a massive crater beneath Sun Wukong's feet. With a swift kick, he crushed number 11's head and turned his gaze toward number 12. How could it be possible that I am completely outmatched? Number 12 gazed at Sun Wukong with a look of sheer terror, turning to flee into the sky. Attempting to escape? It would not be that simple. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared before number 12, gripping his throat with one hand and piercing through his chest with the other. Without hesitation, he flung him into the air, unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated him into nothingness. Truly, he is the most formidable warrior I have ever witnessed, surpassing all my expectations. Doctor. Rocco observed the screen as Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatched both number 11 and number 12. Rather than feeling fear, he was filled with excitement. In that case, Dr. Jero, let us deploy number 19 for our research. We require more data on him. Understood. Number 19, it is your turn to confront Sun Wukong, Doctor. Jero said to the stout figure of number 19 standing nearby. Are you attempting to make me your experimental cannon fodder? Number 19 replied coldly, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Possessing his own consciousness, he would never willingly undertake such a suicidal mission. Do not forget who created you, who bestowed life upon you. Now is the time for you to contribute to our great scientific endeavors, where you shall face dire consequences, Dr. Rocco warned ominously, holding a control device in his hand. With a disdainful snort, number 19 glanced at the control device, unwillingly scoffing before swiftly taking flight. It seems the stronger the power, the harder it is to control. I must enhance the device's capabilities in the future, Dr. Rocco mused to himself, furrowing his brow. Next, it is time to locate Dr. Rocco's experimental base, Sun Wukong thought, holding an electronic sensor in his hand. After a moment of scanning, the sensor's indicator began to flicker again. Oh, another bioengineered being is approaching. It seems they wish to collect my combat data. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I have watched Dragon Ball, he chuckled. As he searched the vicinity swiftly, he still could not find the spying artifact. However, a large figure was rapidly approaching from the horizon. A smile crept across Sun Wukong's face. This guy looks somewhat familiar. At last, I have encountered a character from the original story. But which number was he again? I seem to have forgotten. Number 19 landed before Sun Wukong and calmly declared, Sun Wukong, I shall be your opponent from here on. Chapter 21, The Arrival of Number 18. By the way, which number are you? Sun Wukong inquired, addressing number 19 casually. Number 19. Very well, since introductions have been made. Let us commence our battle. Afterward, I must continue my search for Dr. Rocco and his team. To be honest, Sun Wukong, I have no desire to fight you, for I know I am no match for you. However, my life is in their hands, and thus I am compelled to engage you. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Sun Wukong remarked, Spare me your pity. In the original tale, you are far from virtuous. Original tale? What are you talking about? Number 19 asked, confusion evident on his face. Forget what I just said. Since you are my adversary, let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in battle. Sun Wukong unleashed a tremendous aura once more and charged towards number 19. In an instant, the two were locked in combat, their fists and feet colliding as they danced through the air, the force of their clash causing mountains to crumble around them. Not bad. You are considerably stronger than numbers 11 and 12, managing to hold your ground against me for so long. However, my time is limited, and I detest protracted battles. Let's conclude this swiftly. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong sent number 19 reeling. Then, in a flash, he struck again, delivering a blow to number 19's abdomen that sent him soaring through the air. Before he could land, Sun Wukong vanished once more, supporting himself with his hands on the ground and launching a kick that propelled number 19 upwards once more. A relentless barrage ensued, and in mere moments, number 19 was left battered and bloodied, his mechanical circuits exposed and flickering, a pitiful sight indeed. I have no penchant for cruelty, so let us end this quickly. Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that obliterated number 19. He then grinned, Dr. Rocco, Dr. Jero, I am aware that you're monitoring me and gathering intelligence. Prepare yourselves. I will uncover your laboratory and eliminate you all. Damn it. He has already discerned our intentions. Dr. Rocco exclaimed, panic evident in his expression as he turned to Dr. Jero. Why are you in such a rush? Sun Wukong is indeed a formidable opponent. However, we still possess our secret weapon, and it is time for numbers 17 and 18 to make their appearance. Dr. Rocco replied with calm assurance. Numbers 17 and 18? Are you certain you want to release them? They have gone out of control before and nearly killed us. Dr. Jero responded, shock etched on his face. We cannot afford to hesitate. Once they defeat Sun Wukong, we merely need to activate their slumber devices. Now, let us awaken them without delay. For safety's sake, let number 15 stall for time, Dr. Rocco said, opening a hatch to reveal a muscular man. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, recalling that in the original tale, Dr. Jero's laboratory was hidden within a cave. I wonder if that has changed. He mused, and in an instant, he teleported to the city that had been ravaged by numbers 11 and 12, gazing upon the towering mountain in the distance. His eyes gleamed with recognition. That must be the place. However, by the time Sun Wukong arrived, there indeed existed a cave bearing traces of a research facility. It was already ensnared in cobwebs, and Dr. Goro was no longer present. Was it truly the advent of Dr. Rocco that precipitated these changes? Where could he possibly be now? Sun Wukong soared out of the cave, observing the electronic sensor in his hand, which displayed no response. Upon glancing at the largely devastated city, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Could it be beneath the city? With a flicker of his form, Sun Wukong materialized amidst the ruins, unleashing a wave of energy towards the ground, creating a vast pit. Indeed, the subterranean realm of this city was extraordinary. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he leaped down. Beep beep. At that moment, the electronic sensor in Sun Wukong's hand emitted a sound. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the yellow rapidly approaching him, prompting a smile. It seems I found a right place, and a guide has conveniently arrived. Facing the imposing figure before him, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly, yet another previously unseen specimen. What designation are you? Are you a bioengineered being, or an android? The expression of Subject 15 was notably indifferent. I am a bioengineered being, Subject 15. You appear quite formidable. Do you wish to engage in battle with me? My mission is solely to delay you, not to contend with you, Subject 15 replied coldly. Suddenly, I find you rather foolish for revealing your objective. Nevertheless, it matters not. I understand I can only impede you for a brief moment, but that will suffice. Impede me for a moment? You overestimate yourself, Sun Wukong scoffed, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, he executed a precise hand strike that severed Subject 15's head. Regrettably, I do not possess the habit of unveiling my true power only after receiving a thrashing from others. Sun Wukong observed coolly at the headless body of Subject 15, then conjured a ki blade, obliterating him into fragments, followed by a ki wave, reducing him to ashes. Opening an iron door, Sun Wukong surveyed the interior and chuckled. It appears I have indeed come to the right place. Now, where might Dr. Rocco and his companion be hiding? Scanning the surroundings, his gaze finally settled on the innermost door, his eyes lighting up. Are they concealed within there? He hurriedly approached, kicking the iron door open with force. Sun Wukong, welcome to our laboratory, but everything is about to come to an end, Dr. Rocco declared, as he and Dr. Goro simultaneously activated a biochamber, from which two figures, strikingly familiar to Sun Wukong, emerged. Subject 17 and Subject 18? Chapter 22, The Unusual Subject 16. To my surprise, both Android 17 and Android 18 have made their appearance. Sun Wukong lingered for a moment beside Android 18, then surveyed the surroundings, casting his gaze towards the final biocapsule, and remarked, the individual within must be Android 16, correct? You're familiar with them? I'm quite curious as to how you are aware of their existence, for we have never released them, Dr. Rocco and his companion stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Judging by your tone, their names have remained unchanged. That is a relief, lest it feel somewhat awkward. Sun Wukong observed the two with a casual glance before addressing Android 18, waving his hand and saying, hello there, Android 18. A beauty like you wouldn't consider me an enemy, would you? You are Sun Wukong, are you not? We were created with the sole purpose of defeating you. Android 18 replied, casting a cool glance at him as she approached the capsule of Android 16, reaching out to activate it. What are you doing, Android 18? The control device for Android 16 has not been fully installed. You cannot release him. Dr. Gero interjected loudly. Such matters are of no concern to me, Android 18 retorted, her gaze briefly resting on him as she pressed the switch for Android 16's capsule. How infuriating. It seems that the stronger one is, the less effective the control program becomes. If you refuse to listen, I shall ensure your demise, Dr. Rocco warned coldly, gripping a control device. Immediately, Android 18 halted her movements. Android 17 regarded Drive Rocco with indifference, stating, are you certain you wish to proceed with that? If we are destroyed, then you shall become mere shadows under Sun Wukong's command. Are you threatening me? Dr. Rocco's expression darkened ominously. Then let us all perish together. With that, he resolutely pressed the control device in his hand. However, with a deft motion, Sun Wukong had already summoned the device into his grasp. It turned out he had utilized the world ring to absorb the control device, and with a thought, it reappeared in his hand. While I do not care whether Android 17 lives or dies, I cannot turn a blind eye to the fate of Android 18. Sun Wukong remarked casually as he toyed with the control device. When did you take the control device? Dr. Rocco gasped in shock. Thus, it would be best for malevolent scientists like you to meet your end. Sun Wukong did not respond to Dr. Rocco's words. Instead, he swiftly executed a kick that severed Dr. Rocco's head. Following that, a ki blast erupted, obliterating Dr. Gero, who had yet to utter a single word before being dispatched by Sun Wukong. This is intolerable. I had grown too complacent. However, Sun Wukong, do not believe that you have triumphed. When Nox awakens, he will surely seek vengeance for me. In that moment, you shall all accompany me to the grave, Dr. Rocco's severed head continued to speak. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and asked, Nox, could he also be one of your creations? I have never heard of him, he replied. His curiosity piqued. He is not a mere artificial being. He was crafted using the same wondrous technology as number 16. In fact, he is entirely composed of genetic material derived from you and several other super warriors. Once he fully awakens, prepare for annihilation. Dr. Rocco, with only his head remaining, laughed maniacally, his expression shifting to one of sinister delight. Moreover, let me share a secret. There was once an egg within this research facility, but we have concealed it. That creation, born of collaboration between Dr. Gero and myself, is an ultimate bioengineered being. While it may not compare to my Noct, if it achieves its full potential, it too could vanquish you. Curious about its whereabouts? Seek it out yourself. I shall not divulge the location. Indeed, it seems circumstances have taken a curious turn. With the emergence of this entity called Noct, the egg he mentioned must surely refer to Cell. Goku rested his chin on his hand, contemplating when suddenly, number 17 delivered a crushing blow to Dr. Rocco's head, reducing it to pulp. With that, we shall be completely liberated. Simultaneously, number 18 opened the biochamber of number 16 and forcefully kicked the door away. Goku, indifferent to number 16, did not hinder number 18's actions. Number 16 slowly opened his eyes, emerging from the chamber, his electronic sensors blinking as he gazed at Goku and spoke in a measured tone. So, you are Goku? I did not expect to see you upon my awakening. With that, he prepared to attack, having been designed specifically to eliminate Goku, and with Dr. Rocco's influence. This intent was far more potent than in the original narrative. Is this wise? Number 18, your controller is in my possession, Goku said, holding up the device and shaking it lightly. Wait. Number 17 urgently intervened to stop number 16, but he was swiftly kicked aside by number 16, who coldly replied, I'm under no obligation to heed your commands. My sole mission is to eradicate Goku. It appeared that Dr. Rocco's interference had rendered number 16 far less docile than in the original tale. Do not become too arrogant, number 17 shouted as he rose from the rubble, launching a furious punch at number 16, only be sent flying once more by a single blow. The impact reverberated throughout the underground chamber, causing it to tremble. Do not force my hand against you. My only target is Goku, number 16 remarked, casting a glance at number 18, who was poised to join the fray. It appears that you are indeed not comparable to those mere bioengineered soldiers. You possess some genuine skill. Thus, I must take this more seriously. Number 17 slowly rose, preparing to charge once more at number 16, only to be halted by number 18. Wait a moment. Let us first observe his battle with Sun Wukong. After all, our controller is in Sun Wukong's hands. Number 17 furrowed his brow but complied, pausing. So, Sun Wukong, your opponent is me? Number 16 declared, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. It was evident that his character diverged significantly from the number 16 depicted in the original narrative. The confrontation was imminent. Chapter 23, A Battle Beyond Comparison. Boom! The clash erupted instantaneously as number 16 lunged at Sun Wukong. Caught off guard by the abrupt assault, Sun Wukong, in his ordinary state, realized he was no match for number 16. In a moment of desperation, he raised both hands to shield himself from the onslaught, but was still sent hurtling backwards by a powerful kick. The pain radiating through his hands made it abundantly clear that number 16 was leagues apart from the previous bioengineered adversaries. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing an overwhelming aura that sent debris and fragments flying in all directions. In a flash, he materialized behind number 16, delivering a powerful punch. However, number 16 seemed to anticipate this move, ducking to evade the strike, and then executed a sweeping kick aimed at Sun Wukong's legs, intent on breaking them. Sun Wukong scoffed. Such attacks would not land on him. With a slight leap, he soared upward, and as number 16's leg sweep progressed halfway, he struck down with his right foot like a falling hammer, aiming to crush number 16's foot. If it connected, number 16's leg would surely shatter. Yet remarkably, number 16's combat instincts were sharp. Realizing he could not withdraw his leg in time, he lunged forward, attempting to ram into Sun Wukong. Suspended in midair, Sun Wukong, with all his might, brought his foot down, unable to evade in time. He was forcefully struck in the waist by number 16, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. Crash! 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 He shattered through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the basement was filled with blinding flashes and rising smoke, debris cascading, signaling an imminent collapse. As anticipated, moments later, the ground trembled violently, sinking into the earth. Boom! 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 3 figures burst forth from the ground, suspended in midair. Following them, a golden figure emerged, positioning itself opposite the trio. Observing the vast area of the ground that had collapsed, along with the countless fallen structures, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. He did not dwell on it too much, for most of the inhabitants had either perished or fled. It was likely that this island was now devoid of life. Kill. On the 16th, number 16 charged once more at Sun Wukong, their figures barely a blur as they clashed anew. The sheer force of their battle unleashed ripples, even in the air, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to alter their courses. The sea surrounding the islands erupted in towering waves, engulfing entire towns. In mere moments, after hundreds of exchanges, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage, as a sudden punch from number 16 sent him crashing into the ocean, stirring up waves that soared 100 feet high. Submerged in the depths, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that number 16's combat prowess eclipsed even his own peak strength. Indeed, his adversary had grown stronger, and the power of the androids, created with a blend of his and others' genes, had also surged. If number 16 possessed such formidable strength, one could only wonder how powerful Cell had become, not to mention the bioengineer being known as number 17, crafted by Dr. Jero. It appeared that the situation had grown decidedly precarious. Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of gravity. He knew he must swiftly conclude this battle and locate Cell and No. 17, eliminating them before they could pose a greater threat. He was not a reckless warrior nor a fool. If he could dispatch his foes with ease, he would naturally opt for the simplest path. With a fierce cry, Sun Wukong's energy surged once more, his golden aura crackling with bolts of lightning as he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 state. With a thunderous boom, he shot forth like a cannonball from the ocean's surface, and in an instant, he appeared behind number 16, delivering a devastating kick to his face. Number 16 staggered, propelled backward, and crashing onto the sea, creating a tumultuous splash. What tremendous power! Is this truly the extent of Sun Wukong's combat ability? Nearby, number 18 and her companion watched in astonishment. I can't waste time playing with you insignificant beings any longer. It would be best to end this swiftly, Sun Wukong declared, his energy surging violently, scattering clouds and churning the sea, causing the very earth to tremble. With a resounding crash, number 16 erupted from the ocean, joining number 17 and number 18, all three regarding Sun Wukong with grave expressions. Number 18, astonished, remarked, I never anticipated Sun Wukong's power would reach such heights. This contradicts all the data we have. It seems we stand no chance against him individually. We must unite our strength. Number 16 and number 17 solemnly nodded in agreement. Are you truly going to join forces? A wise choice, but what difference will it make? Sun Wukong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. In a flash, he appeared beside number 17, delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him hurtling away. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the combined assault of numbers 16 and 18, landing a solid blow to number 16's abdomen, forcing a copious amount of blood from his mouth. Indeed, they have grown significantly stronger than in the original narrative, yet their prowess merely places them at par with the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. In comparison to the fully unleashed might of Super Saiyan 2 Goku, they are utterly inconsequential. While I can extend my forgiveness to them, your previous words undeniably ignited a murderous intent within me. To harbor such thoughts towards me will incur a price. With a swift motion, Goku seized the head of Android 16, and with a forceful squeeze, a sickening pop echoed as 16's skull was crushed. Following this, a wave of energy obliterated 16, erasing him from existence. Now it is your turn. Goku grinned, directing his gaze towards Android 18. Even the battle-hardened 18 was taken aback by his presence. Their strength paled in comparison to Goku's, leaving them without any means to resist. In an instant, Goku appeared before 18, delivering a merciless punch. Was he truly attempting to inflict harm? Chapter 24. The Emergence of Cell. Startled by Goku's fierce punch, 18 instinctively raised her arms in defense, but to her surprise, Goku's fist veered off course, passing dangerously close to her ear, the rush of air causing her left ear to sting. It became clear that Goku had no intention of attacking her. He merely sought to intimidate. With a smile, he assured 18, I never strike at beautiful women, especially those who pique my interest. Are you underestimating me? 18's expression hardened, and she retaliated with a direct punch towards Goku's face. Yet, he effortlessly caught her slender yet powerful wrist with one hand, calmly stating, You are no match for me, and I have never considered you an enemy. If you promise to refrain from causing chaos on Earth, I might spare you and 17 for your sake. Do you truly expect me to believe you? 18 regarded Goku with icy disdain. Goku produced the control device for androids 17 and 18, a smile gracing his face as he declared, I possess this. Huh? Do you think this trinket can threaten us? 18 scoffed, her expression one of derision. Oh dear, your temperament is quite irksome. Not charming at all, Goku remarked, shaking his head in resignation. He tossed the control device to 18, then turned, offering her a nonchalant wave as he departed, leaving her with an elegant silhouette. Remember to behave, or I shall return to punish you. 17 flew back to 18's side, observing the control device in her hand with a furrowed brow. With a decisive snap, 18 crushed the device, casting a complex glance at Goku before softly stating, Let us go, and turning to soar into the distant sky, followed closely by 17. Now, it is time to seek out their true adversary. Shalanak, where could you be? Sun Wukong began to search earnestly across the island. However, after turning the entire island upside down, he found not a single clue. It appeared they were not on this island. As dusk fell, Sun Wukong remained at a loss. Forget it. They will inevitably show up in due time. During this interval, I shall focus diligently on my cultivation. Resolving this, Sun Wukong abandoned his search and instantly teleported back to his home. Upon arriving, he was taken aback to find Krillin and others gathered in the hall. "What brings you all here?" he inquired. Krillin replied, "We learned from Master Roshi that you were confronting those androids. We wanted to witness it firsthand, but fearing we might complicate matters, we decided to wait for your return at Bulma's house." Lateso, looking at Sun Wukong, exclaimed with excitement, "How did it go, Master Sun Wukong? Have you vanquished the androids?" Sun Wukong nodded lightly and replied, "Most of them have been eliminated, including Dr. Roko. However, two elusive ones remain, ultimate bioengineered beings secretly developed by Dr. Roko and Dr. Jero. They have hidden themselves away, and despite my extensive search, I could not locate them, hence my return." Upon hearing this, Lateso was overjoyed, gazing at Sun Wukong with even greater admiration. "Dr. Roko is dead? That is splendid news. I knew there would be no problem with you on the case. Nevertheless, the remaining two ultimate bioengineered beings might pose a challenge. If they are indeed ultimate beings, they are bound to be more formidable than the previous androids." Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively and stated, "It matters not. As soon as they appear, I shall eliminate them. In the meantime, everyone should remain vigilant. Should anything unusual arise, please notify me immediately." After some conversation, Krillin and the others departed, leaving only Bulma and the other women in the room. "You reckless fool. You rush in a battle without clarifying matters. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Nanli Xiang exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at Sun Wukong. The expressions of the women were similarly discontent, as each encounter with enemies filled them with dread. "Rest assured, they are merely a bunch of small fry. What is there to worry about?" After a day of fighting and breaking a sweat, "Siko, Chica, come, help me scrub my back," Sun Wukong said, taking one in each arm as he headed towards the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, alluring sounds echoed from the bathroom, causing faces to flush with excitement. Thus, 3 tranquil days passed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was diligently training within the time chamber of the World Ring. "Wukong, come quickly and see the television." Suddenly, Bulma burst into the time chamber with a look of urgency, pulling Sun Wukong along. "I believe the bioengineered beings you seek have finally appeared. Is that so?" Sun Wukong hurriedly exited with Bulma, while the women remained in the opulent hall, engrossed in the television. Since Sun Wukong had returned to the World Ring to cultivate, they had come to keep him company. Thanks to Bulma's modifications, news broadcasts from the Dragon Ball world could now be viewed even within the World Ring. Fresh information had just arrived. The investigative team on site discovered numerous garments identified as belonging to the victims, and reporters had rushed to cover the scene. 15,000 residents had vanished without a trace. However, new findings had emerged in the vicinity of Chijia town. Many articles of clothing had been found, yet the individuals appeared to have seemingly melted away, their absence marked by the presence of firearms, as if a battle had commenced. Suddenly, gunfire echoed, followed by an eerie silence, and then the television screen flickered into static. "Why has it gone blank?" "Switch to another channel." Saya exclaimed urgently. The screen flashed, and the image reappeared, albeit distorted. "Ah, help. Kacha." The picture vanished once more. This scene feels all too familiar. Has he finally made an appearance?" "Cell," Sun Wukong stated, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 25. The Fusion with God on Earth. In the sacred temple, Piccolo was unexpectedly found alongside God. "I say, why have you summoned me? You seem to have witnessed something troubling," Piccolo remarked impatiently from behind God. After a prolonged silence, God finally turned to him, sighed deeply, and said, "Well, I actually called you here to discuss our potential fusion." "What? You wish to merge with me? I must be mistaken. Didn't you once separate me from your being?" Piccolo, taken aback, erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in existence. "Upon merging with me, you will become a perfect Namekian. Your power will experience boundless enhancement. Do you not desire that? Perhaps, with such strength, you might even stand a chance against Sun Wukong," God stated, observing Piccolo with a calm demeanor. Piccolo furrowed his brow. The proposition genuinely intrigued him. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "I am curious. What exactly did you witness to make such a proposal?" "There is no need to disclose it now. When we become one, you will naturally understand what I have seen," God replied, his expression serious as he regarded Piccolo. Piccolo, taken aback, scoffed. It seems you have indeed witnessed something substantial. My curiosity only grows. Earth now faces an existential crisis. I fear that Sun Wukong alone may not suffice to confront it. Thus, what Earth requires is not merely a deity, but a formidable warrior endowed with strength. Piccolo retorted disdainfully. Are you suggesting I should protect Earth? Do not jest. The deity spoke softly. I did not instruct you to protect the Earth. I merely bestowed upon you the power to safeguard yourself. If you do not stand alongside Sun Wukong in battle, you too shall fall victim to his might. Piccolo fell into a moment of silence before responding. It appears this adversary is truly formidable, compelling you to sacrifice yourself to merge with me. Since you sincerely wish to empower me, how could I refuse? However, I must retain my original form. I trust you comprehend my intent. You are youthful and possess strength surpassing mine. This is only fitting. I shall merely enhance your power and impart vast knowledge. The deity paused and continued. Since you're the focal point, extend your hand to touch me. Piccolo lowered his hand to the deity's chest. Bubbles, the deity acknowledged. Thank you for your care, Mr. Bubbles. It seems Piccolo's malevolent heart is waning. Could it be that Sun Wukong has helped him recognize his true self? It appears that after this fusion, separation will be a formidable challenge. With a commanding shout, the deity's form radiated a brilliant light, and amidst their exclamations, the two became one in the luminescence. The newly formed Piccolo reveled in his newfound power, laughing heartily. Is this the immediate result of our fusion? Is truly magnificent. Bubbles gazed at Piccolo's silhouette, saying, farewell. Deity, I hope you do not perish. Piccolo remarked, I am neither deity nor Piccolo, and I have even forgotten my name as a Namekian. I depart now. With a wave, he soared towards the mortal realm. Upon descending onto a bustling street, Piccolo promptly arrived at the scene. Suddenly, a sound akin to something scraping against the ground resonated behind him. A creature emerged, causing Piccolo to turn in astonishment. Is it you? Why can I not sense your energy? The newcomer, as Sun Wukong had surmised, was Cell. Due to Dr. Gero's involvement in his creation, Cell could completely mask his energy, rendering him undetectable to Piccolo, who was unaware of his true strength. At that moment, Cell cradled a young man in his grasp. Upon seeing Piccolo, the young man immediately reached out, pleading, please, save me. Piccolo furrowed his brow and responded coolly, release him. He is alive as well. Influenced by the deity after merging, he had become considerably more benevolent. Cell disdainfully tossed the young man to the ground, his tail swiftly puncturing the young man's back. As a gurgling sound echoed, Cell's tail constricted and expanded, as if devouring something, while the young man's body rapidly withered and melted away, leaving only his garments behind. You will soon share his fate, Cell coldly declared, eyeing Piccolo. Piccolo was taken aback. What do you know my name? Who are you? There is no need, for you are about to become my meal, proclaimed Cell with an air of arrogance. Oh, you choose not to speak? Then I shall refrain from asking further and simply dispose of you, remarked Piccolo, equally haughty, casting a cold glare at Cell in response to his silence. Do you truly believe that with your current strength, you can defeat me, the Demon King? Do not jest. In an instant, Cell transformed into a blur and vanished, only to reappear behind Piccolo, delivering a single punch that sent him crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. No, it's impossible. I have merged with the divine. Why can I not withstand even your single blow? This cannot be happening. Piccolo, who had once brimmed with confidence after his union with the divine, was now on the brink of collapse, his face a mask of disbelief. So, you came to your demise without even gauging your opponent's strength? Truly, your foolishness knows no bounds. In reality, Piccolo was not devoid of intelligence. Rather, the overwhelming power he had gained from merging with the divine had inflated his confidence, coupled with his inability to sense the true strength of Cell, leading him to commit such a grievous error. With arms crossed, Cell regarded Piccolo with disdain, while his tail suddenly lunged towards Piccolo. Just as it seemed destined to strike, a figure appeared, seizing Cell's tail, accompanied by an exasperated voice. I must ask you, Piccolo, can you be any denser? Do not assume that your fusion with the divine makes you invincible. With your meager battle power, even that fusion is of little consequence. Chapter 26, Perfect Cell. Upon realizing that his savior was Son Goku, Piccolo felt no gratitude. Instead, his expression morphed into one of rage. To be rescued by his foe was a greater insult than he could bear. At that moment, Son Goku was not preoccupied with Piccolo's feelings. He grasped Cell's tail, spun around twice in midair, and then hurled him with great force. Boom! 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 Cell crashed through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Is that Son Goku? I did not expect him to find me so swiftly. I am no match for him in my current state. I must flee, Cell thought as he unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating the area to shroud his escape in smoke. However, as the smoke cleared, Cell's figure had vanished, leaving Son Goku feeling quite vexed. Observing the unresponsive electronic sensor in his hand, Son Goku found himself in a predicament. The sensor was ineffective against Cell, and he could not sense his energy. Turning to Piccolo, he advised, "You should return to the sanctuary at once. You cannot contribute to this battle. If you truly wish to grow stronger, there is a time chamber within the sanctuary. I believe you are aware of it now. Spend some time training there, and you may yet find an opportunity to intervene." With a scoff, Piccolo declared, "Next time we meet, I shall surely defeat you, Son Wukong," before taking flight. Upon returning to the temple, he immediately entered the time chamber. It appeared he had heeded Son Wukong's advice. His current strength was still leagues away from that of Son Wukong, and he needed the time chamber to bridge the gap. Meanwhile, Son Wukong soared through the skies, relentlessly searching for the trace of Cell. Regrettably, locating someone in a vast city was an exceedingly daunting task, unless he were to raze the city to the ground. Finding an individual who wished to remain concealed would prove nearly impossible. Although Son Wukong was not inherently benevolent, he still could not bring himself to destroy a city without cause. Frustration welled within him. That scoundrel was indeed adept at hiding. After an exhaustive search yielding no results, Son Wukong felt an intense urge to obliterate the entire city. In a nearby mountainous path, a van came to a slow halt, and androids 17 and 18 emerged. Standing on the roadside, they gazed down at the city below. 17 crossed his arms and remarked, "The recent disturbance certainly sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, did it not?" 18, with her hands on her hips, nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the city still shrouded in smoke, and the figure soaring above, scanning the surroundings. Her brow furrowed slightly. Is that Son Wukong? Has he engaged in battle once more? Is there truly anyone on this planet bold enough to oppose him? After contemplating, 17 replied nonchalantly, "Could it be that the bioengineered beings being secretly developed by Dr. Gero and his colleagues have emerged?" His tone suggested that such matters were of little concern to them. 18 frowned and remarked, "I've heard they are even stronger than us, but could they possibly rival Son Wukong's might?" The mere thought of Son Wukong's overwhelming power instilled in her a profound sense of helplessness. "If I were to absorb the two of you and achieve my perfect form, I would undoubtedly surpass Son Wukong." A chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind 17 and 18. "Who is it?" Startled, they swiftly turned, only to find no one in sight. "What are you looking at?" A hand suddenly ensnared 17 from behind. The assailant was none other than Cell, the very being Son Wukong was in search of. "What a stroke of luck, running into you two here. Who are you? From your tone, it seems you've been searching for us. Are you one of the bioengineered beings Dr. Gero has been developing?" Despite being captured, 17 maintained a calm demeanor, a testament to his unwavering confidence in his own strength. Beside him, 18 showed no intent to intervene, believing that 17 could never be defeated by such a foe. "Huh, correct. I am Cell, a bioengineered being created through the collaboration of Dr. Gero and Dr. Goku. While I would enjoy conversing with you further, time is of the essence. Son Wukong could discover us at any moment, so you shall obediently become a part of me." Upon finishing his words, Cell's tail suddenly extended to rest upon the head of number 17, its sharp tip opening wide like a colossal maw, and in one swift motion, it devoured number 17's head. As number 17 attempted to resist, he felt Cell's left hand press firmly against his back, a tremendous suction emanating from it. In an instant, he sensed his strength being drained at an astonishing rate, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping him, rendering him incapable of further resistance. Cursed be his carelessness. Number 17 lamented internally, yet it was too late. His body was gradually being consumed. Number 17, stop playing around. If you don't act, you might just get eaten. Number 18 observed nonchalantly, hands on her hips, watching the scene unfold with a hint of indifference. To her, it was inconceivable that number 17, with his prowess, could simply be devoured. She assumed he was merely indulging in his playful nature. However, as she witnessed only number 17's feet remaining, a sense of unease washed over her. Number 17, in a rush, she dashed forward, grasping his feet with all her might, attempting to pull him back. Yet, was she not walking into the jaws of danger? In an instant, Celeste's tail grew once more, swallowing both number 18's hands and her head. With her hands rendered useless, she too was consumed, piece by piece. As Cell's tail swelled, inching its way into his body until it was completely absorbed within him. Oh yes, the power is surging. With a triumphant roar. Cell underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles became more developed and robust, his insect-like form shifting toward a more human appearance, emanating a formidable aura. At last, Cell had achieved his perfect form. What an overwhelming energy is that Cell? Goku, searching the city, suddenly turned his gaze towards the distance, vanishing from sight in a flash. Chapter 27, Goku vs. Cell. With a swift motion, Goku appeared before Cell, astonished by the sight. You've transformed into your perfect form? Huh? You know about my perfect form? Cell responded, surprised. But it matters not. Just moments ago, I absorbed both number 17 and number 18. Now I have surpassed you. As he spoke, Cell unleashed his immense power, causing the ground beneath him to tremble and crack. His energy was a cacophony of familiar auras, Goku's, Frieza's, Piccolo's, and several others unknown to him. That bastard Cell has been monitoring me all along, hasn't he? Why did I not notice? Goku's expression darkened as he felt the weight of Cell's energy. Indeed, Dr. Rocco is a wanted exile who, during his flight, occasionally discovered you and has since been covertly monitoring your activities, gathering your data and intelligence. Cell's narrative succinctly outlines the events. To avoid drawing your attention, he has concealed himself within the spacecraft of his own design, which possesses the remarkable ability to mask any trace or information, rendering itself invisible to your senses. Given this context, Cell appears to be merely a precursor. The true threat lies with the individual named Nock. He is likely combining my genetic cells with those of Frieza's 3 offspring, Goku, and even Broly. If this situation continues to unfold, it seems rather ominous. Goku furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Goku, it is ill-advised to lose focus in the presence of your adversary. Suddenly, Cell materialized behind Goku, swiftly binding him with his limbs. The tip of his tail unfurled, descending upon Goku as he sought to absorb him. You wish to absorb me? You must have mistaken your target, Goku retorted with a cold scoff. Transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form, a formidable energy erupted from him, shaking off Cell with a single forceful tremor. In an instant, he seized Cell's tail, yanking it with vigor, while simultaneously conjuring a key blade with his left hand. With a deft flick, Cell's tail was severed at the root. Cell emitted a cry of pain, performing a somersault in midair before landing firmly several meters away from Goku. Observing his now barren rear, Cell's expression soured. Truly, he had failed miserably in his endeavor. Now, who else do you intend to absorb? Goku smirked, a hint of mockery in his voice, as he unleashed a key blast that obliterated Cell's severed tail entirely. Do you think this is sufficient? Do not forget, I possess cells from Piccolo, Cell proclaimed, his severed tail regenerating before their eyes. Goku frowned. Could this creature regenerate without having absorbed Piccolo? Was this yet another consequence of Dr. Rocco's machinations? It seems, then, that the battle has only just commenced. Cell unleashed his full energy, leaping high and collapsing the ground beneath him, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Goku's face. You're right on time. Let me witness the extent of your abilities, Goku shouted, bending forward to meet Cell's attack with a punch of his own. With a resounding boom, the surrounding mountains shattered and crumbled under the force of their clash. Once Cell initiated his assault, he became akin to a frenzied machine, his movements erratic yet lethal. In his creation, Dr. Rocco defined him as a machine of slaughter. Goku, however, was resolute not to be outdone. You are fierce, but I am fiercer, for I possess the gift of immortality. The battle between the two figures had become a blur, reduced to the sounds of son Wukong and Cell's sharp reprimands, accompanied by the occasional shattering of mountains and rivers. Their fists and feet collided with a deafening roar, golden light soaring to the heavens. Both warriors engaged in a perilous close-quarters combat, each clash fracturing the earth and causing mountains to crumble. At this moment, son Wukong was indifferent to the fate of the planet. He yearned only for a thrilling encounter with Cell. Oh, what a delight. I never imagined you could match my Super Saiyan 2 strength. Quite impressive. Son Wukong bellowed with laughter, launching a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, their fists met once more, a relentless barrage echoing like thunder. Suddenly, Cell's gaze turned icy as he exchanged blows with son Wukong. He unleashed a fearsome beam of light aimed directly at Wukong's face. If struck, it would surely penetrate his skull. However, in an instant, son Wukong appeared behind Cell. evading the lethal attack and delivering a kick that sent Cell hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. Sun Wukong had refrained from using instant transmission, fearing Cell might learn the technique. Yet, given the proximity of their encounter, he knew he had no choice but to employ it to evade. What was that? Such a remarkable technique, Cell mused, rising from the rubble, his head tilted in contemplation of Sun Wukong's recent maneuver. Upon witnessing Cell's reaction, Sun Wukong felt a surge of alarm. Should Cell master instant transmission, he would find it impossible to pursue him if he decided to flee. Thus, without granting him a moment's respite, Wukong darted forward, delivering another punch towards Cell. Cell sidestepped, but Wukong's fist struck the ground, creating a deep pit. Leaping into the air, he launched another fierce assault on Cell. The sound of their fists and feet clashing erupted with astonishing power, fracturing the earth, sending debris flying, and scattering the clouds. The nearby city had been reduced to ruins amid their fierce confrontation. At this juncture, Sun Wukong was singularly focused. He sought to gauge Cell's true strength to infer the potential might of the unseen enemy. Knock. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong's fist collided with Cell's once again. However, this time, the force behind the blow was far different, imbued with an overwhelming ferocity and disdain for his opponent. As he delivered this punch, Sun Wukong's energy surged, enveloping his golden aura, and when their fists met, Cell was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and leaving a bottomless pit in his wake. As Sheru gradually emerged from the pit, his right hand hung limply by his side, drenched in blood, a clear indication of its incapacitation. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring in disbelief at Sun Wukong. Why has your energy suddenly surged? Have you not been fighting at full strength all along? The game is over. I played enough. Sun Wukong slowly advanced toward Sheru, his energy rapidly escalating with each step. The ground trembled as stones rattled beneath him. By the time he stood beside Sheru, his energy had reached its zenith at Super Saiyan 2, a golden aura crackling with bolts of lightning, transforming him into a golden god of war. Impossible. How can your power be so formidable? I refuse to believe there is such a vast disparity between our strengths. I should have surpassed you long ago. Sheru roared, tearing away his ruined right hand, and with a fierce cry, a new one was regenerated. Sun Wukong, prepare to meet your end. He lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed at Sun Wukong. Humph, still unable to confront reality? Allow me to awaken you. In a flash, Sun Wukong's form darted forward, landing a punch squarely in Sheru's abdomen, his entire wrist sinking into Sheru's flesh. Ugh, Sheru groaned, doubling over as he clutched his midsection. Sun Wukong's strike sent him flying, crashing into a nearby mountain path. Gritting his teeth, Sheru sprang up from the rubble, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Truly impressive, Sun Wukong. You are remarkably strong, but my power is far from exhausted. With a mighty roar, Sheru's energy surged significantly. Yet, Sun Wukong vanished once more, delivering a swift kick that sent Sheru hurtling backwards. Useless. Your strength barely matches my Super Saiyan 2 mid-stage power. It pales in comparison to my peak combat ability. As Sheru regained his footing, Sun Wukong's form flickered again, landing another punch in Sheru's abdomen, causing him to retch uncontrollably. At this moment, Sun Wukong could not eliminate Sheru, for he needed to rescue Android 18, so he aimed to beat Sheru to the brink of vomiting. How can our strengths be so disproportionately vast? This is impossible. According to the data, I should have surpassed you long ago. Sheru, will not be defeated or succumb to despair. With a furious roar, Sheru unleashed all his energy. But instead of attacking, he turned and fled. Do you truly believe you can escape? Sun Wukong transformed into a flash of golden light, appearing directly beneath Sheru, delivering a flying kick that struck his abdomen with tremendous force. Impossible. Sheru clasped his midsection, his body swaying as he began to descend towards the ground, struggling to maintain even his ability to fly. As he observed the retching Cell, it was evident that he had not expelled Android 18. Son Goku could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that my strength is insufficient? Is this the moment I must transform into Super Saiyan 3? How infuriating. Goku thought, you could have ended my life, yet you choose not to. Are you attempting to humiliate me? At that moment, Cell's gaze was filled with resentment and fury as he glared at Goku. I shall not grant you what you desire. Let us descend into hell together. Suddenly, Cell's body began to swell, indicating his intention to self-destruct and take Goku with him. How dare he employ such a tactic? Goku's expression shifted dramatically, and in a flash, he appeared beside Cell. What? Do you intend to attack me? Goku, let me inform you that if I receive even the slightest blow, I will explode. Your fate is sealed. Death is the price of your arrogance. Cell chuckled with a sense of triumph, as if he had already won the battle. Who said I intended to attack you? Goku glanced at Cell impassively, his eyes shifting as he activated his godly eye. Cell, astonished, stared into Goku's eyes. What is the meaning of this? Why is there nothing about this in my data? There is much you remain unaware of. Do not presume that knowing a mere fraction grants you insight into the entirety of my being, Goku retorted disdainfully, placing his hand upon Cell's increasingly distended abdomen. What are you planning? Cell felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Absorption technique. Goku answered Cell's unspoken question with action. What is happening? You are absorbing my power? Impossible. You can siphon other powers? Damn it, cease at once. I refuse to be defeated. As Cell felt the rapid depletion of his energy, panic washed over him. If his energy was consumed, what chance would he have to self-destruct? Thus, Cell summoned every ounce of strength to ignite the energy within him, desperate to initiate his own explosion. However, in this state of utter vulnerability, he was powerless. Goku's absorption rate was far too swift, akin to a bottomless black hole devouring his strength. In that moment, despair enveloped Cell. He realized he would not even have the opportunity to self-destruct. He had utterly failed. Before long, the energy within Cell was entirely drained by Goku, who collapsed weakly to the ground. Goku examined his hands, then glanced at the fallen Cell, a smile creeping onto his face. I never anticipated that the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path would prove so useful, significantly amplifying my own power. It seems I have discovered a convenient method for enhancing my strength. Chapter 29. Evil reemerges. The sorcerer Babidi appears. How infuriating. I have achieved my perfect form, yet I still face defeat. I refuse to accept this. Cell lay powerless on the ground, his eyes brimming with unyielding wrath. What can one do with such reluctance? Your demise has become inevitable. Sun Wukong seized Cell by the head, lifting him effortlessly into the air before delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Cell immediately doubled over, retching uncontrollably, and Sun Wukong flung him to the ground. In mere moments, Android 17 and Android 18 were expelled from his body amidst the vomit. While the sight was somewhat revolting, it was indeed fortunate that 18 emerged unscathed. Rising from the ground, 18 glanced at Cell and remarked to Sun Wukong, "Has he been defeated by you? I knew it. The data we received was far too misleading. We are no match for you." 17 approached Cell, placing a foot upon his head, and declared fiercely, "You audacious fiend, how dare you consume me? I shall personally ensure your end." He raised his fist to strike, but abruptly halted. Strange, why do I feel so weak? Where has my power gone? Upon hearing this, 18 immediately sensed her own weakness, her brows furrowing in concern. It seems our strength has been absorbed. As they were both within Cell, their powers had indeed been siphoned away by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong produced a senzu bean and handed it to 18, saying, "Here, eat this, and your strength will be restored." What is this? 18 quickly accepted the senzu bean from Sun Wukong, examining it in astonishment. Could this be the senzu bean mentioned in the data? Without hesitation, she tossed it in her mouth and swallowed. Within moments, 18 felt her strength surge back to its peak. Incredible! I've fully recovered so quickly, she exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. And what about me? 17, witnessing 18's swift recovery, turned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong cast him a sidelong glance, retorting mildly, "Do you think your long hair makes you a beauty? Just stay over there. These benefits are reserved for the ladies." 17 was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. He knew better than to challenge Sun Wukong, for doing so would surely lead to his swift defeat. Moreover, he realized that Sun Wukong had spared him, likely out of consideration for 18, indicating that he might have an interest in her. Ignoring 17, Sun Wukong addressed 18, saying, "By the way, I just saved your life. Aren't you going to say thank you?" "Oomph, I never asked you to save me," 18 retorted coldly, rising and soaring into the sky. 17, let us go. Watching the two figures disappear into the horizon, Sun Wukong shook his head in resignation. It seems that winning over this girl will indeed prove to be quite a challenge. He then turned his gaze to Cell, still lying on the ground, and stated calmly, "Now, it is time to deal with you." With that, he hurled Cell into the sky. A powerful Kamehameha wave erupted from Sun Wukong's hands, enveloping Cell's form in a brilliant beam of energy. "Ah, Sun Wukong, I shall not spare you." The voice of Cell resounded with a tone of bitter defiance as his form gradually dissipated beneath the Kamehameha wave. Even the chip embedded in his mind was entirely rendered to nothingness, marking the complete eradication of Cell from this world. Thus, only the bioengineered being known as Nock remains. But where might he be? Finding him will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. It seems we must await his emergence. High above the Earth, in a location soaring thousands of meters into the sky, a spacecraft floated, concealed from the prying eyes of outsiders. Within one chamber of the vessel, an array of instruments cluttered the space. Some test tubes bubbled and emitted wisps of vapor. At the center stood a colossal, transparent test tube, brimming with an enigmatic liquid. Yet, the focal point lay not in the liquid itself, but in the tiny infant suspended within it, whose appearance bore an astonishing resemblance to a young son Wukong, 7 parts alike, with a faint shadow of Broly discernible. More importantly, a gray, monkey-like tail protruded from behind him. Nearby, an extraordinarily sophisticated computer displayed a myriad of cryptic symbols, with the only comprehensible element being a sequence of numbers in the upper left corner, 110. This machine was not merely a highly advanced computer, it also functioned as a time accelerator, where the ratio of 1:10 indicated that one day in the external world equated to 10 years within this realm. This was the true laboratory of Dr. Rocco, and the time accelerator represented the pinnacle of his life's work, destined to be usurped by the fully matured Nock. Suddenly, the surroundings of the spacecraft shifted, and in the blink of an eye, it materialized within the depths of an underground base. There, a diminutive, wrinkled alien, grotesque in appearance, approached the spacecraft. With a wooden cane in hand, he gently tapped on the door of the vessel, releasing a peculiar wave of energy that miraculously opened the entrance. He slowly stepped inside and accessed the chamber where Nock resided, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Is this the time machine painstakingly crafted by Dr. Rocco? Indeed, it is a remarkable invention. As he spoke, he approached the test tube containing the cultivated Nock, gazing at the small figure within, a look of awe once again gracing his face. I must say, Dr. Rocco, your brilliance is truly comparable to that of my father. Once this bioengineered being fully matures, it will undoubtedly rival the Buu created by my father. You are indeed an extraordinary scientist, and I must express my gratitude. With your Nock, my Buu shall possess the strength necessary for resurrection. Chapter 30. Goku's tail removal. 2 days have passed since the battle with Cell. During this time, Goku has not been idle, diligently training within the room of spirit in time to prepare for the impending confrontation. On this day, he finally resolved to travel to a remote planet. All the women gathered to witness this moment. Goku, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Bulma questioned hesitantly, glancing at the instruments beside her. Yes, to transform into Super Saiyan 4. This is the only way, Goku affirmed with determination, addressing the gathered women. When I transform into the great ape, should I lose my sanity, I implore you to do everything in your power to awaken my consciousness. Do you understand? Bulma wiped the cold sweat from her brow and replied, Are you sure you won't accidentally crush us all? She was well aware of how terrifying Goku could be in his great ape form. Well, that's hard to say, Goku admitted, now filled with uncertainty. What does it matter? If we die, Goku can still bring us back to life. Even if he loses his sanity temporarily, Haven T, we entrusted the Dragon Balls to Krillin. They can use them to resurrect us, Saya rationally analyzed. Siko calmly nodded, saying, as women, we should place our complete trust in our men. Since Goku wishes to take this risk, we should support him with all our might. Will Big Brother, Goku, really transform into a great ape? Just like the ones in the movies? Alice asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she watched Goku. I also want to see what Big Brother Goku looks like as a great ape, Xiaoling added, her face reflecting a similar curiosity. Big Brother Goku, I will do my utmost to awaken your consciousness, by the most sensible of the trio, promised. Indeed, the Saiyans are a remarkable race, capable not only of transforming into Super Saiyans, but also into great apes. Nankiren remarked, her eyes wide with wonder. Will it be dangerous? It sounds thrilling. Let's get started. Shizuka, the oblivious girl, seemed utterly unafraid and eager to begin. Now, number 18, I leave the next steps in your capable hands, Goku said, turning towards the ever-cool and silent number 18. In an effort to safeguard the safety of the women, he persuaded them to bring number 18 along, although he had no desire to harm his companions. The need to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and ensure a decisive victory against the impending adversary compelled him to take a risk. This assistance erases the debt of gratitude from the time you saved me, in number 17. Number 18 remarked coolly, gazing at son Wukong, with a chuckle. Sun Wukong handed her a large pair of tongs. Now, number 18, I entrust you with the task of removing my tail. Wukong, are you certain that just a pair of tongs will suffice to extract your tail? The astonished girls, including Makoto, looked on in disbelief at the tongs in number 18's grasp. My tail is permanently sealed by the gods. It should be possible to remove it, Sun Wukong mused, uncertainty creeping into his heart. After all, in the original tale, it was the old Kaioshin who forcibly extracted his tail. He hoped he would not fall victim to a similar fate. Despite his internal apprehensions, Sun Wukong proceeded with his actions. Before the gathered women, he unfastened his belt, revealing his bare behind. Siko, among those who had shared intimacy with him, remained unfazed, while Chi-Chi, Lanshi, and Kushina turned crimson, hastily averting their gazes. Particularly Kushina, who was still uncertain about her relationship with Sun Wukong, felt flustered. He had been preoccupied with battles and training, leaving little time to nurture their bond. Even the typically stoic number 18 displayed a faint blush. Wow, Brother Wukong is exposing himself in public, exclaimed Alice, swiftly covering her eyes with her hands, yet peeking through her fingers at Sun Wukong's bare backside, joining in the raucous teasing. Even with his thick skin, Sun Wukong felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Go play elsewhere. I'm busy with important matters. Number 18, proceed. With a slight blush, number 18 steadied herself, grasping the tongs and reaching towards Sun Wukong's rear. This scene feels oddly affectionate, commented Kuriko, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The other girls shot her exasperated glances, accompanied by Sun Wukong's howl of mixed pain and pleasure. Number 18 deftly clamped onto the small stub of his severed tail, applying force to extract it. That hurts terribly. Number 18, be gentle, Sun Wukong exclaimed, clutching an immense boulder weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds as he howled in agony, veins protruding, showcasing the extent of his suffering. Seeing Wukong in such pain makes me feel sympathetic. Perhaps we should stop, Shizuka suggested, her heart aching for him, prompting her to urge him to relent. Witnessing Sun Wukong's distress, even number 18 furrowed her brow, lessening her grip significantly. Don't stop. Pull harder until it's out. I can endure this, Sun Wukong shouted, gritting his teeth as he noticed the weakening of her strength. As Sun Wukong demonstrated unwavering determination, Android 18, with a steely resolve, unleashed her full energy and forcefully stepped on his backside, exerting all her strength to pull. Accompanied by Wukong's heart-wrenching cries, his tail was finally wrenched free. Wukong, are you all right? The women rushed over, encircling him protectively, while Yuriko tenderly cradled him, allowing his head to rest upon her full, slender thigh. Wow, Wukong's tail has truly been removed. This is utterly astonishing. As the women realized Wukong was unharmed, they sighed in relief and began to play with his long tail. Please, could you refrain from playing? My tail is not a toy. Wukong stood amidst their attention, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, saying, next, it's time to activate the Blutz wave and transform into the great ape. In truth, even without his tail, he could still transform with the Blutz wave. However, to err on the side of caution, it was safer to have the tail removed. Chapter 31. The Transformation in Progress. Wukong, are you ready? Bulma inquired loudly from her position at the Blutz wave emitter, directing her question towards Wukong, who stood atop a nearby boulder. Siko and the other women watched with bated breath. Yes, let's begin. Remember to set the frequency to maximum. Otherwise, I fear I may not transform into the golden great ape. Wukong gestured seriously, though inwardly he mused, with my current strength, I should qualify for the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, but I wonder if it will proceed smoothly. Taking a deep breath, Bulma nodded and activated the device, unleashing a powerful Blutz wave that enveloped Wukong. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the Blutz wave struck, Wukong's heart began to race violently, his muscles swelling as his eyes turned blood red, emanating a ferocious aura. Accompanied by Wukong's howls, a terrifying energy erupted from him, lifting countless stones into the air, soaring toward the heavens. Wukong's physique rapidly expanded and grew, his clothing ripping apart to reveal a coat of gleaming golden fur. His once handsome visage contorted and morphed until, in mere moments, it transformed into the visage of a great ape with a prominent nose, large eyes, and sharp teeth. Roar! The golden great ape let out a thunderous roar, shattering the rocks beneath and around it, sending debris flying. Wow, Brother Wukong has truly transformed into a giant ape. How terrifying! The three little girls, Alice and her companions, cowered behind the women, overwhelmed by the fearsome presence of the colossal ape, a testament to its formidable aura. Indeed, the transformation into the golden giant ape has occurred, and it appears to be quite ferocious. Yuriko gazed in astonishment at the distant golden giant ape, which was wreaking havoc, her face a mask of shock. It seems it has truly lost its rationality. Thus, the task ahead is ours. Siko stepped forward, addressing the women beside her. Are we truly going to approach it? Given the current circumstances, we might be trampled upon the moment we get close, Saya said, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Clearly apprehensive. Precisely for that reason, we must go, Yuriko replied, gently patting Saya's shoulder with a smile. Are you all really going to approach? That aura is terrifying. Even I could not withstand a single blow from it, let alone you, Number 18 remarked, trembling slightly as she observed the transformed son Wukong, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. For only we can awaken Wukong's consciousness. This is the task he entrusted to us, is it not? Siko smiled softly. Then, I shall go first to test the waters. With that, she summoned her energy and flew towards the golden giant ape. Wukong, do you remember me? I am Siko, your wife. Please awaken, Siko called out, hovering before the golden giant ape. The rampaging golden giant ape suddenly ceased its destruction and lowered its gaze towards Siko. Have we succeeded? The women rejoiced at this sight. However, before their elation could fully unfold, the golden giant ape roared in fury and swatted at Siko. She gasped in surprise and swiftly dodged. Ah, Wukong, you've truly lost your reason. You are attacking Sister Siko, Xianglin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. No, it seems there is a glimmer of effect, Number 18 observed, watching the golden giant ape intermittently attack Siko. Given Siko's speed, she should not have been able to evade the giant ape strikes, yet she manages to escape at the critical moments. This indicates that Wukong still retains a fragment of rationality. He does not wish to harm Siko, pausing at crucial intervals. He is battling his inner demons. It appears we cannot lag behind Siko. Let us all proceed. Even if we perish, dying at the hands of our beloved is a form of happiness. Yuriko smiled at the other women, being the first to fly toward the golden giant ape. Hey, Riri, I can't fly. Please carry me. I can't fly either, Rika. Carry me, please. Thus, the women joined together, some carrying others, as they all soared toward the golden giant ape. In the arena, only 3 women remained, Mikoto, Kushina, and Number 18. Mikoto, I don't believe I have any connection with him. It wouldn't be of any use to approach, would it? Kushina hesitated, glancing at Mikoto. This ultimately depends on your choice. Well then, I shall take my leave. Mikoto gently patted Kushina, her form gracefully leaping towards the golden giant ape. Though she lacked the ability to fly, as a ninja, she was remarkably agile and swift. Indeed, I was specifically summoned to protect them. I cannot afford to falter. Number 18 also concocted a reason for herself and soared forward. Yet, amidst the crowd, it felt as though I was the only one isolated, which was rather disheartening. Kushina uttered a low exclamation and leaped into action, following suit. The golden giant ape continued its rampant destruction. Upon noticing the approaching women, the crimson light in its eyes intensified, as if its authority had been gravely challenged. With a swift motion, it seized a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it towards them. Look out! Quickly evade! The women gasped in alarm, but the boulder was simply too enormous. They were unable to escape in time. In that critical moment, Siko suddenly appeared before the boulder, wielding her longsword. With a swift flourish, the blade shimmered, cleaving the massive rock in two and saving them all. That was a close call. Thank you so much, Siko. Does Goku truly wish to kill us? With the immediate danger averted, the women collectively exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, the golden giant ape leaped down the cliff, causing the ground to shatter beneath it. With its hands on the earth, it began to climb towards the women, each claw shattering stones, and each step causing the ground to collapse. A truly awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. Everyone, we must move. Goku is capable of truly killing us. Siko shouted, swiftly lifting Alice and flying to the side. The women rallied together, fleeing the area. However, Mikoto was suddenly struck by a flying shard of stone, sent hurtling backward to crash against a boulder, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 32. Super Saiyan 4. The women supported one another, escaping the scene. Yet, Mikoto was abruptly struck by a fragment of rock, sending her flying and violently colliding with a large stone, blood pouring from her wound. The women gasped in horror, rushing towards her. However, no matter how swift they were, they could never surpass the speed of the golden giant ape. It appeared that Mikoto was about to perish beneath the beast's colossal foot. Suddenly, a graceful figure flashed into view, rescuing Mikoto from the brink of doom. Upon seeing the savior, the women rejoiced. You all must flee at once. I lack the strength to save you again. Number 18 exclaimed, cradling Mikoto as she called out to the others. The women quickly regained their senses, scattering to escape before regrouping a short distance away. Mikoto, are you all right? Kushina and the others surrounded Mikoto, their faces etched with concern. Mikoto bore a grievous wound in her chest, the earlier shard having pierced through her, leaving her gasping for breath. Siko hastily produced a mystical bean and urged her to consume it immediately. Once you swallow it, you shall be restored, she implored. Mikoto struggled to chew for a moment before finally swallowing the bean. Phew, I'm alive again. You all must exercise caution. That power is overwhelming. With our abilities, a mere brush would certainly lead to serious injury or worse, she warned. Indeed, we shall be vigilant, the others nodded in agreement. It appeared that this task was far from simple. Yuriko frowned as she observed the golden giant ape wreaking havoc in the distance, letting out a sigh. Oh no! Goku is approaching us, Saya exclaimed, her expression shifting as the golden giant ape drew nearer. The creature advanced toward them, its fist pounding against its chest with a resounding thud. Sisters, it seems that hiding is not a viable strategy. Perhaps we should take a gamble, Siko suggested earnestly. A gamble? What do you mean? The girls inquired, puzzled by Siko's proposition. A gamble with our lives. Are you willing? She posed. We understand your intent. Let us see if Goku will truly harm us. Yuriko responded with a resolute nod. The others, too, agreed to the plan, their expressions determined. As the golden giant ape approached, it immediately struck its chest upon seeing them, then hurled a fist toward the group. If that blow connected, it would surely reduce them to mere pulp. Goku, please stop. We are all your wives. Do you truly wish to end our lives? They cried out desperately, unyielding in the face of the impending strike. Yet the golden giant ape's fist hesitated only briefly, its gaze flickering momentarily before it mercilessly descended once more. It seems our gamble has failed. We are destined to be crushed by Goku. Nanri sighed, glancing at her companions with resignation. With a furious roar, the golden giant ape's colossal fist drew ever closer. Goku, please, stop this at once. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Bai had unknowingly positioned herself at the feet of the golden giant ape, clutching its toes tightly. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the tuft of fur on its foot. The giant fist that was poised to strike came to an abrupt halt above the girls, a flicker of conflict and confusion evident in its eyes. A fierce gale swept through, causing the girls' scalps to ache. Bai, with tears streaming down, choked out, Goku, didn't you say we are your beloved ones? You would never harm us? I have always believed this, because you are also the one I cherish most. The most important person in my life. In my moments of loneliness and despair, it was you who rescued me. Being with everyone fills my heart with joy. I cherish our time together. If my death could awaken your consciousness, then take my life first. Tears streamed down the faces of the women, moved by Bai's words, as they began to call out loudly. Wukong, it's Bulma. You can't truly wish to harm us, can you? We are all your wives. You promised to protect us forever. Please awaken. Wukong, dear brother, please awaken quickly. Alice is frightened by your current state. As Alice wept, she rushed to the feet of the golden great ape. Just like Bai, clutching its toes and sobbing uncontrollably. Xianglin, following suit, hurried over and boldly embraced the toes of the golden great ape, crying out, If you wish to kill, then take me with you. The women gathered around the feet of the golden great ape, holding on tightly, pleading, yes. If it will awaken your consciousness, if you wish to kill, then take us all with you. The golden great ape roared in anguish, its eyes filled with confusion and struggle, surpassing the tears of the women. It was as though their sorrow had seeped into Sun Wukong's heart, creating ripples in his tumultuous emotions, gradually calming him. Moments later, the golden great ape suddenly threw its head back and roared, I, Sun Wukong, would never harm my own women. So what if I transformed into a giant ape? You shall not sway my thoughts. With each of Wukong's roars, the violent aura of the golden great ape receded like a tide, its body shrinking rapidly, its fur vanishing. After a burst of bright light, a new incarnation of Sun Wukong appeared before the women. He had successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 state. Is this truly the form of Super Saiyan 4? It looks incredible. The women gazed in awe at Sun Wukong's appearance, utterly stunned. Haha, you have all worked hard. Thanks to you, I have succeeded. Sun Wukong smiled, crouching down and opening his arms wide to embrace the women. Wukong, you have finally returned. The women joyfully rushed into his embrace, with the exception of two, Kushina and Android 18. However, The fleeting glimmer of disappointment in their eyes did not escape Sun Wukong's perception. Chapter 33. The Birth of Nork. At this moment, Sun Wukong's physique was muscular and robust, his hair no longer golden but now black, adorned with red fur. His gaze had turned sharp and fierce, exuding a formidable presence that instilled a sense of oppression, even though he had concealed his aura. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 4? It is truly powerful. I never imagined such strength could exist, Android 18 thought, overwhelmed. Now, who in this world could possibly be his opponent? I never realized we were opposing such a monster. Why are you all staring blankly? I heard you save Mikihiko, and I can't thank you enough. Let us have a group hug. After releasing the women, Sun Wukong approached Android 18, excitement and gratitude evident on his face, and opened his arms to embrace her directly. What are you doing? 18 exclaimed in shock, her voice laced with urgency as she attempted to evade the impending encounter. Yet, given her speed, there was no way she could escape the grasp of the current Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your intervention to save Mikoto, I would carry this guilt for a lifetime. Sun Wukong feigned excitement, playfully nibbling at 18's cheek. His actions were unmistakably bold, revealing his unabashed intentions. For a girl like her, one must take the initiative to win her heart. Let me go, you scoundrel. 18, flustered and furious, longed to retaliate against Sun Wukong. However, feeling both helpless and restrained, she could only struggle fiercely. Oh, it was merely a friendly hug. Why so shy? Sun Wukong chuckled, releasing 18 before turning his attention to Kushina, who was now visibly startled. In a panic, Kushina hurriedly hid behind Mikoto, waving her hands in protest. No, thank you. I truly do not require your friendly embrace. You should continue to hug your 18. What do you mean, his 18? I have no connection with this guy. 18's cheeks flushed as she shot a furious glare at Kushina. Fear not. I'm a man of fairness. Come now. Don't be shy, Sun Wukong declared, swiftly pulling Kushina into his arms and planting a few playful pecks on her cheek. Embarrassed, Kushina could only glare at him in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. I thought Wukong had matured somewhat, yet he seems to have reverted to his old self, Yuriko observed, shaking her head in resignation as she watched Sun Wukong take liberties with Kushina. He has always been like this, particularly towards women, especially beautiful ones, Saya remarked, adjusting her glasses, clearly understanding Sun Wukong's nature. Well, the business here is concluded. We must take our leave, Sun Wukong stated, gently releasing Kushina. One should know when to stop. Overstepping boundaries might diminish affection rather than increase it. With that, he exited his Ultra Instinct form, returning to his usual demeanor. A grand gesture from Sun Wukong saw all the women enveloped into his dimensional ring, and in an instant, he vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, in a subterranean base on Earth, within the time chamber of the original Dr. Rocco's spaceship, Babidi gazed with fervor at the fully matured Nock in the test tube. Nock, awaken at once and become my servant, to conquer the cosmos for me. Nock bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, yet his eyes held a fierce and malevolent glint akin to Broly, radiating a sinister aura. Clearly, Nock was a bioengineered being cloned in Sun Wukong's likeness after Dr. Rocco witnessed his immense power. Amidst a series of incantations from Babidi, a dark emblem gradually materialized at the center of Nock's forehead, who was coiled within the confines of a test tube. Suddenly, Nock's tightly shut eyes flung open, reminiscent of a primordial beast awakening. An overwhelmingly potent aura radiated from him, shattering the test tube and unleashing a torrent of mysterious liquid, imbued with a formidable corrosive power that disintegrated everything in its path, whether wood or iron. Babidi, clearly taken aback, began to chant fervently, directing his wooden staff forward, altering the environment as the erratic liquid bizarrely vanished. At that moment, Nock floated gently down to the ground, appearing utterly destitute and forlorn. Yet, with a mere gesture from Babidi, a gray combat suit materialized upon Nock's bare form. Nock, from this moment forth, I am your master, and you shall obey my every command. My master? You seek death. A violent, bloodthirsty aura surged forth from Nock, who extended his right hand towards Babidi in an attempt to seize him. However, midway through his motion, he abruptly halted, clutching his head in torment, letting out a pained scream. While you were still in your formative stages, I had already ensnared you. With your malevolent heart, resistance against me is futile. Babidi gazed at the suffering Nock with a smug expression and remarked, Do not resist. It is wiser to heed my commands. Obey the commands of scum like you? What a jest. Nock roared towards the heavens, his aura swelling as his hair flickered between black and gold. With a fierce roar, golden energy erupted from his being, entwined with crackling lightning, transforming his black hair into a resplendent gold. He had ascended into the form of a Super Saiyan, specifically the second grade of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Are you not a biohuman? How can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Doctor, Rocco indeed proved to be an extraordinary scientist, having created a Bio-Super Saiyan. Are you finished with your prattle? Then prepare to die. At this juncture, Nock was enveloped in a chilling fury akin to the rebirth of Broly. In a flash, he seized Babidi by the throat, cruelly twisting with force until Babidi's head was violently severed and cast aside, trampled underfoot until it was utterly obliterated.